The wheel of history rolls forward relentlessly. The multitude are destined to be its dust. Those heroes whose names are etched into history are the brilliant stars dotting its long river. Yet, who can truly say whether heroes change history or history creates heroes? Summer, early, year 789 of the human-like calendar. The Orlando Mountains were bathed in a hazy, bloody hue under the setting sun. The crimson sunset, the undulating peaks, the ancient, dense woods' occasional bestial roars pierced the towering mountains, reaching for the clouds. The nearly 1,000-kilometer-long Orlando mountain range separated the human kingdom of Isaac from the orcish wastelands. On the human side of the Orlando Mountains, in a valley shrouded by dense forest, a fierce struggle was underway. One combatant was an orc clad in simple leather armor, covered in faint golden fuzz. His long golden hair and broad-nosed, wide-mouthed face marked him as a member of the lion tribe. By his build, he was still a cub. Even so, his small frame contained explosive power, launching fierce pounces at his opponent. His opponent was a thin human boy, seemingly only around 10 years old, a full size smaller than the lion youth. The human boy was barefoot, his ill-fitting, coarse leather armor smeared with mud, a mop of messy black hair obscuring his face. The fight between the two boys was far from spectacular, but it was intense enough. The lion boy's fists were sheathed in a faint, elusive golden light just one step away from solidifying, which would officially place him among the ranks of warriors, a Tier 1 orc fighter. Even without officially becoming one, his punches carried a slight cracking sound, gouging half-foot deep pits in the ground. His attacks were fluid, his punches and kicks methodical, clearly a set of orcish combat techniques. In contrast, the human boy was exceptionally long, wretched and disheveled. He spent most of his time dodging frantically, his occasional counters wild and unorganized swings. Fortunately, his movements were remarkably agile, jumping, rolling, even ducking between legs. Though long, disheveled, he always managed to evade the lion youth's heavy blows at critical moments. When an attack was unavoidable, he blocked it with the toughest parts of his body arms back. Even when knocked down, he scrambled up immediately, never allowing consecutive hits. Despite the ferocity of the lion youth's assault, he couldn't completely floor his slender opponent. The fight dragged on. Around them stood a circle of over a dozen young orcs, green-faced, fanged wolfmen, bull-headed with short horns, burly bearmen, all unanimously sided with the lion youth, shouting encouragement. Simple hide tents were pitched around the area, surrounded by a rough wooden palisade. Orc guards glanced over occasionally in twos and threes. This was unmistakably an orc encampment. However, this camp was rather close to the human border. Frustrated by his inability to win, and spurred by the cheers, the lion youth's ferocity grew. With a low roar, he threw his whole body at the human boy. Facing the charge, the human boy Udong actively fell backward just before impact, then quickly rolled away. The lion youth's powerful lunge missed. He roared in frustration, "Arthur, you bastard. Have the guts to fight me, heathen." "All right, next time I won't dodge," replied the boy called Arthur, who had already sprung to his feet, surprisingly agreeing. "I'll break your ribs." Faint golden light flickered on the lion youth's fists as he leaped into the air, pouncing down on Arthur. Just as his fists were about to connect, Arthur suddenly looked up. His black hair parted, revealing bright eyes and a cunning smile at the corner of his mouth. A handful of mud mixed with shrewd gravel pebbles was flung into the lion youth's face. Instinctively, the lion youth closed his eyes and raised a hand to protect his face. Seizing the chance, Arthur lunged forward, ducking his head and putting all his strength into a charge aimed at the lion youth's soft abdomen, knocking him flat on his back. Not giving him any opportunity, Arthur jumped onto the lion youth, pinning him down, and rained punches on his face. The surrounding orc youths erupted in an uproar, yelling and cursing Arthur for his cowardice and underhandedness, but none stepped in to help. In orc tradition, an unknown duel forbade interference, doing so marked one as a coward, a weakling. The downed lion youth let out a mighty roar. A flash of faint golden light erupted from his body, throwing Arthur off. Standing up, the lion youth was a mess, his leather armor askew, face bruised and swollen, blood trickling from his mouth. "You despicable human. I'll tear you apart." His eyes began turning blood red, his fur thickening rapidly, sharp claws extending. His aura, surged dramatically, was on the verge of entering a berserk state. "Leon, stop," a sharp voice suddenly commanded. At the sound, the rising aura around the young lion instantly withered, his eyes returning to their normal color. A female lion orc in an elegant robe emerged slowly from between the tents within the camp. Lioness women lack the signature long hair and abundant body hair of male orcs, their features softer. Even by human standards, this lioness was a beauty, a young woman with a natural noble grace in her bearing. She was closely followed by two orc guards, a tall, powerfully built minotaur, and a shapely female pantherin. They were true orc warriors, exuding powerful auras. The watching orc youths bowed respectfully to the lioness. "Mother, he cheated." The lion youth Leon pouted, grabbing the lioness's arm and shaking it, whining like any wrong child before their mother, all traces of his earlier ferocity gone. "Master," the human boy Arthur lowered his head. The lioness sternly shook off Leon's arm. "Leon, remember, on the battlefield, there is no baby, underhanded, or honorable in methods. The ultimate goal is only one: kill your opponent. The victor is king. But mother, a true orc hero must defeat his opponent fairly and squarely," Leon argued, still somewhat Bufucci unconvinced. "Leon, you must understand now. To become a hero, you must first do whatever it takes to survive. Don't be foolish like your father." Leon was stunned for a moment, then lowered his head. "I understand, mother." The lioness walked over to Arthur. The sternness she showed her son melted away, replaced by a slight smile for Arthur. She lovingly ruffled his hair. "Arthur, you did very well. Starting tomorrow, Shala will formally teach you orc combat techniques. Now go eat." "Thank you, master." Arthur looked up, a bright smile spreading across his face. He bowed respectfully to the lioness and her pantherin guard, Shala, then ran towards the camp under the furious gazes of the many orc youths. "Go on, all of you go. Only by eating your fill can you grow into true orc warriors. Starting tomorrow, you will all train with Hyzen." "Yes, madam." The Minotaur guard bowed slightly to the lioness. The orc youths cheered, then, led by Leon, scampered happily into the camp, the minor setback instantly forgotten. The lioness's gaze shifted from the youths to the distant forest and rolling mountains, a deep worry etched on her face. Chapter 0.2 Blue Rose. While the lioness's gaze swept over the forest, several pairs of eyes watched the camp's every move from behind dense bushes on a mountainside, several miles away. A lioness quite rare. A sturdy man spat the four-leaf clover from his mouth onto the ground forcefully. The man crouching behind the bush wore a seemingly worn gray cloak and a battered, scarred leather half-plate. He had short golden hair, a full beard, and a long scar running from the corner of his mouth to near his eye added to his fierce appearance. Kane, leader of the Blue Rose Mercenary Corps, an enigmatic man. 5 years ago, he and his corps seemed to appear out of thin air in the border regions of the Kingdom of Isaac. Rising 1 rank per year, they grew from the lowest rank to a brank corps in just 5 years, hailed as a miracle within the Beland Continent Mercenary Guild. Corps rank advancement relied solely on mission points, becoming increasingly difficult higher up. In non-war times, a new corps needed decades, even centuries, to accumulate enough points to reach crank or above. Currently, almost all brank and above corps in human nations were established. Decades-old Group's Blue Rose was the sole exception. "Boss, did we hit the jackpot this time?" A small man lying beside Kane whispered excitedly. "Luck's finally shining on Blue Rose. Who'd have thought a crank mission would accidentally lead us to an orc tribe? Taking them out will set us up for a year." Kane's face was also alight with excitement. "Are you two insane? That's a small orc tribe down there. We only brought 30+ men. If discovered, they'll swallow us whole." A cool voice poured cold water on their excitement. The speaker was a woman in a black hooded robe behind the man. A silver hexagram on her collar denoted her status as an intermediate mage. Mages were a rare profession on the Beland continent, highly sought after by kingdoms and major factions. Female mages of intermediate rank and above were even rarer. The mage appeared to be in her 30s, with flaxen hair, blue eyes, a high-nosed bridge, and gentle features. Perhaps due to Changnan years in the wild, her skin was slightly rough. Kane turned and grinned at the mage. "Relax, Edeline. Every brother in Blue Rose is an elite mercenary, and we're experts at hunting orcs. We could handle twice their number." "I disagree. It's too risky." Edeline's tone remained firm. "I'm the captain. You just follow orders. I'll give you an extra share of the loot later. I'm also the vice captain. I'm responsible for the brothers' safety too. You're being reckless." This vice captain title was appointed by me. If becoming a brank corps didn't require having an intermediate mage or higher in the team, I wouldn't have paid such a high price to recruit you. Kane said dismissively. "If you insist on this recklessness, I'll quit the corps now." Edeline didn't back down. "Don't be so impulsive. Let me explain." Kane conceded first. He had used every trick to recruit Edeline back then. Besides, having an intermediate mage boosted the corps' combat power significantly. He naturally couldn't bear to let her go. You've had little dealings with orcs and don't understand them. Orcs usually live in tribes based on lineage. For example, a wolfman tribe wouldn't have orcs from other lineages. This mixed tribe down there only happens in one case, a high-ranking orc nobles tribe. Only nobles can recruit warriors from other clans, Cain patiently explained, pointing at the camp below. See those young beasts and female orcs in the camp? It means they are a refugee or defeated noble orc tribe. They are here by accident due to special circumstances. The number of true orc warriors in the camp is very low. Their actual combat strength is likely less than half of a normal orc tribe. A look of admiration inadvertently flashed in Adeline's eyes. She had noticed long ago that this rough-looking man was actually very meticulous. Just now, from mere observation, he deduced the origin and strength of the orc camp below. Seeing Adeline's hesitant expression, Cain pressed on. Orc combat techniques, rare materials, weapons, armor, gold, herbs. The wealth a noble orc camp holds is beyond your imagination. You know the Corps desperately needs money. I still owe you half the promised payment. We mercenaries aren't a risky profession. If we don't dare to take risks, how do we feed our women and children? Adeline finally nodded, offering no further opposition. Boss, after this job, shouldn't you finally upgrade your gear? Blue Rose is a proper brancor. Other mercenaries always mock us as country bumpkins because of your equipment, the small man, Tony, muttered. Cain smacked Tony's head hard. Tony, you know nothing. This leather armor of mine is outstanding grade enchanted. Can withstand countless attacks. This cloak is dragonhide. Yubu Shriho, unappreciative fools. Dragonhide? Yeah, right. How many years has it been since anyone saw a dragon on the continent? Tony scoffed, Piedzori curling his lip. Suddenly, the bushes rustled slightly. The two men instantly stopped bickering. Cain's hand went to the hilt of the large sword on his back. A fireball materialized instantly in Adeline's palm. Tony rolled away and vanished into the bushes. A lean man in hunter's garb emerged. His eyes were bright and sharp, a neatly trimmed mustache on his upper lip. Cain withdrew his hand from the sword hilt. Angus, what's the situation below? Angus spoke unhurriedly. No more than 50 orc warriors, mostly low-tier, levels 1 and 2. Including the lioness and her 2 guards, I spotted 5 mid-tier orc braves. No higher-tier orc champions detected. Cain excitedly punched the air. Just as I guessed. Angus hesitated slightly. The only slight trouble is a squad of wolf cavalry in the camp. Their dire wolves will likely smell us as soon as we get close. Cain smiled lightly. Tony, your turn. I know you have a solution. I'll find some wild chrysanthemum in the forest. Burning it with tricolor mandra produces smoke that will knock those beasts out. Tony's voice faded directly into the bushes. Good. Gather the brothers. We move at dusk. Cain's eyes gleamed with intense, killing intent. Chapter 3. The Beast Camp Battle. As the evening glow faded, the Orlando Mountains seamlessly merged into the embrace of darkness. Within the orc encampment nestled in the valley, shadows reigned supreme. The flickering flames of the night offered no solace. Rather, they risked attracting formidable magical beasts or unknown foes. On the continent of Beland, alongside sentient races such as humans, orcs, and elves, countless powerful creatures thrived. Though their intellect was merely instinctual, their individual strength was formidable, and they were known to prey upon the more civilized races. In the center of the orc encampment, a spacious tent housed the lioness, who gazed through the aperture at the 2 moons above, a crimson and a cerulean orb. Beland is graced with 2 satellites. The surface of the iron-rich Nasha glows red, while the methane-rich Tasha shimmers in a pale blue under the sun's rays. According to ancient legends whispered for eons, the goddesses Nasha and Tasha were sisters, both wedded to the celestial embodiment of the star god, Acero. Consequently, males of the various races, including humans and orcs, are permitted to take 2 wives. Madam, are you still awake? Came the gentle voice of the leopard woman guard, Shala, from outside the tent. Now that there are no outsiders, call me Joya, replied the lioness. Shala, come inside and keep me company, will you? The sound of the tent flap being lifted followed. Joya, we have evaded their pursuit. What more do you worry about? Joya shook her head lightly, her eyes shining brightly in the night. I have an unsettling feeling. Ever since we entered the mountains, my heart has been restless. Perhaps I am overthinking it, but should anything occur, do not concern yourself with me. Take Leon and escort him to my father. Shala gently clasped Joya's hand. Leon has already lost his father. He cannot bear to lose his mother as well. Fear not. I will ensure we reach the Blood Flame tribe safely. Thank you, Shala. I truly do not know what I would do without you, Joya began, but her words faltered as a thin wisp of smoke wafted into the tent. Enemy attack. A cold glimmer sliced through the tent as Shala, wielding her crescent blades, leapt into action. At that moment, a colossal fireball descended upon the adjacent tent, erupting into a conflagration that consumed it entirely. A mage. Shala's heart sank. Fireballs rained down upon the encampment, igniting tent after tent. Illuminated by the flames, shadowy figures surged into the camp, slaughtering the unsuspecting orcs still lost in slumber. Human mercenaries. Orc warriors, attack. Shala bellowed, charging toward the direction of the mage. The human mage posed the greatest threat, and Shala's instinct was to eliminate her first. Just as Shala sprinted a few meters, a towering warrior emerged from the shadows. His sword gleaming with lethal intent aimed at her waist. Shala swung her crescent blade to parry the strike, attempting to deflect the blade and continue her advance. Upon collision, a jolt coursed through her body, nearly causing her weapon to slip from her grasp. Shara slid sideways for 4 or 5 meters before finally dissipating the force from the great sword. She fixed her gaze upon the burly man wielding the colossal blade, her heart plummeting to the depths of despair. With just one strike, Shara realized that she was no match for this formidable opponent, a high-ranking warrior from the Human Combat Academy. If she herself was powerless, how could Joya and the others possibly contend with him? Unable to suppress her apprehension, Shara glanced back. Joya had also dashed out from the tent, only to be intercepted by a man disguised as a hunter, who forced her to retreat under the pressure of his attacks. Dozens of orc warriors roared as they charged out from the yet-to-be-ignited tents, only to be met by a barrage of gleaming crossbow bolts piercing through the darkness. The robust bodies of the orc warriors fell to the ground, struck by the bolts, and they could not rise again. Poison arrows. This notion struck Shara in an instant. Who were these mercenaries? How could they possess items deemed contraband by the human race? Little girl, your opponent is me. Daydreaming during a fight is not a good habit. Kane swung his massive sword, the blade shimmering ominously as it descended toward Shara. She crossed her crescent blades upward to meet his strike. Unsurprisingly, she was once more sent flying back several meters. Before Kane's could launch another attack, Shara took the initiative and lunged forward. Moonlight glimmered. Shara unleashed the orc combat technique, performing the dual crescent blade dance, unleashing a flurry of energy slashes toward Kane's. The great sword in Kane's hand moved with lightning speed, creating a fan-like arc that effortlessly intercepted all her energy strikes. A whirling slash. Kane's sword spun as it cut toward Shara. The clang of blade against blade echoed as Shara was forced to retreat continuously. By the time the rotating blade came to a halt, Shara found herself half kneeling on the ground. Little leopard, you're still lacking. Kane suddenly thrust his foot against Shara's chest, sending her flying. She tumbled several times before managing to rise, blood trickling from her lips, her body racked with pain as if several ribs had been shattered. Shara turned and ran back. Joya, take the children and flee. We are no match for them. Joya, stained with blood and already in a frenzy, charged wildly at the hunter Angus, her hair disheveled and her demeanor frenzied. Just moments ago, Angus had the upper hand, but now he found himself retreating before the frenzied Joya, suffering several blows in the process. I can't leave. You take Leon and go. The orcs' frenzy temporarily amplified their strength and speed while dulling their pain, but such a state came at the cost of their vitality, leaving the frenzied orc in a state of extreme weakness afterwards. We leave together. Shara wielded her crescent blades, joining forces with Joya to besiege Angus. Overwhelming the few is not your style, orcs. Kane's charged forward once more, striking Shara back with a single blow while engaging Joya in a fierce confrontation, alleviating Angus from his predicament. Even in her frenzied state, Joya was no match for Kane's. The orc warriors had plunged into a chaotic melee with the mercenaries emerging from the shadows. The combat prowess of these mercenaries was evidently superior to that of the orc warriors. They had discarded their shields and weapons, wielding long swords and short spears, forming groups to provide mutual cover as they swiftly and accurately thrust their blades into the vital points of the orc warriors. This was not the combat style of mere human mercenaries. It resembled that of a well-coordinated army, sending a chill down Shara's spine. The camp was suddenly filled with tremendous roars, as several orc warriors, including Joya's Minotaur guardian, Hesson, succumbed to a state of frenzy. Under the influence of these berserk orc warriors, more began to follow suit, and all the orcs fought with reckless abandon. The human mercenaries, working in tandem, began to retreat, swiftly increasing the distance between themselves and the orc fighters. Before the orc warriors could close the gap, a series of fireballs rained down upon their ranks, sending orcs flying in all directions. Intermediate magic spell, continuous explosive fireball. In the darkness, a whistling sound pierced the air as arrows wrapped in fighting spirit soared forth from the shadows. Each arrow claimed a life, striking precisely at the orc warriors' most vulnerable spots. And even Hesson fell slowly, clutching the arrow lodged in his throat. Elven archers. Shara's fleeting hope was instantly extinguished. She had lost all hope and could not react in time to evade the arrows aimed at her. Just as an arrow was about to pierce her heart, Joya leapt in front of her. "Shara, go!" Joya cried out in her final roar, charging towards Canes with the arrow embedded in her chest. Chapter 4. Young Arthur. The fire within the orc encampment had died down, leaving behind a chaotic array of orc corpses sprawled across the ground. The mercenaries were busy clearing the battlefield, stripping the orcs of their leather armor, piling the bodies high in preparation for incineration, and delivering a final blow to any who showed signs of life. No one regarded this as cruel. The conflict between humans and orcs had persisted for nearly 10 millennia, and the hatred ingrained in their blood made the slaughter seem inevitable. "Angus, how are the brothers faring?" "Not too bad. One severely wounded, for lightly injured." "It's a pity we let that mother leopard escape," replied the hunter, who was wrapping a bandage around his arm without lifting his head. "Well, it's fortunate we didn't lose any brothers. I still feel a chill thinking about that lioness attacking Canes in her final moments. That mother leopard was quite ferocious. If only we had caught her and taken her to bed. Just thinking about it is thrilling." Tony, who had been mysteriously absent during the entire battle, suddenly appeared out of nowhere. "Tony, with your skills, you can't even handle the women at the Nightingale Tavern, and you wish to approach a female orc? Be careful she doesn't snap your little fellow in two," Angus jested, eliciting a boisterous laughter from the mercenaries cleaning the battlefield. Tony, however, seemed unfazed, wearing an unmistakable grin. "Boss, we've struck gold," he exclaimed, waving his hand as several mercenaries led over a group of bound young orcs strung together with ropes. Some of the little orcs bared their teeth, attempting to resist, but a mercenary's whip brought them crashing to the ground in howls of anguish. Cane's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Be gentle. These little ones are worth a fortune. Killing one could cost us dozens of gold coins." Many aristocrats are fond of keeping beastmen as guards to flaunt their wealth and power. Several noble women even procure them privately as playthings in their beds. The reasons, aside from mere curiosity, undoubtedly stem from the fact that beastmen possess a more robust physique than human men. Adult beastmen warriors are known for their stubbornness and volatility, refusing to yield even in captivity, whereas younger beastmen are more amenable to training and taming. Consequently, numerous nobles delight in purchasing young beastman slaves to cultivate from an early age, making them highly sought after in the market, second only to elven women in price. The rarer the species, the higher the value. "Boss, surely this one is worth 1,000 gold coins," Tony exclaimed, pulling the first young beastman, Leon, toward him. "Oh, what a surprise. This little lion hasn't escaped." Canes crouched down, lifting Leon's chin with a finger. Leon's blood-red eyes were filled with hatred, for it was these humans who had slain his mother. Suddenly, a faint golden light erupted from Leon's hands, severing the ropes binding him, and he lunged at Canes with his claws. Yet, as soon as Leon moved, Canes' large hand grasped his throat, rendering him immobile despite his struggles. Just as Leon was on the brink of losing consciousness, Canes released him, throwing him to the ground, a grave expression crossing his face. "Tony, such a valuable little creature should be secured better. Captain, there's another here worth only a single gold coin. What should we do with him?" A mercenary pulled out the frail Arthur from the group. Compared to the coveted young beastmen, a human boy of little use was naturally of little value. Canes had noticed this peculiar boy appearing in the beastman's camp, and he found it astonishing that he could defeat a young lion on the verge of becoming a level 1 warrior. Canes gently lifted Arthur's chin, his movements far more tender. Arthur looked up, revealing a smile and a set of pristine white teeth. Though covered in dirt with disheveled hair, his face was remarkably clean, and his gaze was pure. "What is your name, and how old are you?" "Captain, my name is Arthur, and I am 12 years old." Canes was taken aback. "How did you know I was the captain? Isn't that what the mercenaries call you?" Canes smiled. "You're quite clever. Why are you in the beastmen's camp? Our village was attacked by beastmen 2 years ago. They killed my mother, and I was taken to the beastmen's camp as a slave. You're lying. Tony suddenly grabbed Arthur by the collar, his eyes fixed on him fiercely. Beastmen have no need for human children as slaves. In fact, some beastman nobles prefer to eat human children. Also, while you may be small, you hardly resemble a typical slave. How do you explain that leather armor? Tony, you're going to frighten him. Adeline couldn't help but intervene, as the boy's smile seemed to possess a certain magic, making her believe everything he had said. Arthur cast a grateful glance at Adeline, reassuringly speaking, "Fear not, my beautiful and esteemed lady. He shall not intimidate me. I have encountered far fiercer orcs than this." His words, though sweet, belied the tension in the air. Tony, recognizing the failure of his strategy, gradually loosened his grip on Arthur's collar. "I survive because I possess value." Arthur explained slowly. "The mistress wishes to find a human counterpart for her son, enabling him to better comprehend his foes." "The mistress? You mean that lioness?" Keynes inquired. Arthur lowered his head, a shadow crossing his features. "In truth, the mistress has been quite kind to me. Had it not been for her, I would have long been a meal for some orc." Suddenly, Leon, still on the ground, lifted his head, regarding Arthur with a look of surprise. "Release his bonds. Here. He is no longer a slave," Keynes declared loudly. "Thank you." Arthur bowed deeply to Keynes, Adeline, Tony, and even the mercenary who freed him, expressing his gratitude. Keynes laughed heartily, waving his hand dismissively as he urged the other mercenaries to swiftly scour the battlefield, leaving no valuable item behind. "Are you planning to haul back these tattered leather armors and orc weapons as well?" Adeline could not help but murmur, trailing behind Keynes. "Even ants are flesh. Turning in these weapons for scrap will surely yield some gold." Keynes retorted, "You do not understand the burdens of leadership. How many mouths do you think I must feed?" He continued, "Furthermore, we miscalculated this time. Aside from these small orcs, this noble encampment holds little of worth." Adeline's complaint was met with a torrent of Keynes' grievances. "What do you intend to do with that child?" she suddenly asked in a hushed tone. "Let us take him back to the city. He is indeed an intriguing little fellow." Keynes' gaze swept over Arthur, who was already integrating himself among the mercenaries, assisting them in gathering valuable items from the orc corpses. Perhaps Keynes did not realize that this decision, born of curiosity, would alter the course of history on the continent of Beland. Chapter 5. Where's the Orlando Mountains? Shrouded in night, teemed with peril, the glimmering eyes of beasts pierced the darkness, while the chilling cries of birds echoed eerily. The Blue Rose Mercenary Company moved without torches, burdened by their spoils, escorting a group of young beasts through the shadows of the mountains. The journey was arduous. The treacherous paths in the dark caused mercenaries to stumble. An unknown large beast threatened to charge unexpectedly. Yet, the creatures that dared approach the mercenary band were swiftly dealt with by arrows loosed from the shadows. Those that ventured too close were engulfed in flames conjured by Adeline. After nearly a night of relentless travel, the mercenary company finally paused at the faintest hint of dawn. Even then, their rest was compelled, for no matter how vigorously the mercenaries cracked their whips, the captive young orcs could not continue. All the orcs had collapsed onto the ground, and after establishing a simple watch, the mercenaries began to take turns resting. Throughout the journey, Arthur silently observed the actions of the mercenaries, noting down some behaviors he found perplexing, yet remained committed to remembering them. The fatigue from the battles and the overnight march soon lulled the mercenaries into a deep slumber. Even those assigned to guard duty succumbed to drowsiness. With the dawn breaking, the peril had seemingly passed. However, they were abruptly awakened by a startling scream. Instantly, all the mercenaries seized their weapons, bracing themselves for combat. "Tony, what the hell are you screaming about?" Keynes groaned as he sat up, still yawning. "Boss, that little lion has escaped." "Escaped? Didn't I instruct you to secure it more tightly? Look at these cuts on the ropes. It was rescued by someone." Tony presented 2 neatly severed pieces of rope to Keynes. Keynes furrowed his brow slightly. "Were there any other cubs that got away?" "No, just that little lion." "Forget it. If it's gone, it's gone. Let us rest a bit longer before we set off again. We should leave this place early to avoid lingering troubles." "Ah." Tony gasped, his jaw nearly dropping. "Boss, how can we just let it go? That little lion was our greatest prize. Moreover, I suspect there's a traitor among us. It's impossible for others to bypass our guard so easily." As he spoke, his gaze shifted towards Arthur. Keynes waved his hand dismissively. "No need to investigate. It's actually a good thing that the little lion has escaped. A good thing? Tony scratched his head in confusion. Didn't you notice the color of its fighting spirit? That was the supreme aura of the Golden Lion family, the crimson sun of golden radiance. And only those with their status can cultivate it. The Golden Lions are among the 3 most powerful families of the Beastmen, and their spies are widespread even within our human territories. What do you think they would do if they found out their heir had been sold into slavery among humans? Kane's seemingly calm tone bore a weighty implication. A cold gasp escaped Tony, Angus, and the surrounding mercenaries, realizing it meant yet another war between humans and beastmen. Keynes exchanged a knowing glance with Arthur, who responded with a polite smile. 3 days later, the Blue Rose mercenary group emerged from the Orlando Mountains, everyone visibly relieved. Arthur suddenly noticed an additional member in their ranks. It was a slender, handsome man, shouldering a large bow entwined with green vines and adorned with exquisite engravings. His pointed ears, revealed by his flowing golden hair, marked him as an elf. He was the archer who had remained hidden in the shadows. Although humans and elves did not share the same enmity as with the beastmen, elves seldom graced human lands and forbade humans from entering their realms. Arthur was deeply intrigued by how this elf, named Elijah, had become a member of the Blue Rose mercenary group. Noticing Arthur's unwavering gaze, Elijah offered a gentle nod and a smile, his every gesture radiating the politeness and elegance characteristic of his kind. 2 days later, a grand city appeared before them. The walls, constructed of gray basalt, towered 20 meters high, punctuated by watchtowers reaching 7 or 8 meters. Massive crossbows were mounted at intervals along the battlements, while armed soldiers patrolled diligently atop the walls. The drawbridge of the city gate lay flat upon the ground, awaiting the throngs of people entering and exiting through the grand arched entrance, where a line of soldiers meticulously inspected the crowd. This was the headquarters of the Blue Rose Mercenary Corps, nestled in the small border town of Wares in the Kingdom of Isaac, where served as humanity's first line of defense against the onslaught of orcish attacks. Historically, the city had fallen numerous times, only to be reclaimed, with the scarred stones and the dark brown stains of blood upon its walls standing as testament to its tumultuous past. Thus, even in times of peace, the vigilance of the guards never waned, with a reinforced garrison of 5,000 stationed within the city. Arthur gazed in awe at the imposing structure before him. From his humble village to the tattered encampments of the orcs, this was his first encounter with such magnificent and towering architecture. The mercenaries did not linger in line, and under the leadership of Keynes, they strode directly towards the city gate. "Captain Keynes, it seems you have returned with quite the bounty," remarked the gate captain, clearly well acquainted with Keynes, who did not bother with a thorough inspection but rather greeted him warmly. "Fortune favored us. We captured a few young orcs. Drinks are on me for the brothers." Keynes casually tossed a few gold coins to the lead captain, eliciting a chorus of compliments from the gate soldiers. Mercenaries enjoyed a status only surpassed by nobility and merchants within the human kingdoms. Their obligation to assist in the defense of cities during times of war meant they were welcomed in every town, particularly the larger bands, whose might could rival that of an entire division of human forces. As the largest city on the frontier, Wares thrived in peacetime. The Orlando Mountains were rich in resources, yielding everything from rare minerals to precious herbs, and an abundance of magical beast materials. Even goods smuggled from the orcish wastelands could be procured in large quantities. The streets were lined with apothecaries, weapon shops, and trading houses, bustling with activity. Overwhelmed by the sheer number of people he encountered for the first time, Arthur found everything to be a wonder. The Blue Rose Mercenary Corps, having brought a group of young orcs into the city, attracted a crowd of onlookers, with audacious children throwing stones and spitting at the captives. The enmity between humans and orcs was deeply ingrained in the hearts of children, passed down through generations. In a corner of the southern part of Wares, before a vast courtyard enclosed by a stone wall, stood a portly figure with a stern countenance. The stout man, whose bulging belly resembled a small hill, had only one arm. The other sleeve was neatly cut off at the shoulder. As he watched the approaching procession, he stepped forward a few paces, finally breaking into a grin. "Brothers, welcome home." Chapter 6. The Nightingale Tavern. The Blue Rose was one of 3 elite mercenary groups in Wares, boasting over 100 elite warriors. The mercenary headquarters occupied a vast courtyard in the southern part of the city, comprising nearly 100 rooms across 3 courtyards. The stout one-armed man stepped forward and embraced Keynes. "Welcome back alive. Keynes promptly pushed the man away and delivered a playful punch to his chest. Randall, even if you were dead, I would still be here. Come and see what additional gains we have. Keynes proudly gestured towards the small orc behind him. Is this little fellow also one of your unexpected acquisitions? However, it was Randall who first noticed Arthur, who stood in front of the orc troop. Keynes waved Arthur forward, explaining, he is merely a slave we rescued along the way, with nowhere else to go, so he has been following us. The lad is quite clever. I believe he could serve as your assistant. Randall's expression darkened immediately. Although I am missing an arm, I am not a helpless invalid requiring care. I do not need you to find someone to look after me. Keynes offered an awkward smile. Brother, you misunderstand. My intention in taking him in is not to assign someone to tend to you, but rather to alleviate some of your burdens. Compared to your struggles out there, my role at home managing logistics and finances is hardly arduous. Furthermore, we cannot afford to hire a child of little use. Please let me stay, Uncle Randall. I can do many tasks, and I need no pay, just food, Arthur implored, his hopeful gaze fixed on Randall. The mercenary world filled little Arthur with curiosity, and in just a few days, he had grown fond of the mercenaries. Besides Arthur, many others among the mercenaries looked towards Randall. From the Orlando Mountains to the city of Wowls, everyone except Tony had taken a liking to this boy. He always bore a smile, treated everyone with great politeness, and eagerly volunteered for various tasks. Feigning seriousness, Randall replied, since you truly have nowhere else to go, the mercenary group will do a good deed by keeping you. While you may not require payment, as mercenaries, we believe that every contribution must be rewarded equivalently. Therefore, your monthly compensation will be 1 silver coin. A chorus of disdainful hisses erupted from the mercenaries. In the human kingdom, copper and silver coins are the common currency, and above them are the more valuable gold and crystal coins, which most people may never see in their lifetime. The exchange rate among these currencies is 1 to 100, with the price of a pound of rice typically around 20 copper coins. The mercenaries hissed because Randall was being excessively stingy. The cheapest labor in the Isaac Kingdom would not earn less than 10 silver coins a month. The Blue Rose mercenaries earned as much as 50 silver coins monthly, and that was merely a fraction of their income, as their primary earnings came from mission commissions. Randall was essentially hiring a laborer for 1/50th of the market rate. Thank you, Uncle Randall. You are truly a good person, Arthur exclaimed with excitement. Completely oblivious to the concept of money, having never encountered it before, his heartfelt gratitude elicited laughter from the mercenaries. Randall's round face reddened slightly, yet he bellowed, you rascals. What are you still doing here? Hurry up and move everything inside, or I will dock your wages for this month. Come now, disregard these rascals. Let us discuss how to handle these little orcs, Keynes urged as he pulled Randall towards the courtyard. No matter the time, returning home is always a source of joy and excitement. As the mercenaries entered the courtyard, they dispersed in a rush, leaving Arthur standing alone. Come with me. I will find you a place to stay, so you can freshen up, and then we shall go shopping for clothes and shoes, Adeline's melodious voice chimed in. Arthur, still clad in the attire from the Orc Camp, a pair of polished leather trousers, an oversized soft leather armor, unkempt hair, and bare feet, suddenly realized how out of place he appeared in this setting, his face flushing with embarrassment. Don't be shy, follow me. You will surely astonish them. Adeline laughed gaily. Since meeting this child, her spirits seemed to have soared. The Nightingale Tavern, one of the favored haunts of the mercenaries in the city of Huelors. The proprietor, Nightingale, was once a renowned mercenary herself, a formidable dual-wielding swordswoman who had captivated countless suitors in her youth. After marrying, she opened this establishment. However, the enchanting swordswoman of yesteryears had transformed into a plump middle-aged woman. It is said that the man she chose from her suitors later met an untimely demise in her bed. There are even rumors that Nightingale personally dispatched both her husband and the woman with whom he was unfaithful. Despite her faded beauty, former admirers still frequent the tavern upon returning from their quests, gradually drawing younger mercenaries to its doors as well. With an understanding of mercenaries' appetites, the tavern offered the strongest gin, the finest roasted meats, and the most alluring women, everything a mercenary could desire. In a corner of the tavern, Tony, Angus, and 4 mercenaries from the Blue Orchid were gathered around a large oak table, indulging in hearty drinks. With platters of roasted meat and mugs of ale strewn across the surface, Tony, clearly inebriated, had a flushed face and a slightly slurred tongue. Let me tell you, none of you have experienced the women of the beast tribes. Now that is something else. He boasted. Tony, that means you must have. Do share the details. Urged a young mercenary with a freckled face, his eyes alight with anticipation. The other 3 mercenaries leaned in eagerly, awaiting Tony's tale. Tony took a piece of meat and downed a hefty gulp of ale, deliberately prolonging the moment to tease the younger mercenaries. Once, during a reconnaissance mission, I accidentally fell into the clutches of a female bear warrior, Angus interjected, picking up Tony's narrative. Suddenly, Tony leapt to his feet, spraying ale all over Angus's face as he exclaimed, "Don't listen to his nonsense. Why, isn't that little Tony from the Blue Orchid? Even thieves have the coin to drink now?" A sharp, mocking voice pierced the air as a tall, effeminate man entered the tavern, clad in mercenary garb. A long sword sheathed at his side, its hilt adorned with a conspicuous large red gemstone. He was followed by 7 or 8 more mercenaries. As they entered, the lively atmosphere of the tavern plummeted to an icy silence. Tony turned around with a smirk, revealing the delicate Vice Captain Tristy of the Bloodthorn Mercenary Corps. Our Blue Lady had just scored a hefty profit, and it was only fitting to treat Vice Captain Tristy to a drink. Tony's remark instantly ignited a wave of laughter throughout the bar. Tristy, the effeminate deputy leader of one of the 3 major mercenary groups in Who Emerged city, was mockingly referred to by Tony in a feminized manner, laden with sarcasm. Tristy's already pallid face grew even more ashen, and with a frigid tone, he retorted, "Perhaps you have forgotten how your ribs were fractured last time?" Angus, interjecting, quipped, "I almost forgot. I wonder if the wound on Tristy's posterior has healed. How about you drop your trousers for everyone to see? You seek death." Tristy erupted in a violent display of aura. Angus, Tony, and the others promptly rose. The impending clash between the 2 mercenary factions palpable. Chapter 7. Challenge to Bloodthorn allies often become rivals. The relationship between the 3 major mercenary groups in Who Emerged city has consistently been fraught with tension. Both the Bloodthorn and the Wild Wolf Fox Mercenary Corps have a legacy of nearly a century, engaged in covert and overt battles long before the emergence of the Blue Lady, which encroached upon their market share and obstructed their paths, inevitably leading to friction. Typically, mercenaries resolve such disputes through brute force, seldom opting for calm negotiations, as compromise is often perceived as a sign of weakness. As Tristy summoned his fighting spirit, Tony, Angus, and several mercenaries prepared for battle. Other mercenaries in the bar, close to the 2 factions, hastily moved aside to avoid collateral damage. Yet, none chose to leave. They crossed their arms and held their drinks, eagerly anticipating the spectacle. Even Nightingale, the bar owner, showed no intention of intervening, resting her chin on her hand as she watched the scene unfold. It was commonplace for testosterone-fueled mercenaries to brawl in the bar. As long as no weapons were drawn and no fatalities occurred, Nightingale remained indifferent, knowing that any damages would be compensated at market value. No mercenary dared to default on Nightingale's bill. Her former suitors, if still alive, had likely risen to the ranks of leaders within their respective corps. Just as Tristy was on the brink of unleashing his fury, the bar door swung open once more. "Nightingale, what a lively scene you have here today." Adeline, draped in an exquisite mage's cloak, gracefully entered the bar. Nightingale's face instantly brightened. Being fellow female mercenaries, she shared a close private rapport with Adeline. "You've arrived just in time. This little rascal Tony has had a drink and is in a verbal spat with Vice Captain Tristy," Nightingale chastised Tony, subtly offering Tristy a way out, hoping to defuse the brewing conflict. "What a coincidence. Vice Captain Tristy is here as well. Let me buy a round for the Bloodthorn brothers," Adeline said with a gentle smile. Tristy had no choice but to quell his fighting spirit. The formidable combat prowess of a mid-level mage could not be underestimated. More importantly, with Adeline's presence, the odds were no longer in favor of the Blue Lady Mercenary Corps. "We appreciate the kind intentions of Vice Captain Adeline. We have a few drinks worth of blood to spill if necessary." Cressy let out a cold snort and led his companions to a nearby table. A potential brawl dissipated into nothingness due to Adeline's unexpected arrival. "Who is this little fellow? Is he your newly recruited apprentice in magic?" Nightingale suddenly noticed a small boy following Adeline. At that moment, Arthur was clad in a short blue warrior's outfit, wearing brown soft-soled leather boots. His long black hair was neatly tied back with a blue ribbon, revealing a clean face adorned with a cheerful smile. Not only Nightingale, but also Tony, Angus, and others were taken aback by Arthur's presence, each one of them gaping in astonishment. Had he not been following Adeline, they would have never associated this handsome boy with the small orc-like Arthur they knew. "Good day, Aunt Nightingale," Arthur greeted politely. "What a dashing young lad. Had I seen you in my youth, dear boy, I would have been utterly enchanted." Nightingale teased as she pinched Arthur's cheek. He instinctively recoiled, only to find he could not escape her grasp. "He is the new assistant hired by Brother Randall. Sister Nightingale's barbecues are renowned. I brought him to witness their splendor," Adeline explained with a smile. "Oh, poor child, Randall is quite the eccentric. However, dear Aunt Nightingale's barbecues will surely make you forget all your troubles." Nightingale playfully pinched Arthur's cheek once more before turning back to the kitchen to prepare. Adeline then seated herself and Arthur at the table with Tony and Angus. Tony still wore an unhappy expression, muttering, "I truly don't understand why you are so courteous to Cressy. You should join us in dealing with those blood-stained ruffians. This senseless brawling in a tavern, even if victorious, ultimately requires Captain Keynes to intervene, doesn't he it? Tony, we are mercenaries, not the petty thugs of the city. Every effort we make must yield proportional returns." Adeline reprimanded him sternly. MHM. Arthur nodded instinctively as he continued to stuff his mouth with barbecue. Not daring to contradict Adeline, Tony playfully tapped Arthur on the back of his head. "What could you possibly understand, you little rascal?" After swallowing his mouthful of meat, Arthur shot Tony a glance. "I believe Adeline is absolutely correct. Even orcs understand the folly of engaging in unwarranted conflicts." "Unwarranted conflicts? You think I am unaware of those foolish orcs? They constantly brawl with one another during their idle moments," Tony retorted, reaching out to tap Arthur again. This time, Arthur was prepared and swiftly slid beneath the table. "They fight for honor, vying for the title of the mightiest warrior in their camp. Our struggle with Bloodstained is about honor too, the honor of being the strongest mercenary group in Wawalay City. So, according to the Orcish code, what should we do? Then we should boldly challenge them," Arthur replied from beneath the table, gazing up at Tony. "A challenge?" Tony paused briefly, then broke into a mischievous grin. "All right then. You shall represent our Blue Lady and issue a challenge to those blood-stained ruffians." "Very well." Arthur emerged from beneath the table and made a beeline for Tristy. "Tony." Adeline glared fiercely at Tony. "It's all right. If this kid dares to approach Tristy and the others, I will." Tony's words were abruptly interrupted by a melodious voice. "On behalf of the Blue Rose Mercenary Corps, I formally challenge the Bloodstained Mercenary Corps. Do you dare to accept?" Trisdy's teeth ground together as he glared at Adeline and Tony, feeling humiliated by a child daring to challenge him. "Don't act like cowards. Do you dare to accept the challenge?" Arthur reiterated. The term coward was a customary taunt among orcs, akin to a dagger thrust into Trisdy's chest. Slamming his hand on the table, Trisdy declared, "We accept the challenge. Who among you, Adeline or Tony, wishes to meet their demise?" "Trisdy, it seems you have misunderstood. I am the one who initiated the challenge. Your opponent is me," Arthur stated earnestly, looking directly at Trisdy. Trisdy was momentarily amused. "Did they really send you to your death?" "No, I requested this myself. Please refrain from jumping to conclusions until the duel is over." Trisdy's aura surged once more, forcing Arthur to stagger back 2 steps. "Do you not realize that I could effortlessly extinguish your life with a mere finger?" Arthur raised his fist, adopting a combat stance. "You can certainly attempt." Trisdy lifted a finger, a pale blue aura extending over a foot in length as it slowly advanced towards Arthur's brow. Adeline, Tony, Angus, and the others all stood up. Even if they wished to save Arthur, it would be too late. Arthur appeared paralyzed with fear, oblivious to the impending danger of the aura directed at him. Yet, at the last moment, Trisdy unexpectedly retracted his energy. If he were to kill a child today, he would become the object of ridicule among all mercenaries in the city. Trisdy shot a fierce glance at Adeline. "Are you certain you want this child to challenge?" "No. I will." Tony was taken aback that Arthur had the audacity to challenge Trisdy. However, Adeline firmly grasped Tony's arm, nodding slowly. "Yes, we confirm." Adeline suddenly realized that the child was gambling, and it seemed he had already won half the wager. Chapter 8. The Gift of Combat in the Face of Arthur's Challenge. Trisdy was compelled to respond, yet he could not resort to fighting a child who was not even a first-tier warrior. Turning, he pointed to a young mercenary with a boyish face behind him. "Bernie, you go teach him a lesson, just don't kill him." The mercenary who was called upon grinned. Battling a child was hardly a source of pride, but given his status as the weakest among them, he had little choice. Bernie had only recently become a first-tier warrior 6 months prior, the least skilled among the bloodstained mercenaries. Do not say we of the bloodstained mercenary corps are deliberately bullying you, Trisdy explained to Adeline. She shrugged, signaling her indifference. In truth, Adeline was overjoyed. She believed that when Arthur challenged Trisdy, he might have already anticipated that his opponent would be a first-tier mercenary. Wait a moment, I have more to say. Cressida sneered at Arthur. So, young lad, have you only now realized the gravity of your situation? It is far too late. I assure you, Bernie will not kill you this time. I merely wish to know, if I emerge victorious, what will you do? Do you truly believe you can win? That is the most amusing jest I have heard today. Arthur, with an earnest expression, replied, I speak hypothetically. The world is rife with unforeseen occurrences. So, what do you intend to do? I desire the sword at your waist as my spoils of war. Your eyes are keen, boy. This sword is worth tenfold what you could offer, should you lose. Tony shall formally kneel and apologize to you. He will turn and depart wherever the blood-stained mercenary appears. At this, Tony nearly spat blood in disbelief. No, I refuse. This little scoundrel is deliberately setting me up. Cressida burst into laughter, but soon his expression turned cold. That is insufficient. Tony, being a mere insignificant figure, kneeling holds no worth against the value of this sword. You scoundrel, Cressida, I challenge you to a duel. Driven to fury by Cressida's humiliation, Tony's rage boiled over. And what of the staff? Adeline interjected, restraining Tony as she produced a dark, 1-foot 3-inch staff. Its material remained indiscernible. Yet the large crystal embedded at one end, shimmering with a mysterious light, suggested its considerable worth, surpassing even that of Cressida's sword. No, both Tony and Angus shouted in unison. A glimmer of intent sparked in Cressida's eyes. This appears fair. I hope you do not come to regret this. Adeline smiled gently. Then let us commence. Go forth, Bernie. Should you lose this battle, you will take your leave from the bloodstained. When Arthur challenged Cressida, he captivated the attention of all the mercenaries within the tavern, and as the confrontation neared, many gathered around. However, several mercenaries remained seated, considering the impending fight to be of little interest. An initial tier warrior possesses strength at least thrice that of an ordinary person, and that frail child could hardly be more than a mere 10 years of age. A solitary punch from a first-tier warrior could effortlessly end the child's life. Such a duel required no formal arena. Merely shifting a few tables aside created a modest space for the encounter. I shan't bully a child. You may strike first. The mercenary Bernie's face flushed crimson, for engaging a child in front of so many seasoned warriors was hardly a dignified affair. Arthur remained silent, slightly bending forward, and fixing Bernie with a gaze reminiscent of a wolf. Murderous intent, the kind that erupts in a beast during the hunt. A murmur of unease rippled through the onlooking mercenaries. How could such a young child exude such a heavy aura of menace? Many veterans, who had seen their fair share of bloodshed, lacked this ferocity. No one knew what Arthur had endured during his 2 years in the Orc encampment. Cressida clenched his fists tightly, suddenly struck by an unsettling premonition. Arthur moved, akin to a small leopard, charging towards Bernie's midsection. Bernie took a slight step back, swinging his leg like a whip, aiming a fierce kick at Arthur's body. Should that kick land, it could send Arthur flying. Arthur's forward motion suddenly halted as he rolled to the side, evading Bernie's kicked leg. Bernie, having missed his strike, leaned forward while landing on one foot and threw a punch aimed at Arthur's body. His fist was enveloped in a faint white glow, accompanied by a whisper of wind as he swung. Arthur darted forward, skillfully dodging Bernie's assault once more. With 2 consecutive attacks failing, Bernie's face flushed a deeper shade of red. With a flick of his toes, Bernie launched himself into the air, executing a downward strike reminiscent of a hawk pouncing on its prey, leaving Arthur with little room to escape. Yet, like a slippery fox, Arthur swiftly darted and rolled beneath the table. Bernie responded by kicking the table apart, sending splinters flying. Seizing the moment amidst the shower of wood, Arthur lunged towards Bernie's side. Bernie pivoted on his left foot, his descending leg recoiling to unleash a rapid kick aimed at the approaching Arthur. 20 silver coins. Nightingale's sudden shout broke the tension. Bernie staggered, nearly losing his balance. Arthur, taking advantage of this instability, charged into Bernie's side. Bernie stumbled back 2 or 3 steps, his fists flying forward in a desperate attempt to repel the advancing Arthur. The onlooking mercenaries erupted in astonishment, despite Nightingale's unexpected outburst distracting Bernie. The mere fact that a child could push back a warrior of the first rank was nothing short of extraordinary. Trieste eyed Nightingale coldly. Rest assured, my dear Nightingale, I shall compensate you fully for any damage incurred. Nightingale gave no heed to Trieste's words, merely huffing in response. Let this be a reminder. Anyone who breaks something must pay. Tony gently tugged at Adeline's sleeve and whispered, Did you know all along he could win? Have you forgotten how he fought that little lion last time? He possesses an extraordinary talent for combat. Some are born warriors. And that is precisely why Keynes took him under his wing. While they spoke in hushed tones, Arthur and Bernie clashed once more. Fueled by the murmurs of the surrounding mercenaries, Bernie was now consumed by rage, launching a frenzied assault on Arthur. Yet, anger alone would not secure victory. Arthur remained as slippery as an eel, darting and weaving through the confined space, appearing desperate, yet evading Bernie's every blow. The fierce onslaught swiftly drained Bernie's stamina and energy, his breaths growing increasingly labored. Trieste clenched his fists tightly, his palms beginning to sweat. Could this child truly defeat a warrior of the first rank? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Trieste shook his head vigorously. It was at this pivotal moment that the tide of battle shifted. As Bernie delivered a frontal kick, Arthur, agile as a monkey, leapt onto the table behind him. Bernie followed suit, shattering the table with a kick. No longer concerned about the damage he inflicted, each attack was fueled by a singular obsession, to obliterate Arthur in one decisive blow. As Bernie's foot struck the table, Arthur sprang into the air, launching himself towards Bernie. Bernie, unyielding, met Arthur's punch head-on. His iron fist, enveloped in a radiant white aura, thundered towards Arthur's chest. To everyone's astonishment, Arthur did not evade. He merely shifted his body slightly in midair. A glimmer of delight sparked in Bernie's eyes as he exerted more force. And with a sharp crack, his fist struck Arthur's left shoulder blade. Simultaneously, Arthur's right hand, claw-like, shot out like lightning, slicing past Bernie's face. Arthur was sent flying back, a piercing scream escaping his lips. Chapter 9. A stunning revelation clutching his shoulder, Arthur rose from the ground, casting a cold glare at the wailing Bernie, whose blood flowed incessantly through his fingers. The boy had actually triumphed. The mercenaries within the bar stood dumbfounded, their expressions a portrait of disbelief. Time seemed to freeze for several seconds before they gradually regained their senses. Two mercenaries rushed over to Bernie, cradling him as they assessed his injuries. Forget him, he's worthless. Just a useless fool. Trieste roared in fury. Mercenaries hold their reputation in the highest regard. Regardless of Trieste's rage, they could not abandon Bernie in front of so many onlookers. Two mercenaries swiftly hoisted Bernie and dashed out of the bar, seeking a healing mage, hoping to salvage his eyesight. All eyes in the bar were on Trieste, who, engulfed in humiliation and disgrace, wished he could vanish into the ground. We're leaving, Trieste declared, unable to remain in the Nightingale bar any longer. Trieste, perhaps you've forgotten something? Adeline and Tony positioned themselves in front of Trieste. You've already lost. Don't be excessive. Trieste's furious gaze bore into Adeline, his hand gripping his sword, trembling slightly. You don't intend to cheat the boy out of his spoils, do you? Adeline waved her staff before Trieste. Turning to Arthur, Trieste asked icily, Do you truly wish to claim that sword? His voice was cold, his gaze sharp, laden with veiled threats. Arthur's left shoulder was visibly deformed, blood seeping from his clothing, yet he remained silent, a smile forcibly plastered on his face. Of course. It is my rightful trophy. Very well, take it. Trieste unexpectedly hurled the sword towards Arthur. No one anticipated his sudden action. The sword, infused with aura, sped towards Arthur, leaving no time for intervention. You despicable fiend. Adeline raised her staff, gathering magical elements rapidly, while Tony, Angus, and the mercenaries of the Blue Orchid drew their weapons. No one believed Arthur could evade Trieste's abrupt strike. What began as a mere bar brawl was on the verge of escalating into a brutal clash between two mercenary factions. Yet, Arthur appeared to have foreseen Trieste's attack. Like a lifeless form, he toppled backward, the sword whizzing past his face. The blade collided heavily with the bar's wall, rebounding with such force that it shattered a massive wine barrel on the ground, a testament to the tremendous power behind it. Having failed in his ambush, Trieste let out a disdainful snort. Adeline, the humiliation brought upon me today by the Blue Rose shall be repaid in kind. Adeline merely curled her lip, adopting an expression of indifference. Since Arthur was unharmed, there was no need for her to continue the confrontation with Trieste, and she withdrew her staff, allowing him passage. As they turned to leave, Trest intended to depart immediately. Wait a moment, a voice interjected. Trest's foot, which had just begun to lift, hesitated and slowly turned back. Deputy Commander Trest, perhaps you have forgotten something? Nightingale, with her arms crossed, regarded Trest with a smile. Without uttering a word, Trest produced a gold coin and tossed it to Nightingale before turning to leave. However, she did not catch it. The coin clinked as it struck the ground. Not enough. 10 gold coins. Trest, caught off guard, nearly stumbled. What? Are you extorting me? Do these few tables amount to 10 gold coins? Nightingale regarded him with a cold smirk. The tables damaged by Bernie were hardly worth anything, but you have shattered a barrel of my finest wine. Does that not count? Is a barrel worth 10 gold coins? Nightingale pointed to the spilled liquor on the floor. You have broken my best barrel of Jean Songzi wine. If you doubt it, Deputy Commander Trest, feel free to taste it from the ground. Trest gritted his teeth, fully aware that Nightingale was attempting to extort him. Yet he could not bring himself to bow down and sample the wine. Is it just 10 gold coins? I, Trest, can afford that. No. It is now 12 gold coins. The additional 2 are for the insult you have inflicted upon me. You can ask these mercenaries when I, Nightingale, have ever extorted anyone. Indeed, Sister Nightingale is the most honorable. Yes, Sister Nightingale has never deceived anyone. The mercenaries gathered around, relishing the spectacle, and rallied behind Nightingale. Trest's face was a mask of frustration, yet he was compelled to swallow his pride. Despite being the fierce deputy commander, he dared not provoke Nightingale. Having emptied his own purse and that of the mercenaries who accompanied him, Trest begrudgingly scraped together the 12 gold coins and fled Nightingale's tavern in disarray. Tony, holding Trest's long sword with a grin, approached Arthur. Well done, lad. From today onward, you are a member of the Blue Rose. In the future, Brother Tony will watch over you. Arthur merely nodded faintly, his complexion pale and beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Get away from him. Can't you see this child is injured? Nightingale's ample frame shoved Tony aside with practiced ease. Skillfully, she pulled aside Arthur's shirt and began to knead his shoulders. As she worked, sweat dripped steadily from Arthur's brow. He closed his eyes, furrowing his brow, yet remained silent. A fragrant handkerchief gently wiped the sweat from his forehead and face. When Arthur opened his eyes, he found himself face to face with Adeline, her encouraging gaze offering solace. Suddenly, he felt a cool sensation on his shoulder, and the pain began to dissipate. The Nightingale meticulously applied a dark ointment to his left shoulder, subsequently wrapping it in layers of white gauze. The bone within had already fractured. It would be prudent not to move it for the next few days. If we could find a healing mage, recovery would be expedited, the Nightingale remarked, turning to Adeline. Thank you, Sister Nightingale. Keynes has truly struck gold this time. This lad is a natural-born mercenary, she responded, as the Nightingale playfully patted Arthur's face. Arthur, feeling bashful, lowered his gaze, a shy smile gracing his features. Young one, it is now yours, Tony said once more, presenting the sword. Do you realize this rare enchanted longsword is worth no less than 300 gold coins? Trias spent an entire year saving for it. His tone was laden with envy, even jealousy. Arthur accepted the sword with one hand, without even glancing at it, and handed it directly to Adeline. Teacher, may I present this sword to you? Adeline looked astonished. Why? It is far too precious. I am unworthy of possessing it, let alone protecting it. The surrounding mercenaries were taken aback. How could such a young child grasp the principle that a gentleman bears no guilt, yet possesses a treasure? No. Tell me, why did you just call me teacher? Did not Aunt Nightingale say, I am your magic apprentice? A sly smile appeared on Arthur's face. Chapter 10. The mercenary world. Keynes and Randall sat side by side at the head of the Mercenary Guild's council chamber. Randall's face was a mask of fury, while Keynes wore a mysterious smile. Adeline, Tony, Angus, and the elf Elia were seated on either side. Only Elia displayed a faint smile, while Adeline remained expressionless. And both Tony and Angus kept their heads bowed. Arthur stood behind Adeline, using her presence as a shield, resembling a small mouse, his eyes furtively darting among the others. Tony, did you instigate this incident again? Randall's wrath was first directed at Tony. I merely exchanged a few words with Trias. The one who truly escalated matters was that little rascal, Arthur, Tony claimed, betraying the very lad he had previously shielded from blame. Adeline shot Tony a fierce glare, and even Angus deliberately shifted his chair away, maintaining distance from him. Randall sneered. Do not presume I am unaware of what transpired. Without you, would Triest have clashed with a child? Your commission from the last task will be halved, and you are forbidden from stepping outside the guild for a month. Tony sprang from his chair, crying out in a voice tinged with desperation, I am wronged. I did not instigate this. Angus can vouch for me. I was quite inebriated and unaware of anything. Angus shrugged nonchalantly. You scoundrel, Angus. You are utterly lacking in loyalty. Tony lunged toward Angus, but recoiled at the sight of Randall's fierce glare. Arthur, step forward. Randall's ire shifted to Arthur. I underestimated you. You dared to challenge Triest. There are many ways to court death, but do not involve the mercenary guild. Remember, you are not a member of the mercenary corps. I can dismiss you at any moment. Arthur bowed his head, remaining silent. I shall withhold 3 months' wages from you. You are forbidden to leave the headquarters without my permission for 3 months. Now get out. Randall waved his hand impatiently at Arthur, as if he wished to see him gone in an instant. Is that all? Is the boy's 3 months' pay merely 3 silver coins? Is this punishment or protection? Everyone in the room regarded Randall with astonished expressions. Thank you, Uncle Randall. Arthur deeply bowed and hurriedly exited. Kane smiled faintly at Arthur's retreating figure. Old friend, do you now recognize that he is indeed my greatest gain on this journey? Boss, how about you spare my wages this time? Tony approached with a cheeky grin. Get lost. Both Keynes and Randall shouted simultaneously. From that day forth, Arthur officially remained with the Blue Bell Mercenary Corps. As a novel world of mercenaries gradually unfolded before him, the Beland continent has never been a tranquil haven. Various races coexist, and conflicts of all sizes are incessant. In the untamed mountains and wilderness, magical beasts roam, rendering these areas forbidden to intelligent beings. Thieving gangs run rampant, plundering and committing acts of violence with alarming frequency. The military forces of each race can only safeguard the major towns, which is why mercenary groups, as the primary armed forces beyond the army, are in high demand. For an appropriate fee, mercenary corps accept a wide range of commission tasks, from escorting and guarding to searching and hunting, and even participate in wars at the behest of kingdoms during times of conflict. However, mercenaries are not a group that operates without principles for the sake of profit. They adhere to their own code of honor. Protection, trust, and courage are the 3 virtues esteemed by mercenaries. Protection is a mercenary's duty. Once a commission is accepted, they must safeguard the employer and goods, even at the cost of their own lives. Trust is the lifeblood of a mercenary. They must believe in their comrades, shielding their brothers from attacks from behind, even unto death. Courage is the tenacity of a mercenary. This is a perilous profession where one's life is exchanged for reward, and cowards can never become exceptional mercenaries. The mercenary corps of Beland continent are categorized into 8 ranks, from the lowest to the highest, with legends suggesting the existence of divine-level mercenary corps beyond the super mercenary rank, corresponding to the ranks of the mercenary corps. Mercenaries themselves are also classified from rank to rank, with legendary divine mercenaries accepting divine commissions, acting as warriors of the gods. The Blue Bell, as a rank 1 mercenary corps, comprises just over 100 mercenaries, making it the smallest among the 3 major mercenary groups in Who Ol City. Yet, the prowess of the Blue Bell is unrivaled. Rank 1 and Rank 2 warriors constitute the backbone of most mercenary groups in Who Ol City, whereas in the Blue Bell, Rank 3 warriors represent the minimum standard for membership. The leader, Keynes, is one of the only 2 Rank 8 martial experts in Who Ol City. The other is the division commander of the garrison, Kunto, who rarely engages in disputes outside military affairs. This is also the primary reason why Trieste, having suffered such humiliation, dares not come forth to provoke. The 2 vice leaders of the Blue Bell are Adeline and Randall, with Adeline being a rank 6 fire mage. Randall is a warrior. However, due to the loss of 1 arm, his level can no longer serve as a measure of his combat prowess. The rogue Tony, the hunter Angus, and the archer Elia form the core of the mercenary band, each holding the rank of level 5 sergeant, and they often take turns leading ordinary missions. As the vice captain, Randall occupies a unique position within the mercenary group. Whispers circulate among the mercenaries that he is, in fact, the true leader of the Blue Elysium. For aside from accepting and assigning tasks, he oversees all matters from finance to logistics. His volatile temperament renders him a figure to be reckoned with, such that even the captain, Keynes, approaches conversations with him with a tone of negotiation. As Randall's assistant, Arthur discovered over time that despite Randall's fierce demeanor, he possesses a kind heart. Randall never regarded Arthur as merely a servant. Even tasks such as cleaning the room were undertaken by himself. Initially, he tasked Arthur with teaching him to read, and later enlisted his help in organizing the storeroom. Arthur, a clever lad, learned swiftly from Randall and cherished his opportunity to remain within the mercenary band, proactively assisting Randall and the other mercenaries with numerous tasks. Before Randall arose in the morning, the water for his face was already prepared in the hall. When Randall opened the door, the courtyard had been tidied to perfection. Within a month, Arthur had become adept at swiftly and accurately locating every item in the mercenary band's extensive storeroom. After 2 months, Randall noticed that he was calling for Arthur with increasing frequency, and by the 3rd month, as soon as Randall opened his mouth, Arthur had already placed before him what he sought. The mercenaries began to observe a transformation within their ranks. Notably, Randall was seen to be less irritable, occasionally sporting a smile upon his round face. Moreover, all weapons and armor were kept impeccably clean and gleaming, regardless of the time they were accessed. For the mundane tasks of the mercenary band, one could always rely on that fellow named Arthur, who consistently found ways to resolve issues. Soon, everyone in the mercenary group had grown fond of this young lad, and Arthur's fortunate days were just beginning. Chapter 11. Living Towards Death Under the Blazing Sun. Beads of sweat rolled off as 30-odd mercenaries practiced the same set of punches repeatedly, their shouts echoing in unison across the training grounds of the mercenary band. In the shadows of the surrounding walls, Arthur mimicked the movements of the mercenaries, surprisingly managing to execute them with some semblance of skill. Whenever he found a moment of leisure, he would rush to the training grounds in the side courtyard, where watching the mercenaries train and spar brought him immense joy. Even without formal instruction, after observing for an extended period, Arthur had managed to grasp the techniques the mercenaries routinely practiced. Put some power into it. A voice suddenly called out from behind Arthur. It was Uncle Randall. Arthur retracted his punch and turned, greeting Randall with a smile. Do you know what this technique is called? They say it's called the rebirth decision. What a peculiar name. Arthur scratched his head in confusion. Its true name is actually the decision towards death. These fellows changed it out of superstition. It is a technique derived from the death squads of the human military, with the essence of the technique centered on living towards death. Martial arts are fundamentally designed for slaughter. It is the courage to confront death that unleashes the most formidable combat prowess, enabling one to vanquish foes upon the battlefield. Randall explained this with remarkable patience. Then, can you teach me the way to death? Arthur inquired, summoning his courage to ask. Randall paused momentarily, his gaze becoming distant, before he sighed heavily. Those who possess this martial technique are nearly all deceased. It is indeed a means that leads to death. Arthur found himself momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, a commotion erupted at the side entrance, as a group of mercenaries rushed in, bearing 2 stretchers. Tony, in a frenzy, dashed to the front, shouting, Randall! Quickly! Save them! Randall and the mercenaries in the training grounds swiftly gathered around. On the stretchers lay 2 mercenaries, their bodies mangled and pallid. One had his entire chest swathed in layers of bandages, soaked crimson with blood. The other had succumbed to unconsciousness, his left pant leg entirely absent. The stretcher awash with blood. Randall tore open the unconscious mercenary's pant leg, revealing a severed lower leg, completely vanished from sight. As he unwrapped the bandages, blood gushed forth, exposing jagged, gaping wounds. Seizing a sharp axe from a nearby mercenary, Randall unleashed a surge of energy. The axe blade flashing as it severed the mercenary's lower leg at the knee. The mercenary let out a horrific scream, plunging into unconsciousness. Randall discarded the axe, and a brilliant white light of energy enveloped the mercenary's wound, staunching the flow of blood. Nearby, a skilled healer among the mercenaries hastily applied a tourniquet to the injury. Let me assist. An elderly wizard approached swiftly. Wobble, a third-tier wood magic practitioner hired by the Blue Orchid mercenary group, was an invaluable asset to any mercenary band. As incantations were uttered, a soft green magical light intertwined with Randall's white energy, encasing the mercenary's wound. Under the nurturing glow of the magic, the bleeding ceased entirely. Moreover, the flesh around the wound began to grow at a visible pace, swiftly sealing the injury. The second-tier wood magic, Sprout of the Wood, possessed extraordinary healing capabilities. The pain of flesh regenerating roused the unconscious mercenary, who, upon realizing he had only half a leg, erupted into a frantic scream, prompting nearby mercenaries to rush forward and restrain him. As Wobble moved to tend to the other mercenary, Randall forcibly pulled Tony aside, demanding, "What on earth happened?" Tony's eyes were bloodshot. It was those bastards from Bloodshed. While we were hunting a three-eyed spirit ape, they deliberately lured a rampaging magical bear towards us. They used bloodlust potions to incite the bear into a frenzied state, ambushing us from behind our carefully set trap. Hag and Bobby were grievously injured as a result. Those scoundrels are playing dirty. Randall seethed with fury. "I will gather our brothers at once. We shall raid Bloodshed's lair." Tony turned to summon aid. "Wait. To confront them directly now is tantamount to declaring war. With Kane's absent, it is not yet time to engage them." Anger did not entirely cloud Randall's judgment. "So, what do you propose we do? Should we simply tolerate the injuries inflicted on Hag and Bobby? This indignation, are we meant to endure it?" Tony glared at Randall, challenging him. Randall, his eyes widening, retorted fiercely, "Tony, how dare you speak to me in such a manner? Do not forget, this is not a battlefield. If we engage in a conflict with the Bloods, the city's army and mercenary guild will surely intervene. We shall settle this account once Kane's returns." At Randall's outburst, Tony's bravado quickly diminished. "Well then, it seems Bobby's life has been spared," Wobble remarked as he steadied himself to stand. Treating two severely injured individuals had already pushed the limits of a third-level mage. "Are they both all right?" Tony inquired again, checking on the condition of the mercenaries. Fortunately, Bobby had sustained no internal or nerve damage and would recover with a few days of rest. However, Hag was in a dire state. Wobble shook his head in resignation. "Is there truly no other recourse? I have heard of magic that can regenerate severed limbs." Tony and the surrounding mercenaries gazed at Wobble with desperate hope. The magic of wood, known as withered wood blossoms, and the light magic radiance of light both possess the power to restore life and regenerate limbs, yet such mastery is reserved for 12th level archmages. Sighing, Wobble continued, "Moreover, even if we could find a 12th level archmage, our mercenary guild could not afford the cost of their intervention. Well, preserving one life is already a stroke of fortune. Let us return Hag home," Randall said, weakly waving his remaining arm. A somber atmosphere enveloped the scene, as all present understood that Hag's mercenary career had come to an end. Arthur silently observed everything unfolding before him. Suddenly, Randall turned to face Arthur, locking eyes with him. "You have witnessed this. Do you still wish to learn the way of embracing death? If I do not learn, will that spare me from death?" Arthur's tone was surprisingly flat. At least it would not be so swift. Being a mercenary is a profession that constantly flirts with death, and the way of embracing death demands that practitioners seek life amidst death. When my mother was slain by orcs, I thought I would perish as well. When I was captured and taken to the orc encampment, I watched helplessly as child after child succumbed. I believed my end was nigh. Since death is inevitable, I refused to face it again without the power to resist. A glimmer of tears welled in Arthur's eyes. He had witnessed his mother's murder and was the sole survivor among the children captured alongside him. In that moment, Randall and the mercenaries began to grasp the harrowing experiences that had shaped this boy, who always wore a smile. "Well done, lad. Since you possess this courage to embrace death, prepare yourself to confront it." Randall's large hand landed heavily on Arthur's slight shoulder. Chapter 12. Dan Yang's Divine Refinement. From the following dawn, a slight figure appeared in the training grounds of the Blue Demon Mercenary Corps. "Faster. Strike with greater swiftness. Only by landing the first blow upon the enemy can you safeguard your own life." Randall instructed Arthur personally, wielding a stick. Any hesitation in Arthur's movements resulted in the stick descending upon him. The decisive strike of death, 72 techniques, employs a myriad of combat methods such as boxing, kicks, elbow strikes, and knee thrusts to target the human body's vital areas: the ear, temples, throat, heart, back of the head, cervical vertebrae, spine, and the rear heart. The movements must be swift, precise, and fierce, each strike unleashing the full force of one's being to eliminate the enemy in a single blow, leaving no opportunity for retaliation. Meanwhile, Randall elucidated the essence of the martial techniques to Arthur. Why such ruthless combat skills? Arthur couldn't help but inquire, turning his head in curiosity. This is a set of techniques derived from Special Operations Forces. When they strike, it is a life or death mission. If they do not eliminate the enemy immediately, they risk their own lives, Randall explained. Is it not possible to employ other methods to kill? Arthur questioned further. The methods of killing are never fixed. The decisive strike of death, 72 techniques, is one of the fastest and most effective means of dispatching an enemy. Distilled from countless life and death battles, yet it merely serves as an introductory approach. Once one reaches the level of a martial artist, any movement can be lethal. I still prefer the attack style of the orcs, Arthur remarked, scratching his head. You would do well to forget everything you learned from the orc encampment. Their techniques, while seemingly ferocious, still leave room for counterattacks. In our battles with orc warriors, we could trade light injuries for their demise at equal levels, and even engage in equal confrontations against stronger foes, Randall retorted. Does that mean you were also a warrior in your youth, Uncle? Captain Keynes and Tony were too, right? Arthur's eyes sparkled with realization. He had long sensed the uniqueness of the mercenary group. The Blue Demon mercenaries lacked the usual sloppiness and carelessness often found among their kind. Their combat methods and daily training replete with military discipline. Randall's expression faltered, as if momentarily lost in memories. Arthur, intrigued, pondered what stories lay hidden beneath the surface. However, his curiosity was met with Randall's furious roar, accompanied by the swift crack of a stick against his back. These are matters not for a child to concern himself with. Practice your side punch 100 more times. From the dawn of day to the dual-hued moonlight, day after day, Randall became like a relentless demon tethered to Arthur, with roars and strikes looming over him whenever he showed the slightest sign of laxity. In the tempest of relentless training, Arthur suddenly comprehended why the mercenaries dared not provoke Randall. His temper was merely the surface of a far more formidable presence. Leaning against the corner of the training ground, Captain Keynes observed Arthur, drenched in sweat under the blazing sun. Are you employing the same methods used to train new recruits back in the day? Are you not concerned about breaking the boy? Rest assured, this lad possesses a resilience far surpassing any soldier I've ever trained, Randall replied, almost ghost-like as he emerged next to Keynes. We must acknowledge that human talents vary. Some are naturally inclined to be artists or musicians, while this boy is inherently a warrior. Keynes's eyes gleamed with the excitement of discovery. Randall suddenly shifted the conversation. How do you plan to handle the matter with the bloodstained mercenary group? Keynes pondered for a moment before speaking softly. Last time, Tristair lost his sword and suffered a blow to his pride, yet neither side formally declared war. Can we truly afford to initiate hostilities this time? Since they wish to engage in underhanded tactics, let us indulge them in their game. What do you propose? I have yet to devise a plan. But perhaps we could send Tony and Arthur? Arthur, are you jesting? Randall exclaimed, astonished at Keynes. Keynes offered a sly smile. Do you not recall that incident at the Nightingale Tavern? I have always believed that Tony and Arthur complement each other perfectly. Last time, Tristair was careless. Otherwise, any mercenary could have easily dispatched Arthur. Surely, you do not wish for that young man to meet his demise. Without enduring trials and tribulations, one cannot grow into an exceptional warrior. Keynes remarked casually. However, mere willingness to face death is insufficient. It is the fighting spirit that ultimately determines a martial artist's greatness. Randall suddenly grasped Keynes' intent, his expression shifting dramatically. I cannot consent. That martial skill is incomplete, and thus far, no one has succeeded in crossing the threshold to become a battle general. Just because no one has succeeded does not mean Arthur cannot. Did you not just assert that his resilience surpasses that of every soldier you have ever commanded? Do you not wish to witness his true potential in your lifetime? Arthur may very well be our final hope, Keynes said with profound significance. Randall fell silent. Since you have resolved to become a mercenary, you must learn not only martial arts, but also cultivate your fighting spirit. Martial skills are superficial, while fighting spirit is fundamental. True warriors embody both. Arthur's instructor had now become Keynes, and Arthur gazed up at him with eager anticipation. He had witnessed the formidable strength of orc warriors possessing fighting spirit in the orc encampment. Yet, orcs would never readily impart their techniques to a human slave. Keynes continued. The martial techniques of the Beland continent are classified into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, each further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. Legends speak of divine techniques that transcend these tiers. The majority of fighting spirits are white. However, if your opponent's spirit displays a different hue, you must exercise caution. The more vibrant the color, the greater the potency. And what level is Leon's fighting spirit? Arthur could not help but interject. Oh, that little lion possesses a mid-tier heaven-grade fighting spirit known as the Crimson Sun's Golden Flow, a closely guarded secret of the Golden Lion clan. Oh, Arthur nodded lightly. a sense of inexplicable melancholy washing over him. You have two options for the fighting spirit you will learn next. One is the military technique known as the harmonization of elements, which pairs with the willingness to face death, and the other is an unnamed technique that Randall and I stumbled upon during an expedition, which we have dubbed the Danyang refinement of the divine. What are their respective levels? Arthur inquired eagerly. The harmonization of elements is an upper-grade, profound technique. The Danyang refinement of the divine must be at a level above the harmonization, but I cannot ascertain its specific grade. If complete, it would certainly qualify as a heavenly technique. Then I shall learn the Danyang refinement of the divine. Keynes regarded Arthur with a serious expression. Young man, do not be so hasty in making your decision. Although the Bingyuan Gi is merely a profound-level technique, it has undergone nearly a millennium of inheritance and practice within our human army, leading to its near perfection. Though the cultivation is slow, it progresses steadily towards the pinnacle of martial education. In stark contrast, no individual has ever breached the celestial gates of a battle general through the arduous practice of Danyang Lian Shun, and the cultivation process is exceedingly tormenting. A trial few can endure. The name Danyang Lian Shun indeed originates from the excruciating experience of training, akin to being scorched by a relentless sun. I yearn to master Danyang Lian Shun, Arthur reiterated without hesitation. In comparison to the helplessness faced in the face of death, what could be more daunting than pain? Keynes suddenly turned his head, casting a knowing smile towards Randall, who stood in the corner. Chapter 13. The burden of suffering. Heavy clouds obscured the entire sky, their edges adorned with a resplendent halo of red and blue, strikingly beautiful. Beneath the clouds, on a high rooftop, two black silhouettes, one large and one small, lay motionless. In front of the rooftop sprawled a vast courtyard, each row of houses illuminated by flickering lights, the courtyard extending back several paces. The two figures remained still, nearly merging with the darkness, their gleaming eyes the only testament to their identities as warriors. A refreshing night breeze swept by, and Arthur felt a profound comfort seep through him. The searing pain of the day long vanished. Since beginning his training in Danyang Lian Shun, these days had felt akin to residing in purgatory. The continent's martial techniques typically emphasize gradual progress, channeling the elemental energies of the world through various meridians into the body, with only a minuscule portion retained within the dantian before being exhaled again. This cyclical process refines the warrior's body through the inhalation and exhalation of energy. However, Danyang Lian Shun adopts a radically different approach, forcefully drawing energy into the body without readily expelling it, instead propelling it to wildly circulate and collide within the meridians until exhaustion. The process of directing this energy to the dantian and then fiercely dispersing it throughout the body resembles a raging fire spreading from the abdomen to all parts. An invisible and intangible blaze, the agony of which is unbearable for most. Each activation of Danyang Lian Shun felt akin to a self-destructive act for Arthur, demanding immense courage. And after each session, he would find himself drenched in sweat. The immense suffering bore significant rewards. After merely half a month of cultivation, he could already sense a thin flow of energy circulating within him, whereas typical profound-level techniques often take 3 months to yield any sensation. I hear you've been practicing Danyang Lian Shun. Arthur was abruptly nudged, pulled from his painful reverie by the small figure of Tony, who lay beside him. Compared to his initial disdain, Tony's impression of Arthur had dramatically transformed. Unsure of how to respond, Arthur merely nodded in acknowledgement. Brother, I advise you not to be deceived by Keynes and Randall. It would be best to abandon this endeavor early. That technique is hardly suited for mortals. The pain you are currently experiencing is merely a prelude, and the torment will only intensify. You know about Danyang Lian Shun as well? Arthur inquired, his gaze filled with curiosity towards Tony. Tony wore an enigmatic smile, remarking that Arthur was not the first guinea pig of Keynes and his companion. Many brothers who had succumbed to their temptations either could not endure the ensuing agony and chose to abandon their pursuits or met their demise during their ascension. Despite Arthur's rapid progress, Tony asserted that with his current technique, he would never attain the rank of a battle general. Arthur, with a wry smile, replied that it was too late for warnings. Having made his decision, he would persist even unto death. Tony, taken aback, scoffed at Arthur's stubbornness. Noting that it was no surprise that those two had taken a liking to him, he then disregarded Arthur's presence. However, Arthur approached him and asked what their next course of action would be. Tony shot him a disapproving glance, bewildered by Kane's decision to involve Arthur, whom he deemed a hindrance. He instructed Arthur to remain behind while he avenged Harg and dealt a couple of stabs to Trieste. Arthur inquired about the next steps following the assassination. Tony, exasperated, questioned why he needed to instruct Arthur on the obvious necessity of fleeing afterward. Arthur, staring at Tony with an expression of bewilderment, seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Tony warned him that if he was too slow and got caught by the bloodstabbers, he should not blame his brother for the lack of a warning. Suddenly enlightened, Arthur remarked that he finally understood why Captain Keynes had sent him along. It was not that he would be foolishly lingering at the Orc encampment, but rather that Tony was the one lacking sense. Tony, slightly taken aback, asked what Arthur meant. Arthur elaborated that once Tony attempted to assassinate Trieste, the bloodstabbers would surely retaliate, leading to an all-out conflict. If Captain Keynes intended to engage in battle with the bloodstabbers, he would not have sent them on this mission. Tony blinked, acknowledging that Arthur had a point, but soon furrowed his brow. Realizing that avenging Harg while avoiding drawing fire upon themselves was indeed a complex task, Arthur, with a mischievous grin, suggested he had a solution. Tony, intrigued yet skeptical, urged Arthur to share his idea. Arthur, with a hint of disdain, warned that if Tony did not believe him, that was his prerogative, as the mission had been entrusted to Tony, not him. Tony poked him again, expressing curiosity about his plan, eager to believe that Arthur possessed clever ideas. Arthur agreed to share his plan, but with a condition: once he helped Tony avenge Harg, he would like to learn some thieving skills. Tony promised that if Arthur could indeed handle the bloodstabbers, he would gladly teach him even his prized shadow-stepping technique. Arthur's eyes lit up with excitement, knowing that while Tony may lack in direct combat prowess, his agility on the battlefield was formidable, thanks to his adept footwork. Tony reassured him that he was trustworthy, but quickly added that if Arthur failed to learn, he shouldn't blame him, as thievery required natural talent. It wasn't a craft just anyone could master. Arthur rolled his eyes, suspecting that this was Tony's true motivation. Since they were playing a cunning game, they might as well embrace such tactics. In the mercenary circles of Who is City, with the ongoing tensions between them and the bloodstabbers, they certainly could not allow the wild wolves to sit idly by and observe. Tony cast a sideways glance at Arthur. Are you intent on instigating friction between the Bloodstalker and the Wild Wolf Fox? I caution you, the leader of the Wild Wolf Fox, Valerio, is a true cunning fox. Do not be so foolish as to bring trouble upon ourselves. Arthur leaned closer to Tony and whispered softly, rest assured, our actions will be discreet. Tony looked at Arthur with astonishment. You may be young, but how is it that you possess such clever schemes? A fleeting shadow of pain crossed Arthur's eyes. In the Orc encampment, human slaves constantly faced the specter of death, devising every possible means to survive. To live, they often resorted to deceiving their comrades and ingratiating themselves with the orcs. Before you attacked that lion encampment, there were 57 human slaves like me. My survival is not merely a stroke of luck. Adversity cultivates resilience. In that moment, gazing at Arthur's still smiling visage, Tony seemed to finally recognize the prematurely matured child before him. Chapter 14. The bar incident. The night had grown deep, yet the revelry within the Nightingale bar showed no signs of abating. The boisterous clamor of mercenaries, the crisp clinking of malt liquor glasses, mingled with the occasional laughter of barmaids, filling the establishment with an air of raucous delight. This was a true reflection of the lives of most mercenaries, where the days beyond the edge of a blade were consumed in drink and the company of women. The alluring bar owner, Nightingale, rested her chin on her hand. Her eyes narrowed as she gazed dreamily at the scene before her, perhaps reminiscing about her own youth. 3 mercenaries clad in grayish leather armor burst through the door with great enthusiasm. The din within the bar momentarily paused before resuming, evidently. No one paid any heed to these minor members of the Wild Wolf Fox mercenary group. The trio scanned the room before swiftly making their way to a table nestled in the center, which was also occupied by several Wild Wolf Fox mercenaries. 7 cups of golden rum, shouted a lanky Wild Wolf Fox mercenary, intentionally raising his voice towards the bar. His call captured the attention of a significant portion of the bar's patrons. Golden rum is regarded as one of the finest spirits across the human realm, known for its sweet, rich flavor and fragrant bouquet, with the finest varieties presenting a crystalline amber hue. A single cup typically commands a price of at least 1 gold coin, affordable only to the wealthiest individuals and mercenary leaders. The other wild wolf fox mercenaries at the table gazed eagerly at the lanky mercenary. One unable to contain his curiosity, inquired, Solik, "What fortune have you encountered that you are so generous in treating your brothers to such fine liquor?" "No fortune, merely a stroke of luck in acquiring a bargain." Solik replied with a proud grin. "What bargain? Do enlighten us," the other mercenaries urged. The bar was, after all, a place for mercenaries to boast and jest, and thus Solik felt no need to conceal his words. He glanced around, noting the many eyes upon him, and deliberately took his time unfastening a long, wrapped bundle from his waist. As he peeled away the layers of the hide, a magnificent long sword emerged, its hilt adorned with a strikingly large red gemstone that stood out prominently. With a gentle pull, a shimmering azure hue flickered within the bar, a unique magical luster characteristic of an enchanted longsword. Good heavens! A rare grade enchanted longsword. What extraordinary luck have you stumbled upon to acquire this? This blade is worth no less than 300 gold coins. The surrounding mercenaries from the Wild Wolf Fox could not contain their astonishment. Solik, with his arms crossed, relished the envious and eager gazes cast upon him by the other mercenaries. "Do share how you came by this enchanted longsword," they urged him. At that corner of the bar, a country bumpkin approached me, claiming it belonged to his deceased father. The lad, oblivious to its worth, thought he had struck gold when I offered him 10 coins. He took the money and bolted. "What? Only 10 coins? You must be joking. You can't let him off that easily." "Indeed. Boss, bring us 7 more mugs of golden rum." The mercenaries from Wild Wolf Fox chattered excitedly, their eyes glimmering with exhilaration. Suddenly, a large hand reached out from the side, aiming to grasp the enchanted long sword on the table. "Brother, what do you think you're doing?" Solik, quick on his feet, deflected the hand, nearly losing his balance in the process. The hand belonged to a tall, robust middle-aged mercenary, unmistakably marked by a silver eye patch over one eye. Solik, the silver-eyed, a level 5 sergeant, renowned in the mercenary circles of Walor City for his ruthless reputation. "I mean no harm. I merely wish to examine the sword." Solik's singular eye glinted ominously as he fixed his gaze on Solik. A chill ran through Solik. He recognized Solik well. Yet, in the mercenary world, to back down from a challenge posed by another mercenary was to invite ridicule, forever branding one as a coward. Solik grasped the long sword on the table and, meeting Solik's gaze, coldly replied, "Permission is required to look. My young friend, this sword appears rather familiar. It resembles one that our commander, Triest, lost a few days ago." Many mercenaries in this circle were aware that Solik was a staunch ally of Triest, the vice-captain of the blood-stained mercenary group. With this statement, the crowd's attention shifted back to the longsword. Several months prior, when Triest lost this sword in a tavern, some mercenaries had been present, and many recognized the ruby on the hilt. Yet, no one pondered how the sword had come into the possession of a poor country lad, only to end up with the Wild Wolf Fox mercenaries. "I am unfamiliar with the appearance of Vice-Captain Triest's sword, but I purchased this one for 10 gold coins." Solik retorted defensively. "Many here have seen Triest's sword, and now I suspect the origins of yours are dubious." Solik dismissed Solik's explanation entirely. Solik tightened his grip on the sword, stepping back cautiously as doubt loomed. "Please accompany me to the blood-stained mercenary group. If Commander Triest asserts that this sword is not his, you are free to leave." Solik restrained his anger, thinking, "Do you take me for a fool? Once we reach your blood-stained mercenary group, any sword not yours will be claimed as such. If you are unwilling to accompany me, Solik, I shall ensure you do not suffer loss. You purchased it for 10 gold coins. Thus, I shall compensate you with 20 gold coins. Furthermore, the drinks for my brothers tonight shall be on me. Are you dreaming? I must inform you that I shall not sell it." Solik turned to leave, but Solik swiftly stepped in front of him, declaring, "You shall not depart until we clarify this matter." Solik's face darkened as he glared at Solik. "So, you intend to resort to force? That is not my intention. You may either accompany me to Bloodstain or wait here for Captain Triest to arrive. Otherwise, you shall not take a single step out of this tavern. You Bloodstained mercenaries are far too overbearing. I will leave, and no one shall dare stop me." With a flash of cold light, Solik drew his enchanted longsword. The mercenaries of the Wild Wolf Fox, who stood alongside Solik, also rose, encircling Solik. "While others may fear you Bloodstained mercenaries, we Wild Wolf Fox do not." The 3 Bloodstained mercenaries, who had been seated with Solik, rushed to join the fray. The two factions began to shove and shout at one another, the tension escalating towards an imminent brawl. For the bored mercenaries, a fight was the greatest amusement. As the rivalry between the esteemed Bloodstained and Wild Wolf Fox mercenary groups brewed, the other mercenaries in the tavern grew excited, banging their mugs on the tables, creating a cacophony of noise. Witnessing the chaos spiral out of control, a flicker of hesitation crossed Salik's eyes. He believed he had extended considerable courtesy to these lowly mercenaries. Yet their fierce resistance surprised him. Mercenaries risked their lives for profit. They would dare to gamble their safety for a mere handful of gold coins, let alone for a weapon valued at hundreds of gold coins. Salik overlooked the vast disparity between the 20 gold coins and the true worth of the sword. Without this opportunity, Solik might never have a chance to possess such an enchanted longsword. Thus, for the sake of the sword and the dignity of a mercenary, he would fight fiercely. In that moment of indecision, a large mug unexpectedly soared through the air from the onlooking mercenaries, striking Salik squarely in the face, igniting the brawl. Chapter 15. Fishing in troubled waters. The errant flying mug became the catalyst for the ensuing melee. Naturally, the mug did not hit the silver-eyed Salik. He immediately retaliated, his fist enveloped in fighting spirit shattering the mug into pieces, not a drop of liquid spilling onto him. However, the shards of the splintered mug struck the nearby Wild Wolf Fox mercenaries like sharp projectiles, causing pain and cries of agony from the two who were closest. Unable to evade the flying debris, Salik, intent on identifying the culprit who had thrown the mug, was soon beset by the enraged Wild Wolf Fox mercenaries. Solik led the charge, a glint of cold steel aimed at Salik's face. "You seek death." Salik's singular eye glinted with icy resolve as he sidestepped the blade, swiftly grasping Solik's wrist and wrenching it outward. His other fist, charged with fighting spirit, struck solidly against Solik's abdomen. Though Solik, a mere third-tier warrior, wielded an enchanted longsword, the disparity in strength between him and Salik was substantial. A sudden, excruciating pain in his abdomen contorted his features, and as he was sent hurtling backward, he relinquished his grip on the sword. The forsaken blade grazed the head of a mercenary as it flew past, embedding itself deeply into a pillar of the tavern, its edge penetrating more than half a foot into the wood. Having just sent Solik flying, two mercenaries from the Wild Wolf Fox group lunged at Salik from either side. Salik managed to kick one aside, but was swiftly met with a kick to the waist from the other, causing him to stagger back precariously. Just as Salik regained his footing, Solik, enduring agonizing pain, climbed back to his feet. This time, he did not attempt to retrieve his sword, but instead lunged at Salik with a frenzied cry. It was against the tavern's rules for mercenaries to engage in combat with weapons, and Solik had already transgressed, prompting Salik to strike decisively and send the sword flying. Witnessing the conflict unfold, the surrounding mercenaries surged forward, tables and chairs were upended, and the air was filled with the sound of fists meeting flesh as the two factions clashed violently. Despite Salik's superior combat prowess, the Wild Wolf Fox group boasted 7 members, while the Bloodstab faction had only 4. Under such conditions, and unable to deliver lethal blows, Salik found himself taking several hits in succession. While brawls among mercenaries were a common occurrence in the tavern, large-scale skirmishes between two mercenary factions were rare. The onlookers erupted with excitement, cheering and gulping down their drinks. Nightingale, accustomed to such chaos, remained contemplative at the bar. The tumultuous scene before her reminiscent of her youth when two small mercenary factions clashed. The cacophony of shouts, the thuds of fists upon bodies, and the roars of approval melded into a singular sound, nearly lifting the tavern's roof off. Amidst the frenzied spectators, 2 slight figures remained unnoticed. They appeared as enthusiastic as the others, their voices no less loud, yet their oversized cloaks concealed their forms, and their gazes were unnervingly calm. "You're quite clever, devising such a tactic," Tony remarked softly as he nudged Arthur with his foot. "I think it's insufficient. This won't escalate the situation enough," Arthur replied quietly. "Just watch me." Tony chuckled mischievously before retreating. At the back of the crowd, a burly mercenary strained on his toes to peer forward, but the throng obstructed his view, prompting him to curse under his breath. Suddenly, he felt a lightness in his waist, and his perspective shifted upward. Before he could revel in this newfound elevation, he was lifted off the ground and hurled into the fray. "Who the hell did that?" the burly mercenary exclaimed as he soared through the air, searching for the culprit. Before he could identify his assailant, he collided forcefully with Salik's back, who was already engaged in a precarious situation with two opponents. The impact sent Salik stumbling forward, and Solik, alongside the other mercenaries, seized the opportunity to launch a relentless assault. Fueled by rage, Salik's inner energy surged forth, unleashing a powerful shockwave that sent Solik and his allies sprawling backward. As I turned around, I caught sight of the bearded mercenary who had attempted to ambush me rising from the ground. With a swift pivot, I executed a flying kick that sent him tumbling into the throng of mercenaries, inadvertently knocking over two onlookers in the process. You even dare to strike me? The bloodstained are truly nothing but scum. The bearded mercenary spat a mouthful of blood onto the floor, disregarding the search for his assailant, and lunged directly at Salik. We shall join in, cried the two mercenaries who had been knocked down, rushing forward to assault the bloodstained mercenaries. At that moment, Salik realized he had struck the wrong target. However, in the heat of battle, one cannot show weakness. He resolved to unleash his full power, leveraging his superior level to knock down each mercenary that charged at him. The bar had descended into chaos, alongside the three mercenaries who had initially engaged. More were inexplicably thrust into the fray or hurled into the battlefield, joining the melee after being attacked. The majority of the mercenaries focused their assaults on the bloodstained faction, and aside from Salik, who continued to fight fiercely, the other three bloodstained mercenaries had been overpowered and lay on the ground, besieged by their adversaries. How about that? Enough intensity now? Tony, weaving through the crowd, squeezed back to Arthur's side. Then we shall join in as well. Indeed, Salik has garnered enough attention today. I shall deliver a decisive blow. Tony's gaze glinted coldly at Salik, enveloped in a halo of white energy. No, we must aid the bloodstained. Arthur firmly grasped Tony, who was about to charge at Salik. Tony paused, momentarily taken aback. Trust me on this. Be cautious not to reveal your identity, and then we shall disperse. Arthur nodded emphatically at Tony and turned towards the enchanted longsword embedded in the pillar, moving slowly toward it. Nightingale furrowed her brows, sensing something amiss. This brawl over a sword seemed to have spiraled beyond control. Just then, a series of sharp cracks echoed as three lights on the bar's wall shattered, plunging the room into darkness. Cease immediately. As Nightingale recognized the gravity of the situation, she resolved to put an end to the brawl. A piercing scream resonated throughout the bar, coinciding almost simultaneously with Nightingale's command. The fighting halted abruptly, and the entire establishment fell silent. Salik, clutching his abdomen with both hands, began to collapse, a bone-hilted dagger embedded within him. It wasn't me, I didn't do it, protested a blood-stained mercenary rising from the ground, shaking his head vigorously, his scabbard now empty. Nightingale stood momentarily stunned. This was no longer an ordinary brawl. Chapter 16. The mercenaries' first hunt. What began as a mere skirmish had escalated into a bloody incident. While conflicts among mercenaries were common, fatalities were exceedingly rare. After all, without any vested interests at stake, none would resort to lethal force. Moreover, it was an unwritten rule that mercenaries would support one another in times of trouble in the wild. You wait, today's events are far from over. The wolf-fox mercenary hoisted Salik and hurriedly exited the tavern, not forgetting to issue a stern warning. Indeed, this was only the beginning. After witnessing his mercenaries brazenly robbed of their weapons and injured in a tavern, how could the wild wolf-fox endure such humiliation? That very night, the two vice leaders of the mercenary group, the ferocious wolf Irida and the fiery wolf Isaiah, led over 200 enraged wild wolf-fox mercenaries to blockade the entrance of the blood-stained mercenary corps, demanding the surrender of the perpetrators and compensation. Aware of their wrongdoing, the bloodstained faction could not acquiesce, for doing so would mean losing face in the entire mercenary community. Fueled by rage, Trieste, whose weapons had sparked the incident, burst forth with the blood-stained mercenaries, ready to confront the wild wolf-fox head-on. A large-scale brawl between the mercenary factions was on the verge of erupting. However, the leaders of both sides, the cunning old fox Valerio and the shrewd Kikir, did not make an appearance. Thus, they stood in a tense standoff, hurling insults without daring to strike first. The massive confrontation immediately attracted the attention of the city's defense forces. Due to their intervention, the impending clash was ultimately averted. But the commanding officer of the station troops, the 8th level battle school powerhouse Commander Kunto, was compelled to intervene personally. The enchanted longsword that had ignited the dispute mysteriously vanished amid the chaos, leaving the bloodstained faction without corroborating evidence. Consequently, The only verifiable claim remained that Solik had attempted to seize the weapons of the wild wolf-fox mercenaries, which instigated the altercation, and that the bloodstained mercenaries had gravely wounded Solik during the turmoil. The evidently culpable leader of the bloodstained mercenary corps, Kikir, was thus forced to concede, compensating the wild wolf-fox with 400 gold coins to quell the matter. Although an outright battle was averted, a deep-seated enmity was forged, and both sides harbored unresolved grievances, resulting in persistent minor skirmishes between the mercenaries for an extended period. Given that the conflict stemmed from the sword allegedly lost by Trieste, both mercenary groups suspected the Blue Enchantress of instigating discord. Yet, the Blue Enchantress mercenary corps remained aloof throughout the ordeal, leaving no traceable evidence of involvement. Little did they know, the entire affair was the result of the reckless actions of Tony and Arthur, two mischievous rascals. Just as their instigation bore fruit, they were sternly curtailed by Keynes and Randall. Arthur, still a child, believed his clever little schemes would go unnoticed once they yielded profit. Through this incident, Keynes and Randall realized they had underestimated Arthur. This little fellow consistently brought unforeseen surprises. The tavern incident re-established a delicate balance among the three esteemed mercenary groups of Huoria City, where mutual animosity coexisted with an inability to act against one another. Meanwhile, the instigator of the event, Arthur, swiftly navigated through the dense oak forest, gracefully leaping over clusters of underbrush and tangled vines. Clad in a set of earthy-toned leather armor crafted from unknown animal hides, the edges of the armor frayed. Arthur sported a blue headband that held back his shoulder-length black hair. His physique had noticeably transformed since his arrival at the mercenary group, growing robust and no longer resembling the frail, scrawny boy he once was. As he ran, Arthur retrieved a dark iron bow from his back, and an arrow was released almost simultaneously from the taut string. Before the swift arrow, a black-backed wild boar was diligently rooting at the base of a towering oak tree, its sharp tusks carving deep grooves into the hard roots with each thrust. The black-backed wild boar, a formidable magical beast, though not particularly intelligent, possessed a volatile temperament. Its pair of razor-sharp tusks rivaled finely crafted spears, and its coarse hide was as resilient as iron armor, impervious to ordinary blades. An adult black-backed wild boar weighed nearly half a ton, comparable in size to a calf, and when enraged, it was nearly impossible for 2 or 3 warriors of equal rank to approach. Despite this, its flesh and tusks remained coveted by hunters and mercenaries alike, who were willing to take great risks to pursue it. Upon hearing the sound of the arrow slicing through the air, the boar ceased its foraging and turned its head. At that moment, the arrow struck the creature's neck, and the immense inertia sent the boar tumbling to the ground. Shaking its head, the boar quickly regained its footing, causing the arrow to fall to the ground. What appeared to be a swift and lethal shot had only inflicted superficial wounds. The boar then noticed the young human who had attacked it and let out a low, pained growl as it charged toward Arthur. Undeterred, Arthur maintained his pace, his fingers deftly working the bowstring as 3 arrows flew in succession, forming a near-perfect line aimed at the wild boar. "Triple shot!" exclaimed a voice from the branches of a nearby oak tree, where the miserly Elia was astonished to witness the young lad utilizing his own talents. "Have you really revealed your secret skill, Shadowslip? Otherwise, how could he move so effortlessly? I'm merely lost to him. I, Tony, have always been the most trustworthy of mercenaries." "I just didn't anticipate his rapid learning," replied Tony, who, along with Angus, was concealed among the branches. This was Arthur's first solo venture into the wild, a decision encouraged by Randall, who believed that only through facing perilous challenges and life-or-death battles could the strongest mercenaries be forged. However, concerned for his safety, he had dispatched Tony and Angus to follow him discreetly. "Is it too dangerous to let him confront a first-tier magical beast alone?" Angus expressed his worry. Tony, wiping his nose, replied nonchalantly, "Just watch. This kid is a genius. In just half a year, he has mastered his aura and become a first-tier warrior. How long did it take you to hone your skills? 3 years, or 5? While the two exchanged banter in the trees, Arthur had already discarded his bow and charged toward the black-backed wild boar. The previous 3 arrows had struck nearly the same spot, and the last penetrated over half a foot into the boar's nape, swaying violently as the creature ran, thick blood spraying in its wake. Arthur had fully enraged this first-tier magical beast. With a furious roar, the boar lunged at Arthur's abdomen, its tusks poised like deadly blades ready to cleave him in two. In that critical moment, as the tusks neared, Arthur executed a nimble spin, narrowly evading the boar's assault. Faced with the beast once more, Arthur hefted his over-foot-long straight-bladed hunting knife, allowing a hint of disdain to flicker across his features. Chapter 17. The Apprentice of Magic Amidst the Tangled Underbrush. The young mercenary faced his first hunt with calm determination. The enraged beast roared as it charged relentlessly at the diminutive human before it, seeking to rend him apart with its tusks and send him flying. The thicket was the domain of the black-backed wild boar, its formidable strength carving deep furrows through the underbrush. In the face of the boar's frenzied onslaught, Arthur exhibited a composure and calmness far beyond that expected of one so young, narrowly evading each attack at the very last moment. What appeared to be a perilous endeavor was, in truth, a meticulously calculated dance of evasion, sparing not even a modicum of effort. As he deftly dodged, Arthur's sharp hunting knife repeatedly slashed across the boar's hide. Although each incision was shallow, after a dozen evasions, the boar was marked with numerous bleeding wounds, its once glossy black bristles now stained in crimson. This spectacle left Tony and Angus, perched high in the trees, utterly astonished. Did this young lad not know fear? It was as if he were honing his skills against the beast. Little did they realize that to Arthur, who had long since grown accustomed to far more ferocious orc warriors within the orc encampment, this rampaging black-backed wild boar was less intimidating than the camp's dire wolves. After yet another failed charge, the boar hesitated, its body trembling slightly, the relentless loss of blood rendering it weak. Yet its blood-red eyes remained fixated on Arthur, brimming with brutality, madness, and fury. This was a sign of the boar's complete eruption. A crazed beast would rather perish than retreat. Arthur tightened his grip on the hunting knife, slightly bending at the waist, his gaze firmly locked on the boar. Now he was truly serious. In an instant, both the boar and Arthur surged forward, hurtling toward one another. The boar, gathering its strength, leapt from the ground, a torrent of power descending upon Arthur from above. The force was sufficient to send Arthur flying, its tusks poised to easily pierce through his leather armor and tear open his chest. Yet, in the face of the charging boar, Arthur demonstrated no inclination to evade. He too leapt into the air. Higher than the boar, he brandished the knife, its blade gleaming with deadly intent, piercing forth like a bolt of lightning. This was clearly a move of mutual destruction. The crux of life and death hinged upon whether the boar's tusks would first cleave Arthur's chest or his knife would find its mark in the beast's flesh. This was a gamble with death, each strike a desperate bid for survival. But in that fateful moment of collision, an unexpected twist occurred. The boar abruptly jerked its head, launching its tusks forward like two flying daggers aimed directly at Arthur's chest and face. From their vantage point, Tony and Angus could not suppress a gasp. Having forgotten to warn Arthur that although the black-backed boar was but a low-tier beast, all magical creatures possessed innate magical abilities. The boar was no exception. Its innate skill was the ability to launch its tusks as projectiles. The loss of its tusks has rendered the wild boar significantly less formidable in terms of its offensive capabilities. Thus, it would never relinquish its prized tusks unless in a dire moment of self-preservation. It appears that Arthur's earlier mockery has genuinely provoked it, for the black-backed wild boar is now consumed by rage. Faced with the impending onslaught of the tusks, Arthur does not evade. The proximity of the attack leaves little room for escape. He merely shifts his body slightly in midair, striving to avoid critical harm, extending his arm as his blade strikes with greater urgency. One tusk grazes Arthur's cheek, drawing forth a vivid line of crimson, while the other pierces through his leather armor, the immense inertia sending him crashing to the ground. Arthur's hunting knife ultimately fails to make contact with the wild boar's flesh. It seems that with its last vestige of strength, the black-backed wild boar collapses, its massive head crashing down before Arthur. Before the boar can rise and launch another assault, Arthur, lying on his back, springs up like a coiled spring, propelling himself forward as his 1-foot-long blade swiftly plunges into the boar's eye socket. The black-backed wild boar thrashes its head wildly, emitting a desperate, guttural roar. Arthur grips the knife's handle tightly, forcefully twisting the blade, effectively obliterating the boar's brain. The creature sways, attempting to regain its balance, but after several futile attempts, it tumbles heavily to the ground, silenced at last. Arthur stumbles backward, collapsing onto the ground. A tusk remains embedded in his chest, and blood continues to stream down his left cheek, yet he finds himself utterly drained of strength. That final strike has exhausted the last remnants of his fighting spirit. It is akin to the tale of a fledgling mercenary, barely crossing the threshold of a first-level warrior, triumphantly claiming the slaying of a first-level magical beast, comparable to an old mercenary drunkenly boasting of having once hunted a dragon. Arthur propels himself upright with great effort, tilting his head back to reveal a mischievous grin towards the distant, towering oak. This little rascal, he muses, must have known we were trailing behind. Tony cannot help but curse under his breath, preparing to slide down the tree trunk. Ah no. Suddenly, Angus exclaims in alarm. Accompanying his outcry is a thunderous roar. Arthur, now acutely aware, turns his head sharply, his already pale visage becoming even more ashen from the loss of blood. A slightly smaller black-backed wild boar charges at him frenziedly, its shorter tusks and relatively smooth bristles marking it as a female. Damn it, I've encountered a pair of love-struck wild boars. This one has come seeking vengeance. Amidst the threat of life and death, an odd thought flashes through Arthur's mind. A fiery surge ignites within him, awakening the last remnants of his latent potential. And he suddenly springs to his feet. The sudden movement aggravates his chest wound, causing him to grimace in pain. After only a few faltering steps, he stumbles once more. In his weakened state, escape seems impossible. In an instant, the black-backed wild boar is upon him, its sharp tusks aimed menacingly at his lower back, delivering its final thrust. As Angus drew back his hunting bow, Tony's head collided forcefully with the trunk of a tree, 100 meters away, leaving no time for anything to be done. At the moment when the black-backed wild boar collided with Arthur, a massive fireball erupted between the two, sending them both hurtling backward. A third-level magic explosion. Angus and Tony were momentarily stunned. Chapter 18. Dual cultivation of martial and magical arts. The atmosphere in the conference hall of the Blue Demon Mercenary Corps was stifling and somber, as if a tempest were poised to erupt at any moment. Standing in the center of the hall, Arthur kept his head bowed, his tattered leather armor hanging in shreds upon him, while the wounds on his face and chest had long since healed. For a mercenary group boasting a wood element mage, such external injuries were easily managed. Arthur clenched his fists tightly, daring not to look up. Outside the conference hall, numerous mercenaries peered in with curiosity. Despite Arthur having employed a magical scroll to ultimately slay the black-backed wild boar, the fact that a newly initiated first-tier human warrior had killed two magical beasts of the same tier in his inaugural battle sent shockwaves through the mercenary corps. Who permitted you to study magic? The first to speak was Randall, his voice laced with suppressed anger. Arthur's magic is my instruction. He is now my magical apprentice. Came a calm response from Adeline, standing nearby. No, it was not Adeline who taught me, but I persistently implored her to teach me magic, Arthur interjected hastily, waving his hands in explanation. Randall shot a fierce glare at Adeline. Within the mercenary group, he cared for no one. Adeline showed no inclination to elaborate further, maintaining her impassive demeanor. Did I not inform you that once you choose to become a warrior, you must forsake the study of magic? Why did you not heed my words? Randall roared, his fury finally unleashed. In the Beland continent, there exists a distinct boundary between warriors and mages, with few mastering both disciplines. The reason is simple. Whether aspiring to be a high-ranking warrior or a grand mage, one requires an abundance of time and energy for cultivation. Warriors must tirelessly absorb fighting energy, honing their bodies through it while continually perfecting their martial skills. Mages, conversely, require even more time to meditate and refine their spirits, communing with the magical elements in space, all the while memorizing numerous magical construction formulas. The foundational theory of cultivation posits that warriors cultivate the body while mages cultivate the spirit. I merely wish to expand my knowledge, Arthur murmured, still hesitant to lift his gaze. To what extent have you learned? It was the commander, Keynes, who posed this question. I am now capable of communicating with the magical elements that roam through space and retaining a small portion within myself, Arthur replied candidly. And constructing magical arrays? I have yet to achieve that. I always fall just short. What magical element do you find easiest to communicate with? It seems I can converse with all magical elements. Arthur raised his head slightly, a hint of pride showing. Whoosh, Keynes whistled, a teasing lilt to his voice. I thought our mercenary corps might gain a future grand mage. Arthur displayed a look of surprise, seemingly realizing that Keynes did not appreciate his ability to communicate with magical elements. Arthur's expression caught Kaines's attention, prompting him to turn to Adeline beside him and chuckle. It seems you have not devoted yourself entirely to teaching your magical apprentice. Adeline's cheeks flushed slightly. Arthur lacked any affinity for the magical elements, rendering him ill-suited to become a sorcerer. However, I had promised to take him on as an apprentice at the Nightingale Tavern, and that explosive fireball scroll was my introductory gift as a mentor. I had not anticipated his ability to channel magical energy so swiftly. This matter pertains to another fundamental theory in the cultivation realm. Only those favored by magical spirits can become sorcerers. To attain the status of a sorcerer, one must establish a connection with the magical elements that wander through the ether. Yet, the type of physique capable of communicating with these elements appears to be entirely random. Scholars across the Beland continent have yet to uncover any discernible patterns. Even the offspring of sorcerers have no better chances of connecting with magical elements than those of commoners. Furthermore, even if one can commune with magical elements, it does not guarantee the path to becoming a sorcerer. The next criterion involves the affinity for magical elements. Only those who possess a particular closeness to a specific type of magical element are truly qualified to pursue the sorcerer's path. Among ordinary individuals, the likelihood of ultimately becoming a sorcerer is exceedingly rare, and it is precisely this high barrier that elevates the status of sorcerers above that of warriors on the continent. Of course, there are sorcerers who can connect with 2 or even 3 types of magical elements, yet their accomplishments tend to pale in comparison to those of single-element sorcerers. Throughout the history of the continent, no universal sorcerer has ever emerged. Arthur's face betrayed a hint of disappointment as he turned to Adeline. Does this mean I can never become a sorcerer? Adeline offered a wry smile and gently shook her head. In theory, anyone capable of communicating with magical elements can become a sorcerer. However, their ability to gather and manipulate these elements would be significantly slower than that of sorcerers with a singular affinity, and this disparity becomes increasingly pronounced at higher levels. Many individuals spend their lives remaining at the novice sorcerer stage. Arthur's previously dim expression brightened once more. So, I can still learn magic from you? Adeline's smile returned, though this time it was genuine yet tinged with resignation. Of course you can. However, you are better suited to become a warrior. On that path, you will go much further. Indeed, Arthur nodded emphatically. One day, I will become a powerful warrior, but I shall not abandon my pursuit of magic. Impudent fool. You must relinquish such foolish notions at once. Do not entertain the idea of dual cultivation. It is utterly impossible. Randall interjected, dousing Arthur's enthusiasm with cold reality. Arthur met Randall's stern gaze with determination. Master, if you want me to abandon my magical studies, you must explain why. Since Randall began teaching Arthur martial skills, he had voluntarily changed his form of address. Initially, Randall was not accustomed to it, but over time, he accepted Arthur's choice. The path of a warrior resembles a long-distance race. Those who aspire to become formidable warriors have no margin for error. Once one strays from the correct path, their lifetime of potential is halted. Wasting energy on pursuits known to yield no results is the height of folly. Randall seemed to recollect something, his gaze momentarily distant as he spoke. I appreciate your teachings, Master Randall, yet my desire to learn magic remains unwavering. I assure you, it will not hinder my training as a warrior, Arthur persisted, refusing to relent. This marked the first time Arthur had openly defied Randall since joining the mercenary group. You. Randall's eyebrows arched, a formidable aura of fighting spirit threatening to erupt from within him. Just in time, a large hand descended upon Randall's shoulder, suppressing the surge of energy that was about to burst forth. You still possess such fervor. Let us first hear the young one's explanation, Kaines said, slightly raising his chin to encourage Arthur to continue. When I commenced my studies in magic, it was merely to broaden my knowledge and enhance my strength. However, when I fully immersed myself in communicating with the elements of magic, I forgot the pain inflicted upon my body by the Danyang spirit refinement, Arthur explained. What? Repeat that. Kaines and Randall exclaimed in unison. Once a warrior enters the first-tier realm, a vortex within their dantian begins to automatically rotate, absorbing the fighting spirit from the surroundings, expanding their meridians and refining their flesh and bones. The greatest drawback of the Danyang spirit refinement is the excruciating pain it inflicts on the body, akin to being scorched by fire. Consequently, the soldiers previously trained could hardly endure prolonged sessions, requiring breaks every half hour to stave off the maddening, searing agony. Yet Arthur claimed he could overlook such torment. This implied that Arthur could simultaneously cultivate both fighting spirit and magic, a phenomenon unprecedented. Moreover, his training under the Danyang spirit refinement would surpass that of the soldiers he had trained with by several folds. Impossible. How could you maintain focus amidst such pain and commune with the magical elements? Randall exclaimed, stepping forward and gripping Arthur's shoulders with such intensity that Arthur grimaced in discomfort. Initially, I hoped to alleviate the pain by diverting my mental focus. To my astonishment, the pain rendered the magical elements even more vivid and tangible. Once I fully engaged, I forgot the pain. Arthur countered. Impossible, impossible. How can such a thing exist? Randall shook his head in disbelief. Why not? It's merely that none of the soldiers we trained were foolish enough to attempt cultivating magic while simultaneously refining their fighting spirit. Keynes could not contain his laughter. Huh. Our blue rose has truly stumbled upon a treasure this time. Chapter 19. The young man grows. The dawn cast a golden radiance, enveloping the expansive training grounds. In the arena, a youth stood bare-chested, the golden sunlight accentuating the fiery fighting spirit that flickered around him like a halo. Engaging him were 3 robust mercenaries. Their years of synergy evident in their balanced offense and defense, striking fiercely as they adopted a life-or-death stance. Even more daunting was the fact that all 3 were third-tier warriors, their combined might capable of overpowering a fourth-tier officer of a higher realm. Despite facing 3 opponents, the youth maintained a distinct advantage. With his shadow step technique, his form moved with a ghostly agility, weaving effortlessly through the formidable onslaught of the trio. His punches struck with the swiftness of lightning, while his kicks lashed out like a whip, the air crackling in response to his fierce onslaught. Strangely, his movements bore no fixed pattern, yet each strike aimed at the vital points of the 3 opponents before him, forcing them into a state of disarray as they struggled to defend themselves. On the sidelines, Kane stroked his golden beard, unable to conceal the amusement on his face. Beside him, Randall maintained a stoic demeanor, his expression impassive as he scrutinized the unfolding battle, his keen gaze missing not a single detail. Suddenly, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. Arthur's form darted forward, leaping towards the mercenary directly in front of him, delivering a powerful punch aimed at the mercenary's face. The mercenary retreated, crossing his forearms to block, attempting to thwart Arthur's strike, while 2 others advanced from either side to assist him. Just as Arthur's fist moved halfway towards its target, he abruptly halted, his clenched fist transforming into an open palm, from which a water sphere the size of a human head shot forth. A level 1 water spell, Water Ball. Although the water ball possessed limited offensive power, it caused the mercenary to flinch, closing his eyes and leaning back. Seizing the opportunity, Arthur lowered his shoulder and executed a shoulder charge, sending the mercenary flying. Unable to rise again. This rascal has resorted to that tactic again? Keynes cursed under his breath, though his tone betrayed a sense of admiration. Randall, however, scoffed derisively. Nothing but a clever trick. The remaining 2 mercenaries were no match for Arthur, and within moments, one was sent sprawling by a well-placed kick, while the other lay on the ground, unwilling to continue the fight. Arthur turned, lifting his chin slightly, and offered a smug smile towards Keynes and Randall. In response, he was met with Randall's furious roar. What was that kick? Soft as a feather, devoid of any strength. I'll have you kick a wooden post 1,000 times. You shall not eat until you finish. The sidelines erupted with the jeers of the watching mercenaries. The 3 who had just been defeated by Arthur were particularly vocal in their taunts. Time flew by, and Arthur's growth within the mercenary group over the past few years had been nothing short of astonishing. At not even 15 years of age, he had reached the pinnacle of a level 2 warrior. Were it not for Randall's insistence on solidifying Arthur's foundation, he could have easily crossed into the ranks of a level 3 warrior. Although still a level 2, no mercenary below the rank of lieutenant within the group could stand against this young upstart, leaving the seasoned veterans with considerable embarrassment, not only within the mercenary group. But Arthur had also become a local tyrant in the city of Who is, with the mercenaries from Bloodstain and Wild Wolf Fox avoiding confrontation with him. While the 3 mercenary groups had not engaged in any major disputes in recent years, minor skirmishes among the mercenaries had persisted, and Arthur had clashed with the others on several occasions. Initially, the mercenaries had dismissed this young member of the Blue Enchantress, believing that his previous victory over Trist was merely a stroke of luck. However, after successive confrontations, it became evident that none of the mercenaries below level 3 stood a chance against Arthur, with every provocation resulting in their inevitable defeat. Even mercenaries of the rank of sergeant dared not provoke Arthur. Firstly, it would be dishonorable to triumph over the weak. Secondly, Arthur was often seen in the company of Tony and Angus, making it imperative for anyone contemplating an assault on Arthur to carefully weigh the repercussions of inciting the cunning Tony. Consequently, over the years, it had been a rarity to witness Arthur falter, and now, at last, they had found a means to vent their frustrations. As the saying goes, fortune often conceals peril. Just as they began to savor their moment of glee, Randall's furious roar followed suit. You and you. 3 grown men bested by a child. And you still have the audacity to shout here. Go and kick the iron stakes, each of you 500 times. If you don't finish, you shall go hungry. The onlooking mercenaries hastily dispersed, fearing that Randall's impending wrath might inadvertently descend upon them. Keynes, standing nearby, could not help but shake his head. You may be too harsh on him, he remarked. A firm hand now may prevent him from perishing on the battlefield later. The battlefield? Keynes sighed deeply, as if recalling a distant memory. Do you wish to send him there? Randall's gaze lingered on Arthur, who was diligently kicking the iron stakes in a corner of the training ground, muttering, Do not tell me that is not your intention. Our unfinished business from years past may very well rest upon this child's shoulders. After a prolonged silence, Keynes remained reticent. Have you decided to accept that commission? Randall abruptly interjected with an unrelated query. Yes, the opposing party has offered an irresistible bounty. Have you truly thought this through? That place is notoriously treacherous. It has been years since anyone dared venture there, and the odds are grim. A rare hint of concern tinged Randall's tone. Keynes offered a wry smile. As mercenaries, we earn our living by risking our lives. Besides, it is precisely due to the danger that they are willing to offer such a substantial reward. Randall hesitated. Perhaps we should reconsider. We are no longer in our youth, and the time for reckless pursuits has long since passed. Let us make one final gamble. Since we have resolved to entrust our unfulfilled aspirations to Arthur, we must begin our preparations in earnest. So, you have made up your mind? Indeed. Our modest skills suffice for training troops, but instructing a prodigy who masters both magic and martial arts. Keynes gently shook his head, leaving his thought half-finished. Have you already established connections? Many owed us their lives back then. There are still a few who understand gratitude. Keynes gazed into the distance, seemingly recalling something. Randall, unusually solemn, sighed deeply. That will require a considerable sum. It appears we must accept this commission, whether we desire to or not. The 2 men stood in silence, neither uttering another word, their shadows stretching long beneath the sun. In the Pance's Orc wilderness, at the Lalas Canyon, the fierce wind swept through the jagged rocks at the canyon's mouth, producing a mournful sound, rendering the entire gorge desolate and eerily quiet. This location is deemed one of the 10 most perilous places within the Orc domain. Within the canyon lurked untamed beasts and magical creatures, and legend has it that at the canyon's end lies an ancient beast that survived the epoch of the war between gods and demons. Several adventuring parties led by Orc heroes once attempted to hunt this ancient creature, yet all met with a fate from which they never returned. With not a single soul surviving, the last rays of the setting sun cast their glow upon the deep valley, where 2 towering figures appeared at the entrance, one old and one young. The elderly man, with his wild tufts of white hair, a broad nose, and piercing eyes filled with authority and a somber intensity, exuded a presence that was difficult to meet directly. Beside him stood a youthful orc, boasting a mane of soft golden hair, a tall and robust stature, and a massive 2-handed sword slung across his back, his face barely concealing a ferocious aura of violence. Go forth, Leon. Do not return until you have transcended the 3rd tier and become a warrior of the orcs. The young orc nodded and, without a backward glance, strode resolutely into the heart of the valley. Chapter 20. Mercenary Arthur. Today marked an extraordinary occasion for Arthur, as he had tossed and turned through a sleepless night. Gazing at the azure-roofed stone edifice before him, he clenched his fists in excitement, his palms slightly damp with anticipation. This was the branch of the mercenary guild in the city of Who is on the continent of Beland. Arthur was no stranger to the guild. He had accompanied Tony and Randall multiple times to receive and complete tasks. However, today was different. Today marked the official registration of Arthur as a mercenary. This signified that from this day forth, Arthur would earn commissions for tasks like other mercenaries, rather than relying on the meager allowance of a few silver coins from Randall each month. It meant that the once frail child could now sustain himself through his own efforts. A pair of large hands gently ruffled Arthur's hair. Keynes had intentionally accompanied him today for his registration. As an experienced mercenary, he understood the thrill coursing through the young man's veins. Keynes led Arthur straight into the guild's branch. The moment they entered, Brandenfell, the head of the mercenary division, greeted them with a warm smile. Although the Blue Demon had emerged as a rising star in recent years, it had started to gain momentum as the foremost mercenary group in who OL is. Naturally, such a prominent client warranted Brandon's personal attention. He readily took charge of Arthur's registration process. In truth, the registration for new mercenaries was not overly complicated. One merely needed to possess the strength of a level 1 warrior, belong to a registered mercenary group, and take an oath beneath the watchful gaze of the statue of the mercenary king, Amy, vowing to uphold the code of the mercenaries and defend their honor. After inscribing Arthur's age, residence, martial rank, and affiliated group in an ancient magical tome, he was officially recognized as a mercenary. This enchanting magical tome was one of the guild's greatest secrets, with each branch possessing a volume of its own. Once registered in one, the same information would be reflected in the tomes of other branches. Henceforth, every task Arthur completed across the continent would be documented, serving as a testament to his advancement as a mercenary. Welcome to the Mercenary Guild. From this day forward, you shall be known as a level mercenary. Never forget the creed of the mercenaries, Brandon exclaimed, presenting Arthur with a badge. It was a bronze emblem shaped like a shield, adorned with a relief of crossed long swords and a battle axe. The shield, long sword, and battle axe symbolized the tenets of protection, trust, and courage inherent in the mercenary creed. The bronze emblem signifies the lowest rank among mercenaries, corresponding to the novice tier. Above this rank lie the intermediate silver mercenary badge, the advanced golden mercenary badge, and the prestigious purple gold badge. Keynes received the bronze badge from Brandon and personally fastened it onto Arthur's left breastplate, then patted Arthur's shoulder with enthusiasm. Arthur, welcome to the Blue Bell Mercenary Corps. Yes, Captain, Arthur responded, standing with feet together, his right fist striking his chest, revealing a genuine smile. This was a standard mercenary salute, symbolizing a pledge to protect with one's life. Throughout this exchange, a curious little girl with flaxen hair stood quietly behind Brandon, observing Arthur intently. Her delicate face, with a pert nose and scattered freckles along the bridge, lent her an endearing charm. As Arthur noticed her, the girl quickly hid behind Brandon. Young lad, I have a gift for you, Keynes announced, extending a beautifully crafted celestial wood box toward Arthur. Celestial wood is an exceedingly rare and precious timber, named for its surface, which is adorned with star-like speckles. This wood is exclusively found in the Dream Forest within the Elven territories. Not only does celestial wood resist decay for millennia, but items crafted from it also preserve the magical essence of any enchanted objects contained within. The mere presence of this box hinted at a gift of considerable worth. Arthur was taken aback, his hand trembling slightly as he accepted the box. It was the first gift he had ever received. Encouraged by Keynes's gaze, he gently lifted the lid. The girl behind Brandon also peered out, curious about the contents, only to be met with disappointment. Inside the box rested a white pendant shaped like a hexagram. Its material was indiscernible, appearing to be jade, though of the lowest quality, lacking luster and smoothness, with a faint yellowish tint. It was evident that this was not a magical item, as no trace of magical energy emanated from it. Nevertheless, Arthur felt no disappointment. The mere fact that Captain Keynes had gifted him something surpassed the value of any treasure. Wear it, Keynes encouraged, though it may not be valuable. I have kept it as a talisman. Now, I bestow it upon you, hoping it will similarly guard your mercenary journey. Arthur carefully tucked the pendant close to his heart, still clutching the empty box tightly. Noticing this, Keynes smiled. Arthur, let us not keep the box. Why not give it to that little girl instead? Though reluctant, Arthur was never one to be stingy. Following Keynes's suggestion, he generously extended the box towards the girl. The girl, scrunching her nose in distaste, did not reach out to take it, clearly unimpressed. However, Brandon recognized the value of the celestial wood box and, with a beaming smile, accepted it from Arthur's hands. On her behalf, I thank you, Captain Keynes. This gift is truly magnificent. A mere trifle, yet I must express my gratitude to President Brandon. In the future, for any high-reward commission tasks, we hope to be prioritized by the Blue Rose. Indeed, The guild relies on the support of Captain Keynes and the Blue Rose. The favor bestowed by Keynes is, in essence, a gift to Brandon. It is essential to recognize that the Mercenary Guild, as an intermediary platform between employers and mercenaries, is under the governance of a president who wields considerable resources. Mercenary tasks can be publicly posted for mercenaries to accept or prioritized for qualified mercenary groups. As long as the commission is successfully completed, employers are indifferent to the internal operations of the guild. Furthermore, amidst the vast array of commissioned tasks, some offer low difficulty with substantial rewards, while others may appear ordinary yet harbor significant risks. In summary, maintaining a harmonious relationship with the Mercenary Guild is beneficial in every regard. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Brandon personally escorted Keynes out of the guild. Upon exiting the Mercenary Guild, Arthur immediately became restless. This expression did not escape Keynes's notice. "I heard that Tony and the others have arranged a celebration for you at the Nightingale Bar?" Arthur smiled shyly. "Yes, Captain." "Then you need not accompany me back to the mercenary group. Off you go?" "Thank you, Captain." Arthur bowed to Keynes and dashed away. Keynes couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. Even as a mercenary, he was still but a child. "By the way, tell Tony not to stay out too late. We have a mission early tomorrow." Keynes suddenly remembered something important and called out to Arthur's retreating figure. However, Arthur had already vanished in a flash, leaving Keynes to shake his head in wry amusement. In homage to the illustrious master of mercenary world, we proceed to Chapter 2, Ready for Battle. As the dual hues of red and blue moonlight gradually faded, and the sun had yet to fully rise, the city of Who was shrouded in the delicate mist of dawn. The melodious sound of camel bells pierced through the morning fog, awakening the slumbering city. When the entire city had fully roused and the clamor of the day once again echoed within its streets, the Blue Rose's mercenary contingent had long since vanished beyond the city's outskirts. This early expedition involved over 70 mercenaries. Aside from a few unreturned from prior missions and a handful remaining behind, this represented a significant mobilization for the Blue Rose, which comprised merely over 100 members. The entire mercenary group formed a loose, circular formation around 7 musk oxen at their center. Resembling cattle in form, these musk oxen were characterized by their grayish-white coats, hornless heads, and considerably larger sizes, making them more adept for traversing mountainous terrains. Technically classified as a first-tier magical beast, these large creatures were inherently timid, possessing a primal magic that enabled them to encase themselves in a mud ball when threatened, thus making musk oxen among the few magical beasts that could be tamed by humans. Each musk ox bore several large boxes upon its back, containing not only the essential supplies for the mercenary group, such as tents, food, weapons, and medicine, but also the items entrusted for this particular mission. This time, apart from the leader Keynes, none of the core members, including Adeline, were privy to the nature of the employer's commission. Keynes forbade anyone from approaching the crate containing the 3-headed musk ox, adhering to the mercenary code of conduct as long as Keynes remained silent. Curiosity would not compel anyone to inquire further. The mercenary profession often straddles the line between legality and illegality, and many commissions from employers are shrouded in secrecy. Seasoned mercenaries have encountered a plethora of peculiar commissions and have long since grown accustomed to the oddities. Leader Keynes strode at the forefront of the group, accompanied closely by the mage Adeline and the rogue Tony. The hunter Angus, serving as the scout for the mercenary band, maintained a distance of 2 to 3 kilometers from the main party, ready to alert them to danger ahead. As for the elven archer Elijah, he never revealed himself during missions, yet all mercenaries were aware of his proximity, always providing timely support in the direst of circumstances. Among the mercenaries, there existed a unique presence, Arthur, who had only recently become a formal mercenary. Today, Arthur donned a pristine set of standard secondary mercenary leather armor, a gift from his elder brothers Tony and Angus to celebrate his initiation. In contrast to the first-level leather armor he had previously worn, this secondary armor was crafted with greater finesse, utilizing leather from the second-level magical beast, the Frostwind Ice Wolf. The repeatedly tanned surface of the leather exuded a distinctive luster, with the edges meticulously finished. Despite being the most basic of mercenary armor, it commanded a market price of no less than 5 gold coins for a small mercenary band. A secondary mercenary would have to save half a year's wages to afford such an item. Arthur cherished this leather armor, having not removed it since he donned it the previous night, with the mercenary badge prominently affixed to the left chest. Draped over his shoulders was the standard issue azure cloak of the mercenary band, also a piece of secondary equipment. Spending years in the wilderness, a quality cloak not only shields one from the elements, but can also double as a blanket for warmth at night, in addition to offering a degree of protection as secondary gear. Moreover, Arthur carried a deep glimmering iron bow, known as the Wanderer's Bow, named for its formidable strength and the urgency of its arrows, reminiscent of a wanderer returning home. The bow's back was intricately carved with intertwining vines, a clear testament to the craftsmanship of the elf Elia. This bow, crafted from materials derived from the second-level beast, the Terror Serpent, was a gift from the elves. Yet, the most valuable item on Arthur was the seemingly unremarkable pair of gray short leather boots upon his feet, a gift from Adeline. These were genuine third-level equipment, upon which Adeline had commissioned an enchanter to inscribe a spell circle for the wind speed spell, allowing Arthur to accelerate instantly in times of danger. These enchanted third-level leather boots were valued at no less than 35 gold coins. The total worth of Arthur's equipment was such that a newly initiated mercenary in a small band would require 3 to 5 years of earnings to amass enough to acquire them. Even Tony felt a twinge of jealousy as he warned Arthur not to stray even a step away from Cain's, lest the envious mercenary be tempted to rob him like a hapless lamb. Arthur, however, paid little heed to Tony's admonitions. This was his inaugural mercenary mission, and he approached it with the wide-eyed curiosity of a newborn calf, bustling about the group with unrestrained enthusiasm. In reality, Cain's had not assigned him any specific tasks. It seemed the purpose of this expedition was merely to introduce him to the broader world. While Cain's disregarded him, Arthur diligently sought out ways to keep himself occupied. One moment he was darting ahead to assist Angus in scouting the path, and the next he was weaving through the ranks to inspect the stability of the crates strapped to the backs of the musk oxen. He even made a point of tracking down Ilya, hoping to present him with a rare wild fruit he had fortuitously gathered. It was precisely this eagerness that endeared Arthur to the mercenary company. 3 days later, the mercenary band had reached the outskirts of the Orlando Mountains, where the trails had long since vanished, leaving only the most seasoned hunters and mercenaries capable of navigating the best paths through the rugged terrain. From the moment they entered the mountains, all mercenaries, including Cain's, became acutely vigilant, for the mission had truly commenced. Within these mountains, peril could descend at any moment, be it a sudden ambush by a monstrous beast, a pack of wild animals, hostile foreign tribes, or roving bands of robbers. Any misstep could spell catastrophic losses for the mercenary company. A sharp, urgent bird call pierced the air, prompting the entire mercenary troop to halt in unison. Without the need for a command, the calls continued, each one drawing nearer and more frantic, an unmistakable warning signal from Angus. Cain's countenance grew exceedingly grave as he readied for battle. The mercenary band sprang into action, with 40 warriors advancing to the front, flanked by 15 mercenaries on either side to safeguard the troops' flanks and rear. Crossbows were swiftly retrieved and distributed among the mercenaries. These military-grade weapons were reserved for the most perilous situations and were usually kept under tight security by the company. Cain's unsheathed his massive sword, Adeline raised her staff, and even Arthur knocked an arrow onto his bowstring, the atmosphere thick with the tension of impending conflict. Arthur's hand trembled slightly on his bow, not from fear, but from excitement. Judging by Cain's and the mercenaries' responses, the forthcoming battle would surely be formidable. His heart raced at the prospect of facing such a challenge on his first assignment. Soon, Angus's figure emerged into Arthur's line of sight, sprinting wildly while glancing back with alarm. To Arthur, Angus appeared somewhat disheveled in his frantic escape, and he felt a chuckle rising within him. Yet, a glance at Cain's and the surrounding mercenaries revealed their grim expressions. Battle. It's a boar herd. Angus's voice tore through the air, laden with urgency. It was at that moment Arthur comprehended the gravity of the situation. Angus was fleeing for his life, with waves of grayish-white beasts surging relentlessly behind him, poised to engulf him at any moment. What lies before them is not merely waves of the sea, but rather a horde of grayish-white beasts known as the Beland. As they drew closer, the ferocious countenance of these creatures became vividly etched in Arthur's mind. Slightly smaller than domesticated hunting dogs, the Beland possess a mouthful of sharp teeth. Their heads are adorned with white fur, while the hair on their necks transitions to a striking gray. Most peculiarly, These beasts sport two bushy tails reminiscent of a fox's, which they wield to achieve rapid gliding movements just above the ground, allowing them to maneuver with astonishing speed that even the 5th-level officer, Angus, could barely outpace. The Beili represent a classification of creatures that straddle the line between wild beasts and first-level magical beasts. The reason they cannot be definitively categorized as first-level magical beasts lies in the ongoing debates within the Mage Guild. The human definition of magical beasts mandates the possession of a signature magical ability, which the Beili lack. However, they possess a bloodthirsty trait that significantly amplifies their vitality and offensive power when in a frenzied state, leading to relentless pursuits. The prevailing opinion within the Mage Guild contends that bloodlust does not fall under the realm of magic, though some mages argue it is a subset of dark magic, an assertion not widely accepted, as the lineage of dark magic has been severed for millennia across the continent. Regardless of how the Mage Guild classifies the Beili, seasoned mercenaries like Canes know all too well the terror these small beasts can invoke. Due to their terrifying speed and vicious nature, any small mercenary group encountering a horde of Beili would face utter annihilation. As the horde drew nearer, the number of Beili pursuing Angus had swelled to over 100, their low, ominous growls sending chills down one's spine. "Come forth, you wretched creatures," Tony muttered under his breath as he pulled the trigger. With a sharp crack, a bolt encased in fighting spirit sped forth. The specially designed steel crossbows of the human army have an effective range of 150 meters, and the bolt flew past Angus, embedding itself in the ground before the approaching Beili. Tony inhaled deeply before calmly releasing a second arrow. A spray of crimson erupted from the horde as the leading Beili collapsed. Rather than deterring the beasts, the sight of blood incited their ferocity, prompting them to accelerate, their low growls escalating into thunderous roars. Just a hint of blood had propelled the entire pack into a bloodlust frenzy. "Tony, you fool! Do you wish to see me dead?" Angus erupted in anger, realizing that his lead over the horde had diminished. With the Beili now invigorated by their bloodthirst, they swiftly closed the distance, snapping at his heels. Feeling the pressure, Tony awkwardly rubbed his nose and pulled the trigger once more, causing another spray of blood to erupt from the throng. Laughing heartily, Tony discarded his crossbow, urging his comrades, "Fire away, or Angus's rear end will be in jeopardy." After 3 shots, the horde had surged within 100 meters, the optimal range for their crossbows. At Tony's command, bolts whistled through the air, deliberately avoiding Angus as they found their marks, causing Beili to fall one after another in a flurry of crimson blossoms. The man running forward was trailed by blossoms of vivid crimson, and amidst the battlefield of slaughter, an unusual beauty emerged, momentarily disorienting Arthur, causing him to forget his archery. "Arthur!" A low growl from Canes jolted him back to reality. Flushing, Arthur hastily knocked his bow and released his first arrow, though it veered wildly off target. The mercenaries swiftly unleashed 3 volleys of crossbow bolts, discarding their crossbows like Tony had done, drawing forth shields, longswords, and battle axes for close combat. While crossbow bolts boasted superior lethality and accuracy, they came with an unavoidable drawback: the lengthy reloading time. Even the finest crossbow could only fire 3 bolts in succession before becoming a mere hunk of scrap metal, leaving no time to reload on the battlefield. The mercenaries lacked Tony's lethal precision. Their 3 volleys managed to fell only a few dozen of the charging boars, which were now within 50 meters. Standing beside Canes, Arthur swiftly released his second and third arrows, this time regaining his composure. One arrow struck true, piercing the mouth of a boar, while another pinned another to the ground. However, he was not afforded the opportunity to shoot a 4th arrow as the vanguard of the beast horde collided violently with the first line of mercenaries. The mercenaries held their ground, wielding their weapons to dispatch each boar that approached them. Once again, Arthur witnessed the Blue Orchid mercenaries execute their deadly tactics with military precision, reminiscent of their performance at the Orc encampment years prior. Formed in a line, each mercenary faced a single boar, while those on the sides or behind stepped in to intercept any flanking attacks. Angus and Tony, having retreated momentarily, deftly navigated through the front ranks, delivering crucial strikes when necessary. Against the first-tier boars, the third-tier mercenaries, even without a numerical advantage, proved more than capable, no matter how ferocious the beasts were. They could not escape their grim fate. In no time, each mercenary had piled 3 or 4 carcasses before them. The beast horde dwindled as more than half were slain. Yet the remaining boars continued their relentless assault. Even with swords piercing their abdomens, they strained to bite at the arms of the mercenaries, exhibiting astounding ferocity that left many of the mercenaries wounded. The beasts attempted to flank the mercenaries, seeking to attack from the sides, but were met with well-prepared defenses. When the horde was reduced to a mere handful, the remaining boars finally succumbed to fear and began to flee. Throughout this ordeal, Canes, Adeline, and Elia, who lurked in the shadows, refrained from intervening, with Canes even halting the mercenaries from pursuing the remaining beasts. This victory brought Canes no joy, gazing at the strewn bodies. His brow remained furrowed. Having encountered a throng of monsters so soon after entering the mountains, it seemed this mission was destined for turbulence. In the Sauron Gorge, amidst the serene and picturesque wilderness, scattered lay the shattered bodies of the slain boars. Had a small mercenary group encountered the boar horde, the fragmented corpses on the ground would have belonged to the human race. Unfortunately, the group encountered the blue demon today. This is a land governed by the law of the jungle, where the strong prey upon the weak, a principle that defines the survival on the continent of Beland. Aside from a few mercenaries sustaining minor injuries, the group suffered minimal losses. The wounded brothers received quick bandaging before we promptly departed, for the stench of blood from so many corpses would soon attract large predators. As soon as the battle concluded, Canes issued the order for the mercenaries to retreat. The entire company moved with remarkable swiftness. The injured assisted one another in tending to their wounds, while the others swiftly gathered their weapons and equipment, hastily vacating the battlefield. The fallen corpses of the blue demons were left behind, as, despite being classified as a first-tier magical beast, their value was negligible. The hide might fetch a modest price, but skinning it was a cumbersome task, and the meat was tough and unpalatable. In the bountiful Orlando Mountains, no mercenary or hunter would bother consuming blue demon flesh. The mercenary group traversed the rugged mountain paths for an entire afternoon, finally pausing to rest in a hollow as dusk began to fall. After a fierce battle for survival and an uninterrupted afternoon of travel, even the physique of a third-tier warrior approached its limits. Yet Arthur observed that the mercenaries of the Blue Demon were truly exceptional. Not a single one complained or lagged behind throughout the afternoon. Even the few injured were supported by their comrades or took turns being carried, yet none fell behind. Once the team halted, Arthur, utterly exhausted, collapsed onto the ground, only to immediately rise again upon realizing that, aside from himself, none of the mercenaries seemed inclined to rest despite their fatigue. The mercenaries naturally divided into several groups. Adeline directed one group to unload the crates from the musk ox, preparing for dinner and setting up camp. Tony and Angus each led a separate group to scout the surrounding area, ensuring that no large magical beasts or hidden dangers lurked nearby before the camp would officially be established. The other mercenaries, appearing to stand idly around, actually formed a loose circle, safeguarding the musk ox and its cargo at the center, ensuring that no one could approach the mission's entrusted items unnoticed. This was the result of the seasoned mercenaries' accumulated experience over the years, as dangers in the Orlando Mountains could strike without warning. Only after Tony and Angus returned did the mercenary group begin to set up camp formally. Once the outer sentries were established, Angus scattered a circle of insect repellent around the camp and set several small traps with warning functions, allowing the mercenaries to finally ease their anxieties after a long day. Seizing this opportunity, the accompanying wood mage, Vorpal, utilized 2 spells of new saplings to fully heal 2 of the more severely injured mercenaries. In a non-combat environment, mages would not easily allow their magic to dwindle below half its capacity until Vorpal's healing magic was fully restored. The remaining injured mercenaries could only rely on herbal applications to staunch their bleeding. As the other mercenaries gathered around the newly kindled campfire, laughter and banter ensued. Even before the food was fully cooked, some could hardly contain their eagerness and had already produced their own supplies of wine. The leaders of the mercenary groups, Canes, Adeline, Tony, and Angus, sat together around a modest campfire. The elf Elia had yet to make her appearance among the group, and Arthur took the opportunity to approach, roasting meat for a few of them. Adeline gently stirred the flames with the end of her wand, encouraging a brighter blaze. After all, a fire mage's staff is a natural tool for kindling. I believe you ought to inform us of the destination of this mission, so we can adequately prepare for the journey ahead, Adeline remarked, her gaze fixed on the fire. I thought if I remained silent, you would never inquire. Canes replied in a teasing tone. As the leader, your discretion in revealing the mission's details is surely justified. However, ever since we entered the mountains, I have had a troubling sense of foreboding. Is that a woman's sixth sense? Indeed, it is the intuition of a woman. The destination is Sauron Valley. That is where our task lies. Adeline's hand trembled slightly as a sudden burst of flame erupted from her wand, clearly startled by Kaines's direct revelation. Tony and Angus exchanged glances, their expressions diverging dramatically. Tony's eyes sparkled with excitement, while Angus's face seemed to freeze, his demeanor rigid. Arthur, hearing the name Sauron Valley for the first time, felt a surge of curiosity about what kind of place could evoke such a strong reaction from the others. Adeline sighed softly. No wonder I felt uneasy. That place is cursed. It is said to still harbor remnants of the divine and demonic energies from the ancient battles of yore, intertwining within the valley and lingering incessantly. This aura restricts the abilities of both mages and warriors significantly while within the canyon. But that is not the most terrifying aspect. The true impact is psychological. Many warriors and mages return from the valley exhibiting bizarre behaviors, with some descending into madness. Angus interjected, continuing Adeline's thought. Fortune favors the bold, after all. It was once a battlefield of antiquity, leaving behind numerous treasures. I have heard tales of individuals who have retrieved legendary artifacts from there, even broken sword fragments that are considered priceless. If fortune smiles upon us, perhaps Lord Tony might unearth some shattered relics this time, he added, his eyes alight with enthusiasm. As Tony, the rogue, relished the blend of risk and reward that such ruins presented. I am quite curious about who our employer is that would send us to Sauron Valley. Adeline could not help but inquire. Kaines shook his head. The employer remains enigmatic. You know how Brandon of the Mercenary Guild is. He would never divulge a word about confidential employer details. Even with our mercenary group's strength, this task seems daunting. Adeline sighed once more. After a moment of silence, Kaines spoke softly. I understand the risks associated with this mission are substantial, but the client has offered an irresistible price. Furthermore, we need not venture deep into the valley. Our only task is to deliver the items to the valley's mouth, where someone awaits to receive them. Adeline fell silent, lowering her head as she continued to tend to the fire with her wand. Having chosen the path of a mercenary, she recognized that danger had become an inseparable part of life. The bonfire blazed more fiercely, the flickering flames casting reflections of the mercenaries' pensive faces. As the fire that had burned throughout the night gradually extinguished, it left behind heaps of glowing embers, still radiating residual warmth. Tony, on the final watch, quietly returned from outside the camp, sitting beside a mound of ashes and gently covering the sleeping Arthur with the cloak that had slipped from him. The warmth emanating from the ashes soon lulled him towards slumber, and Tony stifled a yawn, struggling to keep his eyelids from fully closing. Do not sleep. You mustn't let your guard down. The captain will have your head. Just a brief moment of rest. Just a moment. Dawn is approaching, and the danger will pass. These conflicting thoughts battled within Tony's mind, yet his eyelids began to droop in the throes of this internal struggle. In a state of half-dreaming, a sudden scream pierced the night. Tony jolted upright from the ground, the abruptness of the cry startling him. Not only did it awaken Tony, but also Kaines, Adeline, and the other mercenaries, who sprang from their resting places. Who made that sound? Kaines inquired urgently of Tony. It seemed to come from outside the camp. Fully awake now, Tony strained to recall the direction of the scream. Oh no, it's from our perimeter watch. His expression shifted as he dashed toward the camp's outer boundary. Everyone, stay alert. Protect the cargo. Kaines issued a command and swiftly followed Tony. Arthur, too, rose from the ground, hesitated for a moment, and then rushed out of the camp. Tony and Kaines halted near a low thicket about 70 or 80 meters from the camp. Underfoot lay a slightly sunken depression, beside which was a discarded crossbow. While the mercenary assigned to guard this point was nowhere to be found. It was Nathaniel. He was on the last watch here, Tony remarked, furrowing his brow. Was it a beast or a person? Most likely a beast. The attack originated from below, as if it swallowed him whole, Angus mused, crouching down to touch the soft, loose gravel at the edge of the pit. Clear the area, Kaines shouted, leaping into action, his massive sword spinning as he aimed it towards the ground. The rapid rotation of the sword summoned a vortex of energy, akin to a wind dragon plunging into the earth. An 8th-tier warrior's full-force strike was indeed formidable. A thunderous roar erupted, sending rubble and soil flying. When the dust settled, A deep pit over 2 meters was revealed, at the center of which lay a dark abyss. The size of a water barrel, seemingly bottomless. What manner of beast left this? Was it a rock python or a burrowing beast? Keynes queried, pointing at the opening. Neither appears to fit, Angus replied, shaking his head gently. At that moment, a commotion erupted within the camp. Not good, a distraction. Almost everyone shared the same realization and turned to rush back inside. Within the camp, dozens of mercenaries had formed a circle, and several in the inner ring were fiercely striking the ground with their swords and knives. What is happening? As the captain returned, the mercenaries in the outer circle instinctively parted to create a gap, while those in the inner circle continued their relentless assault, digging into the ground as if it were a pit identical to that outside the camp. Suddenly, a monstrous creature erupted from the earth, swallowing one of our comrades whole before disappearing back into the depths. A nearby mercenary hastily reported the incident. Did anyone catch a glimpse of what that attacking beast looked like? Angus inquired, surveying his surroundings. A vague description emerged, a lengthy creature, its head proportionate to its body. The monster's mouth was situated atop its head, splitting open to reveal an enormous maw. Several mercenaries, having witnessed the scene, began to describe it in a flurry of voices. It resembled a giant earthworm, one added. That's bad. It's a devourer worm. Angus's expression shifted dramatically. As a hunter, he was well acquainted with this type of beast. Devourer worms are subterranean, third-tier earth creatures, akin to an enormous, magnified worm. They possess neither head nor eyes. Their vital organ, a heart, resides mid-body. While both ends are equipped with voracious maws capable of instantaneously consuming any creature that fits. These beasts possess little intelligence, hunting primarily by instinct. Impossible. I specifically checked the area before. This is certainly not the territory of the devourer worms, Tony quickly interjected, raising his doubts. Devourer worms are social and possess a strong territorial instinct. If one is discovered, it is certain that hundreds or even thousands more lurk within a radius of several miles, marking their hunting grounds as a deadly zone. No, Tony, you overlook a crucial point. The territory of the devourer worms can shift. When they are unable to find sufficient food in one location, they migrate elsewhere. Their subterranean movement is not rapid. The attacks only began at dawn, indicating that their territory has either just shifted or they are still in search of a new one, Keynes remarked, furrowing his brow. Just as the discussion unfolded, a blood-curdling scream echoed once more. Without warning, a gaping pit appeared at the edge of the camp, and a massive gray worm shot forth from the ground, its gaping maw emitting a powerful suction. The nearest mercenary was instantly yanked towards it, barely managing a scream before being consumed up to his waist by the devourer worm. This all transpired in the blink of an eye. As the others turned upon hearing the cry, they witnessed the devourer worm dragging the mercenary, half of his body still exposed, back into the hole. Nearby mercenaries could only watch helplessly, unable to intervene. In a flash, Keynes hurled his unsheathed greatsword, its trajectory forming a graceful arc as it sliced through the air near the pit's edge, splattering yellow-brown blood. The upper half of the devourer worm collapsed onto the ground, while the remaining portion fell back into the abyss. Several mercenaries, acting swiftly, rushed forward, employing all their strength to cut open the creature's body and retrieve their comrade, who had just been devoured. From the moment of ingestion to rescue, only a brief moment had passed, yet the unfortunate mercenary had already succumbed to death. The mercenary's skeletal structure was grotesquely deformed, crushed by the belly of the devouring worm. The flesh exposed beyond the leather armor had been corroded by the worm's bodily fluids, rendering it a gruesome sight, too harrowing even for seasoned warriors accustomed to death, who turned away, stifling their tears. This exemplifies the terrifying nature of the devouring worm, a third-tier magical beast capable of sudden, subterranean assaults and possessing a fearsome capacity to consume. Even human warriors and mages of equal or even slightly superior levels become its prey. Moreover, such attacks are insidiously elusive. As long as the creature remains underground, it is virtually impervious to all but earth mages. The hunting ground of the devouring worm is a veritable death trap. Retreat. Immediate withdrawal. Keynes nearly roared. Chapter 25. The death race. A pall of death loomed over the mercenary group. Though mercenaries inherently embrace a high-risk profession, the Blue Bell had not suffered casualties during missions for quite some time. The loss of two brothers at once plunged everyone into profound sorrow. Yet, this was merely the beginning of death's grim toll. The mercenary group's retreat was executed with remarkable speed. 5 mercenaries formed a unit, maintaining a cautious distance of 2 to 3 steps apart, vigilantly advancing while on guard against sudden subterranean attacks. They had scarcely traveled a few hundred meters when the onslaught commenced. The ground at the rear suddenly collapsed, and a massive gray worm erupted from the earth. Alerted by their vigilance, the mercenaries quickly spotted the threat. As one of their number issued a warning cry, another pulled the trigger of his crossbow to its fullest extent. 3 bolts, propelled with tremendous force, soared towards the devouring worm. The sound of 3 dull thuds echoed as each bolt found its mark. However, the worm's relentless charge showed no signs of abating. Years of burrowing had rendered the worm's skin as hard as rock and riddled with wrinkles, making it difficult for the crossbow, a weapon reliant solely on brute strength, to inflict significant harm. The other 4 mercenaries, hearing the alarm, spun around and unleashed a flurry of shots. Bang, bang, bang. Yet, the continuous barrage only marginally slowed the creature's advance, despite several bolts embedded in its body. Its target remained the mercenary at the rear. The well-trained mercenaries of the Blue Bell recognized the futility of their crossbow attacks and almost simultaneously discarded their weapons. A shield-bearer stepped forward to shield the group, while the other 4 swiftly drew their blades. The shield-bearer barely had time to raise his round shield when the devouring worm collided with it. To the mercenaries' astonishment, the worm's cavernous mouth, already agape, widened even further, nearly splitting its head in 2, and it engulfed the shield along with the mercenary's entire arm. The immense force of its consumption yanked the mercenary towards its gaping maw. Quick-witted, a nearby comrade severed the entangled arm at the elbow and forcefully pushed him aside. The worm, now fully revealed, measured over 4 meters in length and was as thick as a barrel. Seizing the opportunity, the 3 surrounding mercenaries brought their axes and blades crashing down upon the creature's head. Each strike, fueled by their combined strength, landed squarely upon the devouring worm. The formidable exoskeleton of the demon-devouring worm renders the strikes of third-tier warriors utterly ineffective, each blow merely inflicting shallow wounds upon the creature's hide. Yet, the pain provokes an unbridled fury within the demon worm. With a swift motion, it pivots its head towards one of the mercenaries, launching an attack akin to the strike of a viper. The unfortunate mercenary stumbles backward, but his retreat is no match for the speed of the demon worm. In an instant, he finds himself face to face with a gaping maw filled with jagged teeth. At that moment, death looms ominously, paralyzing him with fear. Just as the worm's jaws are about to engulf him, its massive head suddenly explodes before his eyes, showering him with a spray of dark, viscous blood. Having narrowly escaped the clutches of death, he collapses to the ground. The assailant is none other than the elf Alaya, whose arrows possess an unparalleled swiftness. Alaya's early intervention is a portent of dire consequences. The demise of this demon worm heralds the onset of a relentless swarm attack. Enormous insects erupt from the earth, launching surprise assaults on the mercenary band, sometimes 2 or 3 worms emerging simultaneously. The frequency of attacks intensifies, and despite the Blue Lily mercenaries' utmost caution, casualties become increasingly inevitable. Third-tier mercenaries stand no chance against monsters of equal rank. Only those of higher rank, such as Canes, Alaya, and Angus, can inflict substantial damage upon these creatures. Even Adeline's fire magic proves significantly weakened against the worms. The attacks of these pests are exceedingly cunning. They navigate swiftly underground, locating their prey by sensing the heat emitted by living beings, allowing them to choose unsuspecting spots to strike. At times, holes appear directly beneath the mercenaries' feet, causing them to feel the ground vanish, only to be swallowed by the demon worm the next moment. Canes and his companions maneuver tirelessly to protect the entire team, charging at any exposed worm without hesitation. Even a moment's delay could spell doom for a mercenary. The mercenary group trudges onward, having already slain 30 to 40 worms. Yet Tony and Angus are beginning to gasp for breath, and Adeline's fireballs grow smaller, while the onslaught of the demon worms shows no signs of abating. Arthur and several musk oxen remain ensconced in the heart of the group, meticulously shielded by the mercenaries. At the onset of battle, Arthur had loosed 2 arrows at a nearby worm, yet the damage inflicted was negligible compared to the crossbow bolts fired at close range. Witnessing familiar comrades injured or devoured by the demon worms fills Arthur with a profound sense of helplessness, reminiscent of his time in the Orc encampment, where he could only watch as companions were selected for slaughter, praying that he would not be next. Arthur clenches his lips tightly, the veins in the back of his hand taut as he grips his bow. Tony drives his blade through the lower jaw of a demon worm, forcing its gaping mouth shut once more, and turns to Keynes, exclaiming, "Boss, we must devise a plan quickly. The swarm appears to be pursuing us, and we shall never escape their hunting ground at this rate." Keynes leaped forward, severing the head of the worm that Tony was impaled upon with a swift stroke. He planted the tip of his great sword into the ground, leaning on the hilt, while his gaze remained fixed on several musk oxen sheltered within the ranks. Due to the necessity of safeguarding their mission items, gear, and the imminent threat of attacks, the mercenary group's pace had been unrelentingly swift. However, should they forsake these possessions and flee with all their might, the underground-dwelling demon-eating worms would find it impossible to pursue the warriors racing across the surface. Gritting his teeth, Keynes made a decisive resolution. "Tony, Angus, you two carry the chest on the back of the middle musk ox. We shall charge out swiftly. What about the remaining items?" Adeline could not help but inquire. "Leave them behind. We must escape first," Keynes commanded. "I will lead the way, Elijah will guard our rear. And everyone follow me with all your strength." With that, he issued the order for retreat. The relentless assault of the demon-eating worms persisted. Yet the entire mercenary troop began to run. It was a race against death. Any mercenary who lagged behind was doomed to a grim fate. The winding mountain path bore witness to numerous worm carcasses, interspersed with the fallen of their ranks. Chapter 26 Threats arise again. Never overestimate one's own strength. Even the most formidable Blue Rose mercenary corps in Wallor City found themselves in dire straits when confronted by a horde of third-tier magical beasts. After dashing 20 miles along the mountain trail, the mercenaries finally escaped the predatory reach of the demon-eating worms. When Keynes signaled for a halt, each mercenary collapsed onto the ground, too exhausted to even maintain vigilance over their surroundings. Arthur, bent over and gasping for breath, was drenched in sweat. Even the seasoned third-tier veterans were utterly fatigued. Only the second-tier Arthur, fueled by sheer willpower, managed to keep pace with the group. His once bright leather armor now stained with blood and dirt. Despite his disheveled appearance, Arthur remained in relatively good condition. His equipment was intact. Whereas the fallen mercenaries sported crooked leather armor, with only their weapons remaining, their other belongings lost to the chaos, many showing signs of injury. Among the mercenary corps, only Captain Keynes and a handful of higher-ranked leaders remained standing. Keynes cast a vigilant gaze around, aware that as the leader, he must be the strongest. As long as he stood, the entire mercenary group would not falter. Yet, as he glanced at his brothers lying on the ground, a faint trace of sorrow emerged. "Tony, assess our losses. Boss, 13 have not made it, and 7 brothers are gravely injured. This mission has cost us dearly," Tony replied, his face a mask of despair. Keynes felt as though he had been struck heavily in the chest. Though Tony did not voice it outright, the fate of those 13 mercenaries was understood by all. Keynes closed his eyes in anguish. Though this was the fate of mercenaries, predetermined from the moment one entered the profession, the loss of one's brothers was a burden too heavy to bear. When Keynes reopened his eyes, a new decision had formed. "Angus, take the injured brothers and find another mountain path back to the city. The rest of us will rest for half an hour before departing. This place is not safe for prolonged stays." Angus paused momentarily before speaking in a low voice. "Let Tony lead the way back. I am more familiar with the mountain paths. Moreover, we have lost our supplies, and with me as a hunter, obtaining food will be more convenient." Tony immediately sprang up, exclaiming, "Angus, what do you mean? In terms of wilderness survival, am I lacking in any aspect compared to you?" Keynes, after a brief moment of contemplation, continued, "Our mission must proceed. Indeed, Angus is more suitable. Tony, you will lead the team back." "Chief," Tony protested, "this is an order. We have already lost over a dozen brothers, and I do not wish for any more casualties. You must bring everyone back alive." Tony wanted to argue further, but was silenced by Keynes' stern gaze, reluctantly nodding in acquiescence. With the decision made, Tony ceased his hesitations. After a brief discussion with Angus regarding the route back to the city, he gathered the 7 injured mercenaries along with 3 others to assist them, and they set off together. As Keynes had stated, this was certainly not a suitable place to linger. After walking a few paces, Tony suddenly turned back, striding directly to Arthur and embracing him tightly, the force of the hug momentarily taking Arthur's breath away. "Be careful, kid. Brother Tony has drinks and girls waiting for you at the Nightingale Bar when you return." Don't throw your life away while still a novice. His words elicited hearty laughter from the surrounding mercenaries, lightening the somber atmosphere. Arthur's face flushed, unsure of what to say, merely nodding foolishly. With a wave of his hand, Tony decisively turned and departed, his slender figure soon disappearing into the undulating hills. Shortly after Tony's departure, the mercenary group resumed their journey. Following this skirmish, the size of the team had diminished by nearly one-third. Having just endured casualties, many mercenaries displayed a sense of despondency, and conversation was scarce along the way. Kane's, Angus, and the others became even more cautious than before, with the ever-distant elf Elia participating in scouting for the first time. Each time the group paused, they meticulously surveyed their surroundings to ensure safety. Fortunately, the subsequent days passed without incident. However, the abandonment of their supplies posed challenges for the mercenaries regarding meals and shelter. Each meal consisted of barbecued game caught on the spot, and at night they could only seek sheltered spots to wrap themselves in cloaks and garments for rest. Arthur was now truly experiencing the hardships of a mercenary's life. This was the genuine aspect of their existence, starkly contrasting with the glamorous image he had previously observed, where mercenaries indulged in wine and meat, frequenting brothels and gambling dens. Few recognized that such glamour was purchased with toil and lives. As the mercenary group traversed a low hill overgrown with shrubs, the delightful sound of flowing water reached their ears. Nestled between two mountains at the base of the hill lay a stream several meters wide, crystal clear and revealing the pebbles beneath. The banks were adorned with foot-high purple reeds, and a few furry creatures were drinking at the water's edge. Joyful expressions illuminated the faces of all the mercenaries, and the fatigue from their arduous journey vanished in an instant. Yet even so, not a single mercenary dared to recklessly break away from the group. Instead, they tightened their grips on their weapons. Veteran mercenaries with years of wilderness survival experience are well aware that not only humans, but nearly all intelligent beings have an affinity for water. Consequently, the vicinity of water often harbors immense dangers, with many creatures even designating these areas as their hunting grounds. What position are we in? How much longer? Kane suddenly inquired. Turning his head, the Sauron Gorge lies directly south of the Holy Sword Peak, the main summit of the Orlando Mountains. And it is said that the gorge was cleaved by the divine sword during the celestial battle against demons. The Dawn River, the largest river in the Orlando Mountains, originates from the Holy Sword Peak, flowing down and traversing the Sauron Gorge before continuing southward towards the realm of humanity. The stream before us should be a tributary of the Dawn River. If we follow it towards its source, we shall reach the Sauron Gorge in approximately 3 days. As an experienced hunter, Angus possesses an intricate map of the entire Orlando mountain range etched in his mind. At that moment, a melodious and clear sound of a flute echoed from the riverbank. Without waiting for Kane's command, the mercenaries eagerly dashed towards the stream, some shedding their leather armor as they ran. The flute's melody belonged to the elves, specifically Elia, who, in their affinity for water and cleanliness, indicated that the area was likely safe when they joyfully played their instruments. The mercenaries leaped into the water, cleansing themselves of the grime accumulated over the days, washing away their mental fatigue. Observing the mercenaries frolicking in the stream, Kane's, standing by the riverbank, displayed a rare smile that had been absent in the past few days. With only Arthur and Adeline remaining by his side, Kane's turned to Adeline. Would you not seek a secluded spot to wash? I can keep watch for you. Adeline shot a fierce glare at the bearded captain, clearly unimpressed by Kane's crude jest. Kane's, feigning nonchalance, chuckled at his own expense. Look, what is that? Suddenly, a chorus of startled exclamations erupted from the stream at the foot of the mountain. Accompanying the shouts was a tremor beneath their feet, as the ground shook violently. A colossal beast, resembling a small mountain, thundered down the stream, its 4 limbs splashing water as it moved, causing the small creatures in the nearby bushes to scatter and panic. This unexpectedly appearing monster stood a staggering 6 or 7 meters tall, its hairless body cloaked in grayish-brown skin resembling rock, with a sharp horn nearly a meter long protruding from its nose. A level 7 magical beast, the mountain shaker rhino. How could this creature possibly appear here? As Kane's gazed at the massive entity charging towards the mercenary group, disbelief and shock flooded his mind. Beasts of level 7 to 9 are often referred to as minor lord-level creatures. They possess fixed territories and seldom stray from them under normal circumstances. Kane's astonishment was fleeting, and he quickly reacted, shouting to the mercenaries in the stream, Get out of the way, all of you. No further prompting was needed after the initial shock. The mercenaries frantically scrambled to the shore, for in the presence of this towering level 7 beast, the human level 3 mercenaries appeared as insignificant as ants. The mountain rhinoceros surged downstream at an astonishing speed, appearing before the mercenaries in the blink of an eye, leaving several terrified warriors unable to scramble ashore. Suddenly, 3 arrows shot forth in a straight line from a thicket on the riverbank, aimed directly at the creature's head, an execution of the elven masterstroke, the triple star conjunction. "No!" exclaimed the seasoned Angus, attempting to intervene. Yet, it was too late. Few beings could evade the precision of elven arrows. A series of 3 resounding thuds echoed as the arrows, infused with fighting spirit, detonated upon impact with the rhinoceros's head. To their astonishment, the arrows failed to breach its defenses. The mountain rhinoceros shook its massive head, roused from the attack, its fiery copper eyes locking onto its assailant. Though the creature was colossal, it possessed a relatively gentle temperament. It seldom attacked unless provoked. Angus's warning stemmed from this understanding. If the rhinoceros had merely been passing by moments before, it now regarded the mercenary band as its target. With a low, bellowing roar akin to that of a bull, the rhinoceros charged toward the thicket where Elijah had concealed himself. Elijah sprang from the underbrush, sprinting up the hill while drawing his bow to shoot. The elf's intentions were clear. He aimed to divert the rhinoceros's attention. The creature galloped forward, its immense size in no way hindering its speed, quickly closing in behind Elijah. As the rhinoceros thrust its formidable horn towards the elf's back, Elijah rolled aside just in time to narrowly evade the blow. With its strike missed, the rhinoceros lifted its front hooves and lunged again in the direction where the elf had dodged, though Elijah was only 2 levels beneath the creature. The disparity in their respective powers was vast. Against a level 7 beast, he stood little chance. Mountain Cleave. A brilliant flare of white fighting spirit illuminated the air as a razor-sharp sword light sliced toward the rhinoceros's massive form. It was Keynes who had made his move, launching a fighting technique right from the outset. The fierce blade sliced through the air, causing the rhinoceros to stagger as a significant gash appeared along its flank. However, little blood flowed from the wound. Even the full might of an 8th-level warrior could only breach its defenses without striking at its vital areas shielded by its tough hide. Keynes's attack thoroughly enraged the rhinoceros. With a powerful stomp of its front hoof, a massive crack formed in the ground, stretching ominously toward Keynes's feet. As an Earth-type beast, the rhinoceros wielded the earth-shattering magic of its kind, capable of splitting the very ground itself. In a swift motion, Keynes leaped into the air. The rhinoceros lunged forward, its enormous head swinging fiercely as its horn targeted the airborne warrior. With no means of escape, Keynes twisted his body and swung his arm, executing a second strike midair. Another brilliant sword light was unleashed, as his colossal sword collided with the rhinoceros's toughest horn. Once more, a direct collision ensued, resulting in the mountain rhinoceros emitting a low pain growl. The sword had managed to carve a small notch into its singular horn, while Keynes was sent tumbling away, crashing heavily onto a distant slope. Before Keynes could rise, the mountain rhinoceros charged forward again, its colossal hooves striking the ground and unleashing another tremor. In a swift motion, a figure sprang forth. Angus dragged him from the impending fissure in the rock just before it erupted. Almost simultaneously, 5 massive fireballs cascaded from the heavens, striking the mountain rhinoceros with explosive force, engulfing its enormous form in a torrent of flames. The dance of eruptions. Adeline finally unveiled her true prowess as a level 6 fire mage. In the next moment, the mountain rhinoceros burst forth from the blazing inferno, its exterior charred black, yet it sustained no significant injuries. An arrow, propelled by the winds of its flight, pierced the air towards the creature, detonating precisely at the wound Keynes had previously inflicted, creating a gaping hole the size of a human head, from which blood gushed forth in torrents. This time, it had truly been wounded. Keynes seized this opportunity to rise and steady his breath. Adeline, Elijah, do not engage it head-on. Everyone else, retreat at a distance. Keynes began orchestrating an assault against the mountain rhinoceros. With Keynes, an 8th-level powerhouse capable of facing the beast directly, supported by a level 6 mage and a level 5 elven archer, the mercenary team gradually regained control after the initial chaos. Keynes channeled his internal energy to its zenith, his aura subtly forming the shape of a howling white wolf. a hallmark of a battle academy elite. With his colossal sword in hand, he unleashed a dazzling flurry of strikes, each swing akin to the savage bite of a wild wolf. Adeline danced around the battlefield, launching fireballs and arrows relentlessly at the mountain rhinoceros. Embodying the role of a mobile artillery, Alaya, elusive as a shadow, appeared only to deliver precise, devastating arrows aimed at vital spots, her accuracy unmatched. The lowest-ranked elven archer was, paradoxically, inflicting the most significant damage upon the beast. Meanwhile, Arthur lay hidden upon a distant boulder, his gaze filled with envy and longing as he watched the battle unfold, dreaming of the day he too would wield such formidable power. The wounds upon the mountain rhinoceros continued to multiply. Chapter 28. The mist begins to lift by the stream, a battle between man and beast raged, turning the world upside down. Canes grew ever more valiant, his sharp sword energy leaving a series of wounds upon the mountain rhinoceros's tough hide, its once ferocious spirit now diminished. Both Arthur and the mercenaries were stirred with fervor, as one of the only two 8th-level warriors in Waria's city. The mercenaries were aware of their leader's prowess, yet few had witnessed Canes unleash his full strength. It was only now that they truly understood why the veteran mercenary groups, Bloodstab and Wild Wolf Fox, harbored discontent towards the rapid rise of the Blue Enchantress, daring only to undermine their ascent with subtle, covert tactics. After the mountain rhinoceros clashed with its horn against Canes once more, it abruptly turned and dashed upstream towards the creek. Had it fled? The mercenaries observing from a distance initially failed to react. The first to respond was the elf, Alaya, who leapt from the underbrush and pursued the direction in which the mountain rhinoceros had escaped. Forget it. Do not pursue. This creature possesses formidable vitality. We cannot slay it. Canes called out just in time to halt the elven archer, a level 7 beast. If we could vanquish this behemoth, the Blue Enchantress would shine brightly in Wallors. Angus lamented, shaking his head in disappointment. Stop daydreaming. Even if we kill it, we cannot transport it back, Adeline said, wiping the sweat from her brow, slightly out of breath. The recent battle had nearly exhausted her magical reserves, and had the mountain rhinoceros not fled, she would have been forced to withdraw from the fight. The two suddenly noticed that Canes had fallen silent, and upon looking up, they saw his face pale, although he stood with his sword propped in hand. His legs trembled slightly. Boss, what is wrong? Angus stepped forward, grasping Canes' arm. At that moment, as Angus supported Canes, the latter swayed and spat out a mouthful of blood. Were you injured? Adeline stepped up to lend her support, concern etched on her face. It's nothing. Merely an old wound from years past. I exerted myself too much just now, Canes replied, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth as he slowly sat down. We are being followed. You two must locate the pursuer without drawing attention, Canes suddenly uttered in a hushed tone. Angus and Adeline were taken aback. Yet they displayed no outward signs of alarm. As the mercenaries gathered around, the two discreetly withdrew from the crowd. The mercenary group decided to camp by the creek that night. Following the fierce battle, the area was permeated with the aura left by the level 7 beast, deterring lesser monsters from approaching. Thus, it had become the safest haven. When the campfire was ignited, Angus and Adeline returned to the encampment. The mercenaries were still animatedly discussing the recent skirmish, oblivious to their leader's absence during that time. Canes sat alone beside a modest fire, sipping from a flask, with 2 roasted fish that Arthur had just delivered resting nearby. Aware of the captain's recent injury, no one dared to disturb him. Canes gestured for Angus and Adeline to sit down, and, with an air of urgency, inquired, "Have you made any discoveries?" Adeline gently shook her head. Angus similarly shook his head, but quickly added, "Although I did not find the stalker, there are indeed signs of others having lingered nearby. I noticed 2 patches of flattened grass that had been pressed down. As a hunter, Angus was astute regarding various animal tracks. If he claimed it was human, it was undoubtedly correct." Canes furrowed his brow, revealing a look of realization. "How did you know we were being followed?" Adeline asked, perplexed. "I said I was guessing." "Do you believe me?" Canes retorted. Adeline shot him a disdainful glance. Canes found himself at a loss for words and muttered to himself. Upon entering the mountains, we were immediately beset by a horde of demon-eating insects. If one were to attribute this to mere coincidence, we soon thereafter stumbled into the territory of migrating level 7 beasts, only to be confronted by a rampaging creature from its domain. Such an abundance of coincidences surely implies an underlying necessity. Based on this, you deduce that someone is deliberately targeting us? It is inconceivable that anyone possesses the ability to control both the demon-eating insects and the level 7 beasts. Adeline remained somewhat incredulous. However, Keynes turned to Angus and inquired, "Given your experience, is there a possibility of such manipulation?" After a prolonged contemplation, Angus replied slowly, "While it is indeed feasible for someone to control level 7 beasts, the same cannot be said for the low-intelligence demon-eating insects. Have I erred in my judgment?" Keynes furrowed his brow even tighter. Yet Angus abruptly shifted his tone, stating, "No, your assessment is not incorrect. Upon reflection, although controlling beasts is arduous, luring them into our path is relatively simple. Once they encounter us, they will instinctively attack." Adeline questioned, "But how are they achieving this?" Angus elaborated, "I am aware of the method to entice the mountain-shaking rhinoceros during its mating season. If one were to procure the urine of a female, it will follow the scent. As for the demon-eating insects, I am uncertain of the method employed, but it is said that the bloodline of dragons possesses a fatal allure for these creatures. Do not jest. If they had the means to obtain dragoness blood, would they resort to such tactics against us? They could simply attack, and we would be powerless to resist," Adeline retorted, still skeptical of Keynes' judgment. "No, the enemy need not actually procure dragoness blood," Keynes interjected decisively. "Let us not forget the numerous subspecies of beasts that possess traces of dragon blood. I surmise that their blood could suffice as a similar attractant." The three fell into silence, every thread of reasoning aligned, revealing that a colossal trap had been laid since the moment the mercenary group entered the mountains, or perhaps even earlier. Yet, new uncertainties arose. Who had ensnared the mercenary group in this trap? Was it Bloodthorn, the wild wolf fox, or perhaps a collusion of the two? Adeline suddenly ventured a tentative whisper, "What if it is the work of all three?" Keynes resolutely shook his head. "No, that is not the case. Though they are rivals, these established mercenary groups have not descended to such depths. Moreover, they lack the capacity to entirely overwhelm us." "Then the issue lies with the mission? Someone has set their sights on the cargo we are escorting," Keynes sighed lightly. "I have been negligent. I underestimated the significance of this escort. I know I should not pry, but at this juncture, do you still wish to keep from us what precisely we are transporting?" Adeline's voice brimmed with urgency. Keynes managed a wry smile. "To be candid, I am not entirely certain of what we are delivering. Thus, perhaps it is better that you remain uninformed." "Then let us abandon this mission and return the commission to the client," Adeline urged. "As mercenaries, once a task is accepted, it is imperative that we see it through to the end, regardless of the peril," Keynes asserted. Keynes paused briefly before continuing. "The peril associated with this mission has far exceeded my expectations. You shall return with the team tomorrow. I will personally deliver the items to Sauron Canyon. I am genuinely curious to meet the employer." As he spoke, a glint of cold light flashed in Keynes' eyes. Chapter 29. The Mysterious Assassin. The peaks of the Orlando Mountains, specifically the Sacred Sword Peak, tower into the clouds, with snow blanketing the area above the halfway mark, while the summit remains shrouded in the ethereal mist of the heavens. Legends whisper that the secrets of the ancient war between gods and demons lie hidden atop the unyielding ice of the peak. Yet none have ever managed to ascend to uncover the truth. The Sacred Sword Peak is notoriously difficult to scale, and the Sauron Canyon before it is a treacherous passage. The canyon is perpetually cloaked in a gray mist that lingers throughout the year. The cliffs on either side are as smooth as if chiseled by the finest artisan. A great river, the Dawn River, flows fiercely against one of the cliffs, traversing the canyon. Within the canyon, wild grasses thrive amidst jagged stones, while remnants of shattered armor, weapons, and brittle bones lie scattered among the overgrowth, testaments to an ancient battlefield. It is said that many years ago, mercenaries and adventurers ventured into the canyon in search of treasures, but after millennia, even the divine armors and spiritual weapons have lost their essence, reduced to mere relics no more valuable than scrap metal found on the streets. Few are those who have truly discovered treasures within the canyon. Yet many have vanished into its depths or emerged from it driven to madness. Consequently, the peculiarities of the canyon have rendered Sauron Canyon a forsaken realm, largely forgotten by the world. On this day, a band of mercenaries pushed through the mist at the canyon's entrance and slowly entered the seldom trodden Sauron Canyon. Naturally represented by the Blue Rose Mercenary Corps, Keynes had initially intended to escort the goods to the canyon alone. Yet not a single member of the mercenary group was willing to depart. Trust is the lifeblood of a mercenary, a solemn vow upheld by every member of the Blue Rose. One mercenary boldly proclaimed, "If we are to be denied the chance to accompany you merely due to danger, it is a sign of distrust towards our brethren. We are unworthy of being called Blue Rose mercenaries." Cain smiled with satisfaction, knowing he could not rid himself of these loyal companions. For the sake of their conviction, what did death matter? He had faced it once before. Today was merely a repetition of that experience. The mercenary corps proceeded according to their original plan, albeit via an exceedingly obscure route. Although the Orlando Mountains lacked proper paths, generations of hunters and mercenaries had forged a more suitable trail through exploration and endeavor. However, this very path also provided an opportunity for lurking enemies to entice beasts to ambush the mercenary group, to thwart further traps laid by adversaries. Angus led the mercenaries along a seldom visited route. This detour effectively circled the outskirts of Sauron Canyon, consuming double the time to reach the vicinity of the canyon's entrance. Despite the extended duration and distance, the mercenary group encountered no unexpected incidents along the way. Leading the charge were Cain's, Adeline, and Angus, with the mercenaries behind them tightening their crossbows and unsheathing their blades, all prepared for battle. Even Arthur readied 3 sharp arrows on his bowstring. The Sauron Canyon was shrouded in thick mist. After merely a few meters, the entrance became obscured. Cain raised his hand, signaling the entire team to halt. Our commission was to escort the designated items to the canyon's mouth, and here we awaited the recipient. I feared we might never encounter this individual. A slender figure gradually emerged from the haze of the canyon. It was the elf Elijah, who had somehow positioned himself at the front of our group and had ventured into the valley ahead of us. Elijah was holding a white, rotund man. The man's head hung limply, and his once resplendent golden robe was marred by dried bloodstains. "Is he dead?" Angus inquired in astonishment. "He was already deceased when I found him," Elijah replied. "A single sword thrust had pierced his heart. He appears to have been dead for quite some time." Elijah gently laid the man down on the ground. "Is he the recipient we were meant to wait for?" The body had clearly been tampered with, aside from his garments. Nothing remained. Angus crouched down to scrutinize the corpse, exclaiming as he examined it, "Boss, this is quite peculiar. He is neither a warrior nor a mage. If he were merely a merchant, how did he arrive here alone?" Throughout this ordeal, Cain remained pensive and silent. We had anticipated that encountering the client would unravel the mystery, yet we discovered that even the recipient had been slain. The manner of his death was irrelevant to our commission. Since the recipient was dead, our task was at an end, and we should withdraw. Cain made a decision that astonished everyone. Curiosity can be deadly. The entire mission had been steeped in strangeness, and adhering strictly to mercenary principles would maximize our safety. "And what about this corpse?" Angus queried. "Take it with us. We owe the mercenary guild an explanation." No one challenged Cain's decision, and the mercenary group began to retreat slowly toward the canyon's entrance. "What a shame. Doesn't Captain Cain intend to wait a while longer?" A dry, hoarse voice suddenly emanated from the mist of the canyon. The entire team froze in place. Cain remained silent, his hand gently gripping the hilt of his sword, eyes fixed intently on the source of the voice. The mist swirled, and a gaunt man clad in a tight black outfit emerged from the parted haze. A black leather mask obscured the man's face, revealing only a pair of cold, glinting eyes. Cain and Elijah exchanged a glance, sensing shock in each other's expression. Elijah had previously searched the perimeter of the canyon ahead of the mercenary group. The presence of this individual, who had eluded the elf's senses, suggested a mastery that surpassed Elijah's own. "Who are you?" Cain inquired in a frigid tone. "I cannot divulge that." The response was equally icy. "What is it that you seek? Perhaps we could assist you. As a mercenary group, we are open to any commission." Cain moderated his tone slightly. "I hold a deep appreciation for the prowess that Captain Cain has demonstrated throughout this journey, yet regrettably, we too are bound by our commission." Cain let out a gentle sigh. All was irretrievable. The words spoken by the man in black have implicitly revealed his identity. Cain has encountered a professional assassin organization. From the lethal precision of his swordsmanship to the enigmatic attire that cloaks him in darkness, and his posture that presents only one side of his body to Cain's. The latter has begun to piece together the man's origins. There is no room for negotiation with assassins. They are merely cold instruments in the hands of others. All personnel retreat from the canyon. When Cain issued the order to withdraw, his body surged forward instead, unleashing a fierce sword aura directed at the man in black. Since he had arrived, none would escape. The man in black let out a chilling laugh. Shadows clad in darkness surged forth from the mist, lunging at the mercenaries of the brigade. Chapter 30. Life and Death Dilemma. The Beland continent is home not only to mercenary guilds, but also to the more enigmatic assassin guilds. The continent's three foremost assassin organizations transcend racial boundaries, wielding influence across the land. Keynes was unaware of which assassin organization his adversaries hailed from. Yet he understood that reasoning with them was futile. They were akin to venomous serpents concealed in the underbrush, striking with near-infallible lethality. Their meticulous ambush against the mercenary brigade revealed their formidable nature. For the Blue Rose Mercenary Brigade, today might very well be a dead end. Thus, while Keynes was the first to issue the command to retreat, he recklessly charged forward, determined to carve out a sliver of hope for his comrades. Not only Keynes harbored such thoughts, Adeline, Elia, and Angus simultaneously launched themselves into the fray against the oncoming assassins. Adeline's staff danced swiftly, conjuring massive fireballs that shot forth in rapid succession, bombarding the black-clad assassins emerging from the fog. Elia's arrows, swifter than the fireballs, pierced the mist, aimed directly at the vital points of the black-clad foes. The clashing sounds of blades and arrows filled the air as Elia's impeccably aimed shots were deftly intercepted by the assassins wielding their slender black daggers. Concurrently, ice spears erupted from the fog, colliding with Adeline's fireballs and extinguishing them entirely. As Keynes's sword met the dagger of the assassin head-on, his heart plummeted to the depths of despair. The adversary had long since devised a targeted strategy against the mercenary brigade. The man before him could effortlessly parry his strike. Clearly of a higher caliber, the ice mage concealed in the mist could so easily extinguish all of Adeline's fireballs, indicating mastery beyond the 7th level. The assassins that had emerged were all at least 4th-tier warriors. Otherwise, they could not have thwarted the elven archer shots at such close range. Angus had plunged into the throng of assassins, but 2 of them had already ensnared him. The lowest rank among them was 4th tier. This organization was terrifying. As Keynes and Angus found themselves entangled, the mercenary brigade, which had begun its retreat at the canyon's mouth, hesitated momentarily. Some obeyed orders to hastily withdraw, while others yearned to return and support their leader. It was merely a fleeting hesitation, yet the foremost black-clad assassins circumnavigated Adeline and Elia, swiftly closing in on the rear of the mercenary group. "Die!" shouted a mercenary who had turned around, releasing the trigger of his crossbow, unleashing a barrage of bolts towards the assassins. A cacophony of clanging ensued. Most of the bolts were deflected by the short swords of the killers, but at such close range, several still found their mark in the assassins' bodies. Remarkably, these assassins seemed impervious to pain, allowing the bolts to embed themselves in their flesh as they charged into the ranks of the mercenaries. Were these creatures even human? Some mercenaries stood momentarily stunned. "Retreat, everyone! Retreat!" Keynes bellowed fiercely while engaged with the black-clad figures. Yet it was too late. The sounds of piercing blades echoed as the assassins swiftly plunged their short swords into the vital areas of the mercenaries. The well-trained soldiers found themselves utterly powerless against these assailants, incapable of fending off the relentless onslaught, and one by one, they fell. Though only a handful of assassins emerged from the mist, they drove back a force of over 50 mercenaries with relentless ferocity. "Brothers, we shall not retreat. Let us fight," declared a towering mercenary, swinging his massive axe towards the advancing assassin. Opposite him stood a diminutive assassin, significantly shorter, yet as he crouched, he deftly evaded the crushing blow, springing up like lightning to stab the towering mercenary in the throat with a swift upward thrust of his short sword, before rapidly moving on to the next target. The tall mercenary clutched his gushing throat in disbelief, his wide eyes filled with shock as his robust form slowly collapsed forward. Meanwhile, Arthur, still shielded within the ranks, had bloodshot eyes. He knocked several arrows, yet each was effortlessly deflected by the assassin before him. Arthur's efforts earned him only a fleeting glance from the assassin, who, while dispatching other mercenaries, turned momentarily to acknowledge him, a gaze that seemed to say, "I shall remember you." That glance sent a chill through Arthur, reminiscent of the time when the orc tribe hunted them. In the frigid gaze of the black-clad killers, they were no different than prey. And no matter how fiercely they struggled, the outcome would be the same. Keynes's great sword shimmered with energy as he executed 3 swift strikes, forcing the assassin before him to retreat a few steps, before intending to turn and address the plight of the mercenaries. However, as Keynes turned, the assassin's form materialized beside him like a specter, thrusting their short sword with lethal intent towards his back. Keynes had no choice but to counter with a desperate swing of his sword. While Keynes was ensnared in combat, Adeline, Elia, and Angus found themselves similarly ensnared. The ice mage obstructing Adeline emerged from the mist, clad in black garb and a mask, distinguishable only by the white bone staff he wielded instead of a dark short sword. 3 ice shields, glistening white, swiftly encircled the assassin sorcerer, while the bone staff emitted a chilling aura. With each flourish of the sorcerer's hand, a barrage of ice spears and icy projectiles were unleashed, their velocity and frequency surpassing that of Adeline's fireballs. Adeline found herself continually on the defensive, retreating with little recourse to counterattack. The hastily erected fire shield was shattered almost instantaneously by the incoming ice spears and projectiles, leaving her to rely on evasive maneuvers and concentrated magical output to barely sustain herself. Irea, once engaged in close quarters, found his archery prowess severely hampered, as 2 swift black-clad assassins expertly exploited the elven archer's vulnerabilities, maintaining relentless proximity and denying him any opportunity to distance himself. Similarly, Angus was ensnared by 2 of these dark assassins, yet his predicament proved even more perilous. As a hunter, Angus was not adept in direct confrontations. Facing adversaries of equal rank, he was swiftly pierced by several blades, narrowly evading fatal strikes. Blood flowed freely from his wounds, his movements growing increasingly sluggish. The 2 assassins encircling him slowed their assault, their eyes glinting with predatory intent, poised to deliver a lethal blow at any moment. Keynes observed the dire straits of his mercenary company with mounting fury, veins bulging and eyes wide with rage, the aura of his swordsmanship intensifying. The lead assassin across from him scoffed disdainfully, taunting him with the assurance that none would escape this day. In the midst of this chaos, the Blue Phantom Mercenary Company found itself teetering on the brink of annihilation. One by one, mercenaries fell beneath the blades of the enigmatic black-clad assassins, and within moments, more than half of the 50-strong company had perished. As he witnessed his longtime comrades fall, Keynes' eyes ignited with crimson fury, his presence swelling with ferocity. The leader of the Black Assassins, a rank above Keynes, paid little heed to his transformation, seemingly content to ensnare Keynes and force him to witness the demise of his men. Only when Keynes attempted to break free to rescue his comrades did the assassin unleash a full frontal assault. "Brothers, we shall fight them," a mercenary roared, charging forward. As the black dagger pierced his chest, he clutched the assassin tightly, refusing to let go. Seizing the moment, 2 nearby mercenaries plunged their weapons into the assassin's body. In his final moments, the assassin retaliated, releasing a dart-like black projectile from his sleeve, striking one of the mercenaries in the abdomen. In their dying breaths, the mercenaries ignited a fierce resolve within their comrades, each embracing the notion of mutual destruction as they surged toward the assassins. Arthur joined the fray, determined to unleash his deadly technique, convinced that he could take down an assassin even at the cost of his own life. However, just as he charged forward, an unseen force yanked him back, thwarting his advance once more. Even though these mercenaries were no longer a match for Arthur when acting alone, in their eyes, he remained a mere child, and they could not allow him to face death first. After charging forward twice, Arthur's eyes were already red with tears. Each mercenary standing in his way was sacrificing their life to protect him, only to fall beneath the blades of the assassins in the next moment. Everyone was fighting with all their might. Adeline had ceased her retreat. Her magic was nearly exhausted, and behind her lay the turbulent waters of the Newton River, cascading from the cliff's edge. She deflected 2 ice spears aimed at her with her wand, her bitten lip bleeding, and she cast a fleeting glance at the struggling Keynes before simultaneously thrusting her hands forward, unleashing the last remnants of her magic. A vast expanse of fire clouds surged forward, painting the sky crimson as it engulfed the ice mage across from her. This was the 6th-level fire cloud spell, the most formidable fire magic that a 6th-level fire mage could wield. In that instant, everyone in the gorge felt an intense heat, the surrounding mist thinning considerably. Yet, after the fire clouds dissipated, the ice mage re-emerged, now clad in a resplendent white armor, his 3 rotating ice shields having vanished, replaced by the 5th-level ice armor spell. Adeline was not surprised. Naturally, the The 6th-level Fire Cloud spell could not contend with a 7th-level Ice Mage. Slowly, she unfurled the scroll she had held tightly in her hands. At the moment the scroll activated, a colossal fire dragon roared forth, fiercely charging towards the Ice Mage, determined to incinerate everything that stood in its path. This was the 7th-level Fire Dragon spell scroll, a final means of survival that Adeline had purchased at great cost, spending nearly half of her fortune. The activation of the scroll drained the last vestiges of her magical energy, and she collapsed to the ground. The mask obscured her view of the Ice Mage's expression, but for the first time, she heard him utter a curse as he desperately waved his bone staff, unleashing a blizzard. The fire dragon plunged into the icy tempest, and the clash of fire and ice erupted in a tremendous explosion, shaking the entire gorge. As the smoke cleared, the Ice Mage staggered out, his ice armor shattered, the black robe beneath it marred by charred marks. Adeline, unwilling to witness the aftermath, closed her eyes, surrendering her fate to the unknown. Aria's bow snapped, yet he used the intricately carved back of the bow to deflect a deadly strike aimed at his throat, retaliating with a beautifully crafted dagger from his waist, plunging it into the assassin. Discarding his bow, Aria engaged in close combat with the dark-clad assassin, his intricately designed armor soon stained with blood, the vivid crimson lending an unusual beauty to the floral patterns etched into it. But this beauty came at the cost of life. Angus, having lost too much blood, could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground. The assassin, poised and waiting for this moment, leapt forward, thrusting a dagger towards Angus's back, delivering his final blow. Angus, lying prone on the ground, suddenly rolled onto his back, casting aside a nearly translucent hunting net. The assassin instinctively swung his short sword, yet the net proved impervious, ensnaring him entirely and yanking him to the earth under Angus's downward pull. The two tumbled together, Angus's hunting knife swiftly plunging in and out of the assassin's chest. As he raged, "You bastard, let us see you be so arrogant again. Let us see you understand what a hunter truly is." Meanwhile, another assassin drove his short sword into Angus's body. The curses abruptly ceased as Angus lay still, devoid of any further movement, his hunting knife still deeply embedded in the assassin's chest. "Ah!" Keynes roared, his fighting spirit surging violently. Simultaneously, the energy coalescing around his enormous sword formed the shape of a wolf's head, which burst forth from the sword's tip, crashing into the cloaked figure and sending him flying. Keynes lunged forward, soaring through the air, suspended in mid-flight, his crimson eyes sweeping over the brutal scene in the canyon. Adeline sat helplessly at the cliff's edge, an ice spear conjured by the Ice Mage pointed ominously at her chest. Elia knelt, a black short sword embedded in his heart. Before him lay an assassin, one dead and the other wounded. Covered in blood, Angus lay lifeless upon the ground, while only a handful of mercenaries remained standing. The intelligence was flawed. A warrior of the battle general level. He is indeed a battle general. The leader of the cloaked figures shrieked in terror. The ability to manipulate fighting spirit while airborne was a hallmark of battle general level warriors. Keynes had astonishingly leaped 2 ranks, ascending from the 8th level to the 10th. A feat beyond belief, especially from the 9th to the 10th level, known as the battle general's threshold, with few warriors ever surpassing it. All combatants on the battlefield halted, gazing in awe at Keynes, who resembled a battle deity in the air, their expressions a mix of shock, confusion, delight, and dread. Every battle general level warrior is a formidable presence. In the midst of a battlefield filled with countless soldiers, they possess the power to turn the tide, let alone in the current deadly scenario. Yet, everyone seemed to overlook why Keynes had only now revealed his true strength. Suspended in the air, Keynes's blood-red eyes regained clarity, his gaze reflecting not only a desire for vengeance, but also sorrow and longing. With a casual motion, a nearly imperceptible sword energy shot forth from his colossal sword. The 7th level Ice Mage, poised to deliver a fatal blow to Adeline, had no time to react as his body was suddenly cleaved in twain. Even a powerful 7th level mage could not withstand the might of a single strike from a battle general. Keynes swung his great sword again, unleashing 3 successive sword energies. Each one sliced through the air towards different targets. The leader of the cloaked assassins, the space before Elia, and the assassins at the forefront of the mercenary ranks. In light of the previous misfortunes endured by the Ice Mage, when Keynes brandished his sword once more, the few cloaked figures he targeted instinctively attempted to evade or defend themselves. However, The vast disparity in their levels rendered their efforts futile as soon as they moved. Their bodies were cleaved in twain. Only the leader of the assassins managed to tear open a magical scroll, summoning a towering golden-armored giant that abruptly shielded him. 8th level gold magic, guardian of gold. The assassins were far wealthier than mercenaries. Being elite 9th level assassins, they possessed means for self-preservation. Yet, the 8th level gold magic could only withstand Keynes' strike for a fleeting moment, shattering the golden giant into fragments with a resounding clang. Undeterred, Keynes leapt into the air, positioning himself before the assassin leader, a brilliant white light descending towards him. As the golden giant was obliterated, the leader began to retreat, his form becoming increasingly ethereal. Nevertheless, when Keynes' sword finally descended, he could not fully evade it. The flash of the sword passed, severing his entire arm. In that instant, a clean, smooth wound appeared, devoid of blood until after the arm had been severed, at which point the blood gushed forth. Having not achieved complete success with his initial strike, Keynes followed up with another thrust, the sword's light piercing like a lance toward the assassin leader's heart. In his weakened state, the leader could not evade this blow. As the sword's light surged forth, he resignedly closed his eyes. That moment stretched interminably, and he found himself waiting for the fatal strike to pierce his chest. Upon reopening his eyes, he was astonished to see Keynes half kneeling on the ground, his massive sword still poised for a thrust, though its tip sagged helplessly to the earth, his hand trembling violently. Keynes had failed to fully execute his strike. With his head bowed, his visage pale as ash, blood trickled from his lips, and his eyes shone devoid of any glimmer. The once mighty warrior, who had commanded the battlefield, now appeared as a withered husk. The assassin leader, shaken from his stupor by this unexpected turn of events, lost his composure, laughing aloud. "So, you are but a flicker of light before the extinguishing. There will be someone to avenge me," Keynes murmured with a faint, faltering voice. "But even if that day comes, you will not witness it. Today, you shall perish by my hand." The leader, channeling his fighting spirit to staunch the flow of blood from his severed arm, slowly approached Keynes. Suddenly, Keynes' head snapped up, a spark igniting in his eyes, and he hurled his great sword with a flourish. The assassin leader, terrified, retreated at once. "Flee!" Keynes roared, before collapsing to the ground, breathless and lifeless. Yet, the trajectory of the great sword was not aimed at the leader, but rather toward the black-clad assassins across from the mercenaries. The spinning sword, infused with Keynes' final vestiges of fighting spirit, effortlessly cleaved through two unsuspecting assassins, leaving them bisected. The sword ultimately embedded itself in the ground, quivering as if mourning its master. Keynes understood that he could not vanquish the assassin leader, but he resolved that even with his last breath, he would strive to secure a glimmer of hope for the mercenary group. Aside from the leader of the assassins, there remained 7 or 8 black-clad killers. With a single stroke from Keynes, the mercenaries gained a fleeting glimpse of hope. "For the captain's vengeance, I shall fight to the end," they cried, to Keynes' astonishment. Not a single mercenary attempted to flee to the canyon. Instead, they charged madly at the remaining killers, falling one by one beneath their blades or dragging the assassins down with them in a desperate bid for mutual destruction. These cold-blooded killers could perhaps never comprehend the fervent, yet seemingly foolish actions of the zealous mercenaries. Arthur approached, retrieving the massive sword that was almost as tall as he was, and he dragged it towards the leader of the black-clad assassins. Adeline, trembling, rose to her feet and staggered toward Keynes' lifeless body. As the leader of the assassins passed by her, he casually swung his sword. Adeline stumbled forward a few steps before collapsing beside Keynes. When the leader of the assassins brushed past the elven maiden, she, half kneeling, proudly raised her head, declaring, "Do not lay your filthy hands upon me." Irelia turned for one last glance at the bodies of Keynes and Adeline lying side by side, and with her exquisite dagger in hand, she plunged it into her own chest. In the end, Keynes failed to offer even a glimmer of hope to his mercenary band. One by one, the valiant warriors transformed into lifeless corpses, leaving only the boy, still dragging the sword, to fulfill his final mission. The leader of the assassins gestured to halt the oncoming strike aimed at Arthur, allowing him to approach. With a curious tilt of his head, the leader regarded the boy with the oversized sword, bemused that the mercenary band had brought along a mere child. Yet, it mattered little. On the road to the underworld, there is neither young nor old, and the assassins would not spare him simply for his youth. "Boy," That sword is too large for you," he taunted. "Captain Kane's mentioned someone would avenge him, but I find you intriguing. It would be a pity to let you perish so swiftly. But first, you must possess the strength to lift that sword." Arthur remained silent. Instead, he leaped high into the air, the massive sword carving a graceful arc as it descended towards the leader's head. A faint red glow emanated from the blade, resembling flames. Unbeknownst to him, Arthur had experienced a breakthrough in battle, now able to infuse his fighting spirit into his weapon. The leader of the assassins emitted a soft gasp. Noting the fiery aura surrounding Arthur's weapon, it seemed the boy possessed potential. With a sharp clang, the black dagger effortlessly parried Arthur's full-force strike. Yet, you still have a long way to go. As Arthur remained suspended in midair, he relinquished his grip on the sword, allowing it to be deflected, while his free hand gestured forward, conjuring a sudden fireball that struck the leader's mask. The assassin leader let out a piercing scream, although the leather mask shielded his face. His eyes, nostrils, and mouth were exposed. The fireball scorched him severely at close range. Temporarily blinded, he nevertheless thrust his sword in the direction of Arthur's position, unleashing a wave of sword energy. Arthur activated the wind spell on his enchanted boots, propelling himself swiftly away. The anticipated strike of the sword fell short, and the leader of the assassins emitted a frenzied roar. "Seize him. I shall flay him alive." As Arthur beheld the three approaching figures clad in black, he realized that hope had utterly abandoned him. Grasping the colossal sword from the ground, he retreated a few steps, then turned and, without a moment's hesitation, leapt into the tumultuous waters of the Newton River behind him. Chapter 3. Homeless henceforth after a brutal massacre, the mouth of Sauron Canyon was strewn with corpses, discarded weapons littering the ground. It would not be long before these remains, like other relics of the battlefield, would wither and crumble with the passage of time, rendering their origins unrecognizable. The three surviving black-clad assassins methodically searched the bodies of the mercenaries. This meticulously orchestrated assassination was clearly aimed at more than mere murder. The leader of the assassins stood alone at the foot of a precipice, gazing silently at the roaring, surging river below. For him, this was tantamount to a failed operation. Of the 6 teams, only 3 elite assassins had survived, along with the loss of a 7th-level ice mage, a valuable asset to any organization. He had also sacrificed an arm in the process. The sole consolation was that, despite the exorbitant cost, the mission had ultimately succeeded in annihilating the troublesome mercenary band. As for Arthur, who had leapt into the canyon, he was of no concern to the leader. The drop from the ground to the river's surface below the canyon's cliff was over 10 meters, the current swift and winding, with treacherous rocks lurking beneath. Not to mention, a mere fledgling who had just broken through to the 3rd level stood little chance of survival. Even the leader himself would likely perish if he jumped in, let alone the foolhardy boy clinging to that heavy sword. "Commander, we found nothing," murmured one of the black-clad assassins behind him. The leader shuddered involuntarily at the report. Arthur could not comprehend why. In that fleeting moment, he had instinctively grasped the massive sword. In any case, as a non-swimmer, plunging into the depths meant certain death. It was better to retain it than to let it fall into the hands of those assassins. Is this how I meet my end? What lies beyond death? Such thoughts surged through Arthur's mind as he plummeted into the abyss. With a resounding splash, he plunged into the water, his bones feeling as if they shattered upon impact. The world spinning wildly, thoughts evaporating into nothingness. As he instinctively opened his mouth, water rushed in. Yet, his grip on the sword's hilt remained unyielding as his body sank swiftly towards the riverbed. Arthur clenched his eyes shut, unable to breathe, his mind blank. Just as he felt himself slipping into unconsciousness, his body suddenly lightened, and he began to float gently to the surface. Tilting his head back, he gasped for air, and when he fully opened his eyes, he discovered not only that he was buoyant on the river's surface, but that the massive sword also floated alongside him. More precisely, it was the sword that had lifted him from the depths. Metal was supposed to sink, was it not? Why, then, did such a heavy sword float? Arthur was utterly bewildered. The rushing river swept Arthur and his colossal sword downstream, as if this peculiar blade had suddenly lost its weight in the water. Manipulating it became surprisingly easier than on land. When confronted with submerged rocks and hidden reefs, Arthur deftly flicked the sword's tip, gliding past obstacles with ease. The Danyang refinement technique surged within him, emanating a searing warmth that kept his body from succumbing to the icy waters. Navigating perilous rapids and plunging over countless steep drops and waterfalls, Arthur felt as though every bone in his body had shattered, his form rendered numb by the relentless soaking. Yet, as the current began to soften, he finally managed to ascend onto a flat riverbank. Soaked and nearly disintegrated by the water, Arthur rose to his feet. Gazing around at the unfamiliar, undulating mountains, fully engulfed in confusion. During this peaceful era devoid of conflict with the orcish tribes, Who Emerged city existed as a tranquil settlement on the fringes of the human kingdom. Aside from the Lord's recent endeavors to procure a dragon whip for his newly-wed concubine and the scandalous brawl between the notorious Quisiti and the Sandstorm mercenary group over a woman at the Nightingale Tavern, no significant events had captured the public's attention. However, recent occurrences had sent shockwaves through Who Emerged city, becoming the focal point of conversation in every corner. The most formidable mercenary group within the city, the Blue Rose, had seen its leader, Canes, vanish alongside nearly all of its main forces over a month prior during a mysterious mission. Just the night before, their headquarters had been engulfed in flames, reduced to ruins. With no mercenaries escaping, all bodies were charred beyond recognition. The scene bore no traces, and only the scorched remains offered a glimpse of fatal wounds, indicating that nearly all had succumbed to a single, lethal strike. The assailant had set the blaze after slaying everyone present. Both the Lord's estate and the Mercenary Guild had issued hefty bounties for the capture of the perpetrator responsible for the massacre and arson at the Blue Rose. 2 days had passed without a single clue emerging. Despite the lack of evidence, many seasoned mercenaries had begun to suspect that the Blue Rose had encountered a formidable enemy during their mission, and while Canes had not returned, it was likely he would never do so. In the annals of the continent's long history, there were countless instances where even top-tier mercenary groups and esteemed noble families had been uprooted overnight for provoking adversaries they should not have trifled with. The Blue Rose, a mercenary group that had rapidly ascended like a comet, now faced a swift and tragic decline. After a fortnight, even the most sensational news faded into obscurity, and few mentioned the horrific massacre in casual conversation. Finally, after days of accumulated rainfall, a ragged youth dashed through the city gates just as they were about to close. Arthur, having spent an entire month wandering the Orlando mountains, was finally home. Home. Over the span of 3 years, he had come to regard the mercenary group as family, with Canes, Randall, Adeline, and Tony all holding a cherished place in his heart. Although Captain Canes and Adeline perished in battle, Randall and Tony remain, as does home. He is determined to convey everything that transpired in Sauron Valley to Randall. It is this unwavering belief that sustains Arthur, enabling him to endure hunger, withstand the onslaught of beasts, and suffer innumerable hardships until he finally emerged from the mountains. When Arthur realized that the charred rubble before him was the mercenary group's headquarters, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed to the ground. Home is gone. The belief that had supported him has vanished. In that moment, Arthur was truly lost. The sole survivor of the mercenary group, where would he go from here? In the rain-soaked night, the young man could no longer contain his emotions and wept aloud. Since being captured and accustomed to death in the Orc Camp, Arthur had not cried for many years. Yet, at this moment, tears flowed uncontrollably, mingling with the rain. A large hand silently grasped the weeping youth's shoulder. In the torrential rain, the lonely boy cried out in despair before the charred courtyard. He was oblivious to the presence of another until that hand rested upon his shoulder, causing him to shiver. Sensing that the hand exerted no force, Arthur slowly turned his head, and before him was the plump face of Aunt Nightingale. Quickly wiping his tears, he heard her say, "Come with me." Without uttering another word, Nightingale led him away. Arthur was pulled swiftly through the winding streets. Despite his urge to inquire, Nightingale's silence quelled his questions. Nightingale brought Arthur to the back entrance of a secluded alley, where she paused. Suddenly, Arthur recognized it as the rear door of the Nightingale Tavern. She ushered him into a spacious room adorned with warmth and comfort, and after securing the door, she embraced him tightly, disregarding his drenched state. "My child, thank goodness you are alive." The Blue Enchantress still has someone left. Struggling to breathe under her overwhelming affection, Arthur felt a tinge of embarrassment and turned his gaze to survey the room's decor. It was evidently Nightingale's personal quarters, with pink drapes adorning the bed, while crossed swords hung on the side wall, hinting at her past as a mercenary. Though Nightingale had grown into a plump middle-aged woman, the room retained a feminine charm. suggesting that her youth had indeed been marked by the affections of many suitors. Aunt Nightingale, are Canes and the others still alive? How did you survive? Though not a member of the mercenary group, Nightingale shared a deep bond with the Blue Enchantress's mercenaries and held a special fondness for Arthur, who had always regarded her as a surrogate family member. Thus, he recounted his experiences from entering the mountains to the ambush in the valley. Upon reaching the tragic account of Canes, Adeline, Angus, and others meeting their demise in Sauron Valley, tears welled in Nightingale's eyes as she sighed deeply. Aunt Nightingale, are Deputy Captain Randall and Tony still alive? Who was it that burned down our mercenary group? This is a series of inquiries Arthur contemplated regarding the Nightingale during their journey. With a sigh, the Nightingale remarked that none of the mercenaries left behind had survived. The charred remains were ultimately collected by the Lord's men, and she suspected Randall was among them. As for Tony, he had not returned at all. The assailants left no traces, yet she speculated that they were likely the same group who ambushed them in Sauron Canyon. It was reasonable to assume that such a clandestine organization would not permit Tony and the others to survive. Overwhelmed by sorrow, Arthur remained silent, his gaze cast downward. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Allow me to fetch you something to eat, the Nightingale said before turning and stepping out, leaving the young man to his solitude. Perhaps more effective than mere words of consolation. Shortly thereafter, she returned with a generous platter of succulent beef and potatoes, accompanied by rye bread and a large jug of malt beer. The enticing aroma of the food was soothing to the heartache, especially for Arthur, who had been enduring hunger in the mountains for over a month. As he sat quietly beside Arthur, watching him devour the meal ravenously, a smile crept across the Nightingale's face. Auntie Nightingale, how fortuitous that you happen to be near our mercenary headquarters, Arthur inquired between bites. The aunt ran a tavern, and she could obtain any information swiftly, should she choose to. Don't think you're clever. The moment you entered the city, someone noticed your presence, which is why I suspected you would return to the mercenary group first. At this point, the Nightingale's expression shifted to one of seriousness. Once you finish eating, you must leave immediately. This place is far too perilous. If those who ambushed you learn that the Blue Enchantress still has survivors, they will not spare you. Arthur froze momentarily, then dejectedly lowered his head, murmuring, But where can I go? To the royal city. It is much safer there, the Nightingale responded, pushing a rectangular wooden box toward Arthur. For me? He inquired. It is a gift from Randall. Arthur leapt up in excitement. So, Uncle Randall is still alive? The Nightingale gently urged him to sit down, saying, He left it with me before the incident, perhaps sensing something amiss, and entrusted it to my care as a precaution. Such occurrences have happened before, so I thought little of it. After the event with the mercenary group, I assumed no one had survived and opened the box. At least one item within it is intended for you. Trembling, Arthur opened the box. At the top lay a gold-trimmed envelope, beneath which were 2 account books. Arthur recognized them as records Randall maintained for the mercenary group's finances. Underneath the account books were several crystalline cards, each the size of a business card, shimmering with an unusual luster, as if energy flowed within. Arthur counted 5 in total. Is it these items in the box that attracted those mysterious assassins? He queried, casting a puzzled glance at the Nightingale. She shook her head. I have perused the account books, and they contain no significant information. The cards you have yet to encounter are known as crystal coins, each valued at 1,000 gold pieces, a sum that constitutes a significant fortune in our ally, though it is utterly negligible in the eyes of the great powers. As for the letter above, you may open it yourself. Extracting the letter reveals a few brief lines inscribed on a delicate azure-hued paper. This paper, known as Huanhuasien, is a luxurious stationery favored among the elite and affluent. Over the years, Arthur has learned much under Randall's tutelage, and he recognizes this as a letter of recommendation addressed to the Royal Academy of Bloodlight in the Kingdom of Isaac, with Arthur Silro as the recommended candidate and signed by Patrick, adorned with a family crest featuring a stag's head. Upon finishing the letter, Arthur remains bewildered. Who are these 2 individuals mentioned? What connection do they have with me? Nightingale can't help but chuckle. Oh, foolish boy, you are Arthur Silro. Silro is the family name of Canes. I believe he has bestowed his surname upon you. In the Beland continent, whether human or beast, only those hailing from ancient noble lineages possess family names, while commoners are given only first names, and the addition of surnames without royal or noble bestowal is strictly forbidden. As for Patrick, I cannot say who he is, but he is undoubtedly a person of great importance. The surname Patrick belongs to one of the four great noble houses of the kingdom, the Royal Academy of Bloodlight. Arthur murmurs softly, repeating the name. Chapter 35. The night of Retribution. The vicissitudes of life are often replete with unexpected twists. The youth emerging from the beast camp believed he would become a formidable mercenary. Yet calamity thrust his destiny into a broader realm. Go forth. I believe this is also the desire of Keynes and Randall. Nightingale gently encourages Arthur. Not only is it safer there, but it will also make you stronger. I shall return once I have gained strength to exact vengeance upon the mercenary corps. Arthur replies through clenched teeth. Never return, nor think of revenge. That mysterious organization is beyond your reckoning. No, I must seek vengeance. I am a mercenary of the Blue Rose. My conviction is my very life. Nightingale smiles with a sense of satisfaction, proud of his lineage as a Blue Rose. Keynes and Randall did not err in their judgment. However, do not entertain thoughts of revenge until you attain the rank of a battle-hardened warrior. After a night of rain, the downpour ceased as dawn approached, ushering in a new day. A line had already formed at the city gates, comprising woodcutters heading out to gather firewood, hunters venturing into the mountains, mercenaries accepting commissioned tasks, and merchants engaging in fur and herbal trade at the borders, ordinary folk bustling about for their livelihoods. Nightingale dressed Arthur in a simple tunic and arranged for a familiar merchant caravan set to depart the following morning, merely stating it was a favor to assist a friend's child in seeking education elsewhere. In contrast to the scrutiny faced upon entry, the city guards did not conduct thorough inspections of those leaving. The youth mingling within the caravan drew no attention whatsoever. Once outside the city gates, Arthur could not resist glancing back. 3 years prior, when he entered the city with the mercenary band, he was but a child. Now, as he departs, he has transformed into a youth, pondering when he might return once more. Moreover, a lingering enigma perpetually haunted Arthur's mind. Why did Captain Keynes suddenly ascend to the rank of a battle warrior, only to inexplicably vanish after a mere few strikes? What experiences had Keynes endured? All of it remained an unsolved mystery. Are you already beginning to miss home? Observed a slightly portly middle-aged man approaching Arthur, who turned out to be the merchant caravan owner, Lazander. Arthur offered a shy smile, replying, "It's nothing, Uncle Lazander. I simply feel a bit reluctant. You are doing remarkably well. To venture out alone at such a young age in pursuit of knowledge is quite brave. When I was your age, I didn't even dare to leave my village." He continued, "If you need anything along the way, do not hesitate to let me know. Nightingale and I have been old friends for many years, so please feel free." Arthur politely smiled and bowed in gratitude. From that day forth, he accompanied Lazander's caravan heading southward. The caravan was modest in size, consisting of only 12 musk oxen transporting goods, one among many small to medium-sized merchant caravans traversing the borders of the kingdom. Lazander managed several general stores in Solon City and made 2 annual trips to Huarel City, transporting herbs and furs from the Orlando mountain range to sell after simple processing. Due to the frequent traversing of this route, Lazander had only 6 accompanying merchant assistants, and for added security, he had hired 5 mercenaries in Huarel City for the journey. These mercenaries hailed from a minor mercenary group, with the leader being a lean man in his 40s, a mere 3rd-tier warrior. Additionally, there were 3 second-tier warriors and a young lad of 17 or 18, who was only a 1st-tier warrior. In truth, this represented the common state of warriors on the continent. Those like Arthur, who became a 3rd-tier warrior at the tender age of 15, were exceptionally gifted. Typically, warriors began their training around the ages of 7 or 8, honing their bodies and refining their muscles. With a hint of talent and diligent effort, they could circulate their energy through their meridians by 17 or 18, thus becoming 1st-tier warriors. The subsequent journey involved the continuous accumulation of energy, refining the body with this energy, and after 7 or 8 years of arduous training, one could attain the status of a 2nd-tier warrior by the age of 25 or 26. The vast majority of warriors would reach the 3rd tier, marking the end of their martial path. Only a select few, either exceptionally gifted or fortunate to receive deliberate training, might surpass this threshold and ascend to the rank of a battle officer. The path of warriors thereafter resembled a pyramid, narrowing as one ascended, with battle generals perched at its apex, revered by all warriors. Above battle generals lay the realm of legendary beings. Throughout the journey, the mercenaries exhibited unwavering diligence. Whether scouting during the day or patrolling at night, leaving no room for error. It was evident that Norris, the middle-aged mercenary leading the group, despite his low rank, possessed a wealth of experience as an old hand in the field. As time passed, the mercenaries quickly integrated with the merchant assistants and Arthur, frequently engaging in coarse banter. Arthur, wary of revealing his identity, deliberately maintained a distance from the mercenaries. However, a young mercenary named Hasker, upon learning that Arthur was traveling to the royal city of Singaral for studies, would often surround him with questions during breaks. His words laced with envy and a yearning for the royal city. "Arthur, shall we engage in a friendly contest? We are both first-level warriors, and I am eager to discern the extent of the disparity between us, especially considering your opportunity to study in the royal city." The merchant caravan had just paused beside a body of water, and Norris, accompanied by several mercenaries, was surveying the surroundings. Meanwhile, Haster seized the opportunity to approach Arthur. The presence of a 15-year-old third-level warrior was quite intimidating, so Arthur claimed to have only recently advanced to first level, which piqued Haster's interest in a duel. "Perhaps not, dear Haster, for I have only just achieved first-level status, and I undoubtedly cannot match your prowess. Do not worry, it is merely a friendly match. We shall not employ weapons, and I will be cautious. Rest assured, I shall not cause you harm." Haster continued to persuade Arthur with unyielding determination. Suddenly, a cacophony of hooves echoed from a distance, interrupting Haster's desire for a contest. On guard, Norris and his companions hastily returned, drawing their weapons and preparing for potential combat. Dust billowed along the road, and before the mercenaries could ready themselves, a dozen imposing horned horses thundered towards them. The riders were formidable figures clad entirely in silver armor, adorned with golden capes. The breastplates bore a red cross emblem, and the capes were embroidered with 3 blazing flames. The Order of the Light's Punishment Knights. These individuals are not to be trifled with, Haster whispered to Arthur. In the human kingdoms of Beland, there existed dual systems of governance, one for the body, overseen by the king, and another for the soul, governed by the Pope. "Who is in charge here?" questioned a square-jawed knight, his voice resonating with authority. "All praise to the God of Light." Rascind hurried forward, placing his hand over his heart and bowing in a gesture of devotion before addressing the knight. "I am the proprietor of this merchant caravan. I humbly seek your guidance, esteemed knight." The knight nodded in satisfaction. "We are in pursuit of a youth, approximately 14 or 15 years of age. Have you seen him?" Arthur felt a jolt of surprise and realized that all eyes were gradually turning towards him. Chapter 36. The gale banded. Arthur's heart raced with fervor. To his astonishment, the enigmatic organization was affiliated with the Church of Light, an entity formidable enough to challenge even the mightiest of kingdoms. Clenching his fists, he steeled himself for a fight. He would not succumb without resistance. The square-jawed knight scrutinized Arthur's face for a moment before shifting his gaze elsewhere. "Not this one. Open all your chests. I require inspection." Arthur exhaled a deep sigh of relief, discreetly wiping the sweat that had gathered at his temples with his sleeve. "Esteemed knight, our cart contains only medicinal herbs and furs. Reopening the chests may cause them to dampen. Might you consider leniency?" Rascind's face was now a mask of distress as he retrieved a small pouch from his pocket, prepared to offer it. As a seasoned merchant caravan leader, Rascind always carried 2 small pouches filled with varying amounts of gold and silver coins. This practice allowed him to preemptively offer bribes to avoid complications when confronted by inspecting soldiers or marauding bandits. However, this time, he encountered an obstacle. The square-jawed knight's demeanor hardened, and he placed a hand on the hilt of his sword. "Do you intend to bribe a knight of the god? The tribunal is precisely designed for merchants such as yourselves, driven by avarice." Lackened, in a state of fright, knelt down, trembling with fear. "No, please. Open everything. Unpack all the crates." Arthur, standing nearby, gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene, struggling to comprehend why the knight's mention of the tribunal had so terrified Lackened. The square-faced knight remained still upon his steed, while 5 or 6 knights dismounted and began rummaging through every crate capable of concealing a person. After confirming that the merchant caravan harbored no hidden individuals, they offered no parting words and swiftly remounted, galloping away. The caravan's crew was left to reorganize the disheveled goods, shaking their heads in dismay, yet refraining from voicing complaints, for to do so would be to risk committing the grievous sin of offending the divine. "Who are these individuals?" Arthur inquired of Haskeg beside him. "Did you notice the red flame emblem on their cloaks? It signifies their affiliation with the Inquisition. They are the punitive knights of the church, Haskeg whispered, lowering his voice in fear of being overheard. Are there other knights of the church? Haskeg seized the opportunity to display his knowledge, raising his chin with an air of superiority. Are you truly unaware? The church is home to 3 principal knightly orders: the punitive knights of the Inquisition, the radiant knights of the Curia, and the guardian knights of the garrison. I noticed you appeared quite fearful of those knights earlier, Haskeg remarked, casting a disdainful glance at Arthur. You have no idea of their terror, do you? The Inquisition wields the authority to search for heretics in this region, conduct interrogations, and hand down verdicts. Those deemed heretics by them cannot be rescued even by a king. The punitive knights serve as the Inquisition's enforcers and are undoubtedly the most fearsome of them all. Whose enforcers do you say they are? I did not quite catch that. Arthur deliberately raised his voice, drawing the attention of others around them. You fool. You've compromised me. Haskeg seethed, lunging towards him. Arthur, with a mischievous grin, darted away. But Haskeg's pursuit was halted by Norris, who insisted, Come, we must leave this place immediately. The presence of punitive knights nearby bodes ill. If they suspect any connection to heresy, it would be impossible to clear our names. Thus, the caravan hastily packed their belongings and set off. As the saying goes, misfortune seldom comes alone. Perhaps it was fated that their journey would be fraught with challenges. The caravan had scarcely traveled a mere dozen miles when the sound of chaotic hooves echoed behind them. Surely, those punitive knights have not returned? Arthur jested, seeking to frighten Haskeg further. Bad news, it's the Gale Thieves. Norris's countenance darkened. The term Gale Thieves does not refer to a specific group of bandits, but rather denotes a collective of roving marauders without a fixed base of operation. These thieves, lacking in strength, might number from a mere handful to several hundred, with numerous such groups existing throughout the kingdom of Isaac. The heavily laden merchant caravan could not hope to escape. Several mercenaries positioned themselves protectively beside the caravan, prepared to fight to the death if necessary. In the blink of an eye, over 20 riders, resembling antelopes, charged forth, the thieves brandishing weapons and shouting as they encircled the merchant caravan. Unlike the imposing and robust antelopes ridden by the paladins, the assorted rogues mounted on slightly smaller, horned antelopes. Despite their diminutive stature, these magical beasts excel in navigating mountainous paths with remarkable swiftness. Once they ascend the hills, the antelopes are utterly outpaced, making them the preferred steeds for most wind thief bandits. Dear brothers, I am Norris from the Kanjing Mercenary Corps of Huaur City. We are all just trying to make a living. I kindly ask for your cooperation, Norris addressed the bandits, bowing courteously while subtly signaling to Razand. Understanding the cue, Razand produced a small pouch of coins and tossed it toward the tall, slender bandit leader. With a pair of sinister eyes, the bandit leader weighed the pouch in his hands, a satisfied smile creeping across his face. He returned a slight bow to Norris, indicating that they were free to leave. The merchant caravan had paid the toll, thus averting a potential crisis. The honorable wind thieves would not plunder the entire caravan, for that would be akin to draining a pond of its fish. Engaging in such reckless behavior would render the road barren of merchants. And it would not be long before the merchants banded together to hire mercenaries for retribution. Therefore, as long as the bandits did not overstep their bounds, the mercenaries preferred to avoid direct confrontation. In truth, the relationship between the mercenary corps and the bandit group was one of mutual dependence, each party fulfilling its own needs. Without the bandits' presence, merchants would not be inclined to pay substantial sums for mercenary protection. Just when everyone in the caravan believed the crisis had passed, the bandit leader's malevolent gaze suddenly fell upon Arthur amidst the crowd. Wait, you may leave, but that boy must stay, he demanded. What do you mean? Norris, having sheathed his dagger, instinctively placed his hand back on the hilt. Nothing sinister. I merely wish to invite this young lad to our hideout for a few days. We shall return him shortly, the bandit leader replied dismissively. Sir, I believe you are mistaken. This boy is the child of an old friend of mine. A group of paladins has already searched us. If the previous coins are insufficient, I have more, Razand interjected, producing another pouch of coins. The bandit leader sneered. I have no idea what those zealots are seeking, but the wind thieves have received a lucrative bounty to locate a black-haired boy of about 15 or 16. If we have indeed made an error, we will return him to you. Norris drew his dagger with a swift motion, declaring fiercely, the boy will not be taken. If you wish to provoke the Kanjing Mercenary Corps, then come forth. Unlike his earlier submissiveness before the paladins, the bandits' demand now threatened the honor of the mercenaries. Allowing the bandits to abduct the boy would signify a failure in their duty to protect, and Norris could not yield, even if it meant fighting to the death. Arthur, hidden within the crowd, sighed softly, murmuring to himself, I did not expect them to find me so soon. Chapter 37. A solo journey. Arthur recognized that this was no mere coincidence. The pursuers had indeed come for him. Arthur was about to step forward when he was abruptly restrained by Hash, who declared, As long as our Galehawk's mercenaries are here, we shall not allow you to be taken away. The young mercenary's gaze radiated determination and a willingness to face death. Once a contract was accepted, one's life would be devoted to its protection. This exemplified the valor of a mercenary. What do your Galehawk's mercenaries amount to? If you wish to take him, then none of you shall leave here unscathed today, sneered the bandit leader, his disdain for Norris evident. Then you must first step over the corpses of our Galehawk's mercenaries. Your wind, thieves will pay with lives, Norris retorted, drawing his long sword and unwaveringly fixing his gaze upon the bandit leader. Hash and the other 3 mercenaries also unsheathed their weapons, ready to fight to the death. The bandit leader rolled his eyes, slightly softening his tone as he remarked, The bounty for that task is exorbitant. What price are you willing to pay to keep this youth? Seeing an opportunity for negotiation, Norris turned to seek the opinion of Lathinda behind him. But just as Norris turned, the bandit leader suddenly leapt from his mount, his long-handled machete gleaming as it swung toward Norris's face. Despicable, Norris exclaimed, hastily raising his sword to parry. However, the bandit leader's powerful strike sent Norris's sword off course, the blade sliding down to slice through his protective leather armor and into his left chest. Blood splattered as Norris staggered backward. The bandit leader landed and swiftly delivered a kick, knocking Norris to the ground and pressing the tip of his blade against his throat. In just 2 moves, Norris had been rendered incapable of resistance. You are not worthy to fight for your lives, the bandit leader proclaimed, surveying the assembled merchants haughtily. Despite his sudden attack, it was clear he possessed strength and speed that surpassed Norris, likely a warrior of the rank of a battle officer. Although Hash and the other mercenaries were seething with rage, they hesitated to intervene, fearing that the bandit leader might kill Norris in a heartbeat. Release Uncle Norris, and I will accompany you. Arthur squeezed past Hash to confront the bandit leader. The bandit leader scrutinized Arthur from head to toe, commenting, If only you had been this perceptive sooner. Do not worry. We mean you no harm. There are those above who seek you. Arthur bent down to retrieve Norris's fallen sword, declaring, I am also a warrior. If you wish to take me, you must first defeat me. The bandit leader erupted into a rasping laugh, as did the surrounding thieves, who joined in the mockery. With a dismissive kick, he sent Norris sprawling aside, and, casually holding his weapon, said, Little one, I will allow you to strike me first. As long as you can make me shift my position, you win. Very well. Arthur nodded solemnly. Observing Arthur's serious expression, the bandits laughed again, eager to witness his folly. Arthur lunged forward, sword in hand, aiming for the bandit leader's abdomen with swift precision. However, to the bandit leader, Arthur's movements were as slow as a chicken's demise. At the moment the sword tip was about to make contact, the bandit leader casually deflected it with the back of his machete, sending Arthur's sword askew and propelling his body sideways with the tremendous force of the blow. The leader of the bandits wore a contemptuous smile, everything unfolding precisely as anticipated. This illustrated the vast disparity between a first-tier martial artist and a fourth-tier martial artist. With but a swift kick, he could send the unsteady Arthur flying. The only unexpected occurrence was the glimmer of light that appeared in Arthur's left hand, naturally raised as his body swayed. In an instant, this flicker transformed into a colossal fireball, hurtling directly towards the bandit leader's face. The proximity of the two rendered the bandit leader's reaction instinctive. He merely raised his arm to shield his face. As the fireball collided with his arm, erupting in an explosion, Arthur, with a deft twist of his long sword, executed a lightning-fast upward strike, a maneuver known as the reverse spinning strike in the art of death. The speed of this attack was akin to thunder, aimed directly at the bandit leader's throat, embodying one of the crucial principles of the lethal technique. The leader's anguished scream, partially elicited by the searing fireball, was abruptly silenced as the sword pierced his throat. Withdrawing the blade, blood sprayed forth, and the lifeless body collapsed forward. The action was executed with impeccable precision. After 3 years of rigorous training under Randall in the art of death, Arthur finally revealed his lethal prowess. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to freeze. Enveloping the arena in silence, the bandits gaped in shock, unable to utter a single cry. Arthur remained the calmest presence amid the chaos. After withdrawing his sword, he lunged forward, swiftly closing the distance to the nearest mounted bandit, thrusting his long sword upward into the bandit's abdomen. Amidst the bandit's anguished wails, he withdrew his sword and charged towards the next foe. It was only then that the bandits collectively snapped back from their astonishment, despite their numbers. The sudden loss of their leader led to disarray in their ranks. Some bandits leaped from their mounts, brandishing weapons against Arthur, while others attempted to ram their steeds into him, only to be thwarted by their own comrades. A few, paralyzed by fear at their leader's demise, contemplated fleeing. Arthur activated the wind spell imbued in his enchanted boots, propelling himself swiftly out of the encirclement of bandits. With a swift motion, he conjured a secondary-level firewall spell, erecting a barrier of flames over a meter high to separate the bandits from him. All of Arthur's gear was stowed away, save for the unassuming gray short-top enchanted boots that continued to serve him well in this critical moment. Seizing the opportunity after breaking free, Arthur closed in on a solitary bandit, deftly disarming him with a flick of his sword before plunging it into the bandit's chest. As the remaining bandits maneuvered around the firewall, Arthur activated the wind spell once more, escaping their encirclement and targeting the wavering bandits on the periphery. These wind bandits were inherently weak, with most being first or second-tier martial artists. Given a one-on-one opportunity, Arthur could dispatch them with just a strike or two. With his swift movements, he effortlessly felled 3 foes in the blink of an eye. This ragtag group of bandits, witnessing such ferocity from someone so young, began to entertain thoughts of retreat. Suddenly, Norris, still wounded and lying on the ground, shouted for everyone to assist. The shout awakened the remaining mercenaries of the Falcon mercenary group, who had been momentarily frozen in place. Together with Haskeg, they charged toward a small group of bandits. As they surged forward, the wind thieves, who had been reluctant to engage, immediately fell into disarray and fled. The once menacing bandits scattered like leaves in the wind, leaving behind only 7 or 8 corpses, while the living vanished without a trace. Arthur approached Norris, who was being bandaged by the merchant's assistant, and bowed slightly, returning his longsword. "Thank you, Uncle Norris." Norris's face flushed. "It is we who should express our gratitude. Truly, a hero is born among the young." Arthur then moved before Lathind, bowing deeply in respect. "Uncle Lathind, I am grateful for your care along the way, but I intend to depart on my own. You need not leave. It is much safer to stay with us, and I promised Nightingale." Lathin's words were cut short by Arthur. Arthur turned and made his way to the last cargo cart of the merchant convoy, where his previous clothing and gear were stored. As he brushed past Haskeg, he turned his head with a mischievous grin. "Care for a spar?" Haskeg shook his head vigorously, akin to a bobblehead. "Fight you monster? What a joke." Arthur donned his mercenary attire once more, and when he slung the enormous sword once wielded by Canes across his back, the eyes of the Falcon mercenaries, led by Norris, lit up with admiration. Arthur again clasped his fists in salute to the group before resolutely turning away. The merchants watched Arthur's figure recede, a slight frame burdened by the massive sword, growing ever smaller in the distance. Chapter 38. The Wayfarer. It is the nature of man to venture toward the horizon. Such journeys are taken to render life more illustrious. Walking along the rugged paths, the youthful gaze is filled with dreams and contemplations. Young Arthur embodies the spirit of the wanderer, brimming with wonder as he embarks on his first solitary journey. He races across the boundless fields, climbs steep peaks to shout into the void, leaps into crystal-clear streams to catch fish and shrimp, and rests upon meadows adorned with vibrant flowers, drifting into slumber. He traverses town after town, observing the bustling crowds from a distance, and passes through villages, touched by the warmth of the rural folks' hospitality, yet angered by the cruelty and apathy of ruffians. On the road of exploration, the vast world unfolds before the youth, sharpening his understanding of the dichotomies of good and evil, beauty and ugliness, profit and righteousness. The weather in the kingdom of Isaac fluctuates dramatically during the transition from summer to autumn. Moments ago, the sky was clear, but suddenly a fierce wind swept through. Dark clouds rolled in, and torrential rain soon followed. Once leisurely in his pace, Arthur quickened his steps as the wind picked up, and when the heavy raindrops began to pelt him, he was compelled to run in search of shelter. The massive sword remained securely fastened to his back, not impeding his swift movements. After traversing the Orlando Mountains and bearing the weight of the sword for nearly 2 months, its heaviness had seamlessly integrated into Arthur's very being. After running several hundred meters, Arthur stumbled upon a dilapidated church not far from the roadside. It appeared to have been abandoned for quite some time. The pointed roof was overrun with weeds, the arched stained glass windows were riddled with cracks, and one of the doors hung askew. Arthur dashed forward but halted abruptly as he stepped through the threshold. Not only were there people inside, but there were quite a few, all turning their gaze towards him in unison. For a moment, Arthur felt uncertain. "Come in, young lad. We are merely seeking refuge from the rain as well," called out a burly man with a beard. The man was stout and strong, with a square face and large eyes, bearing a striking resemblance to Cain's, which instantly endeared him to Arthur. The bearded man and 3 others sat in a circle in the center, directly facing the entrance, each with weapons casually placed beside them. They had also kindled a fire, roasting food atop the flames, using the broken chairs dismantled from the church's fuel. Since the man had invited him, Arthur stepped inside, shaking off the raindrops from his cloak, and sat down generously by the fire. Seizing the moment, he surveyed the interior of the church, noting that there were 2 groups of people gathered in the corners. To the left, a group of 7 or 8 individuals, dressed in various garments, maintained a respectful distance from one another, clearly having come together temporarily to escape the rain. The other group was evidently a family. A middle-aged man, dressed as a scholar, frowned at the relentless downpour outside, while a beautiful young woman embraced a boy and a girl beside him. The girl appeared slightly older, around 11 or 12, while the boy looked about 7 or 8, both children occasionally erupting into fits of giggles. Behind them stood 3 robust warriors, along with a man resembling a steward in his 60s, conspicuously clutching an elongated purple-brown pipe, perhaps due to the weapons wielded by the men in the center. The 2 groups deliberately kept their distance from them. At the altar directly facing the door stood a statue. The figure was cloaked in cobwebs and dust, missing an arm and half of its face. From the neat cut, it was evident that it had been severed by a sword strike. Arthur could not identify the deity represented, but he was certain it was not the god of light, widely revered among the people of the kingdom of Isaac. Although the Church of Light was not a monotheistic faith, the majority of churches within the kingdom honored the god of light, suggesting that the inexplicable statue might be the reason for the church's abandonment. "Are you a mercenary, young brother?" inquired the bearded man, casting a glance at the massive sword resting across Arthur's lap. "I just became a full-fledged mercenary 2 months ago," Arthur replied honestly. "That is quite commendable. What of your mercenary company?" The bearded man continued, slicing off a piece of meat from the fire and offering it to Arthur. Arthur thanked him and accepted the meat, taking a bite before mumbling, "I got separated from them. I had to relieve myself in the woods by the roadside, and when I took a bit longer, I emerged to find the group had vanished." Arthur told a minor falsehood, a little fib that could be easily overlooked. To admit that he was traveling alone would undoubtedly spark curiosity among others. The men surrounding him erupted in laughter, amused by the antics of this novice mercenary. They did not shy away from Arthur, casually engaging in conversation about various topics. Through their discourse, Arthur swiftly discerned their identities: Rangers. This was a group that straddled the line between good and evil, embodying both heroism and thievery, unwilling to be constrained by rules and laws. Rangers bore some resemblance to mercenaries, yet they did not belong to any fixed mercenary guild or association, thus could not procure tasks from the guild. At times, they would privately accept escort or search missions, and occasionally, they would transform into assassins or avengers, even donning the guise of bandits to plunder wealthy merchants and aristocrats. However, their philosophy dictated that they would redistribute a significant portion of their ill-gotten gains to the impoverished. Otherwise, they would be deemed mere bandits, unworthy of the noble title of ranger. Arthur relished listening to the banter of these men, captivated by their stories of camaraderie and vengeance. It is not just Arthur who finds the life of such free spirits appealing. Many long for the unbridled existence of rangers. Immersed in this reverie, Arthur remained oblivious to the fact that the rain outside had ceased. The bearded man dusted off his trousers and stood up. "Well, young mercenary, we must take our leave. Until we meet again, should fate allow." The farewell came somewhat unexpectedly, and Arthur could only nod dumbly. The other men, evidently following the lead of the bearded man, rose as well, gathering their weapons and belongings in preparation to depart. Just as the bearded man was about to step over the threshold of the church, the sound of chaotic hoofbeats echoed from outside. A squad of elegantly armored knights blocked the entrance, clad in silver armor, golden capes, and adorned with the emblem of flickering red flames, the church's Retribution knights. What an unrelenting specter! Arthur spat disdainfully into the fire. The bearded man caught sight of this and winked at Arthur before continuing to stride forward, seemingly unfazed by the presence of the Retribution knights. "Stop!" a knight bellowed sharply. "Surround the church. No one is permitted to leave. Those who dare take a single step shall face death." The bearded man hesitated for a moment before retracting his foot. "We are in pursuit of a boy of 14 or 15 years. It would be prudent for uninvolved parties to refrain from rash actions." "Damn it, here we go again." Arthur spat into the fire once more. Chapter 39. The ruins of the demon god. Though Arthur cursed under his breath, he merely cast a fleeting glance outside the church before withdrawing his hand from the hilt of his sword. Much like the previous search of the merchant convoy, there was indeed a whole squad of knights outside. The structure of the church's knightly order began with teams, each consisting of 12 knights, led by a captain and a vice-captain. The minimum requirement for a church knight was to be a level 3 martial artist, with captains typically being level 4 or 5. These church knights were far from the disorganized bandits of the Gale. Their training was of superior quality, surpassing that of the kingdom's regular army, and their fervent faith served as an indomitable force that compelled them to fight to the last breath. If Arthur dares to resist, he will undoubtedly be unable to escape the encirclement. "You may enter and search. See if there is anyone you seek." The bearded man stepped aside at the entrance, glancing back at Arthur with an inquisitive look. Arthur feigned ignorance. The young knight leading the group shot a fierce glare at the bearded man, but remained rooted in place, as did the knights behind him. The individuals inside the church hesitated, reluctant to exit, resulting in an oddly tense stalemate. Just as the congregation was engulfed in uncertainty, 3 more riders arrived outside the church. The leader was a slightly portly priest clad in white robes, flanked by 2 armored warriors wielding halberds. The bearded man's expression began to grow grave. The Church of Light had mobilized a priest, warriors, and a squad of punitive knights all at once. What manner of individual warranted such a formidable response from the church? He couldn't help but glance at Arthur again, only to find him gazing curiously outside, his face devoid of any tension or anxiety. Arthur's expression was genuine. It was his first encounter with the church's clergy and warriors, and he remained blissfully unaware of the implications of their arrival. The knight commander offered a slight bow to the priest, clearly acknowledging the latter's superior status. "Indeed, I sense the presence of dark magic here." The priest's demeanor was charged with excitement as he strode directly into the church. His gaze swept across the faces of the congregation, pausing momentarily on Arthur before moving on, finally resting on the shattered statue at the center of the church. "Ashia, that is the demon god Ashia," the priest suddenly exclaimed, pointing at the damaged idol. The congregation remained bewildered, aside from the members of the church. It seemed no one understood the reference to a demon god. The exuberant priest continued to shout, "I now comprehend why that remnant is hiding here. This was their stronghold back in the day. Which fool allowed this to happen? After exterminating those dark wretches, they failed to raze this place to the ground." The knight commander's gaze continued to flit across the faces of the congregation. "What about these people? It appeared that the boy we were seeking was not among them. Take everyone back for rigorous interrogation, one by one." The knight commander hesitated for a moment before reconfirming with the priest. "Are you suggesting we take them all back?" The priest replied in an irrefutable tone. "While the intelligence indicates that the dark sorcerer is a boy of 14 or 15, who can guarantee he has no accomplices or has not passed dark magic to others? Moreover, this is the stronghold of the remnants of the demon god. Everyone present here is implicated." The priest spoke these words without any consideration for those in attendance. Dark magic only reveals itself when cast. In its absence, no one can discern it. Thus, despite the church's efforts over millennia, they have failed to eradicate dark sorcerers entirely, leading to the Church of Light developing a ruthless habit of preferring to err on the side of excessive caution rather than risk letting anyone escape. The bearded man exchanged furtive glances with his companions, while the group of 7 or 8 individuals gathered to the left fell to their knees in terror, some even succumbing to tears. In the eyes of the common folk, the religious punishment office was akin to a hellish entity. It was widely believed that anyone taken within its confines never emerged alive. Meanwhile, Arthur stood in a daze, finally comprehending the identity of the individuals the church sought, legendary dark sorcerers, thought to be extinct across the continent. The Church of Light regarded them as devotees of darkness, perceiving them as the greatest threat, relentlessly purging them for millennia. The family inside the church appeared notably more composed. A middle-aged man, dressed as a scholar, stepped forward and bowed slightly to the priest, stating, "I believe there has been a misunderstanding. We are from the Palmer ducal estate, merely passing through to escape the rain." The portly priest lifted his gaze to scrutinize the middle-aged scholar. "If it is indeed a misunderstanding, the punishment office will clarify that upon investigation. Should you have no connection to this matter, you will be permitted to leave." Unexpectedly met with resistance, the scholar's brow furrowed. One of his warrior attendants stepped forward, glaring fiercely at the priest. "You dare presume to meddle in the affairs of the ducal estate?" The attendant's disdain was palpable as he declared, "This entire world exists under the grace of the God of Light. Every soul belongs to him. Do you truly wish to defy the will of the God of Light?" Spitting contemptuously upon the ground, he added, "Not everyone fears your church. I challenge anyone to take our master away. I declare you a blasphemer. The wrath of the divine shall descend upon your sinful flesh." The priest thundered. As his words echoed, two knights of the punishment office brandished their swords and lunged towards the attendant. "Do not engage," the middle-aged scholar shouted urgently. A direct confrontation with the religious punishment office would lead to irreparable chaos. Hesitating at the command, the attendant faltered, yet the knights remained resolute. In that moment of indecision, a sword pierced through the attendant's thigh. He howled in agony and retaliated, delivering a fierce blow to the chest of one knight, sending him staggering backward. However, as the attendant fought back, the other knight, poised to stab his leg, thrust his blade upward, driving it deep into the attendant's abdomen. Blood gushed forth as the sword was withdrawn, and the attendant collapsed to the ground, clutching his wound, his body racked with convulsions, clearly nearing death. No one anticipated that the knights would strike so swiftly. A young boy behind the scholar burst into tears, overwhelmed by fear. You, the middle-aged scholar seethed, pointing an accusatory finger at the church officials, realizing too late that his words had cost the attendant his life. "Take them all," the priest commanded coldly. The knights, brandishing their swords, surged forward with ropes, intent on binding everyone within the church. The first to be seized was the nearest middle-aged scholar, who was kicked to the ground by a knight, who then bent down to begin binding him. The remaining attendants behind the scribe began to resist as the Retribution knights charged forward. Among them, an elder, resembling a butler and noticeably more formidable than the Retribution knights, acted with reckless abandon, fueled by the capture of his master and the death of his comrades. With a fierce determination, he deflected a knight's sword with his pipe and delivered a crushing blow to the knight's throat, shattering his windpipe. He then pivoted and sent another knight flying with a powerful kick. The knight commander and two of his companions managed to mount a counterattack, barely holding their ground against the elder's relentless onslaught. Meanwhile, the burly man and his companions also began to fight back. These rangers were inherently untamed, unbound by any laws, and once they decided to engage, they fought with fervor. The bearded ranger, a level 5 battle sergeant, wielded a massive sword infused with combat energy, forcing 3 Retribution knights to retreat. His 3 companions, equally fierce, included one wielding an axe, another a sword, and the last brandishing a massive 2-headed flail, each surpassing a single Retribution knight in prowess. Their fierce assault drove the Retribution knights back towards the church entrance. Observing this, the 2 paladins behind the priest advanced with their long spears, thrusting and unleashing combat energy to push back the rangers. The entire church descended into chaos. Amid the melee, no one noticed a swirling black mist rising slowly from the ground. Chapter 40. The Dark Mage amidst the chaos within the church. Arthur gripped the hilt of his great sword, torn between the decision to assist the burly ranger and his comrades. Should the Retribution knights prevail, he would undoubtedly find himself ensnared in their grasp. Conversely, if the rangers emerged victorious, they would attract the ire of the formidable religious Retribution institution, leading to endless troubles he already had in abundance. Arthur scratched his head in frustration. Lowering his gaze, he was startled to see a faint black mist rapidly ascending from beneath his feet. The mist rose swiftly, soon reaching his knees. He reached out to grasp it, but found nothing in his hand. At that moment, everyone became aware of the peculiar occurrence within the church, instinctively halting their attacks as the black mist enveloped the entire space. The face of the light priest, however, lit up with exhilaration. "Indeed, you have been hiding here. You little mice lurking in the darkness cannot escape. Come forth." With a flourish, the priest raised his hands, conjuring a brilliant orb of light that spun between them, radiating dazzling white luminescence. The light shone forth, causing the surrounding black mist to retreat rapidly, as if snowflakes were melting under a blazing sun. The third-tier light magic. The radiant orb lacked significant lethality but inherently countered dark magic. Yet, the black mist halted its retreat mere meters away, swirling ominously as it seemed to confront the light. In truth, this was a clash of light and dark magic, continuously generating and consuming each other in an unending cycle. The smile on the face of the light priest had completely frozen, and apart from a few meters around him, the entire church was enveloped in darkness. Hidden within this obscurity, a dark sorcerer wielded magic that matched his own. The surrounding black mist thickened, rendering any figure beyond a short distance unrecognizable. Within this shroud of darkness, Arthur felt a chilling presence. This black fog was indeed more than mere obscurity. "Run! I can barely hold on." A stranger's voice echoed from the shadows, tinged with urgency. Arthur, the bearded ranger, and his companions remained motionless. However, the terrified civilians, who had cowered in a corner of the church since the onset of hostilities, seized the opportunity presented by the dark words and fled towards the church's entrance. "Let not a single one escape. Eradicate them all." The priest thrust a luminous orb forward, which erupted in a blinding flash, illuminating half of the church and revealing the fleeing civilians. Several paladins surged forward, mercilessly cutting down the defenseless individuals. "Scoundrels! This is not their fight. Do you possess no humanity?" A voice of fury resonated from the darkness. He perhaps did not foresee that his attempt to save these people would lead to their demise. The black mist swirled violently, and a thick, dark tendril emerged, ensnaring one of the foremost paladins and dragging him into the shadows. This was the legendary level 2 dark magic, the dark tendril. "A mere trifle, begone." The light priest scoffed, raising his hand as a radiant sword of light shot forth, severing the dark appendage. This was the level 3 light magic, the slash of light. The severed tendril dissipated instantly, reverting to mere mist. Yet, the fog churned anew, and another dark tendril swiftly emerged. The light sword struck again, but immediately, another tendril appeared. The light priest slashed 3 times into the swirling darkness, yet his strikes vanished as if cast into a vast ocean, failing to reach the dark sorcerer's location. The priest could not help but twitch his lips. His slash of light was a level 3 spell, consuming far more energy than that of his adversary. Continuing this way would surely exhaust him first. "Charge in! Fetch that accursed little rat!" He bellowed at the paladins before him. The paladins rushed into the black mist, their swords glowing with a radiant light, blessed by light magic, allowing them to shine naturally in the darkness when their fighting spirit ignited. "Stop them!" the bearded ranger roared, lunging once more at the paladins alongside his 3 companions. Meanwhile, the old steward seized the opportunity to retrieve the middle-aged scholar and, along with 2 martial companions, once again intercepted the paladins. The church was once more engulfed in chaotic conflict. The bearded ranger and the old steward were not motivated by a desire to assist the shadowy dark sorcerer, but rather, they were acutely aware of the church's customary practices of punitive measures. Even if they captured the dark sorcerer, they would not spare the others within the sanctuary. Arthur, still hesitant to engage, cautiously maneuvered toward the church's entrance under the cover of the swirling black mist, hoping to seize the opportunity to slip away and escape this perilous place. "Stop him! Do not let this young scoundrel flee." However, Arthur could not evade the gaze of the radiant priest, who simultaneously hurled a sphere of light towards him. The sphere, a mere first-level spell, possessed little lethality but was sufficient to expose Arthur's silhouette amidst the shadows. A Retribution knight swiftly disengaged from the fray, thrusting his sword toward Arthur's chest. "You have forced my hand," Arthur declared, positioning his colossal sword horizontally, blocking the strike with a resonant clang. The knight was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated an effortless kill of an unarmed civilian, only to find the youth before him had parried his attack. Arthur, seizing the moment, exploited the force exerted on his blade, pivoting his body to the side as the massive sword followed suit. In a swift maneuver, the blade shifted to the knight's flank. The knight attempted to evade, yet underestimated the exaggerated length of Arthur's great sword. The blade effortlessly cleaved through the knight's protective armor, slicing through his waist. Arthur's prowess eclipsed that of his contemporaries. With a single strike, he nearly severed the Retribution knight in two. Retracting his sword, Arthur turned to the portly priest, flashing a grin before leaping into the air. Everything transpired in an instant. The radiant priest instinctively raised a luminous shield before him. Yet, he overlooked the fact that the protective magic of the light element is widely regarded as the weakest among all schools of magic. While airborne, Arthur positioned his sword horizontally, transitioning from a downward slash to a crushing blow, the flat of the blade crashing against the light shield. The shield shattered like glass. In the next heartbeat, the sword struck the radiant priest's head, obliterating both his cranium and his astonished expression. His lifeless body crumpled to the ground. The battlefield had inadvertently shifted, the process proving far simpler than anticipated. The priest, stripped of his protection, was alarmingly frail. Chapter 4. A grim battlefield with the death of the radiant priest. The church once again became suffused with black mist. However, the Retribution knights did not falter. Their fervor for faith fueled their onslaught, becoming increasingly frenzied. With a piercing scream, one of the martial attendants accompanying the middle-aged scholar was stabbed to the ground, swiftly overwhelmed and slaughtered by several knights. Only the old steward and another attendant remained, desperately protecting the scholar's family of 4 as they retreated under the relentless assault of the knight commander and 3 Retribution knights. Meanwhile, the bearded ranger and his companions found themselves in dire straits, though 2 of the luminous warriors were only 4th-level battle lieutenants. The martial skills of the church's knightly order were formidable and precise. Despite the bearded ranger's furious roars, he struggled to break free from their coordinated attacks. His 3 companions faced the relentless onslaught of 6 Retribution knights, their situation becoming increasingly desperate. 2 of them were already wounded, yet continued to fight valiantly. Suddenly, one of the bright knights besieging the bearded ranger faltered, creating a slight gap in coordination with his comrades. Seizing this opportunity, the bearded ranger swung his sword towards the knight's face. The long sword was already overhead when the knight hastily raised his spear to block. The clash of sword and spear revealed the knight's evident lack of strength, causing the spear to be forced downward, allowing the blade to sweep across the knight's chest. Before long, another attack directed at the old steward by a Retribution knight also slowed, the thrust lacking vigor. The old steward seized the knight's wrist, exerting force to twist it, resulting in a swift fracture. The bright knight and the Retribution knight suffered severe injuries due to their blunders, gradually restoring balance to the battlefield. Yet, the peculiarities were just beginning, as more Retribution knights made fatal errors, leading to yet another death and injury in the blink of an eye. When a sense of weakness suddenly surged within the knight captain, he instantly realized the gravity of the situation. An affliction spell, the second-tier dark magic, the sphere of weakness, inflicted minimal harm, yet induced an immediate sensation of fatigue, with its effects diminishing for higher-ranked warriors. This seemingly trivial spell, often dismissed as inconsequential, became deadly in a combat scenario where even a momentary delay could prove fatal. The peculiar spell, with its formidable control over the battlefield, exemplified the terrifying nature of dark mages, a reason the church had regarded them as a thorn in their side for millennia. As the sphere of weakness enveloped him, the flow of the knight captain's internal energy abruptly stalled, causing his vigorous thrust to falter. The old steward's pipe struck it aside, followed by a powerful palm strike to his chest. The knight captain staggered backward, collapsing onto the ground. A Retribution knight stepped forward to intercept the old steward's pursuit of the captain. The old steward flipped his pipe, directing the bowl towards the Retribution knight's face, and a massive fireball erupted from it, exploding upon impact. This peculiar pipe was indeed a weapon of considerable enchantment. "Retreat," commanded the knight captain, seizing the opportunity to rise swiftly, yet he did not rejoin the fray. Instead, clutching his chest, he dashed towards the church entrance. Though filled with courage, the Retribution knights were not foolish. They understood that a dark mage lurked in the shadows, and success was no longer attainable. At the knight captain's order, the other Retribution knights began to attempt their escape. "Do not let them flee. If even one escapes, none of us shall live," bellowed the bearded ranger in desperation. The Retribution knights themselves were not particularly fearsome. Rather, it was the vast power of the church behind them that posed a true threat. Should news of today's events leak, everyone would face the relentless pursuit of the church. Arthur, having just slain the bright priest, did not take the opportunity to flee, but instead blocked the entrance of the church. With his great sword crossed before him, he bore a smirk that belied his youth. For having encountered a tiger, one could not simply allow it to return to its den. Get out of the way. The first to charge forward was the wounded knight commander, his sword thrusting menacingly towards Arthur's face, the surging aura on the blade extending a full half-foot. A strike from a level 5 battle officer was not something Arthur could withstand. Without hesitation, he leapt aside, narrowly evading the fierce attack, yet inadvertently clearing the way for the knight commander to escape. Seizing this opportunity, the knight commander leapt out of the doorway. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he felt an unsettling softness beneath him. His ankles were swiftly sinking into the mire. A geomancer. The knight commander's heart plummeted. He had not anticipated an ambush lying in wait outside the church. Suddenly, a gust of wind whistled behind him as Arthur's great sword swung in a horizontal arc from the back. The knight commander, unable to turn, twisted his waist to parry, blocking Arthur's powerful strike. Even with his feet ensnared in the mud, he could not easily breach the knight commander's defense. The knight commander's eyes blazed with fury as he fixed his gaze upon the youth before him, whose features still bore the marks of youth. Arthur offered a slight smile to the knight commander, then abruptly released his grip on the great sword, propelling his body forward. The pressure atop his sword vanished, causing the knight commander's blade to rise involuntarily, sending Arthur's sword flying while simultaneously exposing a gaping opening behind him. In that fleeting moment, Arthur surged behind the knight commander, plunging his hunting knife into the knight's right flank. The knight commander let out a muffled groan and swung his elbow back, striking Arthur away. Anticipating this, Arthur utilized the force to propel himself backward, retreating once more to the church entrance, coldly observing as the knight commander slowly collapsed in agony. The principle of the death strike emphasized a single, lethal blow. Arthur's thrust had pierced the knight commander's liver, leaving him with no chance to rise again. Screams echoed within the church as the loss of the knight commander, a level 5 combatant, left the bearded ranger and his companions to unleash carnage. Aided by the dark sorcerer, those who struggled to reach the church entrance found themselves colliding with the young assassin, Arthur. When silence finally enveloped the scene, the black mist within the church began to dissipate, revealing a harrowing tableau. The ground was strewn with grotesque corpses, blood staining the earth almost entirely crimson. The only survivors still standing within the church were the bearded ranger, the elderly steward, and Arthur. The ranger bore 2 conspicuous wounds across his chest, his front soaked in blood, yet he steadfastly maintained his upright posture with his great sword. Behind him, 2 companions sat on the ground, bandaging each other's injuries, while another lay sprawled on the floor, lifeless. The fatal wound was a long spear embedded in his abdomen. He had ultimately succumbed to the last strike of the paladin before his demise. The elderly steward clutched his long pipe tightly in one hand, while the other hung limply, blood continuing to drip from it. Not far behind him crouched a family of scholars in a corner of the church. The man stood protectively in front, while the woman held their 2 children tightly in her embrace. Beside them lay the martial companions entwined with the paladin, both of their weapons still lodged within each other's bodies, never having released their grip even in death. Arthur was, paradoxically, the most composed among the trio. Aside from a faint trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, his body bore no injuries. Both the bearded ranger and the old steward regarded him with expressions of astonishment and curiosity, for none could have anticipated that this young mercenary would prove to be the fulcrum of the day's battle. Come forth. The bearded ranger suddenly bellowed at the statue of the demon. Chapter 42. Singular. All eyes turned towards the statue in response to the ranger's commanding shout. It was evident that Arthur and his companions were not the only ones maintaining their fighting spirit within the church. The lurking dark sorcerer, hidden in the shadows, could not be overlooked. With a soft creak, a frail figure gradually emerged from behind the statue. Contrary to the sinister image one might associate with a dark sorcerer, the figure revealed itself to be a boy of similar stature to Arthur, his gaze betraying a hint of nervousness. There must have been a mechanism concealed behind the statue, for otherwise, the boy would not have remained unnoticed in its shadow for so long. He clutched a white staff of indeterminate material tightly in his hands, an expression of vigilance etched upon his face. It was no wonder the earlier paladin had spared Arthur. The stark contrast between the boy's appearance and Arthur's was striking. The boy was frail, with slightly curly flaxen hair and thin lips pressed tightly together. His pallor suggested either prolonged exposure to darkness or excessive magical exertion. In stark contrast, Arthur had emerged from 3 years of rigorous training with the mercenary group, his physique robust as that of a young calf. He had a penchant for smiling, his eyes crinkling with delight, and his lips curling upward, endearing him to those around him. The bearded ranger let out a sardonic laugh, astonished that the source of such calamity for them all was, in fact, a mere boy. The boy met the ranger's gaze for a fleeting moment before quickly bowing his head and murmuring, "I deeply regret that my misfortune has entangled you. I am willing to make amends to the best of my ability." As he spoke, he searched his person, producing only a small handful of silver coins, nothing more. His head dipped even lower. The old steward sighed softly, resigning himself to the reality that the boy, too, was a victim of circumstance. The blame could not rest solely upon him. "Of course not," the ranger interjected with a chuckle. "I have simply never encountered a dark sorcerer before and find myself rather intrigued." He grimaced as his laughter tugged at the wound on his chest, causing him to wince. "Today, I dispatched a dozen of the church's lackeys. It was quite cathartic. Child, you must flee. The church will surely attribute today's losses to you. And they will not show you mercy," the old steward advised gently. The boy's astonished gaze swept across each individual present. He had prepared himself for the worst. Yet these people did not direct their ire at him. Instead, they offered him a chance to escape. He resolved to remember each of their faces. "I am Arno Lar. You may call me Arno. I owe each one of you present a debt of life, and I shall repay it in due time. We rangers never seek recompense. First, ensure your own survival," the bearded ranger replied with a carefree demeanor. The elderly steward gently waved his hand, indicating a sense of resignation. The Pommerduke's residence had no desire to entangle itself with dark sorcerers. Merely pretending they had never encountered one another would serve as the greatest expression of gratitude. "I am Arthur Hilro," he declared with a smile, extending his hand toward Arno. Nearby, the steward and the bearded ranger shook their heads subtly, bemused by the youth's ignorance of the dire consequences of associating with dark magic practitioners. "Arthur, I shall remember that name," Arno echoed, yet instead of shaking hands, he performed a profound bow, subsequently offering the same courtesy to each individual present in the church before hastily exiting through the grand doors. Indeed, this was no place for lingering. No sooner had the young man's figure faded from sight than the middle-aged scholar also took his leave. "We bid you farewell. And I hope you all can forget the events of today," he said, giving a slight nod to the bearded ranger and Arthur before departing with his family. Unlike the homeless ranger and Arthur, the scholar was particularly apprehensive about any repercussions from the incident. Having slain the church's radiant priest and numerous paladins, the church would not hesitate to pursue him, and the duke's residence would offer no protection. "My companion's remains will require your assistance in their disposal," the steward remarked to the bearded ranger, having collected a few personal effects from the deceased, yet unable to transport the bodies for burial. The ranger nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The multitude of corpses within the church could not be left unattended, for the church would surely uncover traces of the event. With Arthur's help, the bearded ranger gathered all the bodies together and set the church ablaze in a single inferno. The flames, coupled with the torrential rain, would obliterate most evidence. Apart from a heap of charred remains, the church would glean nothing from this tragedy. "Young brother, we must part ways. The world is vast, and perhaps fate will reunite us," the bearded ranger declared, tossing Arthur a small pouch. Inside were the spoils taken from the radiant priest and paladins, with the ranger choosing to leave behind all other possessions, including valuable weapons and armor, to avoid attracting the church's suspicion and pursuit. Arthur did not decline the offering, for according to mercenary principles, it was a rightful reward for his earlier efforts. Moreover, the church was notably affluent, and even a half-share of the loot amounted to a substantial sum. "In the coming years, I shall reside in the royal city. Should you find yourself there, dear uncle, do seek me out," he said with a smile, waving farewell before turning to leave. As he gazed upon the receding figure of the sword-wielding youth and recalled the departing young sorcerer, the bearded ranger couldn't help but softly lament. How is it that the world suddenly brims with such formidable young talents? The magnificent Mount Azeroth soared into the clouds, resembling a colossal pillar steadfastly anchored in the continent. Alongside Mount Orlando, it stood as one of the renowned peaks within the Kingdom of Isaac, forming the foundation of its prosperity. The Orlando mountain range stretched for thousands of kilometers, serving as a natural barrier between the human kingdoms and the orcish wastelands. Nestled at the foot of Mount Azeroth lay the unyielding city of the human realm, the royal city of Singaral. The city of Singalar is nestled at the foot of Mount Azeroth, encircled by towering gray walls that rise to a height of 38 meters, impervious even to the mightiest war beasts of the orcs. The 5-meter-thick walls are hewn from solid obsidian, one of the hardest rocks on the continent. Upon these formidable fortifications, dragon-slaying crossbows and dwarven cannons are strategically positioned. Behind the walls, 108 towering mage spires soar to a height of 100 meters, serving as potent defensive weapons while also capable of conjuring an encompassing magical barrier over the entire city in an instant. Throughout its storied history, Singalar has withstood countless wars, remaining undefeated, a true bastion within the realms of humankind. At the base of the majestic royal city, a young boy removed his cloak, gazing up at the battlements with a warm smile, proclaiming, "Bloodlight Royal Academy, here I come." Chapter 43. Unforeseen conflict. The continent of Beland is a realm where the law of the jungle prevails, dominated by a select few powerful beings and the forces backing them. Although various races on the continent acknowledge the existence of slavery and the slave trade, it is not a society where commoners can be arbitrarily subjugated. The powerful and the nobility, while wielding their authority, have also left avenues for commoners to ascend. This opportunity is embodied in the numerous academies scattered across the continent. Children of commoners possessing martial or magical talents have the chance to be nurtured and educated by these academies, potentially leading to selection for the military or bureaucratic positions upon graduation, or even attracting the attention of noble houses, thus embarking on a path that could alter their fate. Within the Kingdom of Isaac, there exist 8 renowned academies, collectively referred to as the 7 Blossoms and 1 Oddity. Among them, 7 academies, celebrated for their comprehensive strength, are known as the 7 Golden Flowers, holding considerable prestige across the continent. Bloodlight Royal Academy, however, stands out as the peculiar oddity among these institutions. Its uniqueness stems from its exclusive enrollment of noble and wealthy offspring, requiring recommendations from influential patrons. Additionally, the academy is renowned for its student body, predominantly composed of the progeny of officials and affluent families, fraught with bizarre and absurd occurrences. Despite its eccentricities, the academy's comprehensive strength is undisputedly ranked first within the kingdom. Bloodlight Academy attracts the finest teaching resources, and as a royal institution, all instructors are conferred the titles of mages from the Abyssal Chamber or warriors from the Martial Hall, receiving salaries at least 3 times that of professors from other academies. Furthermore, the Royal Library serves as the Academy's private repository, containing vast collections of ancient history, long-lost magic, and forgotten martial arts of the continent. The current monarch of the Kingdom of Isaac, His Majesty Strek, is an alumnus of this esteemed academy, and the institution's name was even altered to reflect the king's creed: "Only blood can defend honor." This decree has naturally become the academy's motto. Step aside. Arthur was lost in thought, gazing at the blood-red inscription of the academy's motto carved upon a massive stone shaped like a sword, when he was suddenly shoved from behind. Taken aback by the unexpected force, Arthur stumbled forward but instinctively raised his right leg to push back against the direction of the thrust. A piercing scream echoed from behind, and in an instant, Arthur pivoted, drawing his sword and assuming a defensive stance. A young warrior clad in green was curled on the ground, clutching his abdomen and wailing incessantly. Arthur's routine practice of the lethal techniques had left no room for restraint, resulting in a grievous injury to the assailant. Beside him stood 3 more young warriors, similarly garbed in emerald attire, momentarily frozen in shock at Arthur's swift retaliation. "Who dares to wreak havoc in this place? What are you standing around for? Seize him," commanded a tall youth of 15 or 16 years, positioned behind the trio. With striking features, his golden curls cascaded elegantly over a splendidly adorned golden martial outfit. A long sword embellished with gilded patterns hung at his waist, exuding a nonchalant air, albeit with a hint of arrogance in his gaze. Upon his command, the 3 green-clad warriors advanced towards Arthur. The foremost warrior leapt forward, launching a punch at Arthur, while the others flanked him from either side. Arthur, a mercenary who preferred straightforward confrontations, welcomed the challenge. Noticing the white aura of the punch emanating from a mere third-tier fighter, he met it with a powerful counterstrike. Their fists collided with a resounding impact. Arthur staggered back a few steps, deftly evading the attacks from both sides, while his opponent was sent reeling backwards, crashing to the ground. Blood Dawn Academy was nestled on the hillside of Mount Azaro, with a broad thoroughfare leading to its entrance. The skirmish quickly attracted a crowd of onlookers. Predominantly young boys and girls, all of similar age to Arthur, gathered for the first day of new student registration. Amidst the chaos, Arthur absorbed a kick from one warrior behind him, using the momentum to deliver a fierce blow to another warrior in black, sending him sprawling to the ground. Like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, Arthur lunged forward, evading the second kick while toppling the previously fallen warrior once more. It felt as though he had returned to the training grounds of the Blue Phantom Mercenary Corps, effortlessly outmaneuvering 3 opponents. The youthful spectators, brimming with fervor, could not contain their excitement, cheering as Arthur dominated the older warriors. The golden-haired youth's expression darkened further. The laughter from the crowd was evidently a mockery aimed at him. "You worthless fools, step aside," he bellowed, leaping into the fray with hands shaped like claws, unleashing a 3-inch pale blue aura directly aimed at Arthur's head. Despite being of similar age, the golden-haired youth had already attained the rank of a battle lieutenant. With a slight smirk, Arthur met the attack with another punch. Unperturbed by the 4th-tier warrior's prowess. "Stop this at once." A commanding voice pierced through the chaos as a figure surged into the tumultuous melee. Arthur scarcely registered the newcomer, merely catching a glimpse of a swirling gold-red shadow before he was forcefully hurled backward. Simultaneously, the golden-haired youth and his companions were sent sprawling outwards. The fall was particularly severe, and after a moment's pause, Arthur managed to rise from the ground, his gaze meeting that of a slender, middle-aged man clad in a robe of red and gold. Although the man wore a stern expression, the sparse hairs of his beard lent him an unexpectedly comical appearance. Before Arthur could muster a smile, the middle-aged man launched into a tirade, berating them with fervor. "You little rascals, daring to brawl at the academy gates. Tell me, are you fools, or simply seeking a beating?" Arthur had encountered such fury countless times through Randall, leading him to make the wisest choice, to remain silent and bow his head in acknowledgement of his fault. The blonde youth, however, seemed unaccustomed to such reprimands and could not help but retort. That wild brat struck first. In an instant, the gold-clad figure moved, sending the blonde youth crashing to the ground once more, this time with even greater force. "Did I ask for your input? Did I permit you to speak? I am the Marquis of Garfield." The blonde's protest was abruptly cut short as he was thrown again, this time rendering him unconscious. "I care not who your father is. Even His Majesty Streech must adhere to the rules when here, for these rules are established by the crown." The middle-aged man's words were directed toward the onlookers, a warning to the new students not to underestimate him. He then turned to Arthur and said, "You, little mercenary, best leave at once. This is the Bloodlight Royal Academy, not a place for your kind." Arthur, still clad in his mercenary attire, with his worn ochre leather armor and a dusty gray cloak that had seen the rigors of travel, stood in stark contrast to the elegantly dressed youths surrounding him. Yet, he felt no fear and retorted, "Is your academy not enrolling students this year?" "Of course we are, but not mercenaries. Every student admitted requires a recommendation from a noble of at least marquis rank. Do you possess such a letter?" Arthur retrieved a crumpled, precious piece of stationery from his belongings. "Is this what you mean?" The middle-aged professor was momentarily taken aback as he accepted the recommendation letter, his hand trembling slightly upon seeing the signature at the bottom. The letter was undoubtedly authentic, bearing the Marquis's private seal. In any human kingdom, forging a high noble seal is a grave offense. The professor's previously stern visage transformed into a smile, for with the recommendation, Arthur met the enrollment criteria. "As long as you pass the entrance examination, you shall be a formal student of the Bloodlight Royal Academy. Come, I shall escort you to register." A murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd. They had not anticipated that this young mercenary would qualify for admission. Arthur scratched his head, puzzled by the professor's sudden change in demeanor, but wisely chose not to inquire further, hastening to follow the middle-aged professor. As for the blonde youth sprawled on the ground, aside from a few attendants rushing to his aid, he garnered little attention. Such is the reality of the continent. The focus of people's gaze invariably rests upon the powerful. As they walked, Professor Augustus, a middle-aged academic from the Academic Affairs Office, introduced himself to Arthur, saying, "I am Professor Augustus, responsible for maintaining discipline at the Academy. You may call me Professor August." "Greetings, Professor August, I am Arthur." Hailing from Wawery City, Arthur observed that Professor August did not appear as intimidating as he initially seemed. However, he failed to notice that all the students passing by were deliberately avoiding them, nor was he aware that previous students privately referred to this professor as the Skeleton Professor. Upon entering the grand gates of the Academy, they were greeted by an expansive circular plaza paved with large blocks of azure stone. 3 mountain paths extended from the plaza, each leading in a different direction. Suddenly, Professor August halted, pointing to the 3 paths as he explained. The left path leads to the Martial Cloud Hall, where the Academy trains warriors. The right path leads to the Tower of Magic Forest, dedicated to the training of various magical practitioners. While the middle path leads to the administrative area and the Academy Library. New warrior students also register at the Martial Cloud Hall, so we shall take this route. After finishing his sentence, Professor August proceeded along the left path, only to discover that Arthur remained rooted in place. Arthur scratched his head, offering an embarrassed smile. "Professor, I wish to enroll as a magician." Professor August's mouth fell agape in astonishment, momentarily speechless. "You claim to be a magician?" Arthur nodded earnestly. Prior to entering the Academy, he had already determined his major. A powerful warrior did not require a plethora of intricate martial techniques. The simpler the means of killing, the better. Thus, with the death decision technique at his disposal, Arthur felt no pressing need to learn other martial skills. Although the practice of Danyang spirit refinement brought him immense suffering, its effects were unparalleled by any other combat techniques. In stark contrast to warriors, the more powerful a magician became, the more spells they needed to master, along with a vast array of magical principles and complex formations. Without specialized, systematic study, it was exceedingly difficult to become a formidable magician. Another peculiar specimen. It seems the Blood Glory Royal Academy will forever bear the mantle of eccentricity, Professor August thought, redirecting his path to the right while inwardly musing. He could hardly fathom that the young man behind him, capable of defeating 3 with his martial prowess, was indeed a magician. As they ascended the winding mountain path, passing through landscapes adorned with exotic flowers and unique stones, the Blood Glory Academy resembled a royal garden, captivating Arthur's attention in every direction. After traversing over a mile, the scenery opened up to reveal an array of wizard towers, varying in size. The towers differed in shape. Some were merely 3 stories tall, while others soared to 7 stories, some adorned with flickering magical lights. Amongst them, the most striking tower stood 100 meters tall, its massive structure capable of accommodating thousands. Looking up, one could see sparks of electricity dancing at its pinnacle. Professor August offered no further explanation and led Arthur directly to a quaint 7-story tower. A number of new students were already gathered in front, awaiting their turn for magical testing. They were called in one by one to undergo assessments, and those who passed received a magical token signifying their status as students of the Academy. The newly arrived students, who had not yet been summoned, gathered in small clusters, each adorned in luxurious wizard robes, their wands varying in form and material, yet all undeniably enchanted. For mercenaries, such costly and rare magical equipment was a luxury. For these scions of aristocracy, it was merely a quotidian tool for their studies. When Arthur, clad in mercenary leather armor and bearing a great sword, emerged among them, a palpable stir was ignited. "Is he also a wizard?" Some whispered. "There are no commissioned tasks here, mercenary." Others openly mocked, unfazed by the murmurs and scrutinizing gazes. Arthur chose to disregard their comments and instead curiously surveyed the imposing wizard tower before him. "Let us first assess this young lad," Professor August stated, handing Arthur's prior recommendation letter to a young female professor designated to guide newcomers at the tower's entrance. She merely glanced at the letter's signature before returning it to Arthur with a light chuckle. "No wonder Professor Auga brought you himself. But are you certain you haven't come to the wrong place?" The corners of Professor Augu's mouth twitched slightly. He too was uncertain. "Please, step inside." The female professor gestured for Arthur to enter. As Arthur gently pushed open the door of the magic tower, a soft magical radiance enveloped him the moment he placed a foot within. Detection magic. Arthur remained still, allowing the magic to flow over him. Age appropriate. Possessing both combat energy and magical elements within. What an intriguing young fellow. The first floor of the magic tower revealed a spacious hall, dominated by a long table crafted from ebony, behind which sat 3 wizards. The voice emanated from a diminutive elder in the center, donned in a white wizard robe. With a snow-white beard and bright eyes, though the tip of his nose bore a slight redness, adding a touch of humor to his noble wizardly visage. To his left sat a slightly younger and imposing wizard, his countenance stern, while to the right, another wizard was shrouded in a flowing aura, rendering both appearance and gender indiscernible to Arthur. Arthur approached and performed a bow before the 3. The elder immediately spoke. The enrollment criteria for the Blood Radiance Academy requires candidates to be under 16, achieving at least a level 3 warrior or a level 2 mage. For a level 2 mage, you must be able to cast 2 complete level 2 spells without the aid of a wand. If you are prepared, you may begin. Any type of magic? Arthur inquired. Any school of magic, came the reply. Nodding, Arthur waved his hand, conjuring a wall of fire before the 3 wizards. The speed of his incantation caught the elder wizard's attention. With the wall of fire still blazing, a whirlwind materialized, the flames riding upon the winds, swirling toward the ebony table. Showboating. The elder wizard on the left snorted disdainfully, making no visible motion, as the whirlwind and fire wall suddenly vanished. Now then, tell me your name. I am Arthur Silro. Arthur, you have been accepted. The elder wizard lifted a black, shield-shaped token from the table, and with a flash of light, Arthur's golden name appeared upon the dark emblem. The old mage casually tossed the token to Arthur, instructing him to keep the bloodlight token close at hand from that moment forth. It served not only as proof of his status as a student, but also as the key to access various areas of the academy. Take the token and proceed. Someone will guide you through the subsequent enrollment and payment procedures. Arthur scratched his head, bewildered by the mention of tuition fees. 3,000 gold coins for a year's tuition, not a single coin less. The stern-faced mage on his left interjected. Arthur was taken aback and blurted out, "Are you robbing me, Academy?" Chapter 4 and 5. The original sin of humanity, as Arthur emerged from the magic tower with a woeful expression. A cacophony of gleeful jeers erupted from outside. Pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, lust, and gluttony are the 7 deadly sins of humanity, deeply rooted in its very nature. The offspring of noble families outside the tower could not abide the thought of a country bumpkin like Arthur attaining the same status as themselves. Thus, they reveled in his failure to pass the test while they had succeeded. Professor Augu regarded the female mage with a faint smile of sympathy before placing a comforting hand on Arthur's shoulder. "Fear not. I shall take you to the Martial Cloud Hall. You are destined to be a warrior." Arthur raised the black bloodlight token in his hand. The atmosphere fell into an abrupt silence, a stark rebuke. Many faces that had previously held mockery were suddenly frozen in disbelief. Professor Augu could not help but kick Arthur gently, exclaiming, "Why the long face? You've been accepted." With tears welling in his eyes, Arthur lamented. Is this a royal academy or a den of thieves? He was still reeling from the sting of the 3,000 gold coins. His enchanted leather boots had cost merely over 30 coins, and the exceptional enchanted longsword, deemed a treasure by the vice-captain of the Bloodthorns, was priced at 300 coins. The tuition for a year could buy him 10 such magical weapons. It felt like a brutal extraction of his very flesh. Little did Arthur realize that each year, those who earned the privilege to enter the Bloodlight Royal Academy were either wealthy or noble, with the lowest tier being the offspring of earls. Possessing a title meant owning territory, reaping the income from one or even several towns. Thus, while 3,000 gold coins was a considerable sum, it paled in comparison to the wealth of these aristocrats. Professor Augu chuckled heartily. It makes no difference. His Majesty, King Strek, desires the Academy to cultivate more rogues like Gino. Who is Gino? Arthur regretted his question almost immediately, recalling that the signature on his letter of recommendation was indeed Gino Patrick. Yet Professor Augu brushed it off, waving his hand dismissively. You will come to know who he is in due time. Someone will guide you through the next steps, and if you have any questions, you may find me in the Academy's discipline office. With that, he gracefully turned and departed. Remember, fighting within the Academy is strictly prohibited, or you will face severe punishment. Professor Augu's voice echoed from a distance. Infusing the token with magical energy would illuminate it, revealing the names of every building within the Academy. Proceed to the finance office to pay your tuition, and they will assign you a room. Future course schedules will also be communicated through your token. The female mage began to elucidate the upcoming arrangements to Arthur. Arthur has truly broadened his horizons this time. This seemingly ordinary black token is not merely a magical map, but also a tool for magical communication. He tucked away the token, lifted his head, and scanned the faces of the surrounding youths one by one, before breaking into a radiant smile. From now on, we shall all be classmates. I kindly ask for your guidance. The atmosphere grew awkward as no one responded, for it seemed that behind that brilliant smile lay something concealed. On the other side of Bloodlight Academy, the martial arts students were undergoing testing in the plaza before the William Hall. The responsibility for the martial arts assessment fell to another vice president of the academy, the 12th level battle general, Maury Robbins. Maury had once served as the chief bodyguard to the old king, after the new king ascended the throne. He was appointed to this leisurely position in recognition of his years of loyal service. At the center of the plaza stood a colossal scoreboard, encircled by 7 magical mannequins. The students, without the aid of external forces, were to employ their fighting spirit and martial techniques to attack the mannequins. Each assault would convert the inflicted damage into points displayed on the scoreboard. To pass the test, a student must accumulate over 1,000 points of damage to the magical mannequins within 1 minute. This method represents the most objective and equitable testing approach that Bloodlight Academy has perfected over many years. The disparity in strength among third-level martial artists is indeed vast. Many noble families forcibly elevate their offspring's martial ranks through the use of potions and other external means, resulting in warriors who are merely superficial in their prowess. One by one, the students showcased their skills. Some delivered relentless blows to a single mannequin, others executed a punch followed by a kick to different mannequins, while some immediately unleashed their martial techniques upon the mannequins. The results varied, with some celebrating and others lamenting. One unfortunate soul, as the final bell tolled, found his score halted at 999, a mere point shy of passing. The Academy admits only the children of nobility, yet there is no leniency during the entrance assessments. Failure to pass means no exception will be made for admission. This score-based evaluation method serves merely as a symbolic gesture for Vice President Maury, signifying the Academy's seriousness regarding each new cohort of students. Feeling somewhat bored, Maury yawned and casually propped his feet up on the table, remarking on the rather mediocre level of this year's students. No sooner had Maury finished his thought than a dark figure surged into the testing area. With a single punch, there was a muffled thud, and the mannequin fell. The shadowy figure, unrelenting, leaped to the next mannequin, driving his knee into its abdomen and sending it flying. As he landed, he shouldered into the next mannequin's chest, toppling it as well. The individual's movements flowed like water as he struck repeatedly, causing the mannequins to fall one after another, and the scoreboard to soar dramatically. When the bell rang, the score settled at an astonishing 3,388. All eyes in the plaza widened in disbelief, fixated on that remarkable score and the youth clad in black martial attire standing beneath the scoreboard. The young man, with his dark complexion and stern visage, possessed a lithe yet robust physique that was not particularly tall, but strikingly agile. Most notably, his pair of yellow irises and diminutive ears drew considerable attention. Mole quietly nodded, realizing that this young man had grown significantly. At the testing ground's edge, whispers arose, some filled with admiration, others tinged with jealousy. Who is he? He is so impressive. How handsome he is. Look at his ears, how peculiar. A boy with a face dotted with freckles scoffed. What's so strange about a half-orc looking like this? Half-orc? What does that mean? Do tell. The nearby youths immediately showed interest, urging him to continue. A half-orc is the offspring of a human and a beast, born from a union with the beast men who have taken our women. However, Huey is the product of a human and a beast woman. So you know him? The freckled boy began to swell with pride, asserting, only the strongest among us humans can father children with beast women. Huey is the illegitimate son of Prince Rex. Prince Rex. That's the younger brother of His Majesty King Strek. Someone exclaimed. The excitement among the youths grew, their voices rising without awareness of the cold, piercing gaze that had turned toward them. The dark figure beneath the scoreboard moved again, leaping swiftly to the side of these exuberant youths. Without uttering a word, it struck out, delivering swift kicks. Just like the magic puppet that had been sent flying earlier, one by one, these youths were sent careening through the air. Stop! With a sharp command, Professor Agu's ghostly figure reappeared. His arm moved with lightning speed, aiming to send Huey sprawling. Yet, the boy managed to evade Professor Agu's strike. The professor let out a soft gasp, sighing, "One Arthur is not sufficient. This batch of peculiar students is truly remarkable. He then reached out, grasping Huey's collar and forcefully tossing him away. Chapter 46. Matters of the past inside the magic tower. 3 wizards delayed in calling the next student for testing. The new students waiting outside were left in suspense, yet no one dared to voice any discontent. Unlike Arthur, these scions of noble families had already ascertained the identities of the 3 within the tower. These 3 were the pinnacle of magical prowess at the Bloodlight Academy. The diminutive wizard with a red nose was the vice president, known as Old Harry. A level 12 grand sorcerer named Harrix. Beside him stood the towering wizard renowned in the kingdom as the thunderous grand sorcerer, Austin. As for the 3rd individual, he was ostensibly a guest professor, but was actually a distinguished guest of His Majesty King Streck. The tower remained silent for a long while until the hot-tempered Austin broke the silence, saying, "Don't tell me you haven't noticed the sword behind him? And his surname is Hilro." Old Harry stroked his graying beard and replied slowly, "Of course, I noticed it, but I can't fathom what that rascal Keynes is up to. He clearly taught him combat and martial skills, yet he allows him to study magic, and not just any magic, but both fire and wind elements? Haha, I can't believe Keynes' son has grown so large. He's not Keynes' son. Keynes has been away from the royal city for only a few years. He couldn't have a son this size, and besides, he doesn't resemble him. That must surely be an illegitimate child." That lad was notorious for sneaking into the rooms of female students during his time at the academy, having accumulated quite a reputation for his romantic escapades. The 2 esteemed sorcerers, renowned in the eyes of outsiders, engaged in a playful exchange of words regarding their former disciples' allure. How unseemly. Suddenly, the sorcerer to the right, who had remained silent, interjected with a melodious female voice, bringing their conversation to an abrupt halt. Little did Arthur know of the myriad stories that unfolded after his departure. After painfully parting with 3 crystal coins at the finance office, he received a splendid robe. Mirroring the professor's attire, it was adorned in gold and crimson hues, yet distinguished by the fact that the sorcerers donned a full-length robe while the warriors wore separate tops and bottoms. Although Arthur could not discern the fabric of the robe, its texture was exquisitely smooth, embellished with 2 primary magical arrays. One was a cleansing spell of the water element, preventing dust and grime from adhering, while the other was a heating spell of the fire element, ensuring warmth even in the depths of winter. Though these spells may seem superfluous in battle, they were favored by many noble families, and such robes commanded no less than 100 gold coins in the market. This realization offered Arthur a modicum of solace, as he managed to recuperate a fraction of his expenses. The finance office staff inscribed a room number onto Arthur's blood-bonded token, and the magical map instantly revealed the location of his quarters, transforming the token into a key. Arthur couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of magical craftsmanship. Following the directions displayed on the magical map, he effortlessly located his room within the magical tower. It was part of the unified accommodation area for freshmen, featuring 7 quaintly styled, 7-story towers standing in a staggered formation. Upon entering the tower, each floor housed 4 rooms, with every student granted their own private chamber. Ascending the spiral staircase, Arthur arrived at door 701, and upon presenting his token to the lock, the door swung open, illuminating the space with a gentle magical glow. The room spanned approximately 70 to 80 square meters, containing not only a bedroom, but also a dedicated living room and study. At the center of the study stood a grand sandalwood desk, accompanied by a wall of bookshelves, an extensive collection of tomes often signifying a sorcerer's knowledge and expertise, though the shelves remained entirely empty for the moment. Sliding his fingers across the smooth grain of the desk, Arthur found himself lost in thought. He had never resided in such a splendid room before. Memories of the filthy Orc Camp he once called home flooded his mind, and this place felt like paradise. As Arthur reclined on the spacious, plush bed, a sense of unparalleled tranquility enveloped him, and the weariness from his journey washed over him, prompting him to slowly close his eyes. Uncertain of how long he slept, Arthur was suddenly jolted awake, his instinctive reaction to reach for his sword. Upon grasping the hilt, he gradually loosened his grip. Children forged in the crucible of crisis are often filled with an inherent unease. After that moment, sleep eluded him. Although he had secured funding for his first year of tuition, the prospect of the subsequent years loomed ominously. He needed to study here for 5 years to graduate, and the sum of 15,000 gold coins felt like an astronomical figure to Arthur. Rising from his bed, He unfurled his belongings and began to organize his possessions. Arthur possessed little in the way of material wealth. Aside from the secondary-grade mercenary leather armor he wore, a matching blue cloak of the same grade, and enchanted leather boots of a tertiary level, he carried with him a nameless great sword, a finely crafted hunting knife, and a collection of minor items. These included a white pendant gifted by Canes, a bronze mercenary badge, 2 ledger books left by Randall, a crumpled letter of recommendation, and a modest sum of currency, 2 crystal coins, 117 gold coins, and 23 silver coins. This constituted the entirety of Arthur's possessions. He stared at his belongings for a moment before methodically putting them away and stepping out the door. With several days remaining before the official commencement of classes, Arthur resolved to venture out, determined to prepare for the tuition and living expenses of the years to come. Perched on the mountainside of Azeroth, a grand cluster of palaces stood solitary, crowned by the snowline of the mountain. Within the depths of the palatial complex, in an elegantly simple side chamber, a middle-aged man clad in a loose brocade robe reclined upon an intricately carved long couch of starwood. His eyes were gently closed, and he sipped tea, the aroma of which pervaded the entire room. This man was none other than His Majesty King Stretch of the Isaac Kingdom, who ascended to the throne at the tender age of 20 and had ruled for 2 decades, now in the prime of his life. Beside Stretch, a stout man with a fair complexion and no beard stood respectfully, his demeanor one of utmost caution. The activities from the church have been rather frequent of late. Stretch casually inquired. It is said to be due to a dark sorcerer. Not only have they failed to apprehend him, but they also lost a squad of Retribution knights. Archbishop Sosis is not pleased, not merely displeased. Losing a squad of Retribution knights is trivial compared to the damage to their reputation. Sosis's ambitions extend far beyond our Isaac. The man hesitated to add, mindful of the sensitive nature of the topic. After a moment's deliberation, he cautiously continued, in light of this incident, the church has apprehended numerous individuals. Stretch waved a hand dismissively. Let Sosis vent his frustrations, as long as they do not overstep their bounds. It is better to avoid an outright confrontation for the time being. There is another matter, though I am uncertain if I should speak of it. Jesse, as the intelligence officer, do not hedge your words. Speak freely, and I shall decide the course of action. What your Majesty may find troubling is merely a minor issue. Huey has participated in the entrance examination for Bloodglare Academy today. Stretch momentarily faltered. Who is Huey? Prince Rex's son, Jesse offered as a reminder. Realization dawned upon Stretch, and his tone grew icier. This Rex is truly irresponsible, entangling himself with a female orc and developing genuine feelings. Now he wishes to confer a title upon a half-orc? You shall handle this matter. We cannot set a precedent for bestowing titles upon half-orcs. Jesse bowed in acknowledgement. Exercise caution in your methods. The previous incident with the female orc has already created a rift between Rex and myself as his elder brother. Ensure that no further misunderstandings arise, Stretch reiterated earnestly. Chapter 47. Unforeseen events in the city of Singular. The palatial residences on the mountainside were deep and tranquil, while the bustling city at the foot of the mountain was vibrant and clamorous. This city, a bastion of humanity, presented 2 starkly contrasting visages. On the broad avenue, splendid carriages sped by, drawn by creatures both common, such as musk oxen and wildebeests, and rare, like 2-headed drakes and 4-eyed sand lizards. The streets were lined with shops and taverns, bustling with merchants, mercenaries, and a myriad of passers-by from all corners of the continent, creating a cacophony of voices. Occasionally, a battalion of gleaming armored city guards would march through, vigilantly safeguarding the tranquility of the city. Amidst the lively throng, one could also spot orcs, their foreheads branded with various family crests, marking their status as slaves. Orc slaves were prohibited from wandering the streets alone. They must accompany their masters, lest they be apprehended by the city guards. In stark contrast to the vibrant chaos around him, Arthur felt a twinge of despondency as he walked alone along the edge of the street. He had ventured out in search of part-time work, questioning a dozen weapon, general goods, and herb shops over the past 2 days. The highest wage offered was a mere 50 silver coins. While this amount was not insignificant for an apprentice, it was but a pittance compared to the exorbitant tuition fees of the Bloodlight Royal Academy. Wandering aimlessly, Arthur inadvertently turned into a secluded alley. Suddenly, a group of individuals emerged from the corner, blocking his path. Arthur remained silent, casting a wary glance at the 4 figures before him. Clad in short martial attire, They brandished daggers and clubs, their sinister gazes fixed on him. "We've been following you for quite some time now. No one is coming to your rescue." A voice called from behind. Turning around, Arthur was met with an angry visage, the blond youth with whom he had clashed just days prior. A robust, middle-aged warrior loomed behind him, arms crossed, his indifferent gaze locked onto Arthur. Arthur was not surprised by this turn of events. Revenge is a common occurrence among mercenaries after a brawl. However, he anticipated that they would find him so swiftly. "Have your injuries healed so soon?" Arthur taunted. Recalling the lessons learned from Tony at the tavern, one must never concede in a verbal spar. The young man's face turned a shade of green with rage. Having been knocked unconscious in public was a humiliation he had never endured. Unable to seek vengeance from Professor Augur, he had resorted to watching Arthur. "Today, I shall break one of your legs to remind you that the royal city is no place for a rustic like you to run amok," he declared. "That day was merely a misunderstanding. Perhaps we could discuss it." Arthur stepped back, pressing himself against the wall, swiftly assessing the situation. His adversaries were prepared. The blond youth possessed strength equal to his own, and the middle-aged warrior was undoubtedly formidable. With a cold laugh, the blond youth retorted, "I will break your leg first, and then hear your explanation about this so-called misunderstanding. Master, don't waste your breath with him. Let us act quickly. The next patrol of city guards will pass by in a quarter of an hour," the middle-aged warrior whispered urgently. In Singaral, fighting was strictly prohibited. Even the noble offspring of the highest echelons would face dire consequences if caught by the city guards, which was precisely why they had chosen to confront Arthur in this desolate locale. Arthur cast a surprised glance at the middle-aged warrior, silently acknowledging that these individuals were indeed local tyrants, having discerned the operational patterns of the city guards. It seemed that his fate today was precarious. With a sigh, Arthur inquired, "Might I know your name, so I may understand whom I have offended?" A hint of pride finally graced the blond youth's face as he proclaimed, "Remember, it is I, the scion of the house of Marquis Garfield, who will strike you today." However, before he could finish his sentence, a sword's edge, accompanied by a chilling rush of wind, hurtled towards his face, startling him into momentary inaction. The middle-aged warrior behind the youth swiftly stepped forward, raising an arm to deflect Arthur's massive sword. The tremendous force of the blow nearly caused Arthur to lose his grip on the weapon, his expression growing increasingly grave as he realized that this middle-aged man was likely a 5th or 6th level martial officer, capable of repelling his strike with but one hand. Despicable. "No one intervenes. I shall slay him myself." The blond youth's face turned pale as he swung his sword towards Arthur. Arthur raised his colossal sword to block, simultaneously delivering a kick aimed at the youth's abdomen. Employing his practiced technique, 72 styles of death determination, designed to strike at the enemy's vital points from every conceivable angle. The blond youth was sent reeling back, having never encountered such an unusual maneuver before. Arthur chose not to pursue, instead adopting a defensive stance, awaiting the youth's next assault. The blond youth unleashed his fighting spirit, causing his sword to emit a sharp, inch-long glow, thrusting towards Arthur's throat. Arthur smirked disdainfully. The primary distinction between a martial officer and a warrior was the ability to project one's fighting spirit. Although the blond youth was a level above him, he could only manifest a brief surge of power, barely having crossed the threshold into the 4th level of martial prowess. Arthur horizontally positioned his sword, deflecting the youth's strike once more. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he turned with the sword, swinging it horizontally towards the youth's abdomen. The blond youth had no choice but to retreat again. Yet, Arthur did not pursue. "Young master, do not hold back. He is stalling for time," the middle-aged warrior urged. "You brought this upon yourself, you wild brat." The blond youth's eyes flashed with malice as he flicked his wrist, unleashing a flurry of 7 or 8 sword energies directed at Arthur's entire body. Employing his profound martial technique, serpents emerged from their lair. Arthur's massive sword was not particularly swift, and the dense barrage of sword energies left him with no option for evasion. He chose instead to fall backward, clutching his great sword, rolling continuously to evade the onslaught. The blond youth's face turned ashen with rage. His meticulously honed lethal technique had been effortlessly neutralized by Arthur's unorthodox tactics. "What other moves do you possess? Bring it on," Arthur taunted, rising swiftly to his feet and beckoning with a finger. "Young master, time is of the essence. You all, take him down." The middle-aged warrior commanded the other martial artists to engage. They all lunged at Arthur simultaneously. Engaging the wind step technique, Arthur leaped forward in an instant, his great sword sweeping horizontally, targeting their abdomens and forcing them to retreat. Behind him, the blond youth charged once more, thrusting his sword towards Arthur's back. Arthur ceased to evade, pivoting to counterattack, executing a desperate move of mutual destruction. The blond youth altered his thrust into a parry, intending to deflect Arthur's downward strike. As the blades of swords clashed, Arthur suddenly sensed a weakening of the force behind his opponent's sword, prompting him to exert strength once more. With a resounding clang, the long sword in the golden-haired youth's grasp was sent flying, and in that moment of astonishment, Arthur advanced, delivering a kick to his opponent's abdomen that sent him sprawling. "You dare, you wild brat!" A middle-aged warrior rushed forward, unleashing a punch aimed squarely at Arthur's face, the scorching white aura of his energy surging forth like a bull's head. Arthur raised his sword to defend, but it was without contest. He was struck and sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string. The middle-aged warrior pursued, intent on landing another blow, when suddenly, a thick black mist enveloped them, obscuring their figures. "Arthur, over here!" A voice resonated from beyond the veil of darkness. Arthur's expression brightened with hope as he dashed toward the source of the sound. In a secluded backstreet eatery, Arthur regarded the ravenous Arnold with a touch of helplessness. Despite a month apart, Arnold still appeared as frail and pale as he had upon their first meeting. "Thank you. I haven't had a proper meal in months," Arnold remarked, lifting his head. "Don't mention it. Take your time. What brings you to Singular?" Arthur inquired. Wiping his mouth, Arnold revealed a hint of bashfulness in his smile. "I came to find you." Arthur was taken aback. "Find me? This is the headquarters of the Church of Light in the Isaac Kingdom. It's far too dangerous for you. I understand, but the most perilous places are often the safest. The knights and priests are hunting for me everywhere. Yet they would never suspect I would come to the royal city. Moreover, with you here, I finally have a friend," Arnold stated earnestly. "A friend? But we've only met once," Arthur replied, puzzled. "We fought together, you saved me, and today you invited me to dine. Most importantly, you extended your hand to me when you learned of my identity as a dark mage. You are the first to choose to trust me despite that knowledge. Therefore I consider you my friend." Arthur scratched his head, realizing that Arnold seemed even more innocent than himself. "All right then, since you saved my life today, we shall be friends from this point on." With a smile, Arnold extended his hand toward Arthur, his curly, flaxen hair framing his cheerful face. Arthur reciprocated, their small hands clasping firmly together. Thus, two men destined to alter the course of history in the Beland continent stood side by side for the first time. "How did you happen to be there?" Arthur suddenly asked. "I have been searching for you in the city." "It seems we truly are fated," Arnold replied. "Not quite. I use perception magic. I left a dark perception mark on you, allowing me to sense your presence within 1,000 meters, Arnold explained. Arthur jested. "Dark magic is quite formidable. It's no wonder the church has pursued you relentlessly for millennia." Arnold lowered his gaze, a flicker of pain crossing his features. Realizing he had touched a sensitive subject, Arthur quickly changed the topic. "What are your plans moving forward?" Still with his head bowed, Arnold quietly replied, "If possible, I intend to stay." Arthur hesitated for a moment and said solemnly, "This place is still too perilous for you. However, if you insist on staying, I may not be affluent, but I can lend you some money to find a place to reside." "Arthur, do you need money?" Arthur shot Arno an exasperated glance. "Of course I need it, and I require a substantial sum. I have a way to earn money. We could become enchanters and sell magical equipment." Arthur's eyes lit up at the mention. Enchanters are a branch of mages, widely acknowledged as the wealthiest among them. A finely crafted longsword worth 1 gold coin, once enchanted with a level 1 sharpness spell or a fireball from an enchanter, could be sold for 5 or 6 coins. But his excitement quickly dimmed. "Do you think becoming an enchanter is so simple? The chances of a mage becoming an enchanter are 1 in 100. And it also requires the approval of the Church of Light and the personal guidance of a seasoned enchanter. I understand why enchanters are so rare. It involves a secret that has been concealed for millennia." Arno lowered his voice further. "The rarity of enchanters stems from the fact that all enchanters must be dual-element mages. In addition to their primary magic, they must also be able to cast enchantments, which is the key to inscribing magical runes onto equipment. Enchantment does not belong to any known school of magic. Is there really magic that does not belong to any school? Enchantment is a refined form of magic, its true name being dark corruption. Are you suggesting that enchantment derives from dark magic?" Arthur exclaimed in disbelief, then slapped his forehead. Now I finally understand why church approval is necessary for becoming an enchanter. All enchanters possess the potential to become dark mages, and the church must ensure that each enchanter remains under control. Arno nodded gravely. I see your point. You wish to bypass the church's approval and secretly use dark corruption to enchant weapons and equipment for profit. So what do you say? Are we doing this? If the church finds out, we would surely face a fiery demise. Arthur chuckled. With such immense profit, of course I'm in. Being a mercenary is all about balancing risk and reward. Besides, just by associating with you, I could have been burned alive several times over by the church. But why haven't you utilized such a lucrative method before? This time, Arno shot Arthur an incredulous look. Would you dare to use equipment infused with dark magic? Arno sighed and continued. This method requires collaboration with mages of other elements. For many years, you are the first non-dark element mage I have trusted. All right then, let us discuss the specifics. Arthur was already somewhat impatient. The process of enchanting equipment must be completed by a single mage. I noticed you used water and earth magic in the church last time. I have a slight affinity for earth magic as well. If you teach me earth magic, I can inscribe the earth magic runes onto the equipment. I can also teach you dark corruption, and you can see if you can become an enchanter yourself. Arthur laughed with delight. Aside from the time magic considered a forbidden domain, as long as there exists a magic array diagram, I can enchant any type of magic. Are you a monster? Arno was momentarily taken aback, for an enchanter is typically a dual-element mage, and under normal circumstances, an enchanter can only imbue one type of magic throughout their life. Since we are collaborating, I have a condition. Speak, Arthur responded. How do you intend to divide the profits? It has nothing to do with money. I wish to accompany you to the Bloodlight Royal Academy. After a moment of contemplation, Arthur shook his head, saying, Indeed, the academy is the safest place. However, entrance requires a recommendation letter from a prominent noble with the right to endorse. And that is something I cannot procure. I do not need formal admission. I am aware that your academy permits students to bring a retainer for daily affairs. The retainer cannot enter the classroom, but can stay in their master's quarters. You only need to declare me as your retainer and register it at the academy. Arthur tilted his head, observing Arno. You have done your research well. You seem less naive than I thought. Arno smiled wryly. I must think and prepare more than others, or I would have perished at the hands of the church long ago. Arthur suddenly grasped Arno's arm. Come, do not dwell on the church any longer. Untold gold coins are beckoning us. Chapter 49. The Principles of Magic. Magic, in essence, is a form of energy. The air of the Beland continent is saturated with countless magical elements. Generations of mages have explored the principles of magic, constructing intricate and diverse magic arrays that allow magical energy to circulate within specific loops, thereby producing various magical effects such as flames, storms, and lightning. The enchanter's role is to etch these magic arrays onto equipment, enabling the instantaneous activation of magic with just a small amount of magical energy during combat. In addition to the enchantment technique and the magic array diagram, enchanting equipment requires the creation of the magical medium for the array. Crystals and mithril are widely recognized as the finest magical mediums on the continent, though superior options like magic crystals and dragon crystals exist, typically reserved for high-level forbidden spell arrays. As a novice, it is easier to imprint magic arrays on larger pieces of equipment. Thus, Arthur purchased a plethora of first-level armor, shields, and several bottles of the lowest quality crystal powder before dragging Arno into a room. Aspirations are lofty, yet reality can be merciless. Becoming an enchanter proved to be far more challenging than the two had envisioned. On Arthur's side, mastering dark corrosion was not particularly troublesome. With a single spell, the surface of a metal shield was pockmarked from corrosion. However, etching the magic array diagram through dark corrosion necessitated meticulous control over magic. After 3 days of practice, having ruined 7 or 8 shields, Arthur still could not manage to etch a single straight line on the shield's surface. On Arno's side, his affinity for magical elements outside of darkness was woefully inadequate. After 3 days, he barely managed to cast the simplest earth magic, the solidification spell. Enchantment requires the enchanter to instantaneously etch the magic array onto the equipment. Any hesitation would render the array ineffective. It became evident that modifying dark corrosion into an enchantment technique held merit. The two had underestimated the complexities of becoming an enchanter. What pulled Arthur from the depths of his repeated failures was a sudden magical transmission from the Blood Glory Order, announcing the official commencement of the academic year. Within the crescent-shaped lecture hall, a sparse assembly of 20 or so young men and women took their seats. These were the new students of the magic department at Blood Glory Academy. As magic practitioners are far rarer than warriors, this cohort had admitted only 23 students following a relaxation of admission criteria, whereas the Martial Cloud Hall had welcomed 4 classes totaling 118 students this year. At the podium, the diminutive wizard delivering the inaugural lesson was none other than the Academy's vice president, the 12th level Grand Magician, Hallex, affectionately known as Old Harry. Children, welcome to the Royal Academy of Blood Glory. The survival and prosperity of our human race on the continent of Beland rely on the courageous battles fought by generations of warriors and magicians, who have defended our honor with their lives and blood. From this day forth, you shall take up the banner of your predecessors, warriors and magicians alike, to safeguard the glory of the kingdom and uphold the dignity of humanity with your blood and the brilliance of magic. The youthful audience was aflame with excitement. Hallex's few stirring words ignited their fervor and sense of honor. From this moment on, cast aside all that you have learned about magic. I shall guide you to rediscover the magical realm. He posed a question that bordered on the elementary. What is a magician? Yet the students fell into contemplation. Aside from Arthur, who was a registered second-level magician with the Magicians Guild, none could provide a precise definition of what it meant to be a magician. Receiving no desired answer, Hallex continued. Magic is the energy that permeates the cosmos, invisible and imperceptible to the majority. Only a select few, through rigorous training, can sense the magical elements. However, that alone is insufficient. Those who can perceive and harness magical energy are deemed magicians. To become a magician, one must traverse 4 stages: perception, communication, guidance, and control. The ability to perceive magical elements and communicate with them, integrating them into one's own magical essence, constitutes merely the most fundamental aspect of magic. The true measure of a magician's prowess lies in their control over magic. Arthur listened intently to Hallex's exposition. These foundational theories of magic were entirely novel to him. Previously, he had studied under Adeline, a formidable magician, but not a professional instructor. She had imparted to him many basic spells, yet lacked the capability to elucidate the principles of magic as systematically as Hallex. Hallex prepared to demonstrate the manipulation of magic. Who among you will volunteer to illustrate the simplest fireball spell? A young man near the front rose gracefully, clad in the Academy's crimson and gold robe, possessing a striking visage complemented by flowing silver hair. He first bowed respectfully to Hallex before entering a meditative state. After approximately 2 seconds, a fireball the size of a watermelon manifested in his palm, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the surrounding students. Completing the magical circle and conjuring such a sizable fireball in merely 2 seconds marked him as an exceptional talent among his peers. Should this fireball strike a warrior of the rank of a lieutenant or below, it would be sufficient to severely scorch the opponent. On the podium, the venerable Harry extended his hand forward, and a colossal fireball, reminiscent of a bull's head, materialized in his palm, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the audience. Children, though I wield the same first-level fireball spell, mine is swifter and grander. However, this does not denote superior mastery of magical control over that of my predecessor. Rather, it is my adeptness in constructing magic circles and my greater accumulation of magical energy that sets me apart. I shall now demonstrate what true magical control entails. As Harry spoke, the fireball in his hand rapidly diminished, ultimately transforming into a small flame, the size of a pigeon's egg, dancing upon his fingertips. Cast your fireball at me, Harry instructed the student cradling the fireball. The student, trembling with apprehension, inadvertently extinguished the flame in his grasp. Harry chuckled. What is it? Are you concerned that your fireball might harm a level 12 archmage? The student flushed, rekindled his fireball, and hurled it forcefully toward Harry. With a deft flick of his finger, Harry sent the diminutive fireball soaring. Upon release, the small fireball abruptly divided into 2 even smaller orbs, each tracing distinct arch trajectories, one veering left and the other right, colliding with the student's fireball and resulting in a simultaneous extinguishment. How is this possible? How did he accomplish that? Murmurs of disbelief rippled through the crowd as the youths struggled to comprehend the spectacle before them. Children, this is the essence of magical control, Harry proclaimed, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Professor, how did you achieve that? Arthur could scarcely contain his excitement, rising from his seat. All eyes in the classroom turned toward him. Chapter 50. The Four Eccentrics. Arthur felt a twinge of embarrassment under the collective gaze. Harry, however, remained unfazed, gesturing for Arthur to sit. Arthur has posed an excellent inquiry. Many magicians believe that the successful construction of a magic circle followed by the generation of magic, which is then directed at a target, constitutes the completion of magical release. Yet, that is hardly true magical control and will never lead to becoming a formidable mage. The generation of magic is merely the commencement. The true culmination lies in the precise manipulation of magic to strike the intended target. Arthur, intrigued by the archmage's recollection of his name, could not resist asking, how can one achieve precise control over magic to hit a target? Harry tapped his head with his finger through mental acuity. You possess an innate strength of spirit that surpasses the average individual, and through continual communication and accumulation of magic, your mental fortitude is honed to become more resilient and powerful. You must learn to harness your mental energy, initially using magical elements as a medium to project your spirit outward and attempt to perceive your surroundings. Once you can extend your mental energy, you will find the world transformed. Professor, are you suggesting that magical control relies on the projection of mental energy? Another student inquired eagerly. Harry nodded with satisfaction, affirming, indeed. After the release of magic, you must still rely on your mental energy to maintain a connection, guiding it to its target. Furthermore, there exists another method. You may inscribe a mark upon your opponent using your mental energy. Within the range where your mental energy can sense the mark, magic will unleash its assault according to the mental imprint. Arthur experienced a moment of clarity, understanding various concepts that had eluded him, such as the dark mark Arnold had once left upon him, which operated on the same principle, differing only in its purpose of localization rather than guiding an attack. Most significantly, he finally comprehended why his dark corrosion had persistently failed to etch the magical array. By establishing a connection between his mental energy and the dark corrosion, he could mark the complete magical array upon the equipment and subsequently direct the dark corrosion to attack. Arthur could almost envision countless gold coins beckoning to him, unable to suppress a laugh, entirely oblivious to the fact that all eyes had once again turned towards him. In a sudden burst of enthusiasm, Arthur flung open the door and dashed into the room, startling Arnold, who trembled as the shield before him became riddled with corrosive pockmarks. Arnold's eyes gleamed red, his hair a wild mess, and his already pale face drained of color. He had been more anxious than Arthur, having urged him to become an enchanter. Yet the repeated failures were shattering his confidence. I was so close to succeeding, Arnold complained, turning his head towards Arthur. Arthur's face still radiated excitement. No, we are far from it. Our previous methods were fundamentally flawed. Arnold's gaze momentarily dulled, then darkened. I'm sorry, it seems my approach truly doesn't work. Arthur playfully shoved Arnold, laughing heartily. What are you thinking? It's not that the enchanting method is wrong, but rather our application of dark corrosion. Can you project your mental energy now? Arthur conveyed the insights gleaned from class and his thoughts to Arnold. Arnold's eyes lit up as he promptly grabbed a new shield, making slight adjustments. Once again, dark corrosion was unleashed, and a small wisp of magical black mist gradually approached the shield's surface. As the black magical fog dissipated, what emerged upon the shield was no longer merely pockmarks and simple lines, but a somewhat blurred magical array. Raising his head, Arnold revealed a knowing smile. Arthur's hypothesis was entirely correct. Let me try? Arthur eagerly seized the shield from Arnold. The black magical mist swept over once more, revealing an even clearer and more complete magical array on the shield's surface. Albeit with uneven etching in depth and thickness, only a fraction more was needed for the array to be fully illuminated. Arnold stared at Arthur in disbelief. You are a genius. You achieved such perfection on your first attempt. Flattered by the praise, Arthur chuckled shyly. What Arnold did not realize was that the torment brought on by Dan Yang's trials had rendered Arthur's mental energy remarkably potent and resilient. Furthermore, enchanters need not project their mental energy over great distances. Having grasped the correct method, the door to enchantment was now wide open for both young men. All that remained was further practice. I can't hold on any longer. I need to sleep for a bit, Arnold yawned, rising unsteadily to head towards the bedroom. The countless attempts they had made over the past few days had drained a considerable amount of their mental energy, and following the joy of success, Arnold could no longer endure. Perhaps it was due to Arthur's stronger mental fortitude, or perhaps he was still immersed in excitement. But Arthur found himself entirely devoid of sleepiness. Arthur was preparing to continue practicing his magical control, yet despite searching the entire room, he could not find a single piece of blank equipment suitable for enchantment. He contemplated stepping out to procure a new batch of gear, but as he gazed at the pile of severely corroded equipment in the corner, a sense of despair washed over him. The disposal of these worn-out items posed a significant dilemma. The risks of reselling them to the blacksmith or weapon shop were far too great, as they bore the marks of dark magic. Should the church's inquisitors discover them, they would undoubtedly trace the source back to him. It was truly vexing. He decided to defer the matter for now. Rubbing his temples in frustration, Arthur stepped outside. Upon exiting, he inadvertently collided with an individual approaching him, causing Arthur to lean back slightly, while the other person fell to the ground. The one sprawled on the floor was a chubby boy, clad in a loose-fitting robe that appeared to strain at the seams. "My apologies, I wasn't paying attention." Arthur quickly bent down to help him up. "It's all right. I was in a hurry to get outside." The boy, with bushy eyebrows and large eyes, grasped Arthur's outstretched hand and offered a sheepish smile. Arthur politely repeated his apology and prepared to turn to descend the stairs. "You are Arthur, right? It turns out we live next door." The chubby boy exclaimed suddenly. "You know me?" Arthur turned back, puzzled. "We are both freshmen in the magic department. We attended class together this morning." Arthur scratched his head. His focus had been solely on the grand wizard Halix, leaving him with no impression of anyone else. The boy, smiling, extended his hand to Arthur. "I'm Moral. It's a pleasure to meet the legendary eccentric." "Eccentric?" Arthur was even more confused. "You probably don't even realize it, do you? Our Blood Glory Academy is referred to as the Eccentric Academy by outsiders, and within the institution, we have a tradition of selecting eccentric individuals. Being named one is a tremendous honor." "Selected by the Academy?" Moral chuckled. "It's a peer evaluation among students, but it holds significant credibility. You are undoubtedly the most uncontroversial candidate among this year's for eccentrics." "For eccentrics? What nonsense is this?" Arthur was thoroughly bewildered by Moral's words. "It's not nonsense at all. The four eccentrics refer to four individuals: the sword-wielding mage, the untouchable half-orc, the thorny rose, and the lovable fool." Arthur remained astonished. He surmised that the sword-wielding mage must refer to himself, but he was curious about the other three. Chapter 5. The matter of nobility and unexpected collision made Arthur aware that he had become one of the so-called four eccentrics. He discovered that Moral, the chubby boy, was quite the chatterbox. Once the topic of the four eccentrics arose, he could not be stopped. The untouchable half-orc was named Hugh, a bastard son of Prince Rex and a female orc. In recent days, he had beaten up nearly every boy at the Weun Hall who dared to discuss the matter. Arthur couldn't help but feel a shiver. Indeed, Hugh was a formidable character. The thorny rose was named Jelly, the youngest daughter of Duke Ross. She possessed an angelic face and a devilish temper. Any man who dared to approach her would find themselves grievously wounded. The prince's illegitimate child, the Duke's daughter. Arthur couldn't help but marvel at the fact that Bloodlight Academy had earned its reputation as an extraordinary institution. It was no wonder that managing the offspring of such elite aristocracy would prove to be a formidable task. Yet, who was this beloved fool that everyone spoke of? Arthur found himself particularly intrigued by the identity of this last individual. Moral took a long moment to articulate his thoughts on the matter, ultimately concluding that one would understand upon meeting him. "Well, in an academy, there are always opportunities for encounters. Thank you for sharing so much with me today," he said, preparing to turn and descend the stairs. Observing Arthur's figure, sword in tow, Moral's eyes darted, and he hurriedly followed. "Wait, are you heading out? I shall accompany you. Weren't you just saying you had urgent business?" Moral chuckled, reflecting, "Now that I think about it, it doesn't seem so urgent after all. Having grown up in the royal city, there isn't a place I am unfamiliar with. Wherever you wish to go, I can serve as your guide. I'm going to the blacksmith's to purchase some shields and armor for target practice." Arthur did not shy away from this admission, for all mages required targets for their training. Using shields as targets, as Arthur did, was considered rather rudimentary. Affluent mages typically employed magical mannequins. "I happen to know a weapons shop that offers discounts for bulk purchases, and they also have a wide array of enchanted equipment for sale. Even if you don't buy anything, it would certainly be enlightening," Moral enthusiastically remarked. Arthur found no compelling reason to decline, and the prospect of enchanted gear piqued his interest. His previous encounters with such items were limited to his own Windrunner boots and the rare sword once wielded by Triest. Engaging with more enchanted equipment would undoubtedly benefit his own magical endeavors. As they walked and conversed, it was mostly Morrel who spoke. Arthur soon realized that Morrel was a veritable fountain of information. In merely a few days, he had gleaned the backgrounds and family ties of most of the new students, including rivalries and allegiances. He even possessed insights into the temperaments and histories of some professors within the academy. During his time with the mercenary group, Arthur had never encountered such convoluted dynamics. The rivalries and schemes amongst noble families were far more intricate than the straightforward relationships among mercenaries, which could be summarized in two phrases. One engaged in combat at the slightest provocation, and a gentleman would wait 10 years to exact revenge after suffering defeat. Curious, Arthur looked at Morrel and inquired, "Why are you so interested in these matters?" With a proud smile, Morrel replied, "Ah, you wouldn't understand. The nobility of the Isaac kingdom and surrounding realms would go to great lengths to secure a place for their children in Bloodlight Royal Academy. And it's not solely for the purpose of learning magic and martial skills. If not for learning, then for what?" Arthur questioned, surprised by his own naivety. "Of course, it's for networking," Morrel exclaimed. "The classmates you befriend here are all from illustrious families, and after graduation, the bonds of camaraderie will naturally lead to mutual support." Arthur remained perplexed. Within the Orc Camp and Mercenary Guild, where strength reigns supreme, admiration for the powerful and the pursuit of mastery through training and combat overshadowed any concept of networking. Seeing that Arthur still did not comprehend, Morrel continued to elucidate. "Take me as an example. My family is one of the 3 largest salt merchants in the royal city. The tuition fee of 3,000 gold coins is but a trifling sum for us. My father expended a staggering 30,000 gold coins just to secure a recommendation letter for my enrollment. Managing the kingdom's salt trade necessitates the patronage of nobles from various regions. Thus, more than half of our annual profits are devoted to maintaining connections and fostering relationships. From local lords to the lowest-ranking guard captain, neglecting to curry favor with even one of these tiers could lead to troublesome consequences." "And what does this have to do with your attendance at the academy?" Arthur inquired. Morrel chuckled, his smile revealing the shrewdness of a merchant. "My father hopes I will forge friendships here, making it easier to manage the family business when it eventually falls to me. Most importantly, he aspires for me to secure a noble title for our family. The kingdom stipulates that titles cannot be granted without military merit. However, those who graduate from the Bloodlight Academy will be conferred the title of knight." This was the first time Arthur had heard of such titles. Prior to this, Keynes and Randall had not divulged any information about the academy. He still could not fathom why Keynes would spend such an exorbitant amount to send him to Bloodlight Academy, considering that the 3,000 gold coin tuition was nearly equivalent to 1/3 of the annual income of a mercenary group. How much did Keynes, the captain, expend for his own recommendation letter? In the human kingdoms ruled by nobles, the bestowal and inheritance of titles varied slightly among different realms. For instance, in the kingdom of Isaac, titles could be hereditary but would diminish in rank with each generation. Thus, when one of the current 4 dukes passes their title to a child, it would be downgraded to that of a marquis, leaving the other offspring without any title. Those other children wishing to attain noble status must earn it through military achievements on the battlefield. This martial spirit within the kingdom of Isaac is largely derived from such regulations. Consequently, the exorbitant tuition fees of Bloodlight Academy attract the offspring of affluent nobles, as it serves as a shortcut to acquiring titles. As Arthur and Morrel conversed, they soon arrived at a weapon shop called Tiangong. This establishment not only boasted an excellent location, but also a substantial size, being a standalone 3-story building. Morrel was familiar with this weapon shop, and as they entered, a shop attendant greeted them. "Young Master Morrel, welcome. What can I assist you with today?" inquired a staff member clad in a green outfit and cap. "My friend wishes to select some shields and armor to serve as magical targets. Please procure some quality items and charge them to my account," Morrel instructed. Arthur quickly interjected. No, that's not necessary. I only need them for practice. The cheapest level 1 armor and shields will suffice. I will pay for them myself." He then communicated the required quantities to the attendant. Seeing Arthur's insistence on paying, Morrel did not press the matter further, though he was taken aback by the quantity of shields and armor Arthur requested. "The quantity you desire is substantial. They will need some time to prepare the stock from the storeroom. Shall we head to the 2nd floor to browse the enchanted equipment?" The 1st floor of Tiangong offered only finely crafted ordinary weapons and armor, while rare grade and enchanted equipment could be found on the second floor. Arthur followed Morale directly upstairs. Morale paused at the doorway on the second floor, then nudged Arthur with his hand, whispering softly while pointing to a young man clad in white. He is truly beloved by all. Chapter 52. Beloved by all. Following Morale's gesture, Arthur beheld a youth adorned in a shimmering silver robe of magic. He recognized this young man as the one who had volunteered to demonstrate the fireball spell in class earlier that day, his courteous demeanor leaving a lasting impression on Arthur. Now, having exchanged the crimson and gold academy uniform for a silver robe, complemented by his flowing silver hair and a visage as pale as jade, he appeared as striking as a silver elf. Even Arthur, having only seen him once, felt a certain fondness for him. Indeed, he was deserving of the title beloved by all. Yet, where did the foolishness arise? The young man noticed Arthur and Morale at the staircase, hesitating for a moment before approaching with a warm smile, extending his hand towards Arthur. What a coincidence! Hello, Arthur, I am Joan. In the sea of blood-red academy uniforms at the Bloodlight Academy, Arthur stood out in his mercenary leather armor. Thus it was no surprise that Joan recognized him. As for Arthur's peculiar choice of attire, it stemmed from the fact that the magical robe was excessively loose, hindering his movements. Joan introduced himself with an exceedingly simple name, perhaps merely a diminutive, omitting his surname. Pleasure to meet you, Arthur replied politely as they exchanged a gentle handshake. I am Morale, Morale exclaimed excitedly, eagerly grasping Joan's hand. To forge connections with two extraordinary individuals in a single day was indeed a serendipitous fortune for Morale, who aspired to build his network. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Joan resumed his selection of enchanted equipment, while Arthur redirected his attention to the displayed items. This floor showcased nearly 100 pieces of equipment of rare quality and above, each encased individually beneath crystal glass. Those capable of affording the wares on this level were considered significant patrons, each accompanied by a dedicated attendant to retrieve any item of interest. Arthur examined several pieces of enchanted equipment, scrutinizing the magical patterns inscribed upon them. The enchantments adorned upon these items resembled intricate designs etched into the surface. Arthur delicately traced each line with his fingers, ensuring no detail escaped his notice. The enchantments were predominantly basic, commonly utilized spells, such as a longsword imbued with level 2 sharpness magic and chainmail fortified with level 2 earth magic. Even to a novice like Arthur, the enchantment methods and practical effects appeared rather mediocre. However, two items caught Arthur's discerning eye. A finely crafted steel spear enchanted with level 3 wind blade magic, capable of unleashing 3 wind blades upon thrusting, and a cloak imbued with level 3 levitation magic, which, while not allowing the wearer to fly, enabled brief periods of weightlessness, proving effective for evasion or launching aerial assaults from heights. In pursuit of understanding the market, Arthur inquired about the prices of these enchanted items, only to discover that even those he deemed of average efficacy bore astonishing price tags. The 4th level longsword, imbued with the sharpness of the, is priced at 200 gold coins, while the 5th level steel spear, enhanced by the 3rd level wind blade spell, costs 500 gold coins. The 5th level cloak, adorned with the 3rd level levitation spell, is astonishingly priced at 800 gold coins due to its rarity. The cost of equipment escalates geometrically with each level. For instance, a 1st level leather armor is valued at 1 gold coin, whereas a 2nd level piece demands 4 gold coins. The 2nd level mercenary leather armor that Arthur possesses, crafted with exquisite skill, is worth at least 5 gold coins. As for the 3rd level gear, its price surges to around 15 or 16 gold coins. The 3rd level leather boots at Arthur's feet, thanks to their enchanting, are valued at a minimum of 35 gold coins. This is a bargain compared to the prices at Tiangong, where the same equipment would fetch at least 3 times that, approximately 50 gold coins. On the other side, Cheong exhibits a keen interest in the enchanted gear, having inspected 5 or 6 items without any sign of stopping, currently toying with a pair of silver half-finger leather gloves. How much for this piece? It seems he has a particular fondness for silver. If the young master likes it, it can be yours for 50 gold coins. Cheong's expression turned icy. Are you jesting with me? The attendant, sensing the shift in mood, quickly smiled. If the price is too steep for you, I could consult the manager. Perhaps it could be sold for 40 gold coins. Cheong's demeanor grew even colder. With barely concealed anger, he retorted, this price is an affront to the enchanter. Why is it that other enchanted items are priced at a minimum of 200 gold coins, while this one is merely 50. Are you deliberately undermining that enchanter? The attendant stood there, momentarily stunned, realizing that this young master was actually upset about the low valuation of the item. He hastily explained, "You misunderstand, sir. Our store has always prioritized credibility. We priced it at 50 gold coins because it is indeed only worth that amount. The main material of these gloves comes from a third-level magical beast, the snow fox, thus it can only be classified as third-level equipment. The enchantment is merely a first-level mist spell, making the gloves outwardly splendid, yet superficially so." "Superficially so?" Xiong countered. "You fail to grasp the genius of that enchanter. The mist spell can cleanse a mage's body and robe at any time, allowing them to maintain a refreshing spirit and elegant appearance. Its utility far surpasses that of ordinary attack and defense spells." The attendant, quick-witted, promptly agreed. "Indeed, sir, you are correct. We are lacking in understanding of the special effects of this equipment." Xiong waved his hand dismissively. "Forget it. I shall take these gloves. I am willing to pay 200 gold coins." The attendant's face immediately reflected his concern. "I must consult the manager regarding this. Our store has always valued its reputation. Though you are willing to pay more, I cannot take the liberty of charging you extra." "Who said the extra money is for your store? If you have priced it at 50 gold coins, then that is what I shall pay. The surplus is to be conveyed to the enchanter. And let him know that should he ever have such brilliant ideas and enchanting gear again, I wish to be the first informed. Please wait. I will inquire with the manager immediately." The attendant dashed downstairs, not allowing Xiong a chance to question him further. Perhaps this was the most peculiar customer he had encountered in his time as a sales associate. Arthur, observing the entire exchange, nearly burst into laughter at the absurdity of it all, though he wondered if such behavior was foolishness. Arthur regarded this matter with indifference. Perhaps Joan was merely more innocent or sincere. He had simply assigned what he believed to be the appropriate value to the enchanted equipment. At that moment, the shop assistant who had attended to him earlier approached, informing Arthur that the items he requested were ready. Having gained a general understanding of the market for enchanted gear, Arthur had no desire to linger further and bid farewell to Joan before descending the stairs. The quantity Arthur sought was substantial, and the smithy would dispatch someone to deliver the goods to his doorstep. As Arthur and Morale emerged from the armory empty-handed, the night had fully enveloped the sky. "Where shall we venture now? I can introduce you to the nightlife of the royal city," Morale suggested with a mischievous grin. "Never mind, let us head back early. I have classes tomorrow morning," Arthur promptly declined. Morale, taken aback by Arthur's decisive rejection, hesitated before replying. "Very well, then let us return. I know a shortcut." Chapter 5. Who is the fool? Morale guided Arthur through winding streets, their conversation flowing as they walked. Arthur soon realized that this portly fellow was indeed an intriguing character, possessing his own perspectives on various matters, which were starkly different from those Arthur had previously encountered. Environment shapes one's destiny. While Arthur struggled for survival in the orc encampment, Morale, born into a merchant family, had naturally learned to exploit the resources around him for profit. Suddenly, Morale halted, looking earnestly into Arthur's eyes, and posed a solemn question. "Arthur, have you ever acted against your own conscience?" Arthur nodded. From the moment of birth, individuals are constrained by myriad rules. The journey of life is a struggle against the world's regulations, where no one can act solely according to their true desires. Mature individuals contravene their innermost feelings to adapt to the rules in hopes of improving their lives, while the obstinate resist fiercely, ultimately only to find themselves battered and bruised. In the quest for survival or a better existence, one often finds themselves compelled, whether by force or choice, to act against their own principles, and I am no exception. "I'm sorry, Arthur. I was compelled." Morale suddenly bowed to Arthur. Before Arthur could recover from his astonishment, shadows surged forth from the darkness, encircling him. "Well done this time, Morale. You won't have to pay the protection fee for these past few months." A familiar voice emerged from the shadows. Truly a persistent specter. Arthur furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed intently on Morale. "I apologize," Morale said once more to Arthur, then swiftly maneuvered through the crowd. What a narrow path for adversaries. "It seems we meet again." The golden-haired youth emerged from the throng, his face appearing extraordinarily pale in the dim light. Having faced humiliation at Arthur's hands twice, he regarded it as a lifelong disgrace, especially after the last encounter, where Arthur's kick had nearly cost him his life. Had it not been for his family's timely intervention with a high-level mage, he would have been bedridden for 3 months. Arthur scanned his surroundings, noting that this time he was encircled by no fewer than 20 individuals. In addition to the middle-aged warrior from the previous encounter, there were 7 or 8 others in their 30s and 40s. Generally, a warrior's level correlates with age, suggesting that these individuals could very well be of the same rank as the middle-aged fighter. Pleading for mercy will never enhance one's chance of survival. To fight to the death and instill fear in your adversaries is the path to take. Even in demise, ensure that you drag your enemies down with you, making them pay a price so exorbitant that it becomes unbearable, for only then can a glimmer of hope emerge. Arthur unsheathed the great sword from his back, slightly bending forward, his gaze fixed intently upon the golden-haired youth, prepared to fight with every ounce of his being. The golden-haired youth proclaimed with malice, "This time, no one will save you. Today, I shall witness them dismantle you. Does my attempt at rescue count?" A faint voice emerged from the outskirts of the crowd. The tone was soft, yet echoed distinctly through the night streets. Beyond the throng, a striking young man clad in white stood beneath the dim light, observing the unfolding scene with an air of calm. "Xiong, this matter does not concern you. It would be prudent for you to avoid entanglements." The golden-haired youth clearly recognized this peculiar newcomer among the fresh batch of students. "It was of no consequence to me initially, but since fate has aligned our paths, it is now my affair," he retorted with a cold laugh. "You really think your meager abilities can save him?" Xiong responded with a similar scoff. Then with a flick of his wrist, a burst of intense magical radiance erupted, blindingly bright to the point of nearly rendering one unable to see. Once the light dissipated, everyone found themselves unharmed, and Xiong held an unfurled magical scroll in his hand. The impression magic scroll, sealed by a grand mage of the light, contained a level 7 spell capable of reproducing images. Its sole purpose was to record a sequence of events, which could be replayed upon activation. I believe you are familiar with it. To deliberately harm a student of the academy outside its walls is a grave offense. If I present this to the academy, not even your family can protect you. In the kingdom of Isaac, assaulting students of the Blood Oath Royal Academy equated to an attack on officials, a serious crime indeed. Furthermore, King Streech is known for his stringent enforcement of the law. Once the truth is uncovered, even nobles cannot evade punishment. The golden-haired youth exclaimed in alarm. "Are you insane? That scroll is worth 1,000 gold coins, and you would use it to save someone entirely unrelated to you." The impression magic scroll is extraordinarily precious, not solely because only grand mages of the light can create it, but also due to its connection to principles considered taboo in magic, time magic. The success rate of its creation is notably low, typically reserved for monumental events such as divine manifestations, royal coronations, and papal inaugurations. Yet now, it was being employed by Xiong to preserve evidence. Xiong smiled slightly. "I am pleased." Arthur, ensnared in the midst, felt a warmth within him. This fool, Xiong, was indeed endearing. "You are seeking your own demise. Do not blame others." The golden-haired youth signaled, and immediately, 3 figures burst forth from the crowd surrounding Arthur, charging toward Xiong. Their movements were swift, revealing their prowess as martial officers. Before Xiong could retreat a few steps, the 3 had formed a triangle, enclosing him. Fools are ultimately fools. Not even you can escape now. I wonder what use your magical scroll will be. Of no use? You shall regret those words. As Xiong spoke, he gestured, and a colossal fire dragon erupted with a deafening roar. Level 7 magic, Dragon of Fire. The warriors besieging Arthur swiftly maneuvered to the sides, for this was no mere fireball conjured by a second-tier mage. Even a warrior of the lieutenant rank would be reduced to ashes in an instant if engulfed by this dragon of flames. The protective magical scroll that Adeline had once relied upon for her survival was casually discarded by Xiong. With a flick of her wrist, a torrential rain of fire descended from the heavens, indiscriminately blanketing a radius of 100 meters. This was the 4th-tier fire rain spell. Those who were slightly slow to evade found the scorching droplets landing upon them, eliciting cries of agony that filled the air. "Kill him!" The golden-haired youth screamed in a frenzy. Before several lieutenant-ranked warriors could close in, 3 flaming shields rapidly whirled around Xiong, rendering any approach impossible. This was the 5th-tier fire magic, the rotating fire shield. Explosive fireballs and earth-scorching spells were unleashed one after another, as if Xiong had an endless supply of magical scrolls. All of these were 4th tier or above, with the least expensive explosive fireball scroll costing 50 gold coins. while the 7th-tier Dragonfire scroll was valued at 500 gold coins. This was not a battle, it was a lavish expenditure. In a remarkably brief span of time, Cheong had already spent 2,000 or 3,000 gold coins. The erupting flames illuminated the sky, visible even several blocks away. "Young master, we must leave at once. The commotion is too great, and even the master cannot protect us if trouble arises." "I will not leave. Charge in and kill him. I want to see how many magical scrolls he has left." Without hesitation, the middle-aged warrior seized the golden-haired youth and turned to flee. The others followed suit, scattering in different directions. As Arthur gazed at the fleeing figures and the towering flames surrounding him, he felt as though he were still in a dream. That individual had managed to handle everything alone. "Thank you for saving me." Arthur, appearing somewhat disheveled, bore the marks of Cheong's indiscriminate assault, with his face and leather armor charred in several places, yet he did not forget to express his gratitude at the first opportunity. Cheong waved her hand dismissively, saying, "No need for thanks, but you shall reimburse me for the cost of those magical scrolls." Arthur looked at Cheong in astonishment, exclaiming, "You are not foolish at all." Chapter 54. Confrontation. Moral spent the night plagued by nightmares, in each of which Arthur appeared, bloodied and seeking vengeance. It was the sound of the magical token's communication that finally roused him from his torment, reminding him that he had a practical magic class to attend that morning. Sporting 2 dark circles under his eyes, Moral braced himself and stepped out of his room, his mind racing with anxiety about whether he would see Arthur today. As Moral opened the door, a smiling face suddenly appeared before him. Before he could process his surprise, Arthur slipped through the door and, without a word, delivered a punch directly to Moral's eye. Taken entirely off guard, Moral fell backward. As a mage, once Moral was within close quarters, he had no power to resist. Arthur mounted him and unleashed a flurry of punches, raining down blows upon Moral's face and body. Moral cried out in desperation, "Help! Someone please help!" As Arthur stealthily entered, he deftly closed the door behind him. Each wizard's chamber had been specially soundproofed. Even a small explosion would not disturb others. Morale could scream until his throat was raw, yet no one would hear him. Arthur remained silent, relentlessly targeting the most sensitive areas of Morale's body with his fists. The louder Morale yelled, the harder Arthur struck. "I was wrong. I was coerced. Please spare me." Morale pleaded incessantly. Arthur continued, beating Morale until he cried out in agony, blood and tears streaming down his face. Ultimately, after reducing Morale to a whimper, unable to utter another sound, Arthur ceased his assault and stood up. Morale lay on the ground, quietly moaning, utterly unable to rise. A water spell struck Morale on the head, the splash jolting him awake. "Get up." After considerable effort, Morale managed to prop himself halfway up. "Do you understand why I struck you?" Morale dared not look up at Arthur, only nodding repeatedly. "Speak. Why did you betray me?" "It was Zareo who forced my hand. He demands a protection fee from me each month. If I defy him, he won't just deal with me, but will also jeopardize our family's business." "Who is Zareo?" Arthur queried, momentarily bewildered. "You don't even know who Zareo is?" Morale exclaimed, incredulous that someone could fight him 3 times without knowing his name. "Are you referring to that blonde lad?" Arthur felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing he had never afforded the other party the chance to fully state his name. Zareo is the 3rd grandson of Marquis Garfield. The Marquis is the deputy commander of the city guard, overseeing the defense and order of the eastern region of the royal city. Arthur had no clear understanding of the deputy commander's position, scoffing lightly, "Merely a 3rd grandson?" Morale blinked at Arthur, unable to discern whether he was fearless or merely ignorant. "Our family's business in the royal city relies heavily on the protection of Marquis Garfield. With a mere flick of his finger, our salt trade could come to a halt. I am truly compelled." Morale continued to explain. Arthur crouched down, pointing a finger at Morale's forehead, saying, "I strike you merely to make you remember. Do not assume that only Zareo is beyond reproach. Mistakes carry consequences. Now tell me how you intend to compensate for the losses you've caused me." Morale was momentarily taken aback, realizing the ordeal was far from over. Arthur inquired, "How much do you pay Zareo in protection fees each month?" 200 gold coins. How utterly unjust, Arthur thought, inwardly seething. The reward that Tony, Angus, and the others had painstakingly earned over a year amounted to merely 200 gold coins, nothing more than pocket money for these wealthy noble offspring. "Starting this month, your protection fees will be paid to me instead." "What about Zareo?" Arthur lifted Morale by the collar, sneering, "I'll talk to him." I cannot have him seeking me out every time. Morale emerged from the room, bearing dark circles under his eyes, his face swollen like a pig's head, and his eyes barely open to a mere slit. Arthur leisurely followed behind Morale, urging him to hasten his pace, lest they miss their magical training class. Are you truly resolved to confront him so directly? Unlike Zareo, I have no intention of employing devious tactics. If we are to confront him, it must be done openly and honorably. It's a matter of life and death, and we must first endure this trial. Gritting his teeth, Morale quickened his steps. Unlike the students of the magic department who reside in the magical tower, those in the martial arts hall live in lofts, sharing rooms with one another. At that moment, Arthur and Morale stood before a 7-story loft. Occasionally, passing students cast curious glances at the duo, for it was a rarity for mages to venture into the martial arts hall. Is he living in this building? Shall we call him down? Very well. I shall go up and summon him. Arthur grasped Morale's arm firmly and urged him to shout out, elevating his voice. Remember, we are here to challenge, not to make friends. Taking a deep breath to muster his courage, Morale shouted up to the loft, Zareo, come down. Arthur wishes to challenge you. Morale's sudden outburst shattered the tranquility of the martial arts hall. Students passing by halted in their tracks, and several windows above swung open, with curious faces peering down. Arthur, still unsatisfied, pressed, not enough. Shall I teach you how to curse with my fists? Stealing a glance at Arthur's clenched fist, Morale finally cast aside all reservations and bellowed. Zareo, do you dare to accept the challenge? Come down, you cowardly scoundrel. Initially, a few may have overlooked the content of Morale's shout, but this unabashed tirade captured everyone's attention. Windows flew open one after another, and the crowd below swelled with murmurs. What are they up to? Challenging Zareo? Have they lost their minds? Never has a new mage dared to provoke us. Look at that boy with the massive sword. He is one of the 4 oddities of this cohort, the sword-bearing mage. The surrounding students chattered excitedly, the spectacle garnering such attention due to the unprecedented nature of a mage challenging a martial student at the Bloodlight Royal Academy. The rationale is simple. In one-on-one encounters, mages invariably suffer defeat against equally ranked martial artists. While mages possess greater destructive power, they require time to construct their spells and create distance. In team combat, allies can afford them the necessary space and time to cast. However, in a one-on-one duel, martial artists will not grant mages the luxury of distance or time. Zareo, you coward, you spineless wretch, merely a schemer lurking in the shadows. Once Morale shed all inhibitions, his insults grew louder and more fervent, bringing him an unparalleled sense of satisfaction. He vented all the grievances Zareo had inflicted upon him in the past. Amidst Morale's tirade, a furious face, flushed with rage, emerged from below, charging towards him. Chapter 5. A battle to make a name. Zareo had never endured such a humiliation. As the grandson of a marquis, he had been raised in an exalted position since childhood. However, ever since he encountered Arthur, his misfortunes began to unfold. Not only did he repeatedly suffer setbacks at Arthur's hands, but this time he found himself confronted at the door, challenged and ridiculed by all within the academy. He had long discarded the academy's regulations, and without hesitation, he lunged at Morale, unleashing a torrent of curses and blows. Caught off guard, Morale was unprepared, while Arthur remained vigilant, fixated on the entrance to the attic. As Zareo sprang forth, Arthur reacted almost simultaneously. He met Zareo's incoming punch with a decisive blow of his own. Both combatants' fists were enveloped in fighting spirit, yet the distinction lay in their levels. Arthur, a Tier 3 warrior, could only project his fighting spirit outward, a faint crimson glow encasing his fist, while Zareo, a Tier 4 combat officer, had already mastered the ability to separate his fighting spirit from his body, forming a teal sphere the size of a watermelon around his fist. The collision of their fists produced a thunderous impact. Arthur staggered back 3 paces to dissipate the force, while Zareo similarly retreated 3 steps. The onlookers erupted in astonishment. They were taken aback to witness a mage like Arthur possessing fighting spirit as well, and that he could hold his own against Zareo despite being a Tier 3 warrior. Arthur's ability to withstand Zareo's assault stemmed from his superior physical conditioning, a testament to the grueling training he endured under Randall's tutelage. The Bloodlight Royal Academy had always been synonymous with the peculiar, yet it also symbolized formidable, eccentric power. Kid, I let you escape yesterday. Today, don't think you can run. Zareo's gaze was as lethal as a predator's, fixated on Arthur. Arthur met Zorayo's stare with equal coldness, asserting, "You lofty individuals always mistake others' forbearance for fear. Today, I shall show you that, in my eyes, you are nothing." With that, Arthur dismissed any further conversation and launched himself forward, delivering a punch aimed directly at Zorayo's throat, intent on delivering a fatal blow. The previous clash had made Zorayo acutely aware of his disadvantage in strength. As Arthur's fist advanced once more, Zorayo sidestepped to evade the lethal strike, simultaneously executing a swift kick aimed at Arthur's waist. The rank of combat officer not only conferred greater strength, but also enhanced speed. Thus, Zorayo sought to suppress Arthur with swiftness and technique. However, he underestimated Arthur, who did not flinch and retaliated with a powerful strike to Zorayo's abdomen. Their blows connected simultaneously. Arthur was sent staggering to the side, nearly toppling to the ground, while Zorayo doubled over, clutching his stomach in agony. In trading injuries, Arthur's strike had evidently inflicted greater damage. Without granting Zorayo a moment's respite, Arthur charged once more, aiming a punch at his temple. Zorayo, gritting his teeth against the pain, hastily retreated, while Arthur advanced, delivering a flying kick to Zorayo's chin. Zorayo crossed his arms downward, delivering a heavy strike toward Arthur's ankle. Arthur, pivoting his foot downward, shifted from a kick to a stomp, targeting Zorayo's abdomen. Should this stomp land, it would surely devastate Zorayo's insides. With no option left, Zorayo retreated further. Yet, Arthur relentlessly pursued, each attack aimed squarely at Zorayo's vulnerable points. Once Arthur gained the upper hand, Zorayo found himself utterly unable to retaliate. Aside from the occasional desperate clash, he was left with no choice but to evade, rendering him thoroughly disheveled. "Are you certain that lad is a mage? His martial prowess is more ferocious than that of a warrior." Zorayo, stop dodging and confront him head-on. It is truly shameful for Zorayo to be bested by a mere sorcerer. The crowd surrounding them buzzed with a variety of comments, many of which reached Zorayo's ears, deepening his humiliation. With a sudden roar, Zorayo braced himself against one of Arthur's punches, unleashing a torrent of fighting spirit. He was prepared to fight with all his might. Clenching his fists, he concentrated his energy into a colossal azure orb and launched it forward, akin to a ferocious tiger pouncing on its prey. This was the inferior Shintir technique, Tiger Strike. The force of his entire fighting spirit coalesced into a single, unstoppable blow. As Zorayo's energy surged, Arthur sensed impending danger. By the time the Tiger Strike was unleashed, Arthur had already begun to retreat, swiftly positioning his massive sword in front of him. The immense azure orb collided with the sword's blade, erupting in a brilliant explosion. Arthur was propelled backward, landing several meters away. After the strike, Zorayo sank to one knee, gazing at Arthur, who had yet to rise. A smile began to form on Zorayo's lips. The arena fell silent. Had the battle truly concluded? I nearly met my demise. Arthur sprang to his feet in a fluid motion, spitting out a mouthful of bloodied saliva. Zorayo's smile froze instantly. He attempted to stand, but found himself unable. The previous blow having depleted his energy reserves. He would never rise again. As Arthur approached, he delivered a punch to Zorayo's chin, accompanied by the sound of cracking bones, sending him sprawling backward. Following this, Arthur's foot pressed down on Zorayo's face, slowly rotating as he crushed him beneath his heel. I warned you that you are nothing before me. Arthur's gaze remained calm, as if he were engaged in a mundane task. What a humiliation, a brazen degradation. How could a trivial altercation at the school gate escalate to such a degree? The root of it lay in Zorayo's wounded pride. He could not accept that he, a figure of superiority, had been repeatedly bested by a country bumpkin, which culminated in his current position beneath Arthur's foot in front of a crowd. Before Arthur could fully savor the fruits of his victory, he was suddenly seized by the collar and flung backward. I warned you against fighting within the academy. Arthur promptly donned a cheerful facade. Professor Augu, we were merely sparring. If you do not set me down, I shall be late for my magical training class. Magical training? What you require now is a session in the detention room. Professor Augu disregarded Arthur's explanation and seized Zorayo with his other hand. Outside the throng of spectators, a dark-skinned youth stood alone at a distance, observing Arthur being carried away by Professor Augu, his eyes alight with fervor. What an intriguing individual. The Marquis of Garfield's estate. The elderly Marquis, his hair as white as snow, sat upright in the hall, his robust frame clad in an ornate robe. With a slight furrow in his brow and eyes aglow, He remained at the pinnacle of martial prowess despite his advanced years. Seated before him were two middle-aged individuals, a man and a woman. The man bowed his head in silence, while the woman wept softly. The Marquis's frown deepened, for both face and dignity were earned through his own efforts. To return home weeping after being struck was unacceptable. The Garfield family harbored no such weaklings. Suddenly, the middle-aged man raised his head to explain, "Father, Chi Rao has suffered some injuries. While such grievances are trivial, being trampled upon and humiliated is an affront to our Marquisate. Who did this? Have you uncovered the truth?" The Marquis inquired, his expression impassive. "A country bumpkin," the man replied softly. "Nonsense." The Marquis, uncharacteristically, uttered a curse. "If Chi Rao considers his assailant a mere country bumpkin, do you share that sentiment? Is there truly no backing behind him that could allow him entry into the Bloodlight Academy?" The middle-aged man bowed his head once more, refraining from retorting. "Investigate who issued that child's letter of recommendation," the Marquis commanded the steward standing behind him. Chapters 5 and 6. Reluctant recruitment. Arthur did not behold the morning sun again until 2 days had passed. Given the gravity of the situation, Professor Agu exhibited no mercy this time, confining Arthur and Chi Rao to a dark, cramped cell for a full 2 days. The greatest punishment of confinement lay in the suffocating solitude, the prolonged isolation capable of driving one to madness. Yet, the professor's efforts failed to achieve the desired effect on Arthur. The undisturbed confinement allowed him to swiftly immerse himself in the cultivation of Dan Yang's spiritual refinement and magical meditation. Arthur awakened only once to replenish his sustenance and water, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had elapsed. Emerging from the confinement, Arthur was invigorated and brimming with energy, in stark contrast to the listless Chi Rao beside him. Had one not seen them both exit the cell simultaneously, one might have doubted Arthur had ever been truly imprisoned. "I shall strike you every time I see you," Arthur surprisingly threatened Chi Rao. "Get lost. If you fight in the academy again, it won't be merely 2 days of confinement." Professor Agu rebuked Arthur sternly. Boss. Morale approached briskly. "What brings you here? Who's your boss?" Arthur replied, bewildered. "I've already paid you my protection fee. From today onward, I'll stick with you." Morale grinned mischievously. "Stick with me? Are you not afraid of Chi Rao retaliating against your family's business? You don't understand. Chi Rao has suffered a significant loss of face this time. The Marquis has declared that the Garfield family does not support weaklings, and the lost dignity must be reclaimed independently. He will not be permitted to utilize any family resources." Morale remarked with glee. This outcome surprised Arthur. He had anticipated a more frenzied retaliation from Chi Rao. Without the backing of the Garfield family, Chi Rao was, in Arthur's eyes, truly insignificant. "My dear friend, you cannot fathom the extent to which your exploits have spread throughout the academy in recent days. Never has a sorcerer dared to challenge a warrior at the Wu Yuan Hall, yet you not only triumphed, but also bested Chi Lao, leaving him beneath your feet. Absolutely magnificent." Morale's excitement grew with each word. However, as Arthur observed the fervent gaze of Morale, a chill ran down his spine. Was this fellow's shift in demeanor too abrupt? Had he so quickly forgotten the earlier altercation? "Boss, let us venture out to celebrate. I will treat you to a feast," Morale suddenly proposed. The mention of a meal sparked a realization in Arthur, prompting him to dash towards his abode in the magical tower. "Wait, don't run off. You won't have to spend a dime. It's on me." Morale pursued him closely. Arthur flung open the door to his room, suddenly aware that his abrupt disappearance over the past 2 days meant Arno had likely gone hungry, as he would never risk venturing outside. Upon hearing the door creak, Arno turned, his pallid complexion and reddened eyes betraying his ordeal. A wave of relief washed over Arthur as he inquired, "I encountered some unforeseen circumstances, which prevented my return." "You haven't eaten anything, have you?" Arno sheepishly scratched his head. "Eat? I forgot." This fellow was even more dedicated than himself. Such unwavering determination was surely what it took to ultimately become the most formidable sorcerer. Arthur silently admired. "Arthur, look. I have succeeded." Arno beamed, presenting a piece of armor before Arthur's eyes. A palm-sized magical array was etched upon the chest of the armor, with a modest magic crystal embedded at its center, casting an enigmatic glow across the surface. "What is this? Let me see." A large hand reached from behind Arthur, snatching the armor away. Both Arthur and Arno stood momentarily stunned. In his haste, Arthur had forgotten to close the door, unwittingly allowing Morale to enter. What is so remarkable about a mere enchanted piece of equipment? The creator must be a fool to enchant a level 1 armor. Moreover, the lines of the magical array are inconsistent in thickness, clearly the work of a novice. Morale rambled on. Arno and Arthur exchanged furtive glances. Understanding that the secrets of the enchanter must remain concealed, a glint of menace flickered in Arno's eyes. Boss, where did you acquire this enchanted armor? It couldn't possibly have been crafted by your little attendant, could it? Morale continued to inquire, blissfully unaware of the gravity of his words. Indeed, it was crafted by Arno. He is just beginning, and his techniques are still unrefined, Arthur replied, his expression devoid of emotion. Morale's face reflected disbelief as he exclaimed, Boss, I was merely jesting. I never imagined he actually made it. You are truly remarkable to have an enchanter as your attendant. I am definitely sticking with you. Is being an enchanter truly impressive? Arthur pressed, subtly probing for more. Absolutely. A dual-element sorcerer can only become an enchanter with the church's approval. How did he manage to pass their scrutiny at such a young age? Morale marveled, noting Arno's diminutive stature, which made him appear no older than 12 or 13. It seems you possess a considerable understanding of enchanters, Arthur remarked, his tone now laced with an icy undertone. Unbeknownst to Morale, he proudly inquired, Which enchanter's apprentice are you? Perhaps I am acquainted with them. I have no master and have not reported to the church. I have honed my skills independently, Arnold replied, fixing his gaze on Morale. Should the church discover that you have not reported, it would be dire indeed. Morale muttered under his breath. Arthur and Arnold remained silent, and as Morale looked up, he noticed the unfriendly glances directed at him by both Arthur and Arnold, suddenly aware of his indiscretion. Rest assured, boss. I have no intention of reporting your servant to the church, Morale stated awkwardly, rubbing his hands together. How can I trust you? After all, you have betrayed me once before, Arthur replied somberly. I swear it. Vows mean nothing to those lacking credibility. Boss, if you do not trust me, there is little I can do, but I am willing to comply with any task you assign me, Morale declared, thumping his chest. I recall you are a gold element mage. Correct? Use your alchemy to extract all the metal from that pile of discarded equipment in the corner. Extracting metal? I can do that, Morale exclaimed, surprised by the simplicity of Arthur's request, and promptly hurried over to the pile of discarded gear. Arnold cast a questioning glance at Arthur, evidently perplexed by Arthur's intentions. Arthur remained silent, observing quietly behind Morale. However, Morale proved to be less than reliable. He could only extract 5 pieces of equipment before exhausting his magical energy. Let me rest for a moment to recover my magic. Do you even know what you are doing? Arthur suddenly inquired from behind him. Isn't it just extracting a few pieces of equipment? Morale replied dismissively. Allow Arnold to demonstrate, Arthur instructed, turning his head. With a flick of his hand, Arnold conjured a cloud of dark mist that enveloped the armor Morale had been holding. As the mist dissipated, the armor's surface was left pockmarked. The magical array inscribed upon it completely obliterated. This spell is known as dark corrosion. Cold sweat instantly dripped down Morale's brow. While he had never encountered a dark mage, he had certainly heard of dark magic, and what terrified him more was the church's horrific treatment of dark mages and anyone associated with them. The pieces you just extracted harbor traces of dark magic. Thank you for helping us eliminate that taint, Arthur whispered softly in Morale's ear. Assisting a dark mage is a grave offense that could implicate an entire family, and no one would dare take such a risk. Arthur patted Zilio on the shoulder from behind. You can freely call me boss now. We are in this together. Chapter 57. All in growth. Arthur found it difficult to take drastic measures to silence Morale. The only viable option remaining was to recruit him. Moreover, Arthur had other considerations. The mass sale of successfully enchanted equipment could pose a dilemma, as neither he nor Arnold was suited for such exposure. Bringing Morale into the fold would effortlessly resolve the procurement and sale of enchanted gear, which required frequent appearances. Have you made up your mind? Arthur asked, smiling at Morale. Moral's complexion was pallid, his lips quivering slightly. Do I have a choice? He inquired. Indeed, either formally join us or face immediate termination. Well, that certainly leaves no options, Moral retorted in a hushed tone. Arthur remained unperturbed, observing him with calm composure. With a long sigh, Moral asked, What are the conditions for my joining? Don't expect me to work for free. This is perilous work. You need not pay the protection fee, Arthur replied. That won't suffice. The enchanted equipment is exempt from church taxes, yielding 2- or 3-fold profits. My modest protection fee pales in comparison. My agreement to join hinges upon a share in the profits. Moral's mercenary instincts were immediately apparent, a trait that Arthur and Arno notably lacked. Exchanging glances. Arthur and Arno shared a knowing smile. Arno and I have never discussed profit distribution. Since you've raised the issue, let us finalize the terms. The profits from enchanted equipment will be divided such that Arno and I each receive 40%, while you will receive 20%. We shall handle the enchanting, and you will be responsible for the procurement and sale of the enchanted items. Moral's eyes darted back and forth before he extended his hand. Agreed. You two hold the core technology and take the lion's share. I have no objections. It's a deal. Their hands stacked together in agreement. Your idea of clandestinely profiting from enchanted equipment is simply brilliant. I tell you, we should proceed with this. Moral immediately embraced his new role. Once the latent threats posed by Moral were resolved, Arthur's life at the Bloodlight Academy entered a rare period of tranquility. Each day unfolded with punctual classes, immersing him in the vast ocean of magical theory, while nights were dedicated to magical meditation and the cultivation of spirit through the Danyang method. As his martial and magical powers steadily accumulated, Arthur found himself in a state of both pain and joy. In his spare time, he devoted himself to the lucrative path of an enchanter. After Arno successfully enchanted 3 items, Arthur completed his first piece as well, leading to an unceasing production of enchanted gear. Becoming an enchanter did not hinder Arthur and Arno's progress as sorcerers. The process of depleting and replenishing their accumulated magical energy through meditation was, in fact, integral to their growth. The magical energy amassed by Arthur in a single night's meditation was sufficient to enchant 3 pieces of equipment. The enchanted items produced daily were entrusted to Moral for sale, and he proved to be a commercial prodigy. To mask his extensive procurement of equipment, he even dipped into his personal savings to establish a quaint weapon shop named San E in a remote alley, hiring a young assistant to openly sell weapons and armor. This obscure shop struggled to make sales, with the assistant often lounging on the counter, dozing off. However, Moral leveraged San E to procure weapons and armor in bulk, managing to negotiate the price of Tier 3 equipment down to an average of 12 to 13 gold coins, while enchanted versions could fetch between 40 to 50 gold coins. In order to collect taxes, the church mandates that every shop selling enchanted equipment must register the name of the enchanter for each item. Consequently, the enchanted gear crafted by Arthur and Arno cannot be openly sold in the market, nor can it be carelessly offered at the San E weapon shop. Thus, Morale resorted to selling these items on the black market, which led to a price drop to approximately 35 gold coins. Even so, after deducting the costs of crystal powder and mana storage crystals, the profit from each enchanted item reached 20 gold coins. Given that Arthur and Arno produce 6 enchanted items daily, this amounts to a profit of 120 gold coins each day, with Arthur's share nearing 50 gold coins, culminating in an annual sum of 15,000 gold coins. Just a few months prior, such earnings seemed unfathomable to Arthur, as he now earned more individually than the entire commission of the Blue Rose mercenary group over a year. Moreover, this was merely the beginning. With the advancement of Arthur's magical skills, the level of equipment he could enchant would likewise improve. Although enchanters enjoy a lucrative profession, their profits pale in comparison to the staggering gains of Arthur and his companions. The church levies a 1/3 tax, and the weapon shops further inflate prices, resulting in the enchanters receiving less than half of the profit. High returns are invariably accompanied by high risks, should any part of the process falter. Attracting the church's or others' scrutiny, the ensuing consequences could be dire. Yet, the young men remained blissfully unaware of these potential perils, reveling in the joy brought by their newfound wealth and savoring a tranquil, fulfilling period of study. This time represented a rare moment of serenity in their lives. In the Pants's Orc wilderness, at the Lalos Valley, the remnants of the sunset were swiftly fading, and darkness was poised to envelop the gorge. A robust figure emerged slowly from the valley's mouth, casting a long shadow that stretched into the valley's gloom. The strong winds at the entrance billowed his cloak, revealing a tousled mane of golden hair and a tattered leather armor riddled with countless claw and bite marks. "Leon, you have returned," exclaimed an elder of the lion tribe, with a broad nose, as he hurriedly exited a grand tent pitched at the mouth of the gorge. "Grandfather, I have broken through." Leon's gaze was icy and filled with a lethal intensity, a stark contrast to the demeanor he had when entering the valley. The Lion Elder scrutinized Leon with satisfaction, stating, "Becoming an orc warrior is merely your starting point. Your future adversaries will be far more formidable than the beasts within this valley, for they are more treacherous and cunning. Grandfather, what should I do next? Now that you are an orc warrior, you are qualified to form your own hunting team. I have already gathered the initial members for you." As the elder's words concluded, two figures, a male and a female orc, emerged from the vast tent behind him. The male orc was tall and robust, bare-chested, wielding a massive wolf-tooth club as thick as a thigh. Beside him stood a petite, yet curvaceous female orc, clad in intricately designed black leather armor that accentuated her vibrant form. Upon seeing the female orc, Leon's cold demeanor softened into one of warmth and affection. "Shara, young master, you have grown and become a warrior of the orc tribe like your father." Shara revealed a smile that radiated warmth and kindness, reminiscent of a mother's love and joy. Together with the Tyrannosaurus warrior, Long Dong, they pledged to assist in forming a hunting party, becoming your most trustworthy allies. Upon the elder's words, Shara and Long Dong simultaneously knelt, each making a precise incision at their foreheads, allowing blood to flow down. With the beast god as witness, I, Shara, Long Dong, vow in the name of our ancestors to follow Lord Leon unto death. Leon, too, took up his blade, marking his own forehead, and then anointing Shara and Long Dong with a drop of his blood. The mingling of blood and oaths signified that any betrayal would invoke the wrath of both the beast god and their ancestors, ensuring eternal unrest for the soul in the afterlife. This was the orcs' most solemn pledge of loyalty. Once sworn, they would never betray their master. "Grandfather, I am departing, but upon my return, I shall bring back a tribe of orc warriors. I suggest you venture near the human borders, as increasing signs indicate that a new war between us and the humans is imminent." Chapter 58. A secret for 3 whole months, Arthur did not step outside the academy. His life revolved entirely between his room and the classroom. Arno barely had the chance to leave his room, the absence of sunlight rendering his complexion even more pallid. Yet, Arno found great contentment in this state, free from the church's pursuit, able to sleep peacefully each night, and receiving copies of Arthur's spell notes from class. While Arthur was unaware of the lineage of dark sorcerers, he presumed it was akin to the teachings of Adeline, though far less systematic than the comprehensive magical theories imparted at the Bloodlight Academy. Consequently, Arno savored Arthur's notes like nectar, eagerly seeking his guidance on points of confusion and engaging in discussions. The inquiries and insights Arno presented from the perspective of dark magic often illuminated Arthur's understanding, rendering many complex magical principles clear and straightforward. The world is inherently composed of light and darkness. Among the 12 schools of magic, light and dark magic are regarded as the foundation of magical theory. For nearly 10 millennia, the Church has deliberately obscured and distorted the transmission of dark magic, resulting in an incomplete magical theoretical system. Unbeknownst to the two boys, their inadvertent exchanges had unlocked the door sealed by the Church, allowing light and darkness to intertwine, leading directly to the source of magic. Morrel had never shown interest in their discussions. Aside from his passion for business and gourmet food, he rarely practiced meditation. Becoming a powerful sorcerer had never been his ambition. "I'm going out for a stroll." Seeing Arthur and Arno engrossed in the composition of a magic array, the bored Morrel announced his intention to leave. "Wait, I'll join you, and Arno should come too," Arthur suddenly called out to him. Morrel paused, then smiled. "That's the spirit. Boss, we're wealthy now, and with money comes the desire to spend. Where do you wish to go? I know a particularly intriguing place that will open your eyes." As soon as Morar began to speak, Arthur promptly interrupted him, clearly stating his intention. "I wish to find a sizable trading house to send some money abroad." Some of the larger trading houses in the Beland continent, apart from engaging in the commerce of goods, also extend services such as lending, storage, and money transfer to select prominent clients, representing a nascent form of modern banking. In terms of procedure, clients deposit their funds at any branch of the trading house, which then communicates magically with the branch closest to the recipient. This branch initially disburses the funds to the recipient, and subsequently, the two branches reconcile their accounts periodically. "Bah, how tedious," Morar retorted, immediately losing interest. "Are you coming or not?" "Of course I'm going. When the boss calls, how could I dare not accompany him?" Morar chuckled mischievously. "I think I shall refrain from joining. You must come. Otherwise, you will suffocate in that room, Arthur insisted, dragging Arno out without further ado. Once they exited the academy, Morar led the two directly to the bustling main commercial street. This was the most prosperous area in the entire kingdom of Isaac, with broad streets flanked by magnificent buildings, bustling with pedestrians and carriages, and fantastical beasts of various forms pulling the vehicles. The passers-by were all clad in exquisite attire. Fortunately, before their departure, Arthur and Arno had heeded Morar's advice and donned new battle attire and magical robes, allowing them to blend in more seamlessly. Morar guided them to a 3-story building at the street corner, adorned with elaborate carvings and an ancient design, pointing to the golden plaque inscribed with Hungtong Trading House above the entrance. This is the second largest trading house in the kingdom, and many of our family's dealings are with them. I must tell you, when it comes to sending money, one must choose large trading houses. They have numerous branches and excellent reputations. If you happen to encounter a house on the verge of collapse, you might find your funds absconded. Why not visit the largest trading house in the kingdom? Arno could not help but inquire. Because they simply do not entertain clients like us, Morar replied, somewhat awkwardly. At that moment, a young female attendant, appearing to be in her early 20s, approached them. The professionalism of the staff at Hungtong Trading House was evident, far surpassing the standards of the Tiangong Weaponry House that Morar and Arthur had previously visited. The young lady did not exhibit any disdain for the three young men. Instead, she greeted them with a warm smile. How may I assist you, gentlemen? Her smile was both professional and captivating, causing Arthur and Arno, lacking experience in interactions with young women, to blush and falter in their response. My brother intends to send some money through your house, Morar interjected. Not out of a desire to rescue Arthur, but rather because he relished the opportunity to engage with the attractive young lady. The attendant nodded and led the trio to a modest private room on the first floor. After serving them tea, she began to inquire about Arthur's specific needs. To which location would you like to send the money, and who is the recipient? For domestic transfers within the kingdom, we charge an additional 10 service fee, while for regions outside the kingdom inhabited by humans, the fee is 15. The young lady paused deliberately, adding, we can also facilitate transfers beyond human territories, but the cost will be negotiated based on the level of risk involved. Arthur rubbed his hands together, uncertain of where to send the money or who the recipient might be. The female clerk, Moral, and Arno momentarily found themselves at a loss for words, and the clerk's expression gradually darkened. Boss, please do not jest. This is no place for frivolity, Arthur said, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. I only know the name of a village, yet I am unaware of its location. Fear not, for with a name, we can assist you in your search. The clerk's smile returned. Moral slapped his forehead with a heavy hand. Boss, you truly are one of a kind. You intend to send money to a village of unknown whereabouts and have no idea who to send it to? If you truly have excess wealth with nowhere to spend it, just give it to me. I will replace all the portraits of our household deity with yours. From this day forth, you shall be our family's god. Get lost, go away. Arthur irritably kicked Moral. Boss, reconsider. No matter how affluent you are, you cannot squander it so recklessly. Moral continued to nag, remaining rooted in place. Arthur shot him an exasperated glance. Do you not understand my meaning? I need you to leave so I can mention the name of the village. Ah, you wish to keep this from me. You have utterly wounded my pride. Moral huffed as he stormed out. Arno chuckled softly and voluntarily stepped outside. After a moment's reflection, Arthur ultimately chose not to retain them. This secret was one he wished to guard alone. Chapter 59. The Thorny Rose. Arthur inadvertently stumbled upon a secret, triggered by the 2 ledgers left behind by Randall. He often reminisced about the mercenary group, recalling Captain Keynes, Adeline, Randall, and Tony, and those 2 ledgers were the sole remnants left by Randall. Consequently, he frequently revisited them, both in fond memory and with a glimmer of hope that perhaps Randall had inscribed some clue within their pages. As time wore on, Arthur failed to uncover any leads. Yet he unexpectedly discovered something significant. Every 3 months, Randall would consistently send a sum of money to a village named Salonica. Each transaction varied between 400 to 500 gold coins, accumulating nearly 2,000 gold coins over the course of a year. Uninterrupted for the 3 years since Arthur joined the mercenary group. Arthur was unsure of Randall's motives, yet as a member of the mercenary group, he felt it was his duty to continue this practice. Especially as his finances improved, this desire grew ever stronger. It became a form of devotion, a way to ensure the mercenary group remained alive in spirit. The clerk soon located the village's address. It was a small hamlet in the northern reaches of the Isaac Kingdom, far removed from the royal city and the territories of the Beastmen. Arthur handed over a large bag of gold coins he had prepared, comprised of his earnings from selling enchanted equipment over the past fortnight. Rest assured, dear customer, we shall ensure the funds reach their destination. For this anonymous delivery, we will personally deliver the money to the village chief, the clerk assured him, swiftly counting the coins while providing Arthur with a receipt bearing the trading firm's seal. Should the firm fail to deliver the funds successfully, Arthur could use this receipt to claim compensation. As Arthur emerged from the trading hall, he exhaled deeply, feeling an immense weight lifted from his heart, akin to the removal of a stone that had long pressed upon him. Outside the trading hall, Morale still wore an irate expression. Through their recent interactions, Arthur had come to comprehend Morale's temperament and knew that his anger was not genuine. With a smile, he suggested, "Let us find a place to dine. Today, the meal is on me." "Perfect. Let us head to the most extravagant establishment on the nearby street, the Dragon's Breath Pavilion. It would be a shame to waste your funds. We might as well indulge ourselves." Upon the mention of food, Morale's irritation dissipated immediately. "All right, let us go to the Dragon's Breath Pavilion. Since arriving in the royal city, I have yet to enjoy a proper meal." The three friends chattered merrily as they exited the merchant's establishment. To reach the Dragon's Breath Pavilion from the bustling commercial street where the merchant resided, they had to traverse a narrow, connecting alley. Just as they turned the corner, the sounds of a scuffle reached their ears. A fleeting glance revealed a group of mercenaries besieging two young girls. "Let us take another route," Morale suggested, recognizing Arthur's aversion to meddling in others' affairs. Acts of valor and standing up for the oppressed had never been Arthur's character. As a mercenary, he believed that one should only receive rewards proportional to their efforts. The world was rife with injustices, and selfless acts often yielded unfavorable outcomes. Even rogues tended to remain transient, wary of the complications that could arise. Arthur let out a soft exclamation, yet unusually continued toward the alley. As they approached, the scene became clearer. One side consisted of 5 burly mercenaries, though only 3 were actively engaged in the fray, while 2 others stood idly by, arms crossed. The opposing side featured 2 petite girls, both likely around the ages of 14 or 15. Behind them were 2 additional girls, one older, approximately 18 or 19, clad in the attire of a noble's maid, and a younger one, merely 11 or 12, who had already blossomed into a graceful figure. "What a coincidence! How could it be her?" Morale murmured. "Do you recognize her? The prodigy who shares your reputation?" Arthur suddenly recalled Morale mentioning the 4 exceptional talents of this academy during their initial encounter, which included himself and Joan, alongside the formidable half-orc Who and the thorny Rose Goalie, who was the illegitimate son of Prince Rex, while Goalie was the youngest daughter of Duke Ross, one of the kingdom's 4 great dukes. Arthur scrutinized the 2 girls engaged with the mercenaries. One, with striking auburn hair, was fiercely battling the mercenaries up close. She possessed a tall and athletic stature, her powerful legs propelling each kick with a whoosh of wind. Though her expression was icy, it could not mask her striking beauty, particularly her captivating blue eyes and well-defined nose. The other girl, a water mage wielding a staff, stood slightly shorter than her auburn-haired companion. With golden locks cascading down and fair skin, her delicate features exuded grace. Behind the taller girl, she periodically cast water orbs or raised a water shield, allowing her ally to unleash her attacks freely. "Which one is Goalie?" "Surely it is the one in the fray. The girl behind, Nini, has been attending our classes for 4 months now. Do you not recognize her?" Arthur awkwardly touched his nose, pondering how he had never noticed it before. Morale suddenly fixated on Arthur with a peculiar gaze, inquiring whether the 2 of them, spending every day in the same room with Arnold, might not be fond of girls. Arthur, momentarily taken aback, unexpectedly retaliated with a swift kick, sending Morale crashing against the wall beside the street. Their playful scuffle caught the attention of the combatants nearby, prompting the 2 mercenaries to turn and warn, "Get lost, don't cause trouble for yourselves." Arthur furrowed his brow, detecting a potent scent of alcohol emanating from them. Were they causing a ruckus while intoxicated? Their audacity was quite remarkable, daring to create a disturbance in the royal city. The sorceress named Nini recognized Arthur and Morale instantly, her face lighting up as she urgently called out, "Morale, come help." It was evident that she was more familiar with Morale than with Arthur. "Don't worry, brother is coming," Morale bellowed as he scrambled to his feet, seizing the opportunity for a heroic rescue. Although his voice boomed, he lacked the courage to plunge into the fray. Instead, he positioned himself behind Arthur, gathering his magical energy. As the magical elements rapidly coalesced, a golden arrow materialized between his palms. The second-tier gold cone arrow. This was one of the 3 most powerful attack spells accessible to novice mages, alongside the third-tier fireball and lightning bolt. The fact that a second-tier spell could rival third-tier magic attests to its formidable power. With a forward thrust, Morale propelled the golden arrow directly at the mercenary opposite Arthur. The mercenary's aura suddenly surged, encasing his hand in energy as he deftly snatched the gold cone arrow from the air. Rubbing his hands together, he dissipated the arrow into a flurry of golden sparkles. Arthur shook his head in disbelief. The mightiest attack spell had been so effortlessly thwarted by Morale. It was evident that the arrow's speed was insufficient, allowing it to be intercepted, and its magical condensation was inadequate, leading to its easy destruction. Morale, taken aback, realized his strongest strike had been effortlessly neutralized. He lowered his voice, saying, "Boss, the opponent is too formidable. Shall we retreat?" Arthur shot him a glare, replying that it was too late to consider withdrawal. "Let us go." Chapter 60. An old acquaintance. Once the decision to engage was made, Arthur acted without hesitation, leaping forward to deliver a punch to the mercenary's face. Prior to initiating the attack, Arthur had thoroughly assessed the situation. Among the 3 mercenaries battling Goli, there was a 4th-tier battle sergeant and 2 3rd-tier warriors. A few mercenaries seemed reluctant to unleash their full potential. The moniker Thorned Rose was well-earned. Goli fought fiercely, her assaults relentless, embodying a desperate fighting style. With Nini, the water mage, assisting her, defeating Goli would prove to be no simple task, even for those mercenaries exerting their utmost efforts. Furthermore, it was hardly surprising that the children of noble families like Goli possessed enchanted equipment and life-preserving techniques. The remaining 2 mercenaries, one of whom had just crushed Morale's arrow, were both 4th-level lieutenants. The other, who had not yet engaged, was certainly not above the rank of a 5th-level lieutenant. With Arno covertly assisting, victory in this skirmish was assured. As for Morale, he was altogether disregarded by Arthur. As long as he did not interfere, that was sufficient. The mercenaries did not regard Arthur with any seriousness as he leaped toward them. One mercenary raised a leg to kick. However, Arthur activated his Windwalker boots, suddenly accelerating and evading the kick while simultaneously shoulder-checking into the mercenary, sending him crashing to the ground. The other mercenary was taken aback by Arthur's swiftness. In a mere moment, his comrade was felled. As he swung a fist to assist, Arthur had already pivoted, raising his arm to block the incoming strike. Both sides exchanged punches, but the mercenary suddenly felt a sense of lethargy as he unleashed his blow. The speed and force of his attack unconsciously diminished. In that fleeting moment of disparity, just as the mercenary's fist grazed Arthur's face, Arthur's punch landed heavily in the mercenary's abdomen. The mercenary doubled over in pain, and Arthur swiftly followed up with a knee strike that connected forcefully with his chin, sending the mercenary sprawling onto his back. Having incapacitated these 2 mercenaries, Arthur charged into Goli's skirmish, delivering a kick that toppled another mercenary from behind. As Arno's weakening spell affected the 4th-level lieutenant, Arthur executed a sweeping kick that brought him down as well. Like a small tiger, Arthur dispatched several mercenaries in rapid succession, leaving them moaning on the ground. Unable to rise, Goli stared at the fallen mercenaries in bewilderment, hardly comprehending how Arthur had struck with such efficiency. These once formidable opponents now lay like rag dolls. Where had their fierce determination gone? Frustrated and unable to fathom this, Goli angrily kicked a few of the mercenaries. Unbeknownst to Goli, Arthur's decisive technique was specifically designed for chaotic battlefield scenarios, aiming to inflict maximum damage upon the enemy in the shortest time possible. Once struck by Arthur's attack, it was nearly impossible for them to recover. The swiftness of his strikes was further amplified by Arno's weakening spell. Together, they formed a lethal combination. Should the opponent experience even a momentary delay, Arthur's critical strikes would land first, rendering them incapable of further resistance. Amused by Goli's frustration directed at the mercenaries, Arthur found her intriguing. He had never encountered a girl quite like her. In truth, he had little experience with any girls at all. "Thank you for your assistance." Nini expressed her gratitude. Arthur waved dismissively, but Morale promptly interjected, "Nini, did you see my magical arrow just now? Impressive, isn't it? Nini could only roll her eyes at such audacity. Noticing that Arthur continued to regard her, Goli, still fuming, stated, "Don't expect me to thank you. I didn't ask for your help. I had no intention of assisting you either." Arthur paid her no mind, walking past her while internally muttering, "Indeed, quite prickly." Just then, a slightly older maid stepped in front of Arthur, blocking his path. "What do you intend to do?" she inquired. "What? Don't you remember?" Arthur's gaze leapt over the maid and fell upon the little girl behind her. The girl paused for a moment, then broke into a surprised smile. "I remember you. You are Brother Arthur. We met at the church." "Shoo!" Arthur immediately interrupted her impending words. The girl recognized that she should not speak further, playfully sticking out her tongue. "Thank you, Brother Arthur, for saving me once more. I am so glad to see you. What brings you here?" "I was out shopping with Sophie when we encountered those drunken mercenaries. They were whistling at Sophie and uttering all sorts of nonsense." The little girl blushed slightly, clearly unable to voice what she had wanted to say. "Oh, so you know each other?" Goli couldn't help but inquire, curiosity getting the better of her. "We met once before," Arthur replied with a stoic expression. "Thank you, sister. If it weren't for these two sisters' assistance, Sophie would have been bullied by those men." Yet, Arthur's thoughts wandered to the thorny rose who meddled in affairs that did not concern her. Those mercenaries would likely have only resorted to verbal teasing and would not have truly harmed the two young girls. "What is your name?" Goli asked. "I am Lucy Sophia Palmer. You may call me Lucy." "Palmer? Are you from the Palmer Duke's residence?" Goli inquired, a slight frown forming on her brow. "The Duke Palmer is my grandfather." Goli made a soft sound of acknowledgement. "You should head back quickly. It is best not to let two young girls wander around alone. The royal city is not as safe as you might think." "But you two sisters are out alone as well," Lucy countered. Goli, not wishing to explain to the little girl, turned to Arthur and said, "Since you know Lucy, would you kindly escort her home? My name is Arthur." "Not that guy. And you have no authority to command me," Arthur retorted. Goli, her face cold, replied, "The last person who spoke to me in such a tone is still lying in bed. Next time, it may not be you who ends up lying down," Arthur responded, fully embracing a provocative tone. Nini attempted to intervene, yet Morar held her back, reveling in the spectacle, eager to see what would transpire between these two peculiar individuals. However, fate did not align with their desires, as Lucy stepped forward, grasping one of Arthur's arms. "Brother Arthur, please take me home. My brother misses you too." Arthur found it impossible to refuse, bidding farewell to Nini before turning to leave with Lucy, not sparing a glance at Goli. "Young man, you would do well to be cautious next time," Goli's voice called from behind. "Let us hope it is not you who ends up in bed next." "You are shameless," Arthur retorted. "Have you also learned how to tease girls now?" Morar chimed in, his voice low. Arthur, bewildered, asked, "Tease girls? What are you talking about?" Morar grinned mischievously. "Do not think I am unaware of your intentions. To deal with a girl like Goli, one must employ the strategy of feigned indifference. I believe your inclinations are now quite clear, though poor Arno is at a disadvantage." Before Morar could finish his thought, a kick flew from behind, and his rotund form once again collided intimately with the wall. Chapter 6. Shadows persist. The Palmer Duke's residence. Arthur once again beheld the wonders of the world. His Majesty, King Strek, had bestowed an entire small hill in the southern part of the city upon Duke Palmer as a fief. The Duke's residence nearly occupied the southern half of this hill, rivaling even the Royal Academy of Bloodlight in size. The inner courtyard of the Duke's estate was a labyrinth of overlapping enclosures, featuring pavilions and towers of diverse designs, adorned with exotic flowers and unusual stones. Even Morar, who had grown up in a wealthy family, was left awestruck. Lucy led Arthur and his companions through a side entrance, winding their way into a tranquil courtyard situated on the periphery. Just as they entered, a striking middle-aged woman hurried in, accompanied by a young boy of about 7 or 8 years old. The woman embraced Lucy upon entering, exclaiming her concern for her safety. While Lucy recounted the events to the middle-aged woman, the little boy tilted his head curiously at Arthur, summoning the courage to approach him. "Brother Arthur, may I touch your sword?" he asked tentatively. "Of course," Arthur replied, unsheathing the massive sword from his back and placing it before the boy. The child stretched out his hand cautiously towards the blade, his face alight with admiration and reverence. Unbeknownst to Arthur, the skirmish in the church had left a profound impression on the boy, Nova, who from that moment on idolized Arthur and insisted on training in martial arts upon entering the royal city, aspiring to become a warrior like him. After the middle-aged woman had learned the details of the incident from her daughter, she promptly expressed her gratitude to Arthur and Arno, inquiring about their experiences in the royal city. Arthur, wishing to avoid any entanglements with the Duke's household, offered brief responses and prepared to take his leave. Just as the woman and Lucy urged him to stay, the door swung open, revealing the middle-aged scholar he had encountered in the dilapidated church. Upon seeing Arthur and Arno, the scholar's expression shifted, darkening with displeasure. After that incident, I do not wish to have further dealings with you, he stated firmly. Lucy immediately pouted in discontent. While the middle-aged woman hastily interjected, Lucy encountered some mercenaries while out today. They are the ones who brought her back. The scholar's demeanor softened slightly as he sighed. Meeting again is fate. If you face any difficulties in the royal city, you may seek me out, but it is best to avoid coming to the estate, as there are many eyes and ears here. We shall not have any further contact with the Palmer family. Now that Lucy is safely home, we shall take our leave, Arthur said with a slight bow before departing. Throughout the encounter, Arno remained silent. Lucy's eyes brimmed with unshed tears, while the middle-aged woman cast a reproachful glance at the man, at a loss for words. Only the little boy, oblivious to the tension, invited, "Brother Arthur, will you come to my house to play often?" The scholar shot a fierce glare at the boy, causing him to shrink back in fear. Just as Arthur reached the doorway, he paused and added, "There is one more thing. The mercenaries we encountered today did not seem to be mere drunken troublemakers. Something felt amiss. Please take care of yourselves." The scholar hesitated, beads of sweat inexplicably forming on his forehead. As the three emerged from the Duke's estate, night had fallen. Morar parted ways with Arthur at the academy's entrance, intending to return home for the evening. Arthur and Arno returned to the magical tower alone. "Arthur, I will be leaving soon." Arno suddenly spoke after a prolonged silence. "Do you have a place to go?" Arno remained silent. "If you have nowhere to go, then stay here for now." Arno bit his lip and said, "If I stay, I will eventually become a burden to you. You are still thinking about what happened this afternoon, aren't you?" From his perspective, I can understand his actions. When faced with survival, everyone makes different choices. He chose to evade, while I chose to fight back. You needn't worry about being a burden to me. Some matters cannot simply be avoided. Arthur patted Arno firmly on the shoulder. "Regarding the church's pursuit, you cannot hide forever. Sooner or later, you must stand boldly before them, instilling fear and trepidation, making them take a detour upon seeing you. I will surely be by your side when that day comes." "Arthur." Arno's eyes suddenly glistened with unshed tears, and he faltered, unable to finish his thought. There may be few words exchanged, and perhaps a long stretch without contact. But knowing that you choose to stand by me in the face of danger and adversity, that is what true friendship means. Let us go? We must continue our training tonight to become powerful mages, Arthur said, wrapping an arm around Arno's shoulder. At that moment, a fellow magic student, engrossed in 2 hefty spellbooks, hurried past with his head bowed, seemingly oblivious to Arthur and Arno walking side by side, and collided with Arthur. In the instant of their collision, a sharp dagger shot out from beneath the spellbooks, piercing effortlessly through Arthur's robe and into his chest. Arthur had already begun to sidestep in anticipation of the oncoming impact. Creating just enough space to narrowly escape a fatal blow, the dagger grazed the side of his heart. The assassin's movements were lightning fast, withdrawing the dagger only to thrust again towards Arthur's throat. Arno, witnessing the entire ordeal, realized there was no time to unravel a spell scroll. Instinctively, he turned and shielded Arthur with his own body as the second strike descended. With a sharp sound, the dagger sliced through Arno's magical robe, leaving a long gash upon his nape. Both Arno and Arthur collapsed to the ground, Arno still protecting Arthur with his form. "Arno, move aside." The assassin's third strike followed swiftly. Since Arthur was completely shielded by Arno, this blow was aimed directly at Arno's back. Arthur forcefully pushed Arno off him, but the dagger once again found its mark in Arthur's chest. This was the first time Arthur met the assassin's gaze, cold and devoid of any emotion. Struggling, Arthur raised a hand, and a spell scroll slipped from his sleeve, tearing open to unleash a fireball at close range towards the assassin. The assassin barely had time to raise a hand to shield his face before the fireball erupted upon him. The magical energy surged forth, allowing him to withstand the searing flames, rolling swiftly on the ground while enduring the excruciating pain, yet he did not utter a single cry. As the assassin rose once more from the ground, his camouflaged magical robe lay in tatters, and one side of his face was charred black. Yet, His gaze remained unwavering. He was determined to finish off Arthur. Picking up a dagger from the ground, he lunged at Arthur once again. Chapter 62. A series of surprises. When the assassin charged with his blade, Arthur, having already suffered 2 wounds to his chest, could no longer evade the attack. Arno, rising from the ground, once again lunged at the assassin, only to be swatted away by the prepared foe. Blood flowed incessantly from Arthur's mouth. Yet a bitter smile crept upon his face. Despite his desperate struggle, he had failed to seize his own fate. As the glint of the blade flashed before him once more, he reluctantly closed his eyes. A refreshing sensation swept over him, as though he were submerged in a cool stream, invigorating and soothing, alleviating even the pain of his chest wounds. Could this be the sensation of death? It seemed that dying was not as agonizing as he had imagined. What would the afterlife be like? Contemplating this, Arthur opened his eyes. To his astonishment, he found himself indeed enveloped in water. More precisely, he was suspended within a flowing sphere of liquid. The cool substance cascaded over him, and he could see his chest wounds healing at a visible rate. Water rejuvenation. The name of a 10th level water magic spell instantly sprang to mind. This was a healing magic that only a grand sorcerer could wield. Such potent magic alone could draw Arthur back from the brink of death. Who had saved him? Though Arthur's body was immobile, he could still turn his head. He strained to look, and before him appeared a graceful figure shrouded in a halo of flowing magical light. Even the loose robe could not conceal the alluring curves of her form. Arthur had never seen such a captivating body so closely. However, he recognized the swirling magical aura. It was a female sorceress who had previously conducted a magical probe on him. At that time, the distance had been too great, and she had been seated behind a desk, preventing him from noticing her exquisite figure. Whether the sorceress sensed Arthur's lascivious thoughts or it was mere coincidence. As he indulged in fanciful musings, the water sphere enveloping him suddenly shattered, and he fell heavily to the ground. Upon hitting the ground, Arthur realized that a massive water sphere still floated above him, encapsulating the assassin who had attacked him. The assassin clutched his throat, wearing an expression of sheer agony, struggling in vain to escape the confines of the sphere. Though similar in appearance, the sphere enclosing the assassin was not a healing spell. Rather, it was an advanced version of the basic water sphere technique, a 7th level magic known as the sealing water sphere. As long as the sphere's confinement remained intact, the trapped individual would suffocate from lack of oxygen. Get up and stop pretending to be dead. Someone kicked Arthur. As he rose, he discovered the Vice Dean, the Grand Sorcerer Halix, standing beside him. Indeed, as suspected, there was more than one assassin lurking within. A 7th level combat sorcerer was also hidden nearby. A figure soared through the air, and the thunderous Austin tossed a charred corpse onto the ground. Old Harry was furious, stamping his feet in frustration. How could you have killed him? What purpose does that serve? This fellow was far too fragile. I merely struck him with a thunderbolt technique, and to my astonishment, he perished. Austin grumbled in discontent. Old Harry, uninterested in engaging in a verbal spar with Austin, turned directly to the sorceress and said, "Set him down. Let us see if we can extract any information." As the water sphere shattered, the assassin tumbled to the ground. He began to cough violently before raising his head, his gaze sweeping over the onlookers, ultimately resting on Arthur. Blood, dark as a bruise, began to trickle from his mouth and nostrils. This is bad. He intends to take his own life. Quick, save him. The sorceress shook her head. It is too late. Healing magic has little effect on the internal damage wrought by toxins. Austin, reveling in the misfortune, remarked, "Old Harry, you must be losing your wits." Professional assassins never divulge any information, so keeping him alive is futile. During their exchange, the assassin had already breathed his last, and his body began to decompose. What a potent poison, capable of obliterating the body even after death, Harry exclaimed in wonder, casually casting 2 fireballs to incinerate the corpses entirely. He no longer held any hope of gleaning useful information from the assassin. With the lead on the assassin's side severed, Harry clasped his hands behind his back and circled Arthur 3 times. "It seems we underestimated you. What trouble have you stirred that has warranted the involvement of a level 6 captain and a level 7 commander, both sent to eliminate someone as inconsequential as you?" "I'm not certain. Perhaps they mistook me for someone else," Arthur replied, his expression one of innocence. Old Harry fixed Arthur with a peculiar gaze. "Mistaken? I am quite curious to know if I have erred." With that, he seized Arthur by the collar and ascended into the air. Arthur, suspended by Old Harry, found the speed so swift that he could barely keep his eyes open. In the blink of an eye, they reached the weathered heights of a 3-story ancient tower. Like tossing a chick, old Harry hurled Arthur toward the tower's wall. This is the end, Arthur thought, unable to perform any action while airborne. He chose to shut his eyes and brace for impact. At the moment Arthur's body collided with the tower, a flash of magic illuminated the air, and he passed directly through the wall. When Arthur opened his eyes once more, he found himself inside an immense vaulted chamber. The room appeared to be several times larger than the tower itself, with a boundless blue sky overhead. The walls were lined with bookshelves, filled with countless tomes of magic. In the center stood a massive long table, cluttered with an array of bizarre magical apparatuses. Apart from these, the room held nothing else. What is this place? Spatial magic? Arthur questioned, bewildered. This is my magic tower. No one on the continent can breach the magical barrier to witness the events within. Now, you may speak truthfully. What is your connection to Cain's? With a flash of light, old Harry materialized beside Arthur. How do you know I have a connection to Cain's? Arthur replied, astonished. From the very first day you entered the academy, I was aware of it, for the Starfall sword of Cain's resides within you. That rascal was once my student as well. Pray, do not tell me that you stumbled upon this sword by chance. So it is known as Starfall? Arthur murmured. You are unaware of even the name of that sword? Has Cain's revealed nothing to you? Where is that rascal now? It was now old Harry's turn to be astonished. Arthur lowered his head in sorrow. He is no longer among us. No longer? Harry was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 63. The Aquamarine Ring. As Arthur recounted the entire sequence of events to Harry, the old man remained silent for a long while before letting out a profound sigh. He could have walked away on his own. Twice, he made the same choice. Old Harry shook his head in lamentation, his eyes beginning to redden. While us old fellows strive to continue living, he departed first. Arthur refrained from interrupting. At this moment, any words of consolation would be impotent. After a while, old Harry regained his composure and said, So, the assassins who attacked you today are the same ones who ambushed Cain's. Arthur nodded gravely. The methods and ruthlessness of these killers bore no difference to that incident in Sauron's Gorge. Old Harry furrowed his brow tightly. The assassin organization is among the most troublesome groups, relentless in their pursuit of objectives, and capable of obliterating even a high-ranking mercenary group. They are among the most formidable entities on the continent, a terrifying presence that even small kingdoms dare not provoke. Harry pondered for a moment and inquired, What exactly prompted you to cross paths with them? Arthur shook his head. It should be due to that commissioned task. But only Captain Cain's knows the particulars of the item involved. After I escaped, Aunt Nightingale advised me not to pursue this matter until I had become a battle general. Your Aunt Nightingale is wise. The force behind this is certainly beyond your current means to confront. I cannot assist you in avenging Cain's and the mercenary group, but I shall help you seek information about that mysterious assassin organization. Arthur bowed deeply to Harry, expressing his gratitude. Thank you. As long as they cannot kill me, I will eventually avenge this wrong myself. From now on, refrain from venturing out carelessly. As long as you remain within the academy, I can ensure your safety. Any assassin who dares to enter the academy will not leave alive, old Harry declared with a fierce glint in his eyes. No one could easily withstand the wrath of a 12th-level archmage. With a wave of his hand, a thick tome of magic flew from the wall bookshelf. Upon opening the book, it revealed a hollow compartment within. Old Harry extracted a verdant ring from it, its jade surface intricately engraved with a miniature magical array. By infusing sufficient magical energy into the ring during normal times, one could activate this magical artifact in moments of peril, unleashing a 9th-level water-based protective spell, the Aquatic Dome, capable of withstanding the full force of combatants below the rank of Battle General. Thank you, Dean. Arthur eagerly accepted the ring, caressing its surface with admiration. Arthur understood that this was indeed a precious item for preserving one's life. Had he possessed such a means of salvation in the past, he would not find himself in such a dire situation today. It appeared that he had turned misfortune into fortune this time. He slipped the ring onto the 4th finger of his left hand and beamed at old Harry. Director, do you have any more treasures like this? Do you still want more? Arthur nodded eagerly, akin to a chick pecking at grain. Look, Arno was gravely injured today. If you have any spare, could you possibly provide me with another? Do you think this is a cabbage? Look closely. It's the Water Ring, a level 9 magical artifact, worth 50,000 gold coins. Let me be clear, this is merely a temporary loan. You must return it upon graduation. Old Harry was so incensed that his beard bristled. Arthur was taken aback, having thought that with the advent of enchanting equipment, he had become somewhat affluent. He never anticipated that the wealth he had accumulated over 3 years, risking the fiery stake, would pale in comparison to the value of this single ring. He could not help but lament, "It seems one can never earn enough money in this world." Disregarding old Harry's fury, Arthur shamelessly continued to plead, "Director, what if I encounter a warrior-level adversary in the future? Would it be permissible to trade this ring for a superior magical artifact? Then you may as well stand there and await your demise." Old Harry seized Arthur by the collar once more, and before Arthur could react, he hurled him against the bookshelf with a forceful motion. A flash of magical light enveloped Arthur, and he landed on the open ground outside the magical tower. Brushing off the dirt from his clothing, Arthur grumbled, "That old man is truly miserly." Meanwhile, in a concealed chamber beneath a noble estate within the royal city, a tall, slender man clad in black was seething with rage. "Are you all fools? Who instructed you to strike within the Blood Glory Academy? Just pulling a professor from there would be enough to ensure your demise 3 times over." Several masked figures, each dressed in varied attire, knelt before him, heads bowed, none daring to offer an explanation. The man in black, still fuming, kicked over a corpulent man kneeling to his left. "Legio, were you the one commanding this operation? You explain yourself. Lord Supervisor, please temper your wrath." The decision to act within the academy was truly unavoidable. "We have been monitoring for 4 months. This was the first confirmed location of our target. He has not set foot outside Blood Glory Academy in 2 to 3 months. We feared missing this opportunity and did not know how long we would have to wait." Legio explained in a hushed tone. The man in black scoffed, clearly dissatisfied with Legio's justification. "Worried about missing an opportunity? What happened to your patience? After spending too long as a merchant, have you forgotten the most fundamental tenets of being an assassin? My subordinates recognized their error. We dispatched elite assassins from the Kill 2 department. The operation was originally foolproof, but you still failed. Who shall bear the responsibility for this?" The icy tone of the man in black sent a chill through the air. Sweat instantly beaded on Legio's forehead. Gritting his teeth, he drew a short dagger from his robes and, without hesitation, severed his left hand's pinky and ring fingers. 2 fingers for 2 lives. Consider it a concession to you. Thank you, Lord Supervisor, for your mercy. Do you understand why I demanded 2 of your fingers? It is to ensure my subordinates learn their lesson, not merely to serve as a reminder. The priority of this task lies in capturing that elusive fish, for the young lad may possess something of value to the employer. Should the capture fail, extermination is permissible. However, you have presumptuously undertaken an assassination mission. I truly did not comprehend the task's hierarchy. You are feigning ignorance, aren't you? Kuei Lang lost an arm due to this mission and faced repercussions from the organization. Are you intent on ensuring the complete disappearance of that boy, thus erasing any trace of this matter for Kuei Lang? Legio, frightened, knelt once more, exclaiming, I do not dare. I do not dare, whether you dare or not. Regardless of what benefits Kuei Lang has promised you, you must remember that he is merely a commander. To whom do you ultimately answer? The group knelt in silence, fearing to breathe, aware that in the internal factional strife of the organization, a single misstep could lead to annihilation as a dissenter. Begone. Arrange for someone to keep a close watch on Bloodlight Academy. I refuse to believe he can hide there for eternity. Yes, the group, feeling as though they had received a reprieve, swiftly exited. They naturally did not hear the mutterings of the cloaked figure, who lamented that this blue demon was indeed a source of vexation, as a mere elusive fish had cost him yet another elite from the Absolute Division. Chapter 64. A visit from the Rose without the Bloodlight Order. Arno could not enter or exit the Magic Tower and its chambers alone. By the time Arthur returned to the Magic Tower, Arno had already been waiting outside for quite some time. The enigmatic sorceress had healed Arno with a casual healing spell while rescuing Arthur. Throughout the ordeal, neither Old Harry nor the sorceress had focused their attention on Arno. Arthur gazed at Arno, wanting to express something, but ultimately settled on a simple, just go back. Had Arno not risked his life to save him this time, Arthur might not have escaped this calamity. After sharing numerous tribulations, mere words of thanks felt too trivial. Arno regarded this act as entirely natural, instinctively stepping in front of Arthur to block that strike. It seemed the incident had passed, and upon returning to their quarters, they resumed their magical meditation as planned. Just as Arthur had not fully entered a meditative state, Urgent knocking sounded from the door. Upon seeing the striking young lady standing at the entrance, Arthur was momentarily taken aback, as if he had seen a ghost. The girl was none other than the thorny rose, Galeros, with whom he had interacted just that afternoon. Galeros, slightly irate, remarked, "Why are you dazed? Aren't you going to invite me in? Ah, please come in." Only then did Arthur remember to invite Galeros into the room. It seemed she was not there to settle the score from the afternoon. Could it be that Morar's strategy of feigned pursuit had proven effective? Arthur pondered as a blush crept onto his cheeks. "Don't overthink it. I came to see you tonight for a reason. Isn't it about who is lying in bed?" Arthur replied casually. The moment the words left his mouth, he regretted them. Spending too much time with Morar had turned him somewhat glib. Galeros's charming face immediately fell. "If you keep spouting nonsense, I'll make sure you lie down and never get back up again." After uttering this, she realized her words were also inappropriate, her face flushing crimson. Fortunately, Arthur did not press on with her comment. "Aren't you here for something?" "Ah, indeed. I came to inform you that the mercenaries we encountered this afternoon were not merely intoxicated revelers. They were orchestrated by someone behind the scenes." "I am aware of this. How could you possibly know?" Goalie expressed her astonishment. "I, too, am a mercenary, and I understand their nature. Although mercenaries often exhibit poor conduct and engage in brawls when inebriated, those who honor their code would never indiscriminately harass women or children in the streets. Even if they are of mixed quality, it is unlikely that a group of mercenaries would collectively become drunk and target women. Furthermore, this is the heavily guarded royal city. The sudden appearance of 5 such mercenaries raises suspicions." Goalie circled Arthur, scrutinizing him from head to toe, surprised that he had deduced the situation quite accurately based on reasoning. Arthur felt somewhat uneasy under Goalie's gaze. "Did you seek me out so late merely to confirm this matter?" "Certainly not. After you left, I turned those mercenaries over to the patrolling city guards. Coincidentally, the officer leading the patrol today was a former lieutenant under my father, to whom I instructed to deal with these ruffians decisively. To my surprise, one of the mercenaries confessed that they had been hired by the proprietor of an underground trading house to carry out this deed." Upon hearing this, Arthur pieced together the entire narrative. It was evident that the officer leading the patrol had acted harshly towards the mercenaries to gain favor with Goalie. The mercenaries, fearing serious repercussions, chose not to conceal the truth, and the officer subsequently relayed this intelligence to Goalie. What happens next? Is the city guard planning to continue investigating the mastermind behind this incident? The 2 girls were unharmed, so the city guards would not seek unnecessary trouble in this matter. They intend to detain the mercenaries for a couple of days and then release them. Arthur nodded gently. Having previously understood the operational methods of the city guards during his time in Huelors, they are responsible solely for defense and public order, while serious crimes involving loss of life or theft fall under the jurisdiction of the Lord's Court. "Then what is the urgency of your visit tonight? Is that little girl not your friend? Do you not care who seeks to harm her?" Goalie demanded, her eyes wide with intensity. "I wouldn't classify her as a friend. We have merely crossed paths before. Moreover, even if someone intends to harm her, that falls within the purview of the Palmer Duke's household, and it is not my place to intervene." Goalie was taken aback by Arthur's swift retort, momentarily at a loss for words, her premeditated remarks now escaping her. Arthur stifled a laugh, suggesting, "If there are other matters, you might as well express them directly. If not, it would be best for you to return home early. It would not reflect well on me if others were to see you leaving my quarters at this hour." "Not reflect well on you." Goalie raised her fist, ready to erupt. "Stop. This is my room. Should a fight ensue, the events of tonight will surely spread." Goalie, frustrated, stomped her foot several times, but ultimately restrained her anger, declaring, "We shall settle today's score later. I sought you out with the intention of raiding that underground trading house, delivering a severe reckoning to the proprietor, ensuring he never dares to commit such wrongs again. What connection do you have to that girl? The city guards are reluctant to invite trouble. Why are you so eager to involve yourself?" Arthur questioned, locking eyes with Goalie. Although Goalie articulated her intentions for the evening, Arthur was not convinced that her motives stemmed from a righteous indignation. "Let me reiterate, that establishment operates underground, and we must ensure they face repercussions. The proprietor of that establishment is merely an intermediary. What significance lies in making him pay? Are you truly that dim-witted? The price he pays will ultimately be ours." Arthur, momentarily taken aback, tentatively inquired, "Are you suggesting we rob the establishment?" "Do not phrase it so harshly. We are merely insisting they atone for their sins." Good heavens! Arthur struck his head twice to confirm his sobriety, astonished that the Duke's daughter was indeed contemplating a robbery. Truly, every peculiar flower has its name. Will you go or not? Spare me the suspense. Goalie urged impatiently. Wait a moment. Allow me to gather my thoughts. Are you truly preparing to rob that underground establishment? Does the daughter of a duke require funds? I do not, but Nini does. A tuition fee of 3,000 gold coins is a substantial sum for many nobles. Nini's father, merely an earl, begrudgingly sent her to Bloodlight Academy solely to secure a wealthy suitor, yet Nini herself is unwilling. Arthur nodded, empathizing with the burden of financial constraints. For the sake of a friend, you indeed possess a courageous spirit. Suddenly, Goalie erupted without warning, delivering a swift kick to Arthur's abdomen. You are the one who is courageous. Though Goalie's attack was unexpected, Arthur had remained vigilant since her arrival, swiftly grasping her ankle with his hand. Release me. Goalie's face turned a deep crimson. Arthur then realized that the ankle he held was smooth and rosy, leading up to slender calves and voluptuous thighs. With a subtly rounded bosom, Goalie's fierce gaze was enough to frighten him into letting go. Goalie turned to leave. Wait, are you planning to go alone? Her footfall halted, and she slowly turned back. Nini is not only my friend, she is also my distant cousin. Arthur softened his tone. Even if I agree to accompany you, with our limited strength, we may struggle to handle the situation. You need not worry about that. The mercenaries mentioned that establishment is peculiar, with few guards present. It is likely devoid of any war school-level warriors. Most importantly, that underground business primarily deals in enchanted equipment, generating daily revenues in the tens of thousands of gold coins. Arthur's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Then let us proceed. After all, should any trouble arise, the Duke will shield us. This matter does not concern the Duke's estate. It is my own decision. Very well, it is unrelated to the Duke's estate. Arthur wished to avoid a dispute with a woman on such a matter, knowing well that if anything were to go awry, the Duke's estate would inevitably intervene. Then we shall act tonight, lest they become wary. Arthur pondered briefly. No. Undertaking such a significant endeavor with just the two of us is insufficient. We must enlist some assistance. Whom do you intend to recruit? I have no trustworthy allies. Arthur cast a glance at Goalie, inwardly reflecting. Of course, you would not find any allies. Otherwise, you would not have sought me out after a mere afternoon meeting. Yet he smiled amiably and responded, for such undertakings, one must indeed seek a fool. Chapter 65. The night raid on the black market. The so-called underground trading house bears no visible difference from legitimate businesses. However, it clandestinely deals in a plethora of contraband and dubious goods, ranging from stolen property in the hands of thieves, military supplies that have leaked from the army, to enchanted equipment sold illicitly by enchanters, and even smuggled foreign slaves. Each item, in its own right, can yield substantial profits. The underground trading house constitutes a significant component of the black market, aside from private transactions between regular customers. The majority of transactions within the black market occur through this trading platform. The New Lotus Inn serves as a guise for such an underground establishment. Regular guests are accommodated in the side courtyards, while those assigned to the rear courtyard vanish without a trace. Once their deals are concluded, these individuals exit through a small door at the back. Were it not for the leak of information by a few mercenaries earlier today, outsiders would remain oblivious to the underlying operations. A few shadows crouched at the corner of the back door of the New Lotus Inn had been motionless for nearly an hour. Can we move now? My legs are numb, murmured Goalie in a hushed tone. Just a little longer. We shall strike in the latter half of the night when their vigilance wanes, replied Arthur. This raid on the underground trading house was entirely instigated by Goalie, yet the execution fell naturally into Arthur's hands. Goalie lacked any experience. Had she been in charge, she would have boldly charged in and seized whatever she could. As a seasoned mercenary, Arthur was well versed in reconnaissance, ambushes, strategizing assaults, and arranging retreats, having accompanied Tony and Angus on numerous similar endeavors. Arthur's decision to embark on this perilous venture surprised the enigmatic assassin organization, who could not fathom that just hours prior, he had been the target of a hunt, only to emerge now intent on plundering others. Cheung, closely aligned with Arthur, wore an expression of exhilaration. The process of enlisting him had gone surprisingly smoothly. It was unclear whether he truly grasped the risks and moral implications of their undertaking, for his sole focus seemed to be on the thrill of such an engaging escapade. You should have involved me sooner. I have been bored to death these past few days. Behind the trio, Arno and Nini remained silent. Arno was habitually reticent, since Arthur had resolved to proceed. He would accompany him. Nini, on the other hand, was still in shock, grappling with the enormity of the situation. When Goli first revealed the plan to her, she thought Goli had lost her mind, ultimately being dragged along against her will. Arthur distributed several black leather half-masks to the others, instructing them to wear them. "We must not reveal our identities during this operation. Prepare yourselves, follow closely behind me, and no one is to act without my command." With a wave of his hand, he stealthily approached the small door leading to the rear courtyard of the new Lotus Inn. Goli trailed behind Arthur, clutching a silver shotgun that was over 3 feet long, her demeanor a blend of anxiety and excitement. Nini followed closely behind Goli, positioned at the center of the group, gripping her magic staff with one hand while clutching Goli's garment with the other. At the rear of the group, Xiong lagged behind, his head bobbing as he gazed about with an air of indifference. Among them, only Arno maintained a semblance of normalcy. Upon noticing Arthur glance back, he subtly nodded, signaling his readiness. Arthur inwardly sighed, regretting his impulsive agreement to Goli's plan to lead these novices in raiding the merchant's shop. He feared their incompetence might lead to disaster. Positioning himself by the door, Arthur raised his hand, signaling the group to halt. He retrieved 2 small vials from his backpack, combining the herbal contents within and gently igniting them beneath the wooden door. A faint glow flickered in the darkness as wisps of smoke wafted through the cracks into the inn's courtyard. The smoke produced by the burning wild chrysanthemum and tricolor mandrake would incapacitate many of the guardian beasts, such as hounds, dire wolves, and serpents. This was the first survival skill he had learned from Tony. Alongside the delicate smoke, an almost imperceptible layer of black mist slipped into the inn's courtyard. Unnoticed under the cover of night, Arno quietly moved to Arthur's side. There were 5 individuals in the courtyard, one of whom occupied the room adjacent to the door, while the others remained within, their ranks unknown. Through the medium of the black mist, Arno's dark perception allowed him to discern the number and positions of the adversaries, though he could not ascertain their levels. Furthermore, the range and precision of his perception would expand as Arno's own level increased. It was said that dark sorcerers were masters of the night, their abilities stemming from this very dark perception. A powerful dark mage could encompass a radius of dozens of miles, aware of every movement within their domain. Arthur gently pushed the door, but it was locked. Arno approached, placing his hand against the middle of the door's seam. A soft click sounded as the lock fell to the ground. The dark corrosion had finally served its intended purpose. After a brief wait, with no sounds emanating from within, Arthur cautiously pushed the door open, followed closely by Arno. Goli, however, lingered in shock. Having failed to comprehend why Arthur insisted on bringing along his retainer, she hadn't anticipated that the frail boy, who had never spoken a word in her presence, possessed such peculiar abilities. "Let us go," came Xiong's urging from behind, snapping Goli back to reality. The inn's courtyard featured a foam mountain at its center, surrounded on 3 sides by a dozen rooms, while a tall courtyard wall separated it from the inn itself, linked by a moon gate. Arthur instructed everyone to remain in place as he stealthily approached the moon gate connecting the front and back courtyards, locking it from within. This rendered the courtyard a sealed world, affording them a brief respite should the sounds of conflict disturb the front. Arno indicated 4 rooms, signaling the location of the merchant's guards. "We will take them out one by one." Arthur directed Goli, Xiong, and Nini to guard the doors of 3 rooms, while he and Arno stealthily advanced towards the room nearest the back courtyard door. The door was secured from the inside with a wooden bolt. Arno employed the same method, using dark corrosion to melt the bolt away. Arthur did not carry the Starfall greatsword this evening. Instead, he opted for a rare enchanted hunting knife. The previously exquisite hunting knife had long since ceased to be suitable for him. After profiting from enchanted gear, Arthur promptly spent 200 gold coins on a new blade, which bore a single enchantment of magical sharpness, capable of piercing armor below level 4 with ease. The noise of the door opening did not rouse the man sleeping on the bed. The prolonged tranquility had dulled his inherent vigilance. As the blade approached his throat, perhaps a warning from the specter of death or a prick of murderous intent, the man suddenly opened his eyes. However, it was too late for any reaction. Arthur swiftly covered his mouth, and in an instant, the blade severed his throat. A faint metallic scent of blood wafted through the room. The night's slaughter had only just begun. Chapter 66. Midnight Assassination. Arthur slipped out of the room, signaling that the task was complete. The three outside the other doors, Goli and her companions, exhaled in relief. During the time Arthur was inside, they had felt even more anxious than he did while executing the act. Unlike Arthur and Arno, who had been accustomed to death since childhood, Goli and Nini had never truly taken a life. The stark difference between direct combat and such merciless assassination was profound. As for Quinn, no one knew his background, but his feigned nonchalance only revealed his experience in Arthur's eyes. Following the same method, Arthur and Arno gently pushed open the door to the room that Goli was guarding. Just as Arthur was about to enter, Goli raised her hand to stop him. "Let me do it," she whispered in a low voice, her gaze fixed on Arthur with unwavering determination. The Duke of Ross had established his family through martial prowess, and all 5 of Goli's older brothers served in the military. Although she was the only daughter, the Duke's affection had not led him to raise her entirely as a girl. The formidable family tradition had forged Goli's tough character, earning her the title of the Thorny Rose. Arthur made a cautious gesture, allowing her to take the lead. Goli leaned forward, moving slowly towards the bed, pausing with each deliberate step. Arthur followed closely behind, refraining from urging her. Anyone would feel nervous during their first experience in such matters. Goli reached the bedside, her silver dagger raised gently, gazing at the young man snoring thunderously yet hesitating to strike. Perhaps he had never committed any heinous act. Why should she take his life? Goli battled fiercely with her inner turmoil, while Arthur quietly observed from behind. No one could assist her. She had to rely on herself to overcome this internal conflict. The principle of survival of the fittest is inherently immoral, yet it is the prevailing doctrine of existence on this continent. People only perceive the brutality of the war between humans and orcs, yet none feel remorse for the easily hunted beasts, simply because they are too weak and insignificant to warrant concern. Suddenly, Goli's dagger lunged toward the man's chest. The tip pierced his flesh, and he let out a soft groan, sitting up abruptly, leaving Goli momentarily disoriented. She failed to deliver a precise, fatal blow to the heart. This was merely a natural physiological response to an unexpected attack. Arthur, positioned behind Goli, was well prepared for the situation. He swiftly covered the man's mouth and nose, forcefully pressing him back onto the bed. The man began to struggle violently. In that instant, Goli reacted, drawing her short firearm to stab, withdrawing it only to thrust again. Goli lost count of how many times she had struck. By the time Arthur seized her wrist, the man on the bed lay completely still, his chest a gruesome mess of blood and flesh. As Goli, splattered with blood, exited the room, her gaze flickered, uncertain whether it was excitement or fear. Suddenly, an unexpected event transpired. With a creaking sound, the door to the room that Ni was guarding swung open, and a middle-aged man staggered out. In her panic, Ni stood frozen, unable to respond. The man nearly collided with her before noticing her presence. Startled by her black mask, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Arthur darted forward from the side, his hunting knife plunging into the middle-aged man's ribs. The man reacted almost instantly, twisting to evade while swinging his arm towards Arthur's head. The aura radiating from him revealed him to be a seasoned warrior of the rank of captain. Were Arthur to face him alone under normal circumstances, victory would require significant effort. However, the surprise of the situation and Arthur's initial ambush prevented the man from adequately dodging the blade. The knife grazed his waist, inflicting a deep wound. Almost immediately, Arno's weakening spell enveloped him, sapping the strength from his counterattack, allowing Arthur to seize his wrist and force him forward, causing him to stumble. At that moment, Goli leapt over, her short firearm thrusting upward into the man's chest, the barrel piercing through to emerge from his back. In a mere encounter, a formidable captain-class warrior was slain by the combined efforts of Arthur and his companions. "Wayne, what are you doing?" A voice called from within the room, accompanied by the sound of weapons being drawn. "Let us do this," Arthur shouted as he charged into the room. Upon entering, he was met with a glinting blade aimed directly at him. Arthur swung his hunting knife, parrying the incoming strike, and with his left hand, he conjured a fireball that shot forth almost point-blank. The fireball struck the opposing man, who recoiled in terror, frantically swatting at the flames as he retreated. Goli sprang from behind Arthur, her silver spear thrusting forward, embodying the technique cold plumb in the snow. Understanding the need for swift resolution, she unleashed a burst of energy, the spear tip radiating 5 points of icy brilliance that pierced towards the man's chest like a blooming plum blossom. With a series of muffled thuds, the 5 icy points detonated against the man's torso, each creating gaping wounds the size of fists, blood splattering as his lifeless body collapsed to the ground. Simultaneously, a crashing sound echoed from outside the room, as another warrior burst forth from a different chamber. Arthur's heart raced. Outside, both Cheong and Ni were mages, and if they were approached, they would be in peril. He sensed a flash of light outside, followed by a scream. When he rushed out, he found Cheong crouched before a nearly charred corpse. "Are you all right? How did you manage to defeat him?" Suddenly, a sphere of light flashed, blinding him, followed by a trio of explosive fireballs. With just 2 scrolls, the task was accomplished. "How clever am I, dear esteemed self?" Cheong, with a smug expression, gazed at Arthur. Yet again, with the light sphere and explosive fireballs creating such a commotion, "Are you not concerned that others might notice our heist? Are you a fool? You are nothing short of a liability." Arthur struggled to contain his frustration. "Is there any need for you to point that out?" Gully chimed in, adding salt to the wound. Cheong scratched his head, slightly embarrassed, and admitted, "I got a bit carried away in my excitement and lost sight of the fact that we were in the midst of a robbery." Arthur urged, "We must act swiftly. Someone will come to investigate soon. Quickly, let us search for valuables and split up. Have we yet to locate that despicable shop owner?" Gully suddenly reminded them. "Perhaps he is among the deceased here. Even if he isn't, robbing this place clean will be far more painful for him than death." Aware of the urgency, they immediately began to scour each room. However, to their astonishment, after a thorough search of every room, they found nothing of value. Could the intel have been mistaken? Gully began to doubt. If this was not an underground shop, then their actions tonight would indeed amount to senseless slaughter. "There is no chance of error," Arthur asserted resolutely, suddenly struck by inspiration. "They must have hidden their treasures from plain sight. There must be a secret chamber or a hidden door in the courtyard. Given the frequency of comings and goings, the hidden door would not be too secretive." Arthur's words illuminated the minds of his companions, their gaze sweeping over the backyard, ultimately converging upon the artificial hill at its center. Chapter 6 and 7. The spatial ring surrounded by no pavilions or terraces. The solitary artificial hill stood starkly in the courtyard, making it impossible for anyone to overlook. A cave entrance leading directly into the hill was boldly exposed. The more prominent the location, the easier it is to disregard. It appears the proprietor of this underground shop indeed invested considerable effort into concealment. Arthur and his companions surged into the passageway, and after walking several paces, they reached its end. An unsuspecting individual would naturally retreat, but Arthur's group knew that mechanisms must lie within. Upon careful observation, they discovered a protruding stone that bore marks of frequent movement. With a firm push, a massive stone within the hill shifted, revealing a half-height opening and a winding passage leading downward. The passage was not lengthy, with glowing magical stones embedded in the walls for illumination. At the end of the passage, an expansive hall of nearly 100 square meters unfolded before them. Weapons, armor, staffs, and even the enormous skulls of magical beasts adorned the walls, alongside orcish ritual artifacts and exquisitely carved elven bows and arrows. Directly opposite the entrance, a wall lined with display cases showcased an array of items categorized into 6 main types: magical garments, crystals, potions, materials, techniques, and spells, with each category featuring at least a dozen varieties. Behind the display cases stood a row of tall, sealed cabinets, the contents of which were undoubtedly of immense value. As a few individuals momentarily succumbed to astonishment, they beheld treasures each worth dozens to hundreds of gold coins. The items displayed outside alone were roughly valued at 30 to 50,000 gold coins, not to mention the more valuable possessions concealed within the cabinets. Do not dawdle. Quickly seize the most precious crystals and techniques. Arno, go unlock those cabinets. The treasures within are undoubtedly more valuable. Arthur nearly shouted. The group surged forward, with Arno heading straight for the largest, most robust cabinet. The dark corrosion proved to be the nemesis of locks. By eroding the core, they could effortlessly access the contents. Goli and Nini rushed towards the cabinets filled with crystals, for like women, dragons too are irresistibly drawn to glittering objects. Arthur's gaze was immediately captured by an intricately carved elven bow hanging on the wall. Ever since the Sauron Gorge, he had yearned for a reliable bow, and the sight of this one reminded him of the elf Elia. Among them, only the fool John remained unperturbed, examining this and that, yet failing to collect anything. As Arthur and his companions swept through the place with tempestuous fervor, each soon filled their beast skin bags, while the larger weapons and armor on the walls remained largely untouched, representing less than 1/5 of the total treasures. Retreat. If we delay any longer, we won't be able to escape. Arthur urged his companions to hasten their exit. What shall we do with the remaining items? John suddenly inquired. Cast a few fireballs, destroy whatever you can. That would be a tremendous waste. Are you certain you do not want them? Goalie could not help but scold John. Of course, anything we cannot take must be destroyed or discarded, she added. John, however, wore a broad smile. Since you no longer desire them, the remainder shall belong to me. With that, he reached for a nearby piece of armor, only for it to vanish as soon as it touched his hand. His hands moved like butterflies flitting through flowers. Anything that passed through them instantly disappeared. A spatial ring. Goalie exclaimed in astonishment. Although Arthur had never seen a spatial ring, he had gleaned some knowledge about them after entering the Bloodglory Academy. Among the 12 systems of magic, spatial and temporal magic are regarded as the forbidden realms, inaccessible to anyone below the rank of a Grand Mage. In contrast to the utterly unpredictable nature of temporal magic, spatial magic has yielded some advancements through countless attempts by generations of mages. The most familiar applications include spatial teleportation and magical communication, alongside the spatial ring or bracelet. Utilizing spatial magic, a small ring can encompass dozens to hundreds of square meters of space. While the principle may not be overly complex, it necessitates the use of spatial stones as a medium and the craftsmanship of a Grand Mage proficient in spatial magic to forge a spatial ring. Both spatial stones and adept Grand Mages are scarce resources, thus every spatial ring that enters the market is highly sought after. Valued at a minimum of 200,000 gold coins, often with no available supply. 200,000 gold coins is a sum that even the most affluent noble families in the kingdom would find burdensome to part with. Yet here was John, possessing a spatial ring. What could his origins be? You scoundrel! Why didn't you reveal such a valuable item sooner? Arthur hurled his beast skin bag at John. With a swift motion, Cheong concealed the leather pouch into her spatial ring. The others followed suit, hurling everything they could find in the hall towards her. Cheong adeptly caught and stored each item. When Arthur attempted to lift a massive iron cabinet, towering as high as a half-man, she was alarmed. Don't throw that. You might kill someone. Let me handle it. The frantic scavenging left the hall cleaner than a dog's lick. Let us retreat, Arthur exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement. Even if the merchant were alive, he would surely be infuriated. As they burst from the foam mountain passage, the cacophony of footsteps echoed in the courtyard, and loud knocks resounded on the door. Cheong, set the place ablaze. Everyone, retreat swiftly, Arthur commanded. After looting, why set fire to it? Cheong felt perplexed. This time, Arno had employed dark magic several times, leaving a substantial trace of dark magical elements that could attract the church's attention. A fire would help dissipate these traces, but Arthur couldn't possibly explain that to Cheong. If you're going to do it, hurry up. You wouldn't understand if I told you. Without argument, Cheong swiftly retrieved a fire dragon spell scroll and cast it towards a nearby building, the roaring fire dragon instantly engulfing an entire row of houses. Using a fire dragon spell for a mere fire, what a waste. Arthur silently cursed. The immense fire dragon and the soaring flames illuminated the entire street, drawing more onlookers to the scene. This incident had escalated. Just as Arthur and Cheong dashed through the back door, the moon gate connecting the front and back courtyards collapsed, revealing a burly, bare-chested man emerging from the swirling dust, spotting Arthur's retreating figure. Thief, where do you think you're going? The man bounded forward, quickly closing the distance to the street in the back courtyard, while Arthur and Cheong had only managed to flee several meters. Within moments, the man was a mere 10 meters behind Arthur. Die! The man's fighting spirit surged violently, unleashing a wave of energy resembling a serpent towards Arthur. Realizing the severity of the situation, Arthur thought, this is bad. It's a martial artist from the Battle Academy. Chapter 68. Dividing the spoils. Arthur and the others had experienced an unexpectedly smooth heist of the merchant's establishment, entirely due to their extraordinary luck. Those who engage in underground trade, thriving on such illicit profits, are invariably figures of significant influence in both the underworld and the legitimate realm. Given the chaotic nature of the royal city, it was hardly surprising that such a high-stakes business would possess formidable guardians. Only inexperienced youths like Jelly and Arthur dared to target the merchant. Their initial success was a result of the complacency that arose from prolonged peace, leading them to underestimate the boldness of their actions. Fortuitously, the Battle Academy warrior assigned to nighttime patrol had been indulging in vice, intoxicated and spending the night in the guest room of the courtyard. The uproar caused by Arthur and his group roused him from slumber, courtesy of the woman beside him. Realizing his negligence, the warrior's eyes turned red with anger. If Arthur and his companions escaped, he knew all too well the brutal methods of the merchant. Without hesitation, he unleashed his most powerful fighting technique, the devouring python. As Arthur activated his wind boots, his body surged forward with remarkable speed, while simultaneously pulling along Xiong. The energy technique erupted behind Arthur, and although it did not strike directly, the powerful gust generated by the explosion sent both Arthur and Xiong flying. "You little rascals! Who dares to meddle in others' business? I shall capture you and flay you alive." Seizing the opportunity, the warrior from the battle school approached with determination. To his astonishment, he discovered that the band of thieves plundering the merchant was comprised entirely of adolescents, who appeared to be inexperienced delinquents. He would never have imagined that Arthur and his companions were students from the prestigious Blood Glory Royal Academy. "We must fight with all our might, or none of us shall escape," Arthur shouted as he quickly regained his footing. The battle school warrior let out a derisive laugh. "What do you insignificant ants believe you can do against me?" With that, he unleashed another energy technique, summoning a colossal serpent of energy that lunged toward Arthur. This time, Arthur did not evade. Instead, he reached out to meet the serpent head-on. "Let us see what you've got." Water curtain of the heavens. A massive water curtain, almost touching the heavens, materialized before Arthur and Xiong. The energy serpent collided with the water curtain, creating merely a few ripples. The battle school warrior was left astounded. "Who are you? How could you possess such power?" As the water curtain dissipated, two roaring fire dragons surged forth from either side. Simultaneously, Xiong unfurled two magical scrolls. The 7th level fire spell, Dragon of Flame, was formidable enough that even the battle school warrior dared not confront it head-on. He unleashed a flurry of punches imbued with energy in a desperate attempt to disperse the fire dragons while retreating. However, during his retreat, an unexpected weakness washed over him, and the flow of energy within him became disjointed. The weakening spell cast by Arno had taken effect, despite the considerable drop in his cultivation level. The spell's impact was still significant during a life-or-death moment, where even a fleeting delay could prove fatal. As he summoned all his strength to unleash his energy, the two fire dragons, not yet completely dispersed, collided with him, engulfing him in flames. The battle school warrior roared as he broke free from the flames. His body charred and his trousers reduced to mere scraps clinging to him. Just as he emerged from the fire, he plunged headlong into a thick mist, followed by a heart-wrenching scream. Nini's 2nd-level water spell, Mist Technique, possessed no lethal power, but the warrior's burn injuries transformed into painful blisters upon contact with water, causing him immense suffering. In his agony, the battle school warrior failed to notice a glimmer of silver slicing through the mist. He barely had time to react before it pierced through his chest. A fist-sized, transparent wound appeared on his left side, his heart shattered, and his lifeless body crumpled to the ground. The 5 of them had united to swiftly eliminate a 7th-level battle school warrior. Gully raised her hand, and the silver short gun flew back into her grasp. Arthur gazed at the short gun in Gully's hand, swallowing hard. An exceptional weapon, enhanced with both flying and swift thrust magical arrays. Indeed, the offspring of powerful noble families possessed treasures for survival in critical moments. In Arthur's chamber, Arthur, Arno, Gully, and Nini watched in delighted anticipation as Xiong meticulously extracted item after item from her spatial ring, their faces alight with excitement. In no time, the living room was overflowing with treasures. There is no greater joy than sharing the spoils of fortune. Upon counting their haul, they discovered over 13,000 gold coins, 78 enchanted items, 23 martial arts techniques, 37 combat manuals, 53 varieties of elemental magic, an array of magical crystals of varying sizes and qualities, countless unknown potions, and an abundance of materials. The gold and the versatile magical crystals were evenly divided among the 5, yet they encountered a dilemma regarding the distribution of the remaining items. Although the enchanted equipment, techniques, and potions were of significant value, they could not be liquidated immediately. Once these items were circulated, they risked attracting unwanted attention. Arthur was the first to propose a solution. While we cannot sell them yet, using them ourselves should not raise any suspicion. Let us each take turns selecting what we can utilize. Given the wealth of items, everyone had their own preferences, and thus they unanimously agreed to Arthur's suggestion. Among the 78 enchanted items, only 3 were of level 5, while the rest were either level 3 or level 4. Arthur graciously relinquished his claim to the level 5 item, opting instead for 2 level 4 pieces. One was an exquisitely crafted elven bow, which he had long coveted. Upon holding it, he discovered elven inscriptions adorning the back, revealing its name, Wanderer's Sorrow. This bow was the advanced version of the one gifted to him by the elven Irea in years past. The other was a level 4 soft armor, which was a much-needed upgrade from his worn level 2 mercenary leather armor. This soft armor, known as Cloud Spirit Vine armor, was uniquely crafted from a living vine. By crushing a companion crystal called Cloud Spirit and placing it alongside the armor, any damage sustained could be self-repaired through the vine's growth. It bore an engraved level 2 wooden magic array named Wood Grain, designed to diffuse attacks across the entire armor like ripples, thereby mitigating impact. The combination of the vine and the wood array rendered this soft armor a masterful creation, with defensive capabilities rivaling that of level 5 armor. Inspired by Arthur, Arno also selected 2 level 4 items. One was a ring inscribed with the level 4 ice magic frost arrow. Due to his identity, Arno was unable to wield offensive dark magic and had remained in a supportive role. This ring granted him a means of direct attack at his disposal. The other was a silver cloak adorned with the 2nd level light magic halo and sanctity. This cloak was cherished by light priests, though it offered little practical utility beyond the superficial admiration of their followers. However, draped over a dark magician, would anyone dare to question Arno's intentions? Thus, the 3 level 5 items were chosen, with Goli, Nini, and Xiong each selecting one for themselves. Perhaps the awe-inspiring spectacle of Arthur's watery canopy left Xiong utterly astounded, for he chose a ring engraved with a 5th-tier golden protective magic circle. Nini selected a 5th-tier top-tier staff named Cloud Affection. Ultimately, the last choice for Goli was a 5th-tier longsword inscribed with the Thunderstrike spell, which felt somewhat redundant to her accustomed use of firearms. As for the martial arts techniques and combat skills, only Guli and Arthur found them useful. The 2 most advanced techniques were merely of mid-grade mystic tier, which Guli deemed beneath her notice. Conversely, Arthur took keen interest in a mid-grade mystic tier technique named Fire Mastery and a sword technique called Furious Thunder Slash. Both techniques shared the characteristic of being straightforward and brutal. None of them touched the tomes of magic, as the Academy was backed by the Royal Library, allowing access to a plethora of magical texts, rendering these circulating volumes unworthy of their attention. The remaining potions and materials were familiar to Arthur to some extent, while the others had no prior exposure. Arthur distributed the few healing and restorative potions he recognized among the group, for these items could prove invaluable in critical moments. The remaining items, which were temporarily unusable and unmanageable, were returned to Qiong's spatial ring, awaiting an opportunity for distribution later. This batch of ill-gotten gains inadvertently forged a solid alliance among the 5. Chapter 69. Aftermath of the incident. While Arthur and his companions joyously divided their spoils, chaos erupted throughout the royal city. The city guards had completely sealed off the entire block where the new Lotus Inn was located. The site of the inn had been reduced to ruins. Qiong's fire dragon spell was excessively fierce, incinerating a row of buildings in the backyard in an instant, and the residual flames spread to the front yard. In the ensuing confusion, no one took notice of the fire, and by the time water mages arrived, the entire inn was engulfed in flames. The destruction of an inn, resulting in the deaths of 6 individuals, including a registered 7th-tier martial artist, was no mere public safety incident. The city guards had transferred the case to the dedicated investigation unit, where a group of officials in dark robes was gathering clues and examining the bodies at the scene. Among the onlookers outside the blockade, a man in an ornate long robe displayed visible veins on his forehead, his body trembling slightly. Due to the fury that reopened his previously bandaged wound, blood began to seep from his left hand once again. Investigate. I want you to scour the entire underground forces of the royal city. Discover who is responsible for this. The man growled under his breath. Several figures in black swiftly emerged from the crowd, disappearing in various directions. In the ensuing 6 months, the underground forces of the royal city underwent a tumultuous upheaval, often A related piece of news or rumor would spark a bloody conflict, leading to the reshuffling of over a third of the factions amidst this turmoil. Palmer Duke's mansion. A middle-aged scholar paced gently in the room, cradling a teacup. I have managed to obtain the testimonies of those mercenaries at the city guard station. Just as that boy stated, this was no accident. Someone employed a few wandering mercenaries through an underground business as intermediaries, the old steward reported softly, slightly bowing. Following this line of inquiry, I wonder if we might uncover who is orchestrating events from the shadows. The old steward offered a wry smile. Just last night, that merchant house was set ablaze, severing this lead. The middle-aged scholar's expression gradually hardened, regardless of who among them was responsible. The intent was clear, merely to intimidate Lucy and issue a warning, compelling me to vacate the Duke's residence. However, their haste to obliterate the trail seems rather ruthless. Whether this action was taken to silence witnesses remains uncertain. It is said that the underground merchant house is backed by formidable forces, and eliminating an entire establishment over such a trivial matter would be ill-advised. The scholar nodded, deciding to halt the investigation for now. This incident served as a reminder that some individuals are impatient to take action. It appears I have inadvertently conveyed a sense of weakness to them. Ever since the Duke's eldest son perished in battle last year, the Duke has yet to designate a successor and has suddenly summoned you back, gradually entrusting you with significant responsibilities. Clearly, there are those who fear you may encroach upon their interests. The middle-aged scholar snorted softly. Could the Duke truly bestow a title upon an outsider? Let us not forget, the lady bears the surname Palmer, and the Duchy of Isaac has seen 2 marquises emerge in recent years, the old steward cautioned. My severance from the lineage, accompanied by Gloria's departure, has already signified my resolve. Should some individuals still harbor doubts and resort to underhanded tactics, they must not blame me for my lack of mercy, the scholar declared, a fierce glint of lethal intent suddenly igniting in his eyes, erasing any trace of the scholar's previous gentleness. The old steward coughed twice, and the scholar's murderous aura gradually dissipated as he shifted the conversation. We must express our gratitude to that boy named Arthur. It is remarkable that he has gained admission to the Royal Academy of Bloodlight. I wonder which faction supports him. I always had high hopes for that lad. The steward chuckled. Withdraw 1,000 gold coins from the enterprises under my purview and send them to him as a token of appreciation, inviting him to visit our home whenever he has the time, mentioning that Lucy and little Nova are eager to see him. The steward hesitated for a moment. That dark sorcerer is in his company. Are you not concerned about the potential repercussions from the church? The scholar chuckled. For thousands of years, why has the church been unable to eradicate those dark sorcerers? Do you truly believe it is due to their formidable vitality? The scholar shook his head, answering his own question. It is because there are always those who covertly support them from the shadows. Dark sorcerers are a double-edged sword, wielded wisely. They can be a lethal instrument in the dark, but misused, they may turn against oneself. Now is the time to embrace some risks. Both he and Arthur are worthy investments. As the tumult outside escalated, the instigator of the events, Arthur, found himself unable to remain entirely aloof. After dividing the spoils until the early hours, Arthur was abruptly roused by a frantic knocking at the door. Halfway open, the door swung wide as a breathless Morale rushed in. The enchanted equipment has encountered a crisis. Morale's first words stunned both Arthur and Arno. Arthur seized Morale by the collar, demanding, what transpired? How did the church uncover this? It is not the church, it is the black market that has run into trouble. Morale hastily gestured for an explanation. Arthur slowly released his grip on Morale's collar, the tension in his heart gradually easing. As long as the church did not discover their activities, there remained a glimmer of hope. Please, speak at your leisure, he urged. It is the underground trading house we frequently deal with that has encountered trouble. They seem to have unknowingly offended a rival, and last night, their establishment was engulfed in flames. Morale sighed. Given that half of our equipment was procured through them, our supplies may be difficult to move in the near future. Damn it, it's like shooting oneself in the foot. Arthur cursed in frustration. Both Arthur and Arno were responsible solely for the enchantment of the equipment, while Morale managed the procurement and sales through the black market. Arthur was aware that Morale, in an effort to mitigate risk, had sold half of their gear to an underground merchant, while the other half was funneled to a couple of seasoned traders in the black market. However, he had never inquired about the specific recipients. Little did he expect that this unfortunate twist of fate would ultimately jeopardize his own business. It was no wonder that two items among the gear looked particularly familiar to him. What do you mean by shooting oneself in the foot? He pressed. Oh, I merely meant that I too have been concerned. Our recent sales volume has been excessively high and concentrated, making me fear that we might attract unwanted attention. Even without this incident, I had planned to reduce our equipment supply. Arthur's words were not intended to placate Morrel. After several battles, he recognized his own inadequacy and strength. Had it not been for some alternative methods, he would have found it challenging to escape unscathed. He had resolved to invest more time in honing his martial and magical prowess. Morrel nodded in agreement. That is wise. We have earned enough to sustain ourselves for the time being, and the risks associated with frequent dealings in the black market are indeed substantial. Arthur chuckled. Money is never sufficient. I happen to have a batch of common potions and materials available. You can sell them in our own shop to help offset our income losses. Morrel looked at Arthur with a puzzled expression. Potions and materials? From what source did you acquire them? Are you certain you wish to know? Arthur replied, a playful smirk gracing his lips. Morrel's eyes darted around, and he quickly shook his head like a rattling drum. I do not wish to know anything. Nor do I know anything. Arthur laughed. What a clever fellow you are. Chapter 70. Year-end assessment. As the turmoil outside escalated, Arthur diligently secluded himself within the academy, immersing himself in rigorous training, not stepping outside for even a moment. During this time, he received 1,000 gold coins delivered by the elderly steward on behalf of the middle-aged scholar, which took him by surprise. However, Arthur could surmise the scholar's intent to ingratiate himself with Arthur in hopes of enlisting his future assistance. This was a common tactic employed by the aristocratic families, as Morrel had often recounted to him. Yet, Arthur was still somewhat naive. He had not considered that the middle-aged scholar had also factored Arno into his calculations. Accepting the unexpected gift of gold with a sense of appreciation, Arthur viewed the coins through the lens of a mercenary mindset, interpreting the gratitude as remuneration for his efforts in rescuing Lucy. As for the other party's desire for him to serve, Arthur regarded each matter as a mercenary task, retaining the right to decide whether to accept or decline based on the remuneration offered. He categorically rejected any invitation to visit, for at that moment, he would not dare to venture outside, even under duress. Both the cultivation of his fighting spirit and the accumulation of magic were arduous processes, requiring a gradual build-up and relentless honing. Only through breakthroughs amidst life and death could one attain elevated levels and combat prowess. The path of a formidable warrior, fraught with thorns and tribulations, still lay far ahead for Arthur. The years of training felt eternal, and as the first snowflakes of winter began to fall in Singular, it marked a full 6 months since Arthur had entered the Blood Glory Academy. While walking back to his room, the cool touch of snowflakes against his face alleviated some of the heat within him. Arthur assessed his internal fighting spirit. He was still far from the threshold required to break through to the third-tier warrior level, yet the suffering inflicted by the Danyang refining spirit technique was becoming increasingly unbearable. Without the guidance of Keynes and Randall, he relied solely on his own exploration, at times doubting how much longer he could persevere on this arduous journey. Tilting his face upward, he allowed more snowflakes to fall upon his skin, hoping the chill would somewhat counteract the burning sensation in his nerves from his training. A fleeting thought crossed Arthur's mind. Perhaps there existed a better method to alleviate this pain? Lost in contemplation, he unconsciously found himself on a different path, leading toward the administrative district of the Academy and the Royal Library. This marked Arthur's first visit to the library in half a year. As he pondered whether to inquire of someone, a portly figure approached him. Boss, what brings you this way? You're not going to seek out the skeleton professor again, are you? Morrel greeted Arthur from a distance. After more than half a year of study, each student had their preferred or disliked professors, and the eccentric Arthur had surprisingly taken a liking to Professor Augu, known among students as the skeleton professor, whom others tended to avoid. Arthur's reasoning was simple. Professor Augu had bested him twice, leaving him bewildered as to how the professor executed his techniques. Augu was the most formidable warrior Arthur had encountered, even surpassing Captain Keynes before he attained his current rank. Respecting and seeking proximity to the powerful was the essence of mercenary thinking. Moreover, upon closer interaction, Arthur discovered that Professor Augu was not as unapproachable as rumored. In fact, even the notoriously ill-tempered Randall could not unsettle Arthur. Occasionally, Arthur would seek Augu's counsel regarding perplexing aspects of his training, only to find that the professor, responsible for maintaining discipline at the academy, possessed profound knowledge in both magic and fighting spirit. Thus, it became common for Arthur to visit the professor for guidance, prompting Moral's inquiry. Arthur shot Moral an irritable glare. While Arthur immersed himself in the painful rigors of training, this indolent companion seemed to drift aimlessly before him, appearing to merely pass time at the academy, which deeply unsettled Arthur. Shouldn't it be I who asks you what you are doing here? Having spent considerable time with Arthur, Moral had long since deciphered his temperament. Understanding that his anger was not genuinely directed at him, with a bold grin, he said, I am heading to the library to seek 2 potent and swiftly learnable spells from the realm of elemental magic. Arthur gazed at Moral in astonishment, incredulous. Has the sun risen from the west? You, of all people, are eager to study magic? I would prefer not to, but the year-end examinations are fast approaching. If I find myself at the bottom of the ranks and face elimination, my father will surely be furious with me, Moral lamented, his face a portrait of despair. At that moment, Arthur recalled how old Harry had once burst into the classroom to discuss the year-end assessments, mentioning the possibility of elimination, dismissing it as irrelevant to himself. He had paid little heed. However, for students like Moral, who were often complacent, the looming examinations felt like a lethal sword hanging over their heads. The kingdom mandated that graduates of Bloodlight Academy would be directly conferred the title of knight. This was not a mere favor granted by His Majesty King Stretch to the offspring of the nobility and wealthy, but rather a deliberate effort to cultivate the backbone of the kingdom's aristocracy. The stability of the noble class was foundational to the kingdom's governance. King Stretch sought not the decadent and morally bankrupt nobility, but rather those who were independent, resilient, and imbued with a sense of honor and responsibility. Bloodlight Academy embodied the will of His Majesty, serving as a platform to nurture true nobility. The students graduating from here would form the core of the kingdom's aristocracy. Consequently, many of the institution's regulations were personally established by King Stretch, such as the stringent admissions criteria for those under 16 who were aspiring third-tier warriors or second-tier mages, aimed at selecting the most exceptional talents for the kingdom. Additionally, the elimination system dictated that the student finishing last in the year-end assessments would be expelled, with 1 student eliminated each year. Among the 23 new mage students in Arthur's cohort, theoretically, only 18 would qualify for knighthood upon graduation in 5 years, with the actual number likely to be even lower. In the Martial Arts Academy, 1 student would be eliminated from each class, totaling 20 over 5 years. King Stretch emphasized a system of rewards and penalties. Those who finished at the bottom faced elimination, while the top performer received a scholarship amounting to the following year's full tuition of 3,000 gold coins. The sole method of assessment was through combat competitions among the students, aligning with the king's philosophy that any knowledge not applicable in real combat was worthless. Observing Moral's woeful expression, Arthur felt a sense of balance within himself and, stifling a laugh, inquired, "Did you manage to find anything?" Moral spread his empty hands in exasperation and sighed. The truly powerful spells are far too complex, while the easier ones are utterly trivial and useless in battle. Arthur felt an urge to kick him for his laziness, as he sought shortcuts at a critical moment. Such opportunities were not easily come by. Yet, he could not abandon him entirely. If Moral were indeed eliminated, many responsibilities would fall upon him alone. Very well, I am heading to the library as well. I shall assist you in your search. Chapter 71. Old Jack. The Bloodlight Academy Library is nestled within the mountainous terrain behind the administrative district, safeguarded by both the robust rock formations and an expansive magical protective array. The entrance to the cave is intricately carved to resemble the library's grand doorway, where a magical barrier serves to delineate the library into 2 distinct realms. This seemingly delicate barrier is impenetrable to all but the most formidable warriors. The key to traversing this barrier lies in the bloodlight token possessed by each student. Arthur and Arno, bearing the tokens, effortlessly passed through the barrier as if traversing a veil of water. Upon crossing the threshold, Arthur found himself not in a cavernous passage as anticipated, but rather in the heart of a silvery, oval-shaped hall, standing upon an ancient circular magical array. The outer barrier not only functions as a magical shield, but also possesses the capability of short-range spatial transmission. As Arthur surveyed his surroundings, he was astounded to see countless magical tomes floating gracefully in the air, arranged meticulously against the walls in layered tiers. Beneath the walls stood towering bookshelves, Yet they bore only a scant selection of dusty volumes, devoid of any other items in the expansive hall. The floating books were all relatively new, less than a millennium old, while the tomes on the shelves dated back over 1,000 years, their magical arrays largely obsolete, rendering their contents unverifiable. Unless one was engaged in scholarly pursuits, it would be futile to disturb those ancient texts. Suddenly, an elderly voice emanated from behind Arthur, startling him. He turned abruptly to find a short table at the center of the magical array, where an old sorcerer, his skin sagging and face lined with wrinkles, lay sprawled over the table. The old mage appeared drowsy, as if he had been dozing there for quite some time, with several black-bound magical tomes haphazardly strewn about, one of which bore traces of saliva upon its open pages. Arthur distinctly recalled that upon entering the hall, he had only been accompanied by Morale, yet the positioning of the table and the old man suggested that he had been there all along. An oddity indeed. That old fellow is as ghostly as they come. He startled me when I first arrived as well, Morale muttered softly beside him. Arthur shot Morale a disapproving glance, and then bowed respectfully to the old mage, saying, "Thank you for imparting this knowledge. How may I address you?" The old sorcerer nodded with satisfaction, remarking, "Such politeness is rare among the youth today. How should you address me? Let me think. They now refer to young Harry as Old Harry, so you may call me Old Jack." Though the students whispered the moniker Old Harry behind his back, Arthur dared not bestow such a title upon this venerable sorcerer, who far surpassed Harry Clix in age. The old mage casually handed Arthur a black-bound tome, stating, "The catalog of all magical books in this section is contained within this volume. Should you wish to peruse any particular tome, simply channel your magical energy or fighting spirit into the title, and it shall come to you. Of course, if you desire to examine any texts over a millennium old, you may retrieve them from the shelves yourself, but take care, those books have aged, and you must not damage them." After expressing his gratitude to the old sorcerer once more, Arthur opened the grimoire. As the pages turned, lines of text appeared autonomously, categorized into two main sections, magic and fighting spirit. The realm of magic was further divided into 12 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, ice, light, darkness, space, and time. The first page following the table of contents detailed the first-level spells of the metal element. Arthur swiftly perused the entire catalog of metal magic, only to be taken aback upon discovering that the highest level of metal magic reached only level 6. Spells above level 7 are not within the purview of novice sorcerers such as yourselves. The old sorcerer seemed to sense Arthur's confusion and elaborated. "When will I be eligible to learn them?" Arthur inquired. "Only when you attain the rank of a 4th-level intermediate sorcerer and receive the endorsement of a senior sorcerer willing to act as your mentor, will you be taught spells of level 7 and above." Arthur nodded, refraining from further questions. After all, becoming an intermediate sorcerer was still a distant goal for him. Unbeknownst to Arthur, this was a regulation set forth by the Sorcerers' Guild. Spells of level 7 and above wield tremendous power and destructive capability. Should they fall into the hands of unscrupulous sorcerers, the ensuing devastation and loss of life could be incalculable. History is replete with tragic instances where powerful sorcerers unleashed forbidden spells upon cities, rendering the mentor-mentee relationship a crucial safeguard against the potential misuse of such formidable magic. After a moment's contemplation, Arthur placed his finger upon a line in the catalog, channeling a modicum of magical energy. To his astonishment, the text transformed into shimmering gold, seemingly animated, as if yearning to leap from the pages. Among the floating tomes, one particular grimoire flashed with golden light and soared directly towards Arthur. He handed it to Morale, swiftly selecting a second tome. "You shall study these 2 spells," he instructed. "Master them quickly and strive to enhance your casting speed. If fortune favors you, you shall not find yourself at the bottom of the assessment this year." Morale gazed at the 2 spellbooks Arthur had bestowed upon him, his heart heavy with despair. The second-level spell, Metal Shield, and the first-level spell, Metal Sphere, particularly the latter, were nothing more than rudimentary spells for a metal sorcerer. Observing Morale's expression, Arthur remarked nonchalantly, "You need not be so moved." "I am not moved. I am on the verge of tears. The spells you selected, I already know." "Ah, then that is splendid news. With your prior knowledge, your chances of success have significantly increased," Arthur replied, reclaiming the grimoire from Morale's hands. Infusing it with a modicum of magical energy, he released it. allowing the tome to return to its original position. Boss, I am preparing for battle, not to concede outright. How can I engage with these elementary spells? Arthur's demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness as he fixed his gaze upon morale. The outcome of a battle is never solely determined by the level of magic employed. The act of taking a life, a forbidden spell unleashed aimlessly by a powerful sorcerer, pales in comparison to the precision of a skilled assassin's swift cut to the throat. Provided one chooses the optimal combat strategy, even a first-level spell can triumph over formidable foes. Really? This is a matter of life and death. You must not deceive me. Morale's countenance remained one of skepticism. The Golden Shield technique is widely regarded as the most formidable defense among elementary spells. Its metallic orb attack is substantial, and its greatest advantage lies in its swift casting and minimal energy consumption. Once you master the correct method of attack, I assure you, you shall triumph over the majority of novice spellcasters, Arthur asserted, gripping Morale as shoulder firmly. Unbeknownst to Arthur, the old sorcerer slumped over the table behind him, suddenly opened his bleary eyes, a glimmer of surprise illuminating his gaze. Chapter 72. Tenacity having resolved Morale's matters, Arthur endeavored to seek solutions to his own predicaments. He scrutinized the pages meticulously, his fingers gliding gently over the lines of text. At times, he would pause to ponder, and occasionally, he would infuse his magic to retrieve a book and peruse its contents. Exhausted from standing, he would sit directly on the floor, occasionally scurrying beneath the ancient shelves to cautiously extract a tome for examination. Time trickled by languidly, and no one urged Arthur onward. Morale had long since returned in a huff, while the old sorcerer appeared to have genuinely succumbed to slumber atop the table. As Arthur delicately closed the pages of the spell directory, he couldn't help but exhale a sigh of frustration. He remained empty-handed. Is it not unbecoming for a young man to sigh so heavily? The old sorcerer unexpectedly interjected, having awakened at some point. Good sir, are all the tomes within the library present here? Arthur inquired tentatively, clinging to a sliver of hope. How could they all be found here? This is the Royal Library, encompassing records of events spanning nearly 10 millennia. This level contains only those books available for public borrowing, the old sorcerer replied. Does this imply that the library possesses additional levels? That is a closely guarded secret, but in light of your courteous demeanor, I shall divulge a morsel. The library houses a second level dedicated to secret tomes and a third level for classified texts. The old sorcerer said with a twinkle in his eye. May I have the privilege of visiting? Foolish boy, as these are secretive tomes. It is not within the purview of a mere student to access them. Disappointment momentarily flickered across Arthur's visage. Thank you, but I believe I must take my leave. How might I exit? Are you so easily disheartened? Arthur could no longer conceal the frustration etched upon his face. Please, do not jest with me. The old sorcerer suddenly wore a knowing smile. In times past, you would have lacked the privilege to view them, but recently, the administrator of the second level has been replaced by an eccentric young girl who might take a liking to you. Perhaps she would grant you an exception. That would be splendid. Might you assist me in appealing to her? Arthur was reluctant to relinquish this final glimmer of hope. I do appreciate that title. The old sorcerer beamed. Yet at my age, I would not plead with a mere girl. I can only inquire if she would consent. Thank you, kind sir. Arthur, adept in emotional intelligence, recognized the old sorcerer's preferences and delightedly called him by the endearing title once more, knowing it cost him nothing at his age. The old sorcerer produced a magical token resembling Arthur's blood emblem, swiftly inscribing several lines of characters upon it. With a flash of light, the characters vanished from the token. Arthur understood this to be a magical communication function, unlike their blood emblems, which could only passively receive magical messages. The old sorcerer was capable of engaging in bidirectional magical exchanges. Not long after, the old wizard's token shimmered, revealing a brief line of characters. Young man, fortune favors you. Proceed. Before the old wizard's words faded, the magical circle beneath Arthur's feet began to radiate light, blinding him momentarily. When Arthur opened his eyes again, he found himself not in the original hall, but in a modest study. In the center of the study stood a grand desk, which, unlike the old wizard's cluttered workspace, bore only an open spell book and a steaming teacup. A female sorceress was deeply engrossed in her reading. Upon noticing her, Arthur was momentarily taken aback and promptly bowed, exclaiming, Professor, I did not expect to find you here. The sorceress behind the desk was indeed one of the examiners from his admission, the very one who had saved his life months prior. though Arthur had never learned her name. She slowly raised her head, a hint of surprise gracing her features. So, the one the old wizard spoke of is you? Her voice was melodious and enchanting, combined with her striking physique. One could only imagine the beauty of her visage concealed by the magical glow. Arthur found himself lost in thought, pondering the professor's concealed face. I did not anticipate it would be you, Professor. I am unsure how to address you properly. I have yet to express my gratitude for your assistance during my time of need. Arthur bowed once more. You may call me Shailen. It was a mere trifling matter. Do not dwell on it. What tome do you seek? I shall assist you in your search. Thank you. Is there a catalog of spells available? I can find it on my own. Here, even the catalog of spells is treated as a secret. Tell me what you wish to find. Scratching his head, Arthur decided to candidly share his situation with Professor Shailen. She raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Let me see your condition. A magical halo appeared above Arthur's head, gently descending to his feet, then rising back up, repeating this motion thrice. Arthur watched the halo's movements with curiosity. It was evident this was no mere diagnostic spell. Though I am not a warrior, I understand that your training requires a gradual approach. The fighting spirit you are currently cultivating has indeed widened and strengthened your meridians. Yet this brutal method of training has inflicted considerable damage upon them. Presently, the harm is subtle, but as it deepens, the ultimate outcome could be the rupture of your meridians. Such a scenario typically arises during intense battles or when attempting to break through to higher tiers. Arthur could not help but admire Professor Shailen. Tony had warned him that his Danyang refinement could lead to fatal consequences during his advancement. Is there a remedy for this? Arthur asked, filled with hope. The library contains no tome that could resolve your predicament. The only solution is to immediately cease your current training and adopt a different fighting spirit for a fresh start. Professor Shailen's words fell upon him like a bucket of cold water. Arthur clenched his fists, grappling with an intense internal struggle, perhaps feeling that her words were somewhat harsh. Professor Shailen softened her tone as she said, I cannot fathom why Canes urged you to pursue this particular martial arts technique, but it is undoubtedly a dead end. The library offers an abundance of martial arts methods for you to choose from. It is not too late to switch now, and it will not significantly affect your path as a warrior. It is unrelated to Captain Canes. I chose this myself. If I decide to change my martial arts technique, what grade of technique could I obtain? Techniques below the mid-level of the Xian rank are readily available to you at no cost. If you excel during your time at the academy, the king might even reward you with a high-grade Xian technique or a low-grade D technique. What about the Tian rank techniques? Arthur asked tentatively. Do not even entertain such thoughts. Techniques of mid-D rank or above are closely guarded secrets among noble families and sects. And those who possess Tian rank techniques are exceedingly rare, let alone sharing them. What do you think the Danyang refinement technique I am currently practicing could achieve, provided there are no risks of damaging your meridians? The technique you are currently practicing could reach a high grade of the D rank in terms of progress and martial spirit. If you truly master it, you might even rival a low-grade Tian technique. Professor Shailen's assessment of this technique aligned closely with that of Canes and Randall from years past. However, her tone shifted as she continued. Yet, if the hidden dangers within the technique remain unresolved, it may only be classified as a high-grade Huang technique. The continent of Beland has clear criteria for ranking techniques. Those with mediocre talent who can only reach the 3rd level of warrior are classified as Huang rank. Those who reach the 6th level of warrior are classified as Xian rank, and those who attain the 9th level of warrior are classified as D rank. Exceptional warriors like Arthur, who can transcend levels using lower-tier techniques, are not included in this standard. The suffering brought by the Danyang refinement technique would only allow an ordinary warrior to endure up to the 3rd level. Hence, Professor Shailen categorized it as a high-grade Huang technique. Arthur pondered for a moment, and when he raised his head again, his gaze had transformed into one of unwavering determination. Thank you, Professor Shailen. I have made my decision. Please escort me out. You have decided to give up? No, I wish to continue trying. Are you certain? Continuing on this path will inevitably lead to your demise. I am certain. I would rather die a glorious death than accept a fate as a mediocre warrior, subject to the whims of others. It was as if a flame was igniting in Arthur's eyes. Seeing the stubbornness of Arthur, akin to a young bull, Professor Shailen suddenly smiled. Chapter 73. The Inequities of Life. Professor Shailen's sudden smile left Arthur bewildered. Do you find my decision laughable? He asked, somewhat awkwardly. Shailen shook her head. No, I believe I have found the person I was seeking. Found someone. Arthur still did not comprehend Professor Shalen's meaning. All warriors and magicians aspire to become the strongest, yet only a few can truly reach the pinnacle. Why is that? Shalen mused aloud. People are drawn to the breathtaking vistas at the summit, yet they fail to recognize that the path to the top is fraught with thorns and perilous cliffs, where a fall could lead to utter destruction. Without immense perseverance and the courage to face death, one can never ascend. And you are the person I have been searching for, possessing both the tenacity and the bravery. Me? I am in search of a suitable candidate to assist me with a particular task. If you are amenable, you may approach me after the year-end assessment. As for the remuneration, Arthur almost blurted it out instinctively, only to feel a pang of embarrassment afterward, considering he had yet to repay Professor Shalen for the favor she had previously bestowed upon him. However, Shalen appeared unfazed, stating that the reward would be your survival upon your return, and I can assist you with certain issues regarding your cultivation techniques. The joy arrived too swiftly, and Arthur momentarily found himself at a loss. Did you not previously assert that no book within the entire library could resolve my dilemma? Shalen chuckled softly, replying, while the library's collection may not offer a solution, I have never claimed to be devoid of remedies. As she spoke, she withdrew a translucent, radiant wand from her bracelet and began to wave it swiftly through the air. The higher the level of the magic circle, the more intricate it becomes. Utilizing a wand to construct the array expedites the process. Arthur could already sense the magical elements within the space gathering rapidly in response to Professor Shalen's wand movements. Suddenly, Shalen pointed the wand at Arthur, and before he could react, a colossal magical sphere enveloped him entirely, after which he lost consciousness. When he awoke again, he found himself lying on the floor of the library, beside a table and the feet of Shalen. Rising to his feet, he felt an unprecedented clarity and lightness in his body, devoid of any lingering pain from his previous cultivation. What have you done to me? The 12th level water magic, Ripple of Water, has helped cleanse all the hidden injuries accumulated during your prior cultivation of the Danyang refinement. Consider it a deposit for the task at hand. Shalen explained softly, her voice tinged with a hint of frailty. Arthur was somewhat moved. The magnitude of this deposit was indeed considerable. Ripple of Water is renowned as the most potent healing magic, the only one capable of purging hidden injuries from the meridians, sought after by martial artists across the continent, who would pay a hefty sum to enlist the expertise of a master in this art. Arthur's gratitude was palpable, but before he could articulate his thanks, Shalen waved her hand, and he was transported outside the library's luminescent barrier. This journey to the library had rekindled a glimmer of hope within Arthur. He began to speculate about the nature of the forthcoming task from Professor Shalen. What arduous challenges awaited him? The impending year-end assessment had completely slipped from his mind. In fact, someone as carefree as Arthur had an equally untroubled companion. Joan had been waiting in Arthur's room for quite some time, engaging in a conversation with Arno, who responded only sporadically to his attempts at dialogue. Ever since their joint mission, Joan had developed a penchant for visiting Arthur's quarters, always seeking some thrilling escapade. Though Arthur and Arno rarely ventured beyond the confines of the academy, with frequent visits, their interactions had devolved into mere drinking and idle chatter. Arthur discovered that Joan possessed a wealth of knowledge, being well-versed in the continent's history and numerous intriguing tales. Conversely, Joan relished hearing Arthur's stories of mercenaries, his face lighting up with longing, as if he would forsake his noble status to embrace the life of a mercenary. Moral enjoys interjecting with jest, often bringing in wine and food from outside the academy, while Arno remains the quintessential listener, rarely speaking and never divulging his lineage. Occasionally, Goli would bring Nini along, pilfering exquisite wines from the Duke's residence, frequently intoxicated Arthur in the process. The days spent at the academy and the budding affections among the youths flowed like a tranquil river, unnoticed. Today, however, was peculiar. Arthur was absent, and even the indolent, rotund Moral began to apply himself. Cheong reclined on the carpet, murmuring to herself, while Arno sat cross-legged on the floor, engrossed in a hefty tome of magic, seemingly indifferent to Cheong's presence. Why not teach me some dark magic? That would surely be fascinating. Cheong initiated a conversation with Arno. Following the incident at the underground market, Cheong had already deduced Arno's true identity. Yet this fool exhibited no awareness of the potential peril he faced and instead sparked her curiosity about dark magic, pestering Arno incessantly, as if she were on the verge of consulting the Church of Light directly. Study dark magic? Are you a fool? Arno retorted, immediately regretting his words and resuming his silence. Life is unbearably dull, Xiong lamented. The unfairness of existence struck her, while some languished in idle complaints of boredom. Others fought desperately for survival, and some seemed to live solely to struggle. Leon was struck in the chest, blood spewing forth as he was knocked back. The one-eyed werewolf, perched upon the rocks, regarded Leon with disdain. I have heard whispers of a lad from the Golden Lion family raiding nearby outposts. But with your meager strength and the handful of warriors behind you, you expect me to follow you? Return home and nurse your wounds. Leon rose again, the stains of blood already saturating the leather armor upon his chest. Behind him, Shala cast a sympathetic glance at Leon's swaying figure. Had he not previously forbade her and Long Dong from intervening in his battles, she would have rushed forth to flay this inexperienced level 5 werewolf warrior. Leon spat a mouthful of blood upon the ground. You pathetic fool, weak yet verbose. You shall not speak unless commanded by me. The one-eyed creature erupted into raucous laughter. How utterly amusing. When did the proud lionkin learn to boast? His laughter was abruptly cut short as a radiant golden light erupted from Leon, blindingly brilliant. This pure fighting spirit. His words were scarcely completed when the golden aura surged towards him. The hastily raised arm of the one-eyed werewolf was shattered by Leon's fist, swiftly followed by a second blow to his face. As the one-eyed beast fell backward, Leon placed a foot upon his neck. I offered you a chance before, but you were too weak to seize it. Now, you have one final choice, submit or perish. I submit. I vow allegiance to the Golden Lion family. The one-eyed creature capitulated without a trace of fortitude. Leon lifted his foot, turning to expose his back completely to the cyclopean figure. Kneel and swear your allegiance. But remember, you do not pledge yourself to the Golden Lion. You pledge yourself to Leon. Chapter 74. The year-end examination, whether anticipated or dreaded. What is destined to come will ultimately arrive. The year-end assessment for the freshmen of Bloodlight Royal Academy has commenced. The sky loomed ominously, with sporadic snowflakes drifting down, further intensifying the somber atmosphere surrounding this pivotal examination of fate. This cohort of 23 students formed a circle around the 500-square-meter arena, each stepping forward to draw lots. The year-end assessment at Bloodlight Academy ranks students based on combat performance. Students determine their opponents through a lottery system, engaging in duels where victors advance to subsequent rounds, ultimately vying for the title of top performer and the accompanying scholarship. Even those who fail in the first round must face off against one another. The victors will proceed, while the vanquished continue to duel until only one remains, ultimately eliminated. The student who is ultimately ousted may not necessarily be the weakest, but they will certainly be the most unfortunate, for luck is an integral component of strength. Moreover, during these duels, there are no restrictions on the use of enchanted equipment, magical scrolls, or other items, as wealth also constitutes a form of power. The entire assessment process vividly embodies His Majesty King Stretch's military philosophy. The victor reigns supreme. The process is irrelevant, and only the living have the opportunity to voice their narratives, for history is inscribed by the conquerors. As the assessment commenced, the student who drew the first lot was called to the stage. The assessment was presided over by the Grand Magus Austin, who wasted no time on pleasantries and promptly declared the beginning. The examinations unfolded one after another, with the Academy incorporating them as part of practical instruction, hoping students would learn to identify the vulnerabilities of different elemental spellcasters by observing the battles of their peers. Dressed in white, Xiong stepped confidently toward the center of the arena, first bowing respectfully to Grand Magus Austin and then to his fellow students surrounding him. Arthur, watching from the sidelines, smirked. Xiong always presented himself as courteous and charming in front of others, making it difficult for even his detractors to harbor true disdain. Xiong's opponent was a tall, lanky youth, who approached the arena with a serious expression after Xiong. Once the two had established a distance of 20 meters, they faced each other as Austin officially called the match to begin. Given that spellcasters require a certain amount of time to cast their spells, maintaining distance is essential for providing the necessary time to conjure their magic. The lanky youth initiated the duel by conjuring a wooden wall before him, a conventional tactic among magicians, offering a layer of protection before launching offensive spells. As his adversary fortified himself, Xiong leisurely advanced 10 paces forward, producing a magical scroll with a flourish and ripping it open. A colossal fire dragon erupted from the scroll, instantly incinerating the wooden barrier that stood before the lanky youth. The searing heat causing onlookers to instinctively recoil. The boy opposite Xiong was utterly stunned, his intended offensive spell thwarted. For the sight of such a formidable fire dragon was overwhelmingly awe-inspiring for a second-tier spellcaster. As the searing flames threatened to consume the young boy whole, a sudden bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, scattering the fire dragon into oblivion. Xiong emerged victorious, and Austin promptly announced the results of the assessment. That intervention had been his doing. As the examiner, he bore the responsibility of ensuring the student's safety. It was simply unacceptable for anyone to be harmed during such a practical evaluation. How shameless. To start with a fire dragon technique. What audacity. Arthur whispered in indignation. It's utterly rogue. Morale, beside him, eagerly chimed in. Brother, do you think if I refrained from using your methods and asked Xiong for 2 fire dragon spell scrolls, he would lend them to me? Students who drew number 2, please come to the stage, Austin announced, signaling the commencement of the second round. A petite young girl with delicate features gracefully entered the arena, yet her opponent was nowhere to be seen. What great luck! Surely she hasn't drawn a bye. Murmurs began to circulate in the crowd. I will count to 3. If the other contestant does not appear, they will forfeit. Austin, the Grand Sorcerer, elongated his countdown. This match appears to be a bye. Brother, what number are you? I'll be next. Morale, filled with anxiety, chattered incessantly. 1. Wait, I'm here. Just as Morale declared it was his turn, Arthur remembered to glance at the slip in his hand. As Arthur leaped onto the stage, the girl's previously cheerful expression transformed into one of despair. Since besting Zareo, Arthur had become the recognized oddity among this year's freshmen, and any confrontation with him promised inevitable defeat. May I concede voluntarily? She implored, her voice quivering as she turned to the Grand Sorcerer, Austin. Honor demands blood to defend it. To cower before a mightier foe, lacking even the courage to fight, disqualifies one from being a student of my Blood Radiance Academy. Anyone who concedes will be eliminated. Austin's resonant, authoritative voice reverberated through the ears of every student. I will fight, the girl replied, clenching her silver teeth, her expression resolute. Begin. As Austin's command resonated, Arthur activated his Gale technique, propelling himself forward like a streak of lightning, closing the 20-meter gap in an instant. The girl's defensive spell had yet to be cast when he was already upon her, the Starfall greatsword whistling through the air as it descended toward her face. Ah! She screamed, the cry echoing throughout the arena as she curled into a ball, shielding her head. Arthur's sword halted just above her, suspended in midair. Arthur wins. He flashed a grin at Austin and skipped off the stage, the entire exchange having taken less than 10 seconds. And here I thought Xiong was something. You're even more brazen, Morale muttered under his breath. The rapid conclusion of the first 2 rounds left several professors, who usually lectured, shaking their heads in disbelief, feeling that their months of teaching magic had been in vain. Neither Xiong nor Arthur had employed the conventional combat techniques of a sorcerer. Fortunately, among the magic department, only Arthur and Xiong were such peculiarities, as the next 2 contestants stepping forward were regular sorcerers, one wielding fire magic and the other earth magic. They each summoned a shield of flames and a shield of earth before them. The fire mage commenced a rapid movement, hurling the incessantly generated fireballs at his adversary, while occasionally interspersing a few swiftly launched fire arrows. Simultaneously, the earth mage also maneuvered swiftly across the arena, keenly assessing his opponent's direction and positioning. Jagged spikes would suddenly erupt from the ground, while he intermittently cast several swamp spells to lay traps. Maintaining distance for a magical duel is indeed the orthodox approach for sorcerers. Both individuals are second-tier mages, and with mutual vigilance, their fierce exchange, though intense, made it challenging to determine a victor in the short term. Perhaps only when one party exhausts their magical energy will the outcome be revealed. While the magic students engaged in their long-range kite flying, the martial arts assessment on the other side had already escalated into a brutal confrontation. Chapter 75. Once again stepping on faces, the year-end assessments for the Magic and Martial Arts departments of Bloodlight Academy are conducted separately. This arrangement exists due to the rarity of one-on-one confrontations between warriors and mages in real combat. Once a mage is engaged in close quarters, they are nearly defenseless. Typically, mages occupy a protective role, focusing on crowd control or firepower output during battles. In terms of direct confrontation, mages of equal rank overwhelmingly surpass warriors. aware of their disadvantages. Mages usually prepare 1 or 2 instant spells in their staffs or equipment, denying warriors the opportunity to close in. This is one reason why Bloodlight Academy mandates that warriors be at least 3rd tier, while mages must be 2nd tier. Advancing in mage ranks is considerably more arduous. As Arthur stepped off the stage, the formidable half-orc, Huey, was also making his way down. Over the past 6 months, Huey had triumphed over nearly all the youths here, with the only exception being Arthur, as he had not dared to challenge a mage. The opponent who had just faced Huey was petrified upon discovering the draw result. As Huey brushed past, the next contender preparing to take the stage was Goalie. "I'll be waiting for you in the final match," Goalie taunted. Casting a glance at Huey, a thorny rose unafraid of any adversary. "I will not hold back simply because you are a woman," Huey replied, his expression devoid of emotion. Huey typically refrained from striking women, hence he had never had the opportunity to spar with Goalie. The academy did not afford any special treatment to female students during assessments. On the battlefield, opponents would not show mercy based on gender. In fact, if female warriors or mages were captured in the conflicts against orcs, their fates could be even graver than those of men. Goalie's opponent for this match was Zilio, whose eyes blazed with fury as he fixed his gaze upon Goalie. Due to Arthur, he had plummeted from the esteemed status of a marquis's grandson to a figure of ridicule, spending the last few months in torment. His resentment towards Goalie intensified as she had grown closer to Arthur. Goalie smirked at Zilio. "Is your face itching again? Care to experience the feeling of my shoe's sole?" Almost simultaneously with the official's command to commence, Zilio bellowed and charged at her, his battle aura surging forth, projecting a blade of energy nearly a foot long. As he madly swung his sword at Goalie, Jelly was momentarily taken aback by Zorayo's fierce demeanor, yet her indomitable spirit propelled her to raise her silver spear in defiance. The clash of spear and sword reverberated as Jelly was jolted backward by the tremendous force, stumbling several steps, nearly losing her grip on the weapon. Before she could regain her footing, Zorayo unleashed a battle cry, employing his martial energy technique, launching a barrage of sword chi aimed at her vital points. Stumbling, Jelly retreated hastily while hurling her silver spear forward. Zorayo showed no inclination to evade or defend. The sword chi relentlessly pursued her. The spear flashed past, embedding itself in Zorayo's shoulder, while 3 streams of sword chi simultaneously pierced through Jelly's armor, resulting in a torrent of blood. "Today, I shall end you." Zorayo's eyes glowed crimson, consumed by a near-manic rage, perceiving Jelly as nothing but Arthur. In terms of strength, Zorayo, a 4th-tier battle officer, was undoubtedly among the top 5 of this year's martial arts newcomers, albeit unfortunate enough to encounter the more formidable Arthur previously. Over the past few months, he had channeled all his humiliation and fury into rigorous training, achieving a remarkable enhancement in his prowess within a short span of time. Temporarily sealing his wounds with martial energy, Jelly summoned the spear lodged in Zorayo, which returned to her hand with a spray of blood following suit. "I did not expect to encounter a rabid dog today. Come again, let me see how else you can bite." Despite her injuries, the thorny rose retained its fierce essence. Zorayo charged at her once more, frenzied. This time, Jelly refrained from recklessly engaging him head-on. With a flick of her wrist, her 3-foot spear unexpectedly elongated to 5 feet, transforming into a blossoming lance. Named Feishing, this exceptional weapon was far beyond mere thrusting. As the adage goes, an inch longer is an inch stronger. Jelly flicked her spearhead, deflecting Zorayo's sword, then swiftly reversed her grip, aiming for his throat. Even in his madness, Zorayo could not afford to neglect a strike aimed at his vital areas. He sidestepped and raised his sword to block. Yet before their weapons could clash, Jelly's technique transformed. With a deft twist of her wrist, the lance traced a semicircle, targeting Zorayo's waist. Zorayo, unable to raise his sword in time, could only evade. A sharp sound echoed as the spear tip swept past, slicing through his armor and leaving a long gash across his waist. Jelly beckoned him to come again with a curl of her finger. Zorayo lunged forward desperately, but Jelly's movements were agile and her footwork light. She evaded while attacking, denying him any opportunity for a direct clash. After a few exchanges, her spear grazed Zorayo's cheek, leaving a cut on his handsome face. While Jelly could not match Zorayo in martial energy, she outclassed him in martial techniques and battle skills. Jelly practiced the family's ancestral high-tier martial art, the 100 Birds to Phoenix spear technique, personally taught by Duke Ross since childhood. This technique was intricate and versatile, with its culmination resembling a phoenix leading a flock of birds in a fierce assault, creating an overwhelming array of spear shadows with nowhere to escape. Jelly was determined to exhaust Chilao, inflicting shallow wounds upon him with each few exchanges. Before long, several marks marred Chilao's body, his fighting spirit waning as he appeared as though he had emerged from a pool of blood. The onlooking youths trembled with fear, thinking it wise to keep their distance from this woman. She was not merely a rose with thorns, but rather a venomous wasp. During the skirmish, Jelly took the opportunity to consume 2 hemostatic pills, one of the spoils from the previous raid on a merchant shop, unexpectedly finding them useful so soon. Chilao, in a frenzy, launched himself at Jelly, yet he failed to inflict any harm. The copious loss of blood rendered his steps unsteady. As a desperate measure, Chilao unleashed his final sword technique infused with fighting spirit. Anticipating his move, Jelly deftly evaded his attack, and this time, the sword energy failed to graze her. Exhausted from blood loss and depleted of fighting spirit, Chilao collapsed to the ground, unable to rise again. Jelly emerged victorious. Without casting a glance at the fallen Chilao, she strode off the arena, inadvertently stepping on his face as she departed. Chapter 76. A comical battle on the dueling grounds of the Demon Forest Tower. The clash between 2 young mages had persisted for a quarter of an hour without a resolution. The students gathered below were nearly dozing off, having witnessed the limited spells of the second-tier mages being repeated ad nauseum. If given the choice, they would have preferred the straightforward, brutal combat style of Cheong and Arthur. The fire element mage, having conjured a fireball in his hand, found it flickering out before he could launch it, having exhausted his last drop of magical energy. Meanwhile, the opposing wood element mage watched in dismay as his protective wooden shield shattered. Both boys were momentarily stunned. Their magic had simultaneously waned, prompting them to glance over at Austin. In the arena, only victory and defeat mattered. There was no such thing as a draw. The assessment rules dictated that a tie would result in both participants failing and being relegated to the elimination group. Austin, the Grand Mage, proclaimed this loudly. The 2 young mages stared at each other, wide-eyed, fully grasping Austin's implication, yet unsure how to proceed. Should they simply sit down to recover their magic? Competing in recovery speed? The fire element mage was the first to regain his wits, letting out a roar as he lunged at his opponent, knocking him to the ground before mounting him. The wood element mage, realizing the gravity of the situation, retaliated fiercely, flipping the tables to pin his opponent down instead. The 2 boys tumbled and rolled on the ground like children, engaging in a playful tussle that was far more entertaining than their earlier magical exchanges. The surrounding students laughed until their sides hurt, cheering and encouraging the 2 combatants. Ultimately, the fire element mage triumphed, leveraging his greater weight to keep his opponent pinned down. As the 4th match approached, it was not until Austin called for the 3rd time that Morar reluctantly stepped onto the stage. Moral's opponent is an ice mage named Chisno, a quintessential noble scion who, in his leisure, indulges in revelry rather than rigorous training. They share a plethora of common interests, fostering a sense of camaraderie. Although Moral has yet to engage in a private contest with Chisno, the latter's superior offensive capabilities with ice magic render him a formidable adversary. In the realm of the 12 elemental magics, when categorized by the intensity of offense and defense, fire, ice, wind, and lightning are deemed more aggressive, whereas metal, wood, water, and earth are predominantly defensive. Light and darkness, alongside space and time, emphasize control, maintaining a delicate equilibrium between offense and defense. Unlike the reclusive Arthur, Moral is well acquainted with each individual in his class, and his rapport with Chisno allows them to bond as friends. With a playful grin, Moral jested, "Brother, do show some mercy later." Chisno reciprocated with a beaming smile, suggesting, "If you let me through this round, how about I treat you to a night at the Xiaochenyu bar?" The 2 displayed no inclination to engage in a fierce contest, instead opting to converse amicably in the arena. "Begin," Austin declared, disregarding their banter. No sooner had Austin's voice faded than the previously congenial duo commenced the formation of their respective magical arrays. They epitomized the true essence of camaraderie among revelers. An ice shield materialized before Chisno, safeguarding his vital areas. Almost simultaneously, Moral conjured a metallic shield, charging towards Chisno. As Moral closed the distance between them, an ice arrow took shape between Chisno's palms. With a swift motion, he unleashed the arrow towards Moral. During his charge, Moral's shield expanded significantly, reaching the size of a large pot lid by the time the ice arrow approached. He crouched down, concealing himself behind the shield as the arrow struck its center. The considerable force caused Moral to stagger, and a layer of ice crystals rapidly spread across the surface of the shield. The encroaching ice halted at the grip of his shield, thwarted by a pair of inconspicuous gray gloves. Adjusting his stance, Moral continued his advance. Chisno began to coalesce a second ice arrow while retreating. Distance is pivotal in a mage's skirmish, allowing for the necessary time to cast spells. When they were 10 meters apart, Chisno fired yet another ice arrow towards Moral. At this moment, Moral's shield had grown even larger and more robust. Lowering his gaze, he braced as the ice arrow struck the golden shield once more. Prepared for the onslaught, Moral merely swayed slightly before resuming his charge towards Chisno. As Moral approached within 3 meters of Chisno, a vast wave of frost surged towards him. Following the ineffectiveness of 2 ice arrows, Chisno resorted to a second-tier frost spell. Meanwhile, Moral's shield had expanded to the size of a door. He crouched down, tucking all parts of his body behind the shield as the frost crackled against its surface, inflicting no damage upon him. Undeterred by the chilling barrage, Moral pressed forward relentlessly. Frost magic is a form of restrictive sorcery. While it lacks the power to completely encase an opponent in ice, it significantly hampers their movements. Chisno initially intended to utilize this to create distance, seeking new angles and opportunities for attack, yet was taken aback when Moral surged forth, shield in hand, emerging from the frost. A flash of magical light illuminated Moral's feet as he accelerated, closing the gap of several meters in an instant. Chisno had no time to evade, and was struck head-on by a massive door-like shield. The weight of the metal shield, combined with Moral's own mass and the tremendous force of the impact, rendered Chisno unconscious. Simple and brutal, a single blow secured victory. This was the combat style meticulously devised by Arthur for Moral. In this confrontation, Chisno unleashed a series of spells: the ice shield, 2 ice arrows, and frost magic, totaling 4 spells, while Moral relied solely on the golden shield, yet wielded it to its utmost potential. Arthur believed that as the most formidable defensive magic among the elementary spells, the golden shield could withstand any magical assault as long as Moral was not incapacitated by his adversary's spells. This would allow him to close in relentlessly, eventually employing the golden shield as a weapon to conclude the battle. To ensure the success of this strategy, Moral invested 900 gold coins in acquiring level 5 protective gloves to mitigate damage from fire, ice, and electricity transmitted through the golden shield to his body. Additionally, he spent 300 gold coins on level 4 gale boots, enabling him to increase his chances of a devastating strike through sudden acceleration. Much like Xiong's combat style, this too was a victory forged through sheer monetary investment. Moral triumphed. When Austin announced the outcome, Moral leapt jubilantly onto the arena floor, rushing towards Arthur in a fervent desire for a celebratory embrace. However, Arthur had no inclination to embrace a corpulent man. Instinctively, he lifted his foot to kick, sending Moral's hefty frame hurtling back into the arena. Chapter 77. A peculiar duel. The year-end assessments continued, yet apart from a few peculiar participants. No further excitement surged through the arena. Due to the limited number of students in the magical department, the first day's evaluations concluded early, while the martial artists battled well into the night. On the second day, the 11 victorious students from the previous day, along with one who had received a bye, would continue to compete until a final victor emerged. Conversely, the 11 students who suffered defeats would also engage in matches until one unfortunate soul was eliminated. Each day's assessments would involve a fresh draw, and fortune favored the foolish once again as Qiong drew the number 1 lot. His combat approach mirrored that of the previous day, immediately tearing open a scroll for the fire dragon spell. Having prepared for this encounter, his opponent swiftly countered by launching a massive water orb just as the fire dragon roared to life. The fiery beast plunged into the water sphere, thrashing violently within. Yet finding no escape, it gradually diminished in size, transforming into a diminutive dragon swimming within the orb. When the fire dragon ultimately vanished beneath the waves, the water sphere shattered, cascading a gentle rain upon the arena floor. The 7th tier water magic, the sealing water sphere, serves as the nemesis to the equivalent fire dragon technique. And among this group of students, wealth is not exclusive to Qiong. Before his adversary could bask in the glory of anticipation, Two fire dragons lunged simultaneously from either side. "You are ruthless," the boy on the opposite side exclaimed, turning to flee from the stage. Xiong nonchalantly discarded a level 7 magic scroll worth 500 gold coins, akin to tossing aside a mere cabbage, securing yet another victory procured through the lavish expenditure of gold. It is essential to recognize that gold holds significant value. In the Kingdom of Isaac, an ordinary family's annual living expenses amount to merely 3 to 5 gold coins. Is it truly worth it to squander 1,500 gold coins for such an inconsequential contest? Surely, he must be foolish. Below the stage, Arthur squinted at Xiong, pondering the origins of this individual. He appeared to possess an inexhaustible wealth, casting gold about with no apparent remorse. Could he truly be that Na'vi? Following Xiong's performance was Nini, whose serene demeanor starkly contrasted with Jelly's haughty nature. It seems that only such a temperament could foster a friendship with Jelly. After the harrowing trials of their previous encounter, Nini's combat prowess had notably improved. She adeptly alternated between water arrow, water sphere, and water shield. And with the enhancement of her level 5 magic staff, Cloud Affection, she maintained a firm advantage in her duel against the wood element boy mage. Ultimately, Nini propelled her opponent into the air with a sudden jet of water erupting from the ground, thereby advancing to the next round. When Morar returned to the stage, he exhibited significantly more confidence than the previous day. However, today he faced a wind mage. Although the opponent's wind blade could not breach his golden shield, the agile movements left Morar without any opportunity to close the distance. When his previous strategies proved ineffective, Morar opted to maintain distance and engage in ranged attacks, hurling fist-sized metallic spheres toward his foe. The wind blade was a second-tier spell, while the metallic spheres represented a basic first-tier magic, resulting in lesser consumption and a swifter casting rate. The spheres may not have possessed immense power, yet a direct hit to the head or face could still result in significant injury, and a strike to the body would certainly be painful. The wind mage was compelled to dodge left and right, unable to find the time to retaliate amidst the chaos, leaving him in a state of utter disarray under Morar's relentless pursuit. A moment's inattention led to a metallic sphere striking him, and thereafter, he was deprived of any chance to counterattack. When Arthur re-emerged, the spectators anticipated yet another swift and brutal conclusion to the battle. However, he approached his opponent with a straightforward exchange of magical attacks. Throughout the match, Arthur employed a singular spell, the second-tier rapid fireball. The fireballs he conjured were modest in size, yet they rained down like a crossbow, each one following the last, launching from varied angles and directions toward his opponent. What appeared to be the most elementary of fireball spells produced an effect reminiscent of a 9th-tier meteor shower, with fireballs cascading from the heavens. Both Austin on the stage and the observing professors below nodded in quiet approval, recognizing that Arthur was executing the magical control that old Harry had imparted during their inaugural lesson. With this understanding, a pathway directly leading to becoming a grand mage had been revealed. What remained was merely the accumulation of magical energy and knowledge. The second day's assessment of the magic department concluded rather early. However, Arthur unexpectedly refrained from returning to his room. Without greeting anyone, he stealthily made his way to the Martial Cloud Hall. Arthur's intentions were straightforward. He wished to observe the combat among warriors, hoping to glean insights for his own martial techniques and fighting style. Although he had dedicated the past 6 months to the study of magic, he had not neglected the cultivation of his martial skills. Yet, due to the absence of a mentor's guidance, his progress had been somewhat stagnant, a fact that contributed to his frequent visits to Professor Agu. Initially, Arthur intended to sneak in and observe discreetly from a less conspicuous spot, but he underestimated his own renown within the academy, particularly the striking presence of the unique meteoric greatsword slung across his back, which made it nearly impossible for him to remain unrecognized. Even within the academy, Arthur was reluctant to part with the meteoric greatsword, for its considerable weight had long ceased to be a burden. Rather, it provided him with a sense of security and a constant reminder of the responsibilities he bore. Arthur carried his sword even to classes, earning him the peculiar title of the sword-wielding mage. Upon his arrival at the Martial Cloud Hall, Arthur immediately attracted considerable attention. Many students shifted their focus from the arena to him, their gazes tinged with hostility. The last time he had visited the Martial Cloud Hall, he had challenged and bested Zareo, which had not only embarrassed Soreo, but had also left many warriors feeling disgraced at the thought of being bested by a mage. Some had even contemplated challenging Arthur at the Demon Forest Tower to retrieve their lost dignity, but upon weighing their own capabilities, they found themselves lacking the confidence to secure a victory over him. Moreover, the skeleton professor had issued a warning that anyone daring to provoke trouble at the Demon Forest Tower would face a month of confinement, which had gradually quelled the uproar. Unexpectedly, Arthur's presence at the Martial Cloud Hall today was perceived as a provocation, causing a subtle stir within the crowd. Unaware of the significant attention his appearance had garnered, Arthur chose to ignore the hostile gazes directed at him and instead focused intently on the combat unfolding in the arena. In the arena, a stern youth donned in black martial attire faced off against a striking maiden clad in silver armor, Galii and Huey, respectively. Due to the random draw, the clash between these two remarkable individuals erupted prematurely. Galii and Huey were universally acknowledged as the standout newcomers of this cohort in the martial department. Their impending confrontation would determine who would ascend as the foremost warrior. One was a noble daughter, and the other a prince's illegitimate son. Both were the center of attention both inside and outside the arena. As Arthur remained idle, the focus of the onlookers shifted back to the arena. Without any verbal exchange, Galii and Huey launched into a fierce engagement the moment the examiner announced the commencement of the match. Unlike the battles among mages, which often required distance and protective barriers, the combat between warriors was characterized by immediate and aggressive assaults aimed directly at vital points. Galii's silver spear elongated instantaneously, and with a flick of her wrist, she unleashed a surge of energy, aiming 3 piercing thrusts at Huey's chest. Huey's weapon consists of a pair of specially crafted gauntlet claws, gleaming with a dark luster. Each claw is as sharp as an eagle's talon, complemented by 3 protruding spikes on the back. This weapon is extraordinarily sinister. When it strikes, it inflicts grievous tearing wounds, capable of rending flesh, and even a single punch could puncture the body with 3 gaping holes. As Jelly lunged forward with the tip of her spear, Huey deftly swiped with his left claw, deflecting the spear with a resounding clash of metal. Simultaneously, he propelled himself forward, delivering a powerful right punch, aiming the 3 spikes on his claws directly at Jelly's face. The principle of spear thrusts emphasizes a balance of aggression and retreat, should Huey manage to close the distance. The efficacy of Jelly's marksmanship would diminish significantly. Jelly swiftly retreated, twisting her wrist to transition from thrusting to withdrawing, aiming to strike Huey's waist. In response, Huey sprang forward, attempting to dive into Jelly's embrace, knowing that his claws would reach her abdomen first. With the distance closed, Jelly's sweeping attack lost its potency, forcing her to leap backward into the air. Huey followed suit, ensuring that Jelly remained within his attacking range, denying her even a moment to regain her composure. Unexpectedly, Jelly found herself at a disadvantage from the onset of their duel, as Huey skillfully neutralized her expertise in marksmanship. Jelly's combat style, characterized by agile movements and rapid strikes, had previously allowed her to evade multiple adversaries, yet against Huey, who matched her speed, she found no advantage. Huey's fighting technique resembled that of a fierce, untamed leopard, his strikes swift and ferocious, targeting vital areas with each clawed attack. In midair, realizing she could not escape Huey, Jelly grasped her spear tightly and began to spin rapidly. As Huey's claws lunged toward her, they clashed with the spear, igniting a flurry of sparks. They separated after a single exchange, both landing deftly on the ground. The brief encounter, initiated by the examiner's call, was but seconds long, yet the intensity of their competition surpassed that of any prior battle. Upon landing, Jelly was slightly panting. Yet Huey had no intention of granting her respite. He immediately charged again. Frustrated, Jelly gritted her teeth, having never felt so beleaguered. Without hesitation, she drew a long sword from her back, and as the blade emerged, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens. This 4th-tier spell, the Thunder Manipulation, was a potent enchantment bestowed upon her 5th-tier longsword. In the clash of martial prowess, Jelly's forced use of an enchanted weapon signified a disadvantage, yet her temper flared, compelling her to focus on defeating Huey first. The instant the lightning struck, Huey crossed his claws defensively, and the electric energy erupted between his hands, enveloping him in a dazzling display of power. As the brilliance subsided, Huey knelt on the ground, his body trembling slightly, but showing no visible injuries. It appeared that the dark gauntlet claws were no ordinary items, having absorbed a significant portion of the lightning's force. Goli, with a swift motion, hurled her long sword as a concealed weapon, simultaneously unleashing an overwhelming surge of combat energy throughout her body. The silver spear unfurled completely, unleashing dozens of silver-white energy projectiles from its tip, forming a vast net of energy that enveloped Huey. As Huey narrowly dodged the incoming sword by tilting his head, he sprang up from the ground with a sudden ferocity. His claws crossed and moved rapidly, each swing tearing through the air and manifesting 3 strands of black energy. In an instant, these energies interwove to form a dark net, a manifestation of his claw technique. The silver torrents of energy and the black claw shadows collided violently, resulting in a fierce explosion as the 2 energy nets clashed. The force of the impact sent both Goli and Huey hurtling backward. Goli felt as though her bones were dislocated, yet she persisted in her struggle to rise. As Goli propped herself up halfway, a shadow lunged towards her. 3 glinting spikes poised threateningly beneath her chin. Huey's icy gaze bore into her, and she felt certain that, had they not been in the arena, he would not hesitate to strike. Blood still trickled from the corner of Huey's mouth. The energy clash had inflicted wounds upon him no less severe than those suffered by Goli. However, he was able to recover more swiftly, his resilience granting him the upper hand. Goli's eyes dimmed as she opened her mouth several times, the words "I lost" remaining unspoken, an arduous task for someone as strong-willed and unyielding as she. The verdict of victory was declared. Huey had triumphed. As Huey turned to leave the arena, he locked eyes with Arthur, who was observing from below. Goli, her head bowed, also caught sight of Arthur. Struggling to contain her tears, she quickly turned away and fled the arena, distancing herself rapidly. Arthur remained rooted in place, arms crossed in contemplation, replaying the moments of their confrontation in his mind, pondering how he would fare against Huey. After the year-end assessment, I would like to challenge you to a duel, Huey stated, now standing before Arthur, a challenge issued. Excitement rippled through the nearby students who overheard the confrontation, drawing everyone's attention. Arthur scrutinized the half-orc before him. Huey was of similar height, with dark skin and a stern visage, his yellow irises betraying no hint of emotion, and his small ears reminiscent of the orc warrior, Shala. I refuse, Arthur replied flatly, eliciting gasps of surprise from the onlookers. Are you afraid? Huey's expression shifted, a cold smirk emerging. Afraid that you might end up beneath my feet in tears? Then let us fight. I do not engage in meaningless battles, Arthur countered. What do you desire? Huey fell silent for a moment before responding. If you win, I shall do one thing for you. Arthur pondered for a moment, then shamelessly replied. Then I shall concede some ground and reluctantly accept. It is settled then. Huey turned and walked away, having stated no further conditions. Arthur scratched his head, murmuring softly to himself. Losing bore little consequence, and it hardly seemed a significant loss. On a high platform at the edge of the dueling grounds, the 2 vice presidents of the academy, Old Harry and Moray, stood side by side. The young ones were maturing swiftly. Soon, they would be the ones to safeguard the kingdom. Old Harry couldn't help but exclaim. The Ross family had gained yet another shining star. Though Moray only completed half of his thought regarding the other 2 youngsters. Old Harry cast a curious glance at Moray, believing that Arthur and Huey possessed even greater talents. Having spent so many years beside the late king, I have come to comprehend much. For a half-orc, life in the realm of humans is fraught with challenges. Moray gently shook his head. That is Rex's concern, not ours, as retired old fellows. And what of the other one? Kane's, with his talent, likely does not fall short of that young lad. Yet the outcome is well known, is it not? Although His Majesty has tasked me with a life of leisure, I have not yet succumbed to senility. Kane's has not yet reached our age and needs to find an heir to pass on his star-falling sword. Yet that sword has manifested in the hands of that child. With a long sigh, the 2 men fell into silence. Chapter 7-9. Boundless limits. The news of Huey challenging Arthur swiftly spread throughout the academy. This was not merely a contest between 2 individuals, but a demonstration of strength between the magical arts and martial disciplines. Each confrontation between a mage and a warrior captured the attention of students and professors alike. As 2 of the most remarkable freshmen of this cohort, their battle essentially became a contest for the title of the King of Oddities. Though the title of King of Oddities was a moniker crafted by the students, it was nonetheless recognized as the most prestigious title among this year's newcomers. Each king of oddities emerging from the academy became a coveted prize for the noble families of the kingdom. On the third day of the magical arts tournament, when Arthur made his appearance, he instantly became the center of attention, with eager gazes directed toward him from nearly every corner. Regardless of their previous sentiments toward Arthur, he represented the magical arts. Should he triumph over Huey, all students of the magical arts would feel a sense of superiority over their martial counterparts. Morrill approached Arthur eagerly. "Boss, you intentionally went over there to provoke him yesterday, didn't you? Next time, be sure to take me along, if it comes to blows. I could lend you a hand." Arthur merely shot him a look of disdain in response, as Morrill, having won 2 matches, had begun to inflate with pride. Yet, oblivious to his own arrogance, Morrill continued, "Boss, you know, this is causing quite a stir. I've heard it has even caught the attention of the 2 vice presidents, Old Harry and Moray." Arthur was somewhat taken aback. He had always considered his duel with Huey to be nothing more than a child's game in the eyes of the academy as higher-ups, at most provoking the intervention of Professor Augur. "What is Old Harry's stance?" Arthur couldn't help but inquire. "I've heard that the 2 vice presidents have tacitly approved of your duel with Huey, and they even placed a wager on it, reportedly with considerable stakes." Arthur looked incredulous. "Who told you such nonsense? How could a wager between the 2 vice presidents reach the ears of a mere student like you?" "Believe it or not, I have reliable sources," Morrill retorted. "Not only did the vice president place a wager, but there were also individuals within the academy acting as bookmakers, betting on who would ultimately prevail between you and Huey. It is rumored that several professors are involved as well." Arthur, suddenly intrigued, was no stranger to such matters, having previously mingled with Tony and his companions. "Who has the larger stake?" "You are at odds of 5 to 1, while Huey is at even odds." Arthur pondered. "So they believe Huey has a greater chance of winning?" Morrill, thinking Arthur might be concerned, hastened to reassure him. "It is primarily because there are more students from the martial arts department, thus many are betting on Huey's victory, which is why the bookmaker has intentionally lowered Huey's odds. However, we are all rooting for your triumph." Arthur remained silent, head bowed. "Boss, you must defeat that half-beast. I have bet 100 gold coins on your victory." Arthur, his eyes glinting with mischief, beckoned Morrill closer and whispered, "Place a bet of 1,000 gold coins on Huey winning for me." Morrill's mouth fell agape, momentarily speechless, before he finally responded, "You can't be serious." Arthur retorted, "Does my expression suggest jest? Boss, you really must think this through. That's the king of oddities we're talking about, and the reputation of all the students from our magic department is at stake." Morrill blushed, flustered. "Can the king of oddities fill your stomach?" Arthur had never placed much stock in such titles. His experiences as a young mercenary had deeply impressed upon him that hollow fame could never compare to gold. "You can also wager 1,000 gold coins on Huey's victory, but be sure to spread out your bets. Don't let the bookmaker catch wind of it or risk losing everything." On the second sign, Austin had already begun the countdown. "Remember what I said, bet on Huey to win," Arthur added hastily before leaping onto the arena. Upon looking up, Arthur was taken aback to see Joan, that foolish girl, grinning at him. Following Goalie and Huey, the other 2 oddities had also encountered each other early. They exchanged smiles, and even after Grand Mage Austin announced the commencement, neither seemed inclined to make the first move. "How about we agree that you won't use the Fire Dragon scroll, and we'll fight it out based on our true abilities?" "I'm no fool. Why would I abandon my strengths?" Arthur shot a fierce glare at Joan, internally cursing. "Your strength lies in throwing gold. Then you shouldn't use the Fire Dragon spell either. Just convert the cost of the magic scroll into cash for me, and I'll concede the match to you. How much do you want? You know my abilities and magical equipment, if it comes down to it. Even 6 Fire Dragons may not guarantee your victory. To be fair, I'll let you have this match for 3,000 gold coins." Joan considered seriously for a moment before agreeing. "Let us begin." This time, Joan did not resort to the magic scroll, but leisurely cast a series of fireballs. 3 fireballs shooting towards Arthur in a triangular formation. "Oh no, that is too powerful." Arthur turned and fled, leaping off the arena. As the judge, Grand Mage Austin was nearly incensed, witnessing the 2 openly discussing prices and cheating right in front of him. "You 2 little rascals better watch out when I get my hands on you." The peculiar duel between the 2 eccentric individuals concluded in a rather farcical manner, leaving the onlooking students, who had anticipated a captivating showdown akin to yesterday's bizarre battle, profoundly disappointed. "Boss, have you no sense of decency anymore?" Morrill approached Arthur immediately after the latter's turn. Arthur managed a wry smile, admitting to himself that he truly could not win this time. That fool incessantly bombarded him with fire dragon spells, rendering any approach impossible. Instead, he contemplated deceiving him out of 3,000 gold coins. After all, even if he eventually triumphed, the prize would not amount to that sum. "Boss, I am genuinely impressed by you," Morale exclaimed, giving Arthur a thumbs up. Inside the academy library, the magic circle shimmered, and old Harry materialized before Shaylin's desk, promptly seizing the fragrant teacup and draining its contents in one swift motion. Calming the mind, refining the meridians, enhancing perception. This UBT is truly remarkable. Old Harry closed his eyes, savoring the aftertaste. "I heard you placed a bet with Vice Dean Moray?" Shaylin inquired, lifting her gaze. "Ah, why must you deviate from the norms, little girl? I praise the tea, and you should be offering me some." Shaylin chuckled lightly, "But I have none to spare. Who knows? I might not even have enough for myself in the future, given how unstable that place is becoming. What a pity for such a splendid brew." Old Harry shook his head, yet did not pursue Shaylin's comment further. "You are aware of the betting matter, I presume? Isn't it you who deliberately let that information slip?" Shaylin replied, "I am genuinely curious about the nature of your wager, which seems to have become common knowledge. His Earth-grade superior technique, the blazing fire thunder, must be widely known. Otherwise, I fear he might not honor his loss," Old Harry declared with pride. "Is he truly willing to part with his prize technique?" Shaylin's tone dripped with astonishment. "Even the most formidable techniques are ultimately lifeless. Does he intend to take them to his grave? Moreover, what I have put on the line is worth the gamble." "You have truly gone to great lengths for that child," Old Harry sighed deeply. "That rascal Keynes has been absent for years without a word. He walked away without a care, leaving that child in my charge. Does he think I do not comprehend his intentions?" After a contemplative pause, Shaylin slowly began. "There is something I have yet to discuss with you. I wish for Arthur to assist me with that matter." Upon hearing Shaylin's proposition, Old Harry's eyebrows shot up in alarm. "No, I cannot consent. That endeavor is fraught with peril." In the training arena, Arthur and Huey stood facing each other. Huey maintained his stoic expression, yet beneath his icy gaze lay a smoldering fire, poised to erupt the moment the examiner announced the commencement. Arthur wore a gentle smile, even his squinted eyes radiating warmth. Were they not in the arena, he could easily be mistaken for the cheerful youth from the neighboring house. The arena was teeming with students, not only those from this year's martial arts and magic programs, but also many from the preceding levels, all curious about this contest between the warrior and the magician. Such one-on-one confrontations between martial artists and magicians have been a rarity throughout the history of Blood Glory Academy. Amidst the throng, Arno, Morar, Joan, Goli, and Nini stood together. Goli gazed at the stage, her eyes brimming with anticipation, her mind racing with thoughts of why she had succumbed to Huey, while Arthur immediately accepted Huey's challenge. Joan murmured to herself, "Arthur has lost to me. If he triumphs over Huey today, should not the title of the Oddball King rightfully belong to me?" Suddenly, someone stepped heavily on Joan's foot. "Ah, who stepped on me?" Her cry elicited laughter from many nearby students, yet no one noticed Morar, who remained dejectedly with her head bowed. On a distant hillside, several young men gathered around a smooth copper mirror, which reflected the events of the arena with remarkable clarity. "That sword-bearing lad is Arthur, the one who humiliated your brother," noted a tall youth with a haughty demeanor. "Indeed, that is he," came the emotionless reply from a young man with a long face. "Zaleo is quite unfortunate to have attracted the ire of this generation's Oddball King," chuckled a youth with a scar across his eye. "Aren't you, the so-called Oddball King, going to intervene?" inquired a silver-haired mage. Chi Warren snorted dismissively. If Zaleo could not muster the strength to become the Oddball King, he deserved to be beaten, especially since his grandfather had decreed that he was not to utilize any family influence. On a raised platform at one corner of the arena, Old Harry and Leo stood side by side. "Youth is such a splendid thing. It stirs my blood, and I long to join the fray," Leo exclaimed, arms crossed. "Wait until you master your martial arts before seeking a fight, lest you inadvertently meet your demise. I would be at a loss." Leo scoffed. "Old Harry, you needn't be so subtle nor play your little games for all to see. I, Leo, have never been one to break my word. You should ponder your own potential defeat instead. Do not be reluctant to part with that item when the time comes." "Will I lose?" "I, Old Harry, have never misjudged a person." As the two old fellows bickered, the battle below commenced. Huey lunged forth like a black panther, his razor-sharp claws aimed at Arthur's throat. Arthur maintained a smile, yet his colossal Starfall sword was enveloped in martial energy as it descended. Huey did not alter his attack. His left hand struck sideways against the sword blade, while his right hand lunged forward with lethal intent. However, Arthur's great sword was not akin to Goli's silver spear. As Huey's claws clashed with the sword, they failed to completely divert its path. Arthur deftly adjusted the sword's position, shifting from a downward strike to a sweeping motion aimed at Huey's chest. Huey ducked low, evading the horizontal slash, while simultaneously lunging forward to seize Arthur's legs. In retreat, Arthur swung his sword downward with lethal intent. Even if Huey managed to grasp Arthur's legs, he would be met with a crushing blow to his spine, likely shattering it. Huey rolled aside to evade the strike and then sprang up, darting towards Arthur from the side. Arthur missed his strike and swiftly turned, angling his sword upward in a diagonal sweep aimed once more at the advancing Huey. With a quick pivot, Huey changed direction, attempting to launch an attack from behind. Yet, Arthur's colossal sword carved an arc in the air, subtly shifting his body to once again intercept Huey's assault. Huey's weapon was too short. Only at close range could he inflict a fatal wound on Arthur. However, Arthur had already discerned this weakness. With his massive sword, he danced through a flurry of strikes, blocks, thrusts, jabs, slashes, creating an impenetrable barrier around him, leaving Huey no opportunity for reprieve. Huey circled Arthur, darting and weaving, launching relentless attacks. Any minor misstep from Arthur would leave him vulnerable to being torn apart. Arthur's colossal sword swung with both slowness and speed, each stroke resonating with the force of thunder, every slash a necessary salvation against his foe. In the arena, the two figures twirled and soared, their fierce clash marked by a tempest of sword energy and claw shadows, neither willing to concede victory. Below the arena, the spectators held their breath in rapt attention, fearful of missing any detail. Goodness, is that little fellow a mage? He should be in our martial arts division. Leo was utterly astonished by Arthur's initial display of prowess. Old Harry, brimming with pride, regretted his earlier doubts. Young Arthur was truly a dual practitioner of magic and martial arts. Could anyone genuinely master both? Leo shook his head in disbelief. In the arena, both Huey and Arthur began to show signs of fatigue. Although Huey was slightly faster, Arthur's resolute determination ensured that he countered with timely strikes, nullifying Huey's speed advantage. As claw shadows flitted about, a black net of energy ensnared Arthur, with Huey, unable to break through, resorting to his energy technique. Anticipating this, Arthur activated his wind boots, swiftly evading several meters to the side, rendering Huey's charged attack ineffective. Huey seemed to have predicted Arthur's evasion. As Arthur moved, Huey did as well, raising his hand to unleash 3 sharp spikes from his gauntlet. No one anticipated that Huey's weapon concealed hidden projectiles. The spikes shot forth with incredible speed, and while Arthur attempted to evade, he could only twist his body desperately. 2 spikes grazed his sides, but the central spike pierced through his protective vine armor with a soft thud. However, the assault was not yet over. Huey raised his other hand, launching another trio of spikes. Arthur, now too weary to evade, struggled to lift his colossal sword. A sharp clang echoed as one spike collided with the blade, while the other 2 found their marks, one impaling his abdomen, the other slicing across his face, blood erupting forth. Huey pressed the assault, crossing his gauntlet claws in a fierce strike, unleashing his energy technique, cross-rending. 6 intersecting arcs of dark energy surged towards Arthur, leaving him with no avenue for escape. With energy techniques, hidden projectiles, and another energy technique following suit, Huey finally revealed his deadly fangs. Confronted by the onslaught of dark energy emanating from the intersecting forces ahead, Arthur instinctively reached for the aqua ring adorning his hand, only to retract it in an instant. Instead, he deftly hurled the colossal Starfall greatsword, which cleaved through the epicenter of the 6 converging streams of dark energy, dispersing the malevolent force in an instant. As the sword soared, Huey, who had approached closely, swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the blade as it grazed his chest. With a flick of his wrist, Arthur unleashed 3 fireballs that surged through the space where the dark energy had been shattered. In a seamless transition from warrior to mage, Arthur executed a rapid spellcasting maneuver. The distance was perilously short. With a series of explosive sounds, The 3 fireballs struck Huey squarely in the chest as he turned, rolling to the side on the ground. Huey sprang to his feet, glancing at the scorched marks on his armor, gritting his teeth as he declared, "I concede." Arthur, momentarily stunned, quickly realized the truth. Clutching the jagged spike embedded in his own chest, exclaiming, "No, it is I who has been defeated." The two swiftly vied to acknowledge their losses, leaving Old Harry, Leo, and Morale stunned. What would become of their wager? Chapter 8. The Task of Shalyn in the Library of the Academy. Professor Shalyn squinted at Arthur, who bore a smile amidst the chaos that had erupted outside. While the world seemed to be in turmoil due to his actions, he maintained an air of indifference. Having rushed to her side without delay, no one could fathom why, despite Huey's clear admission of defeat, Arthur would choose to fall, as if conceding. Arthur's actions rendered the outcome of the contest a perplexing enigma. Students who had wagered on Arthur and Huey were reluctant to accept their losses, both sides pursuing the bookmaker for their winnings. Even after the bookmaker returned the principal, they remained unyielding. The minor skirmishes among students were trivial. Yet the situation escalated dramatically when Old Harry and Vice Dean Leo, initially exchanging barbs over the match's outcome, soon resorted to physical combat, eventually clashing high above the snow line of Mount Azaro. Their commotion even caught the attention of the Royal Guard, who mistook it for an invasion, prompting the Mage Guild to nearly activate the city's defensive magical array. The legacy of the Blood Glory Academy's eccentric monarch appeared poised to face an unprecedented vacancy. Unbeknownst to Arthur, all this turmoil stemmed from his desire to secure a mere 1,000 gold coins. "Have you made up your mind?" Shalyn inquired, her gaze fixed upon Arthur's eyes. "If Professor Shalyn can indeed assist me in resolving the challenges of the Danyang refinement of the divine, I am willing to accept this task. Before you make a formal decision, I must convey 2 critical points. First, I cannot entirely alleviate the issues encountered in the Danyang refinement, but I can mitigate the damage inflicted upon your meridians, ensuring your training remains uninterrupted beneath the Martial Academy. Second, the risks associated with this task are considerable, and Archmage Halix has explicitly disapproved of your undertaking it." Arthur pondered for a moment. Every task bears its risks. My sole concern lies in whether the rewards are commensurate with the hazards involved. The path to becoming a war general is still distant for me. Please share the details of the task, and I shall weigh the merits of accepting it myself. I need you to go to a specific location, and then find a way to return and relay what you have witnessed to me. Find a way to return. Arthur immediately discerned the underlying implications in Shalyn's words. "Are you suggesting that I might not return?" Shalyn nodded. "The destination I need you to reach is particularly remote. I will transport you there through a spatial magic array, and then you can return via a spatial wormhole magic scroll." Arthur scratched his head, still perplexed about the dangers of this task. That location has been unvisited for many years. No one knows what perils await you once you step outside the magic array. Furthermore, all magical elements are sealed there, rendering you incapable of casting spells. How then can I utilize the spatial wormhole magic scroll? This is precisely why I chose you. It is only the vicinity of the magic array that is devoid of magic. Elsewhere, magical elements still abound. You must rely on the strength of a warrior to reach a place where magic can be wielded, enabling you to return through the magic scroll. Should any misfortune befall you before you sense the flow of magical elements, you may never come back. How far must I walk after leaving the magic array? Shalyn shook her head, stating that no one knows. Perhaps a kilometer, or perhaps 100 kilometers. I am merely a 3rd-tier warrior. You should seek a more formidable combatant. Shalyn smiled, remarking that encountering a rare individual proficient in both martial and magical arts is not easy. More importantly, many powerful entities are keeping watch over that location. Sending an overly powerful warrior could draw their attention. I simply hope you can surreptitiously take a glance for me. After contemplating for a moment, Arthur replied earnestly, "I'm sorry, Professor Shalyn, but I cannot accept this task." Shalyn was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated such a straightforward refusal from Arthur. Before she could inquire further, Arthur explained, "I believe the risk associated with this task far outweighs the potential reward. If I take on this mission, the likelihood of not returning is exceedingly high, which means it is a gamble for my life. Yet, the reward merely addresses cultivation issues for warriors below the rank of general, and it is not worth risking my life for such a guarantee." Shalyn quickly grasped his reasoning and asked, "What kind of reward would be worth such a gamble?" Arthur gestured towards Shalyn's wrist, indicating a spatial bracelet like yours. Shaylin suddenly burst into laughter, saying, "You little schemer must have calculated this all along. Haven to you?" Arthur felt a bit embarrassed by her laughter and quickly waved his hand, insisting, "I truly had no such intentions before understanding the dangers of this task. Your sword, along with provisions and water, cannot be carried through the spatial magic array. Even if you hadn't mentioned it, I would temporarily lend you a spatial bracelet. If you manage to return alive, I will personally see to it that the bracelet becomes yours." Arthur was momentarily speechless. He had just been worried that the reward would be insufficient. And now he found that Professor Shaylin was willing to give away a spatial item valued at 200,000 gold coins. Was she truly just a professor at the academy? Shaylin directly retrieved a golden bracelet from her desk drawer and handed it to Arthur. The internal space of this bracelet is only 10 cubic units, but it will suffice for your needs at present. I have already placed the food and water you will require during this mission inside. Arthur excitedly accepted the bracelet and promptly adorned it on his wrist. In the center of the bracelet lies a space stone, slightly larger than a grain of rice, around which intricate magical lines are etched upon its surface. This remarkable trinket possesses an internal space of 10 cubic meters. Arthur endeavored to establish a connection with the space stone through his consciousness. Upon the slightest contact, he found himself enveloped in a vast, white expanse. This was the interior of the space stone. Grasping his Starfall sword, Arthur willed it into existence within the stone. The experience was utterly delightful, akin to acquiring a new toy, and he indulged in various experiments with unrestrained joy. Do you require anything else? Or, in case you cannot return, is there something you need me to do for you? Shaylin's voice pulled Arthur back from his newfound plaything. After a moment's contemplation, he shook his head. The vendetta against the Blue Enchantress was not something he could delegate, and Arnold's survival skills surpassed his own, leaving him unconcerned. If you are prepared, may we proceed now? Shaylin appeared anxious, eager to send him off before old Harry could find him. Upon receiving Arthur's affirmative response, Shaylin replaced the magic stones in the array beneath him with 6 fist-sized gems, each radiating an unprecedented purity. Standing at the center of the magic circle, Arthur gazed calmly at Shaylin. Do you have any further requests? If you encounter no danger while you are able to wield magic, I hope you will venture as far as you can. Should you sense a particular presence focused on you, return immediately. This is not a task, but a personal request. Arthur nodded, and dazzling light erupted from the 6 corners of the magic array, engulfing him in an instant. Will he return? Shaylin murmured, staring at the now empty magic circle. Chapter 82. The mysterious world. A cascade of iridescent light flowed before Arthur, rendering him oblivious to his physical form, as if he were one with the radiance. There was no time, no weight, no sensation of body. Only the flowing light surrounded him. His consciousness remained alert. Yet this heightened awareness was a tormenting ordeal. The space tunnel seemed endless. Arthur shut his eyes, forcing himself to forget everything. In a hazy state, he seemed to drift into a prolonged slumber, where figures like Keynes, Tony, Arnold, Goalie, and Shaylin flitted through his dreams, only to vanish again. Time became an abstraction until pain pierced through his awareness. His body was being tugged, a tearing agony, as if countless hands grasped at him, intent on ripping him apart. With a sudden jolt, Arthur opened his eyes, discovering himself contorted on the ground. He gradually moved his limbs, striving to regain a normal posture, and slowly rose. However, as soon as he straightened his knees, he found himself kneeling once more, as though an unseen force from below was pulling him, binding his limbs tightly to the earth. In this realm, the gravitational force is nearly thrice that of the Beland continent. Arthur lay motionless upon the ground, allowing his body to gradually acclimate to the weight of the earth beneath him. Only after some time did he slowly straighten his knees, rise upright, and lift his gaze, utterly captivated by the world that lay before him. It was a landscape drenched in deep crimson hues, with coarse, red-hued rubble stretching endlessly beneath his feet. The horizon was dominated by a dark red sky, devoid of any flora or fauna. It was a desolate and lifeless expanse. Arthur found himself on a slightly elevated, flat hillside, where the magical array beneath him was entirely obscured by the crimson stones, barely revealing a few faint lines of the enchantment. He sensed no breeze. The air here was stagnant, just as Shaylin had described, lacking any trace of flowing magical elements. His own magical power felt as though it had been sealed away, rendering it impossible to summon even a hint of it. The frail body of a mage would likely struggle to advance in a world where gravity was doubled. Arthur checked his spatial bracelet, relieved to find all his belongings intact. He first retrieved food and water to replenish his energy, knowing that adjusting his body to optimal condition was paramount upon entering this unfamiliar realm. As he slung the Starfall greatsword onto his back once more, its immense weight nearly forced him to the ground. The sword felt heavier than when he had first grasped it, and suppressing the urge to return it to the spatial bracelet, he painstakingly took his first step. His legs felt as though they were laden with lead, and it was as if he carried a mountain upon his back. Each step forward was an arduous endeavor, yet he persevered, moving forward step by step. When fatigue overcame him, he paused to rest before continuing onward. It felt as if he had traversed for nearly half a day, and the provisions he had consumed were now depleted. Turning back, he spotted the hillock that housed the magical array a mere few hundred meters behind him. A wry smile crept upon Arthur's lips, yet he did not retract the Starfall's sword. In truth, he was compelling himself to adapt swiftly to this world, urging his body to become proficient in wielding weapons for battle as quickly as possible. He harbored a sense that this seemingly barren and lifeless world concealed some profound danger, and he must prepare for combat before it arrived. For Arthur had a desire to return, as countless responsibilities awaited him in his homeland. This world appeared to lack the direct illumination of a star, resulting in no cycle of day and night, rendering it impossible to discern direction. The sky remained eternally crimson. He chose a direction and pressed onward, fearful of losing his way without any landmarks. After every few dozen meters, he would etch a straight arrow into the ground with his sword. Initially, the sword was nearly too heavy to lift, requiring Arthur to gather strength before each movement. However, as he ventured further, leaving behind a series of arrows, he found that he could swing the Starfall sword several times in succession when the hillock from which he had come faded from view. The endless walking, monotonous to the point of madness, and the lifeless world, desolate enough to drive one to the brink of despair, were only alleviated by the weight of the Starfall sword pressing down upon Arthur, reminding him that he was still more than a mere shell of a man. Thus, Arthur consciously immersed his spirit in mastering the Starfall sword, revisiting every technique he had once learned, contemplating the fusion of swordplay and the art of death. He would occasionally unleash a strike, experimenting with various angles of attack. The profound sword technique, Thunder Cleave, which he had acquired through his plundering of an underground merchant, had previously eluded his grasp due to time constraints. Now, he had practiced it countless times, the entire manual becoming a familiar friend. In this timeless realm, he lost track of how long had passed. The fluidity with which the Starfall sword danced in his hands bore no difference from his days in the dueling arena. Furthermore, his technique had gained a newfound depth, with each strike exhibiting meticulous control over strength and angle, sparing not a single ounce of energy. As Arthur instinctively traced an arrow on the ground with his sword, the descending blade abruptly halted midair, tears uncontrollably streaming from his eyes. Beneath the sword's edge lay a small, thorny plant, its branches adorned with a few vibrant red leaves. This was the first sign of life Arthur had encountered since arriving in this world. This plant symbolized hope. This was not a world devoid of vitality. Filled with exhilaration, Arthur began to run. As he sprinted forward, the number of plants multiplied on the ground, from a sparse pair to clusters aplenty. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the earth, turning his gaze toward the nearby clusters of red thorns, murmuring softly, "How wonderful it is to be in a living world." Arthur fell asleep, for the first time since arriving in this world, with a profound sense of peace. A faint rustling sound reached his ears, stirring him awake. The turmoil at Bloodray Academy gradually subsided. Everyone was astonished to discover that Arthur, the instigator of the chaos, had inexplicably vanished from this realm without a trace. Students whispered among themselves, inquiring far and wide, yet found nothing. The professors of the academy remained unusually tranquil, as if Arthur had never existed at all. The simplicity of a person being forgotten by the world was stark and commonplace. Arno had moved into Morar's room, and thereafter did not step outside, save for enchanting equipment. He spent his days lost in a thick tome of magic. Morar continued his languid existence, forging connections while aimlessly drifting through time. In the dueling arena, a girl with chestnut hair sent a towering boy flying with a kick, then suddenly looked up at the sky, wondering where that scoundrel had disappeared to. Chapter 83. The Crimson Beast in the Depths of Slumber. Arthur was roused by a faint rustling sound. As he sat up, the noise vanished instantaneously. His gaze swept across the land, which was devoid of anything but clusters of red thorns. With the Starfall greatsword resting on his back, Arthur retrieved a level 4 elven bow named the Weeping Wanderer from his spatial ring, knocking a sharp arrow before aiming it at the nearest thorny cluster. The arrows were embedded in the thicket, devoid of any sound. Arthur knocked a second arrow and aimed toward another cluster of thorns, then to the next. He waded through the underbrush, methodically shooting arrow after arrow into the brambles. Upon releasing his 7th arrow, a small creature with dark crimson skin leapt from behind the thicket and scurried away. A faint smile graced Arthur's lips as the 8th arrow was swiftly loosed. The creature fell, the arrow piercing its thigh and pinning it to the ground. Arthur approached and turned it over with his foot. As he did so, the creature sprang back to life, snapping its sharp teeth at Arthur's throat. Arthur quickly positioned his intricately carved bow, its back pressing against the creature's neck, preventing it from reaching him. At that moment, Arthur could fully discern the creature's appearance. It stood nearly as high as his thigh, its hairless, wrinkled dark red skin, sharp beak, and rows of menacing teeth bore a resemblance to a monkey of the continent, albeit lacking a tail or fur. Despite being restrained by the bow, the creature continued to screech and claw at Arthur, intent on biting him. With a powerful flick of his bow, Arthur sent the creature crashing to the ground. It rolled several times, its eyes rolling back and blood streaming from its mouth and nose, lying still. Dead. Was this fragile creature truly so weak? It would make an interesting specimen to show to Shailen, he mused as he bent down to retrieve the creature's carcass. Just as his hand was about to touch the body, the creature suddenly sprang up and lunged at Arthur, mouth agape. Arthur was clad in a level 4 cloud vine armor, and the creature's bite left no mark on the protective gear. Nonetheless, the sudden attack startled him, and he instinctively seized the creature by its neck, squeezing with force. A sharp crack echoed as he crushed its neck without hesitation, ensuring it was undeniably dead this time. He stowed the body in his hand ring, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. He had nearly let his guard down against such a feeble being. This ferocious creature, capable of deceit, what manner of being was it? As Arthur pondered with furrowed brows, he suddenly sensed a stirring from within, a tremor of magical energy. In that instant, he finally perceived the scattered magical elements in the air. Though insufficient to activate a magic scroll, it heralded a glimmer of hope, his hope of returning home. With renewed excitement, Arthur pressed onward. After traversing a short distance, he encountered the crimson-skinned creatures once more. 7 or 8 of them erupted from the thicket, this time not fleeing, but rather launching an attack against him. Their assault was no longer reliant solely on teeth and claws. They wielded black sticks, roughly the length of an arm, with one end sharpened, resembling makeshift spears. Even so, the combat prowess of these small monsters remained pitiably low. With swift strokes of his great sword, Arthur dispatched them one by one, effortlessly cleansing the area of their presence. He picked up their weapons, exerting considerable effort to snap one in half. The creatures, skilled in weaponry and adept in deception, can no longer be merely classified as monsters. They possess an intelligence akin to that of humans, orcs, and elves. The battle between Arthur and these diminutive adversaries has only just commenced. As Arthur advances, an increasing number of these creatures emerge from the thickets and subterranean depths, launching assaults upon him. Initially, a few, then dozens, and eventually throngs of them swarm forth. Although they pose no substantial threat to Arthur, their incessant attacks become a vexation. The ground behind him becomes strewn with the remnants of his foes. Arthur senses that he is encroaching upon their territory. They must perceive him as an intruder, hence the relentless onslaught. Nevertheless, he feels compelled to press onward. For deeper into this realm, the magical elements become increasingly vibrant, and he can now communicate with them, needing only sufficient numbers to harness their power. In the midst of a massacre that even Arthur finds wearisome, he traverses through an expanse where the clusters of crimson thorns have vanished, revealing a sparse black forest. The trees, not particularly tall, and with trunks no thicker than a man's embrace, are peculiar in that both the trunks and branches are devoid of foliage, presenting a stark blackness. Numerous small creatures stand upon these trees, wielding weapons crafted from the branches. Eagerly, Arthur yearns to plunge into the woods, feeling the potent flow of magical energy within, which would enable him to activate the magic scroll and return home. Yet, he halts before the forest. A horde of creatures erupts from the trees, not immediately charging, but instead forming a defensive line, swiftly blocking the path to the woods. Arthur stands momentarily stunned. These creatures have arranged themselves into 5 precise formations, resembling an army. The sheer number of them, exceeding 1,000, sends chills down his spine. Notably, the last 2 rows of each formation consist of significantly taller beings, their skin shifting from a dark red to a deeper black. Their weapons are no longer crude wooden spears, but resemble polished stone axes, glistening ominously. At the forefront of the formation stands a singular black creature, towering nearly at Arthur's height, clad in rudimentary armor fashioned from the bark of the black trees, grasping what appears to be a scepter. It is presumably the general of this army or the king of these red-skinned creatures. As Arthur observes it, the creature reciprocates his gaze. Unlike the malevolent and furious stares of the other monsters, its eyes exude an unusual calmness. Were it not for the stark differences in their appearances, Arthur might have been convinced that he was facing a being of flesh, blood, and soul, much like himself. Just as Arthur hesitates, a sound reminiscent of a horn begins to resonate from within the woods. The king of the red-skinned creatures points its scepter forward, and the towering beings stationed at the back of the formation surge ahead, simultaneously launching their stone axes toward Arthur. The sky was filled with stone axes, crashing down upon Arthur like meteors. For a moment, he was at a loss, uncertain whether to charge forward or retreat. Chapter 84. Ensnared in a siege. Faced with the barrage of stone axes, Arthur's instinct was to flee. It is not bravery for a single individual to charge at a legion, but sheer folly. Even if the individual strength of this army were only slightly superior to that of the monkeys on the continent, their sheer numbers were enough to crush anything in their path. Even the lions of the prairie would flee at the sight of a massive swarm of wasps. Arthur turned and ran, swiftly covering several meters, yet he still found himself within the range of the stone axes, which continued to rain down upon him. Despite the protection of his level 4 vine armor, each axe that struck felt like a heavy punch. One particular stone axe struck him on the back of the head, akin to a blunt blow, causing him to stagger dangerously close to the ground. With his hands shielding his head, he sprinted away, experiencing firsthand what it meant to scurry like a frightened rat. Behind him, the horde of monsters erupted in triumphant cheers, their cacophonous shrieks merging into a piercing wave of sound. Even after running nearly 100 meters, Arthur felt a throbbing pain in his head. The black monster leader brandished its staff, directing the army of creatures to charge at Arthur with frenzied cries. The boundless expanse of the crimson wasteland offered no cover or concealment. It was a visible chase. Arthur raced ahead, pursued by a throng of monsters. In their frantic pursuit, the creature's short limbs proved inadequate to catch up to him. As time passed, their numbers gradually thinned, stretching out into a long line. Initially, Arthur was genuinely fleeing, but he later purposefully slowed his pace, even pausing intermittently to allow the diminutive monsters to keep up with him. As the pursuing horde became increasingly sparse, Arthur suddenly reversed course. When the monsters leapt towards him, they realized how few allies remained at their sides. With a swift swing of his great sword, he cleaved through 2 or 3 of them simultaneously, and with a deft motion, he dispatched another wave that surged forward. In an instant, he had slain 30 or more with the ease of chopping vegetables. After a brief delay, the remaining small monsters regrouped and lunged at Arthur once more, prompting him to take flight again. This pattern repeated several times, resulting in hundreds of the little creatures meeting their demise at Arthur's blade. However, these monsters were not foolish. After several encounters, they abruptly ceased their pursuit. Despite Arthur's attempts to entice them, they refused to continue, instead opting to retreat, abandoning the chase. Watching the retreating figures of the small monsters, Arthur smirked coldly. They thought they could chase and then withdraw at their leisure. Such ease was not to be afforded. With sword in hand, he pursued them, cutting down those at the rear of their ranks. When they attempted to retaliate, he would turn and flee once more. Once entangled with Arthur, this horde found it far from easy to retreat, leaving behind dozens of corpses at regular intervals. Suddenly, the mournful sound of horns resonated once more amidst the throng of monsters, causing them to halt their retreat and begin to regroup. Arthur too paused, sipping water while squinting at the monstrous assembly ahead. What were they plotting? Were they preparing to clash with him once again? Neither Arthur nor the newly assembled horde moved, both parties maintaining a standoff at a considerable distance. It seemed as though they were awaiting something. With this thought, Arthur abruptly realized something was amiss. The The gathered monsters before him were significantly fewer than those he had encountered at the edge of the woods. Although he had dispatched many along the way, it seemed implausible that only a third of their original number remained. At that moment, horns blared from behind him as well as from both sides, and monsters emerged from all directions, encircling Arthur. "Damn it, I've been outmaneuvered." Arthur cursed vehemently, realizing he had underestimated these creatures. Their intelligence was likely on par with that of humans. They had cunningly dispatched a portion of their forces to flank him, sacrificing themselves to lure him into a trap. Uncertain whether this strategy had been premeditated or devised in response to his previous counterattacks, Arthur knew he had to fight with all his might. If they truly surrounded him, he would be ground down. Spitting on the ground in defiance, he charged towards the monstrous horde before him. The monsters parted like a gaping maw, inviting him to plunge into their midst. As Arthur plunged into the fray, he was instantly besieged by a swarm of smaller creatures. This time, he fought with fervor, unleashing the full extent of his recently mastered fury of thunder sword technique. His sword struck like a tempest, wildly cleaving and slashing. The colossal Starfall sword's length and might perfectly suited for the chaos of battle. With each downward strike, he felled 2 or 3 foes. A sweeping motion would take down a multitude. The smaller monsters fell like harvested wheat, and soon, a thick carpet of their corpses surrounded Arthur. Despite his desperate efforts, these smaller creatures exhibited a reckless disregard for their lives, relentlessly charging at him, using their own lives to hinder his escape. Arthur's armor became drenched in their blood, each step forward becoming an arduous struggle. Amidst the carnage, he stole glances around him. The encircling monsters remained densely packed, while the hordes from the other 3 directions drew ever closer. If he delayed any longer, escape would be impossible. Realizing this, Arthur dared not hold back any longer. He summoned every ounce of his fighting spirit. Channeling his energy to its utmost, the fury of thunder surged forth, and a massive wave of energy erupted from the Starfall sword, exploding among the monsters. With a single swing, he carved a passage over 1 meter wide and 7 to 8 meters long through the horde, strewn with countless severed limbs. With 2 leaps, he surged through, quickly delivering a second strike, creating yet another passage. After 2 strikes, he had pierced through the throng. Although the fury of thunder was not of the highest caliber, its raw power and devastating force rendered it exceptionally effective on the battlefield. As Arthur soared once more into the air, just as he was about to break free from the encirclement, a shadowy figure suddenly lunged forth from the side. It was none other than the leader of the monsters, brandishing a black scepter aimed directly at Arthur's side. Unfaltering, Arthur countered with a swift strike of his sword. In an astonishing display, the monster leader twisted its body mid-air, completely evading the blade's edge. Before Arthur could react, the scepter struck him at his waist, sending a wave of numbness coursing through him, causing him to crash to the ground. The shock delivered by the monster leader far exceeded the physical injury he sustained. That evasion had transcended mere instinct, entering the realm of martial skill. Where had it acquired such prowess? The monster leader raised its scepter high, preparing to bring it down upon Arthur's head. Chapter 85. The passage of time. Arthur's injury was not severe. His fall was primarily due to the numbing effect of the scepter's blow. Thanks to the protection of the cloud's spirit vine armor, the sensation of paralysis was fleeting. As the monster leader's scepter descended, Arthur, lying on the ground, swiftly raised his left hand. Desperate for survival, he conjured a sharp hunting knife that had seemingly materialized from thin air. In a flash, he struck, the knife piercing through the monster leader's jaw, its tip emerging from its pointed snout. With a swift withdrawal, blood splattered, and the monster leader's lifeless body fell. Instantly, the entire horde of monsters erupted into chaos, shrill cries filling the air as they lunged toward Arthur. He sprang to his feet and fled, deftly seizing the peculiar scepter of the monster leader as he ran. With all his might, Arthur soon distanced himself from the fray, racing back to the dark forest, this time unimpeded by any monsters. As he stepped into the woods, the long-dormant magic within him surged forth, and the magical elements in the air vibrated with unusual vitality. Arthur retrieved the spatial wormhole magic scroll from his wristband, knowing that with a mere spark of magic, he could return home. Yet, as he was about to unfurl it, he hesitated and placed the scroll back. He recalled Shaylin's request. He ought to learn more about this strange world. Gripping the Starfall sword once more, Arthur ventured deeper into the forest. Though small creatures continued to dart out from the thickets, their numbers posed no significant threat, and he dispatched them with ease. After traversing nearly 100 meters into the woods, an expansive clearing appeared before him, revealing a sizable settlement. After eliminating the last batch of monsters that charged from the settlement, Arthur strode directly inside. The village was considerable in size, yet remarkably primitive and rudimentary. Black branches formed the walls, while within stood small, pointed-roof huts crafted from tree bark, bound together by a type of brownish vine that Arthur had never encountered before. Attempting to tear a piece of the vine for his wristband, he discovered its remarkable strength, resisting his efforts to break it. Arthur also took note of their food sources, rummaging through the wooden huts to uncover dark red moss and brown mushrooms, along with an assortment of jerky from unknown creatures. Arthur had never encountered such things on his journey. It seemed their source of sustenance must originate from the other side of the forest, and this world was far more populated than he had initially imagined. As he traversed the village, he felt as though he had stepped into a realm of diminutive beings, as the rooftops of most houses barely reached his shoulders. At the heart of the village stood an imposing structure that naturally captured Arthur's attention, a circular altar constructed from red stone. In the center of the altar loomed a grand statue, carved from the dark wood found outside. The workmanship was rather crude, obscuring the features of the face. Only one hand was raised high, clutching a scepter, while the other rested across the chest. The likeness of the statue bore a striking resemblance to that of humans rather than the grotesque creatures he had anticipated. Arthur surmised it must be a deity revered by the villagers or tribe, and as he gazed upon the statue, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him. Perhaps Shailen would recognize it, he thought, as he reached out towards the statue. At that moment, it appeared as if a colossal shadow was cast upon the statue from above, and a tremendous surge of energy emanated from the wooden figure. The overwhelming force pressed upon Arthur, instilling in him a sense of imminent danger, as though the statue might spring to life at any moment. He felt a surge of indignation. With a fierce determination, he wielded his Starfall greatsword and swung it towards the statue's head, intending to cleave it in two. In an astonishing turn of events, the statue indeed came to life, the hand that had been resting on its chest lifted upward, while the scepter in its grasp began to shimmer with a dark luminescence. Arthur's sword struck the raised hand, resulting in a sharp crack as the lower half of the wooden arm fell to the ground. The immense energy continued to swell, pressing down on Arthur so heavily that he could scarcely stand, let alone deliver a second blow. Meanwhile, the scepter's end was now aimed directly at him, its black light pulsing with increasing intensity. With a mighty roar, Arthur unleashed every ounce of his inner energy, bracing against the oppressive force. He rolled forward, grasping the severed arm from the ground, while simultaneously unfurling a spatial magic scroll. Shailen, holding a teacup, strolled gracefully around the room. Alone, the magical aura that concealed her visage dissipated, revealing a strikingly youthful face. Her bright eyes, gently arched brows, dainty nose, and fair complexion rendered her visage angelic. Suddenly, a fissure opened before Shailen, widening to emit a radiant white light. In the next instant, Arthur tumbled through the opening, landing clumsily on the floor. Startled, Shailen dropped her teacup, spilling tea everywhere, and murmured in disbelief, "You actually came back?" Arthur, momentarily incapacitated on the ground, struggled to lift his head. "Professor Shailen, I had no idea you were so young," he exclaimed. "Ah," Shailen gasped, her magical aura reappearing to conceal her face. "Are you surprised that I could return?" Arthur clearly heard her previous whisper. "No, it's wonderful that you are back. I have been waiting for you," she hurriedly replied, moving to assist him to his feet. As Arthur turned his hand, a cascade of items tumbled onto Shailen's desk, including the corpse of a small creature. Shailen gasped, covering her mouth with one hand, utterly astonished. Arthur briefly organized his thoughts and recounted the details of his journey to Shailen. She interjected at times, inquiring about various details. Clearly, Arthur's discoveries far exceeded Shailen's expectations. Even after Arthur finished speaking, Shailen remained lost in contemplation for quite some time. "Thank you for your efforts. Consider this bracelet a formal gift to you. I will reach out to you in a few days regarding the matter I promised," Arthur said. He refrained from saying more and stepped into the center of the magic circle. "Wait, there is one more thing." Arthur suddenly interjected just as Shailen was about to activate the magic circle. Her hand halted midair. "Shailen, you are truly beautiful." A flash of light enveloped him, and Arthur vanished. Shailen stood there, momentarily stunned, her cheeks inexplicably flushed. Upon returning to his room, Arthur found it empty. with a layer of dust suggesting it had not been occupied for quite some time. He decided to knock on Morale's door, and a round, cherubic face peeked out from behind it. Morale, initially taken aback, immediately embraced Arthur. "Boss, you're finally back. I thought you had perished." "You were the one who seemed to have departed," Arthur teased, managing to extricate himself from Morale's embrace. It was then that he noticed Arno, who had been obscured by Morale's bulk. "I guessed you were here, mooching off Morale since you weren't in your room." Arno smiled shyly. "You're back. I'll pack my things and return to our room now." Arthur, however, did not notice Arno's eyes glistening with unshed tears as he turned away under the pretense of gathering his belongings. "Boss, your timing is impeccable. Quickly teach me how to tackle this year's end-of-year assessment." Morale, seemingly oblivious to Arthur's recent absence, eagerly sought assistance. "Are you unwell? The end-of-year assessment just concluded. Didn't he it? It cannot be. It hasn't even begun." Morale appeared thoroughly bewildered by Arthur's query. Arthur himself was perplexed, as Morale didn't seem to be jesting. Shaylin's astonished expression, the dust in his room, and Morale's newfound girth all coalesced in Arthur's mind, leading to a sudden realization. He grasped Morale's arm firmly. "Tell me, how long have I been away?" "1 year. Chapter 86. A year. As time Arthur was utterly dumbfounded. He had been away for an entire year. With no sunrises or sunsets, he had no idea how long he had lingered in that peculiar world, but it could not possibly have been a full year. His estimation, based on the consumed provisions, suggested a maximum of merely a month or so. Yet, an entire year had elapsed in the continent of Beland, and Arthur could not fathom the reason. Issues concerning time are among the most intricate. Though time magic is categorized within the 12 schools of magic, it remains a forbidden domain. No magician in the continent has openly claimed mastery over it. Arthur could only speculate that perhaps the flow of time differed between the two worlds, or that he had squandered a significant amount of time within the spatial passage. Regardless of the source of the dilemma, Arthur had been absent from this world for a full year, during which much had transpired. A year has passed, and the cohort of newcomers has begun to make remarkable progress. Huey and Goli have both ascended to the rank of level 4 battle officers, while Cheong and Nini have attained the status of level 3 mages. Even the lethargic Morale has reached the pinnacle of level 2 mage, teetering on the brink of a breakthrough. Observing this, Arthur cannot help but shake his head with a wry smile. In terms of both combat energy and magical prowess, he remains a considerable distance from advancing to the next level. Arthur, however, has not escaped the scrutiny of assessments due to his year away. In a few days, he will witness the growth of his peers firsthand during the arena matches, where their mastery of magic and combat strategies has matured significantly. In his first match, he once again encounters the young female mage from last year's opening round. Unlike the previous year, when she had failed to cast even a single defensive spell before Arthur had her sword to her throat, this time she manages to unleash 2 defensive spells before he closes the distance. In a moment of desperation, she unfurls a scroll of thunder manipulation, striking Arthur with a fierce bolt of lightning before conceding gracefully. Though she loses once more, the girl descends from the stage with a smile, clearly having avenged her humiliation from the previous year. As Arthur continues to battle, he secures victories, yet each match proves to be significantly more challenging than the last. Particularly in his fight against Nini, Arthur resorts to utilizing the techniques from the Stormblade sword art to claim victory. In a straightforward contest of magical combat, he finds himself unable to surpass Nini. If there remains one contender whose strength is unchanged, it is the foolhardy Cheong, who continues to employ the Fire Dragon spell in the arena with the same lack of innovation as before. Nevertheless, he manages to reach the final showdown, where no one can rival him against the formidable level 7 fire spell. In a twist, Cheong proposes another duel with Arthur, offering the same wager as last year. "This time, let me win?" Without hesitation, Arthur agrees. "I have an additional condition. You must recount to me, in full, where you have been this past year." "Deal." Arthur, without a moment's pause, turns and departs the stage. "You 2 little rascals." Once again, they have conducted their transaction before him, and Master Austin, the great mage, can no longer contain his fury. 2 lightning bolts, as thick as a man's arms, descend from the heavens. Arthur and Cheong have no opportunity to evade and are struck simultaneously, collapsing to the ground, their bodies convulsing from the electric shock. The students watching below are too frightened to utter a sound, realizing that the moniker Thunderous Austin pertains not merely to his spells, but to his temperament. What many do not know is that following the year-end assessments, Arthur has arranged for a match with Huey. This time, it is Arthur who seeks out Huey, and the two keep their intentions discreet, opting to duel in a secluded hillside behind the Academy's administrative district. Arthur's intention is to gauge how much distance has grown between him and Huey over the past year. However, the outcome of the duel surprises even Arthur, although Huey, now a level 4 battle officer, possesses greater strength and speed. He finds himself consistently outmaneuvered and restricted throughout the contest. In Arthur's grasp, the Starfall sword seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, effortlessly intercepting every assault from Huey with a gentle touch, a swift slice, or a delicate sweep, completely dispelling the force behind his potent strikes. While Huey's attacks came like a relentless tempest, Arthur's sword moved with the grace of a spring breeze, rendering Huey's fierce onslaught utterly ineffective. In this moment, Arthur's earlier despondency finally subsided. The year he thought he had lost was not devoid of progress. Practicing swordsmanship under the thrice-weighted gravity of that peculiar world had honed his control over his blade to an exquisite precision. At such a tender age, his sword skills had reached a level of maturity. Moreover, during his absence, the Palmer Duke's residence had visited thrice, leaving behind lavish gifts of considerable value. Among these offerings was a visiting card from the middle-aged scholar, Hino Hales, the Duke's son-in-law. The tale surrounding Hino had stirred quite a commotion in the royal city. Even Morrill could recount it vividly to Arthur. The crux of the story was that Hino had eloped with the Duke's beloved daughter, Gloria, successfully evading numerous high-ranking martial artists dispatched by the Duke to intercept them. Ultimately, the Duke was compelled to intervene personally to capture them. However, Gloria threatened to take her own life, and Hino, in a desperate act, destroyed his own meridians, relinquishing his status as an 8th-level warrior, which finally softened the Duke's heart, allowing them to leave. The narrative concluded years later, when the Duke suddenly experienced a change of heart and summoned the couple, along with their children, back to his residence, bestowing increasing favor upon his son-in-law. Upon hearing this, Arthur could not help but shake his head with a wry smile. It seemed that his connection with the Palmer Duke's household was inescapable. This was the knowledge Arthur possessed, yet several occurrences eluded his awareness. In a clandestine chamber beneath the royal city, a tall man clad in black stood before a wall, coldly addressing his subordinate, for such a trivial matter. Your two groups of assassins have lingered for an entire year without a whisper of news. How do you explain this? Reggio, adorned in an extravagant long robe, bore a bitter expression. After the last failure, you instructed your subordinates to exercise patience and refrain from acting within the Bloodlight Academy. We have maintained our watch, but the target has not stepped beyond the Academy's confines for over a year, leaving us without further opportunities to act. Are you insinuating that my inability to succeed lies solely with me? The subordinate dared not speak further, quickly kneeling in supplication. Please, supervisor, impose your punishment. Reggio, trembling, could feel the cold sweat trickling down his face. You still have no leads on the recent robbery at the trading firm? With both tasks unresolved, the black-clad supervisor casually dismissed Reggio from his other responsibilities. Focus solely on this matter before attending to anything else. Thank you, supervisor. The black-clad figure waved his hand dismissively, instructing him to continue observing. The target would not remain confined indefinitely. Little did the unfortunate Reggio realize that for the subsequent year, Arthur would remain within the Academy's walls, entirely engrossed in the arduous cultivation of both his martial and magical abilities, free from the perils of his former struggles. Time flies, and as the end of another year approaches, Arthur's fighting spirit has finally reached its peak at level 3. Chapter 87, The Crimson Trial. At the Bloodlight Academy. In the arena, a young man with long black hair wielded a massive sword with grace and vigor, his movements as fluid as a swimming dragon. His strikes like shooting stars racing across the night sky, and his swordplay resonating with the force of thunder, exuding an aura of fierce energy, filling the air with shimmering sword shadows. As he sheathed his sword, the myriad of sword shadows dissipated, leaving only the young warrior standing firm with his blade. 3 years have passed, and the once naive boy who entered the academy has transformed into a youth brimming with vitality. Hey, fatty, come up here. Let us spar a bit. Arthur beckoned to Morar from the sidelines. Am I supposed to seek punishment? Morar shook his head vigorously. If you keep slacking off, how do you expect to pass this year's assessment? With a grin, Morar replied, Boss, I'm planning to take it easy. The assessment format has changed this year. Changed. How come I didn't know? Arthur sheathed his massive sword and approached the edge of the arena. This year, aside from training, have you paid attention to anything else? Arthur kicked Morar lightly. Enough chit-chat. Tell me how the Academy plans to conduct the assessment this year. As per tradition, the third-year assessment is the Crimson Trial. The Crimson Trial? No wonder they say we are an eccentric academy, always concocting these peculiar challenges, Arthur muttered. Though he paid little heed to the impending trial, it is not surprising that Arthur voiced his complaints within the borders of the Isaac Kingdom. The Bloodlight Academy has always nurtured its students in a distinctive manner. The third-year Crimson Trial is, in fact, a practical assessment, requiring students to form teams and complete real-world missions. Each year, the tasks vary, ranging from hunting magical beasts to eradicating bandits and maintaining public order, all aimed at testing students' abilities to apply their classroom learning in practical situations. This year, the assessment task has just been determined to eliminate several bands of Gale bandits near the Royal City, with departure scheduled in 3 days, leaving students 2 days to form their teams. Boss, I'm sticking with you, Morar exclaimed. Is the assessment location outside the academy? Arthur's attention was drawn to another point. Arthur intended to discuss the details further with Morar when he noticed Cheong, Jelly, and Nini approaching together. What brings you three together? Are you really that foolish? We're here to discuss forming teams for the upcoming mission, Jelly replied sharply, unintentionally chastising both Arthur and Morar. Cheong remained indifferent to Jelly's tone, while Arthur chose to ignore her altogether. Countless painful experiences had taught Arthur the best way to deal with this thorny rose, to maintain silence. Morar felt compelled to explain the rules of this year's assessment task. In our cohort, there are 23 mages and 118 warriors. After 2 years of assessments, only 131 remain. The Academy requires us to form 10 teams through free assembly, with each team consisting of no fewer than 10 members and no more than 15. Teams will be ranked based on their performance in the task. The bottom 5 teams will eliminate the poorest performing member through a vote among all team members, while the top 5 teams will reward the best performing member in the same manner. Furthermore, the teams ranked first and last shall receive additional rewards and the elimination of 1 member each. This blood-soaked trial signifies that the Academy's evaluation transcends mere martial prowess, encompassing character and interpersonal relationships. Students with poor social skills find themselves without teams willing to accept them, even if reluctantly taken in. They risk being voted out during the group's deliberations. Are the rules clear, Sir Arthur? This princess hereby formally recruits you. Kneel and swear your allegiance at once, commanded Goalie, playfully patting Arthur's shoulder. Can I refuse? If you are unafraid of retribution, you may certainly attempt it. Very well, I shall yield. Arthur feigned reluctance. The two had long been accustomed to their playful banter. Over 3 years, the camaraderie among their small team of 5 had grown immensely. A team requires a minimum of 10 members. We still need 5 more, interjected Nini, interrupting their playful sparring. Arthur, Goalie, and Joan exchanged glances, each uncertain of whom to recruit. Quirks come at a price. Apart from their small circle, the trio had no other friends. Arthur was disinterested in matters beyond training, and his rustic upbringing placed an invisible barrier between him and the children of nobility. He preferred to avoid excessive contact with them. Goalie, known for her prickly demeanor, had garnered the title of Thorny Rose for a reason. She had dealt with every boy who dared to approach her, rendering her a solitary figure within the academy. As for the beloved Joan, it seemed everyone adored him, and he maintained a humble, warm demeanor towards all. However, his even-handedness resulted in no one truly considering him a friend. Moral thumped his chest, declaring, "Leave the remaining 5 to me." "No way." The others protested in unison. Birds of a feather flocked together. Those who usually got along with Moral were more inclined towards revelry than martial skill, lacking any noteworthy abilities in the arena. Moral rubbed his nose, retreating awkwardly. "I do have a friend who would likely be willing to join us," Nini suggested softly. "I also have a candidate in mind who might join," Arthur suddenly interjected. "Not Arno. Attendants are not permitted in the trials," Goalie interjected firmly. Arthur chuckled. "No, not Arno. The person I have in mind is someone you all know. What shall we do about the remaining 3 positions?" Goalie frowned. After a moment of contemplation, Arthur laughed. "Moral, the task of finding the last 3 members falls to you." Moral's face fell. "Weren't you all just opposed to that? Now I must take charge. You may seek candidates, but I have a condition. Anyone wishing to join our team must pay a registration fee of 1,000 gold coins. Ah, Moral and the others exclaimed in unison, astonished that Arthur would devise such a scheme. Just say that Goalie, Joan, and I will form a team. Joining us guarantees a spot at the top. Go on. There will be those eager to sign up. It is my fault. I have fostered his habit of earning 3,000 gold coins at every evaluation. Joan remarked wistfully from the side. Commander, we have information. The target is set to leave the royal city imminently. A slender figure clad in black hurriedly burst into the secret chamber. The corpulent leader, Legio, adorned in opulent garments, abruptly lifted his gaze. Tears nearly spilling from his eyes at that moment. He was finally to emerge after a year of arduous vigil. Feigning composure, Legio listened intently as the cloaked figure relayed the details. As the black-clad messenger concluded, Legio's brow furrowed in concern. The third-year assessment at Bloodlight Academy, though dubbed the Blood Trial, was not intended to result in genuine bloodshed or sacrifice. The students, all scions of noble families, could not be allowed to suffer significant casualties during a practical exercise, for such outcomes would be untenable for the institution. Thus, every team was accompanied by a professor from the academy, all of whom were formidable warriors of level 8 or 9. These professors would not interfere with the students' tactical decisions nor provide assistance unless a student's life was in imminent peril. With a professor in tow, it would not be a simple matter to target Arthur. Inform the supervisor. I shall lead the team personally. Provided a squad of elite assassins is allocated to me, I will eliminate this future threat once and for all, Legio declared through clenched teeth. Chapter 8. An unusual gathering on the final night before departure. Arthur's chamber was filled with guests. Aside from Cheong and Guli, 4 new faces were present. Nini's companion, the wood mage Amy Moley, and 3 other youths recruited by Morar. Among them were the ice mage Kisnu, the level 3 martial artist Gunther, and Dorn. Gunther, tall and robust, bore a cold demeanor, carrying an exaggerated double-bladed axe and a shield on his back. Dorn, in contrast, was slender, with a long sword slanted at his waist, often squinting with his small eyes, casting furtive glances at Guli when he thought no one was watching. From the moment these two entered, Guli's piercing gaze was fixed on Morar. What is going on? Arthur quietly nudged Morar. The ones pursuing Guli, I merely hinted at the possibility of teaming up with her, and they readily paid the registration fee, Morar whispered to Arthur. I cannot fathom how any man could be drawn to Guli's temperament, Arthur mused. You two seem to be whispering secrets. Where is your companion? Guli's ire was directed at Arthur. Before he could respond, a knock echoed through the room, and Morar rushed to answer the door. Upon witnessing the entrance of the dark-skinned youth, everyone was momentarily stunned. The formidable half-orc, Hugh, had arrived. I need not introduce him. Hugh will be on our team this time, Arthur announced to the group. Guli nodded at Hugh with a stoic expression, while Cheong waved cheerfully at him. The others, however, remained in a state of shock. Arthur, Guli, and Cheong had at least a few friends, but Hugh had none within the academy. The children of the elite harbored an innate aversion to bastards and half-orcs, and not a single soul wished to associate with Hugh. As a wild lad hailing from the countryside, Arthur profoundly comprehended the sensation of invisible exclusion. His response was to disregard it, for he recognized that he was destined to be outside the circle of these individuals. Huey, however, opted for an entirely different path: resistance. Anyone who dared to cast a look of disdain or rejection in Huey's presence would surely face his fierce retaliation. Both Gunther and Dorn had already experienced Huey's wrath. Yet, Huey's chosen method only served to alienate him further, as all others deliberately maintained their distance. Had Arthur not taken the initiative to approach Huey, it is unlikely any team would have willingly accepted him. He would have had to resort to coercive force to assemble a team. But such an approach could ultimately lead to betrayal by his own comrades. Nevertheless, Huey's formidable combat prowess was undeniable. As a 4th-tier battle officer, he stood a significant chance against even 5th-tier warriors. Kisno's eyes widened in astonishment as he poked morale, exclaiming, all 4 of the oddities have gathered. This team's strength is simply remarkable. Brother, your consideration for me is most generous. Morale wore a smug expression. With the 4 of us, victory is practically assured. Let us not forget your words, a month at Drunken Country Tavern. Kisno chuckled, rest assured, if I return with the top rank, my father will surely reward me with thousands of gold coins. With everyone assembled, I shall now outline the rules for our team. We will act in unison. and no one is permitted to act independently without following orders. As Goli spoke, her gaze intentionally fixed upon Arthur and Huey. The warning was unmistakable. Wait a moment. Arthur interjected, halting Goli's speech. What do you mean by your team? I believe we should officially elect a captain before discussing unified command. Arthur, are you deliberately opposing me? Goli retorted, hands on her hips, glaring at him. Arthur quickly raised his hands in a gesture of apology. I would never. I merely harbor concerns about a leader lacking any experience guiding us on this mission. Arthur, I shall remember this. Goli shot him another glare before turning away, her expression transforming into a smile. Since there are differing opinions, I shall concede. Let us hold a vote to see whom everyone trusts more. Arthur found himself in agreement with this notion. I shall abstain. I have no objections to whoever becomes captain, Huey unexpectedly declared first. I, too, shall abstain, Jones said, beaming. Very well, with the two of you abstaining, we will have 8 participants in the vote. Now, let us proceed. Those in favor of me as captain, raise your hands. Goli began. To Arthur's dismay, 7 hands shot up in unison, leaving him in an awkward position. Unable to contain himself, he shouted, Morale, you scoundrel. Which side are you on? Morale shrank back. Boss, a true gentleman does not quarrel with a lady. Arthur, do you see this? What do you have to say now? Goli stifled a laugh, her expression brimming with triumph. You principle-less rascals will inevitably be led astray by this woman. Arthur buried his face in his hands. Since everyone trusts me to be captain, I will now assign tasks. Arthur will be in charge of our team's logistics, responsible for the procurement and transport of food, potions, and fragile equipment throughout the mission. Furthermore, Arthur, you must fully leverage your strengths and undertake more of the tasks involving reconnaissance and pathfinding. It seems you are now beginning to sabotage yourself. Indeed, it is often said that only women and petty individuals are difficult to nurture. With his head bowed, Arthur found himself incessantly cursing inwardly. At the Marquis's residence, within a side chamber, Zilio implored his elder brother, You must assist me this time. If I miss this opportunity, I shall never have the chance for revenge again. He spoke in hushed tones to his second brother, the unconventional champion of the last academy session, Chi Warren. Our grandfather has decreed that this matter must be handled solely by you. If I were to assist you, who would bear the brunt of grandfather's wrath? Chi Warren observed Zilio, who was now humbled and subservient, reflecting on how this once proud younger brother had come to seek his help. Considering our bond as brothers, I urge you to aid me this once. You are about to be conferred a title upon your return from the border, and even if grandfather learns of it, he would not punish you. Chi Warren regarded Zilio with a bemused expression. Indeed, they were brothers, but would their elder brother relinquish the inherited title for either of them? Assaulting a student of the academy is a grave offense. My title is a reward for 2 years of perilous struggle against the beastmen at the border. Tell me, why should I jeopardize my imminent title to assist you? Zilio lowered his head, biting his lip in silence. Chi Warren waved his hand dismissively. Enough? Why do you insist on competing with that wild youth now? Focus on your training and secure your title upon graduation. Our grandfather has already arranged the path ahead for us. You will have ample opportunities to settle scores with him in the future. Suddenly, Zilio raised his head, declaring, As long as Arthur lives, my inner demons shall remain. By the end of the year, I shall officially come of age. If you assist me now, I am willing to share half of the family assets allocated to my name with you. Chi Warren paused, then pushed a sheet of paper towards Zilio, smiling. This is not coercion on my part. Let us draft an agreement.